You win? My B plus against ace, like, super easy.
Guy with eights, his name is Max Schindler. And if we watch a slow motion replay of this hand, you can actually see the exact moment that his soul leaves his body. Texas Mike and Martin Cabral both ended up busting out of the money. And everyone's favorite Happy Buddha cosplayer, Santosh Servana, won his third bracelet and the $1.9 million prize. In his winner's photo, he looks extremely happy and prosperous. Moving down in stakes slightly to the 25K 6 match. Well, it took place this week, and it looks like everyone at Martin Cabral's table ran pure as hell because he only lasted one hand.
Okay, Nicky boy, you want a happy afternoon or me? What do you want? You want to win or lose?
Okay.
I kind of want a happy afternoon, so I'm undecided. There's a 2K mark for fantasy. Be funny, eh? Okay, that's it for today. One hand and one hand only. See you later, alligator.
Bro, you're all in with Martin Cabral, and he asks if you want to win, and the best you come up with is, I don't care. Who was his opponent? Artur Martirosyan ended up winning his fourth bracelet for $1.3 million, and yay, another right side of Europe wins another one.
Got mail.
I just got an email that a new person signed up for coin using code RDP. Let's take a look. Sydney Sweeney is going to be in my free rolls in the chat looking for a boyfriend this June 23rd to 24th. Sign up using code RDP exclusively and tell her I used to be her man. Holy shit, you have to be so stupid not to sign up for one poker. For real, free roll, free money. Maybe the Sydney Sweeney biz is a little bit of a lie, but the free rolls every month is. Next up, moving way down in stakes, is a $600 PLO no limit hold'em split. You switch games every orbit, and boy, did this one get spicy. Usually, players that you only see in the later high stakes bracket. Well, they showed up in Crush, as the final table had Maurice Hawkins, Daniel Negreanu, and Alex Foxen. All three guys that even Rocks attempted to pay to have sex with his wife at one final table, dude. That's insane. Pretty is crazy to have that many big names in a field of 3,300 players. Naturally, the live rail for this final table got really crowded. Eventually, there was just a mob of people surrounding it. But those were just people who Maurice owes money to. Final table is such a big deal, it transcended poker. I heard that even the federal bankruptcy court judges showed up to watch. And in a battle of good versus evil, D-Negs actually got it all in against Maurice. And a PLO hand 3-flop. And D-Negs turned a flush, but sometimes low loses. And Maurice ribs the full house, sending D-Negs back to his hotel room, or the hole in the walls of Paris that he brought his own mattress to. And that's real, he did do that. I don't even know how he did that, but he brought his own mattress. Evil, though, continued to prevail as Maurice kept winning pots and players kept being eliminated, including Mr. Alex Foxen in a crazy three-way all-in.
Decision of a career right there. Possible.
Career don't stay the same no matter what happens in this tournament. But
You could be Hall of Famer.
thank you. I'm already in the Hall of Fame.
Okay. Here we go. No diamond.
Wilson now needs to hit and doesn't.
Double KO.
And Maurice Hawkins has most of the chips in play.
When we got to heads up, Maurice had an almost 2-1 chip lead, and it really looked like Evil was going to win. The Sith will rule once more. Casey Anthony's daycare business license will be approved. However, sometimes the poker gods find a way.
Chop, diamonds, or 6.
I'm giving you all play by play.
Just the queen of hearts. You can feel the pain on Hawkins. Look at him.
Fewer than 15 for Maurice.
Just really slipping away for his first bracelet.
Hawkins needs a 2-outer. Gregory wins the bracelet.
Hawkins is the runner-up.
Congratulations, Gregory, on the bracelet and the $204,000. And Maurice did end up winning $135K. And I'm sure you're at home asking, Ryan, how does he get to keep this money? Ryan, how can you file for bankruptcy to try to get out of debt and defend winning over $100,000 twice in 1 year? Ryan, when are your vlogs coming out? I don't know the answer to any of these fucking questions. But luckily, I know one dude who does. His name is God, and he wants you to play on Point Poker. Use the code RDP to play for any time zone on any phone. Don't let the WSOP phone all hit you. The $1,500 monster stack this year had so many entrants it broke records and had the 20th largest field in WSOP history, actually, with 11,933 entries. So much for everyone staying home this year. The $1,500 event was host to a lot of classic WSOP moments and amazing runs. Good people on the ride of a century who deserve the spotlight. Meanwhile, ACR decided to promote an admitted cheating piece of human garbage who literally laughs at his own horrible jokes in a clip telling people to do drugs.
How do you always go deep in these big field tournaments, Martin? What's the secret?
Hilarious. Really good person to highlight. The final table of the monster stack included two relatively big names in Jake Ripnick and Aaron Massey, playing for $1.3 million off of a $1,500 entry in a massive field. A relatable dream that people really are interested in these crazy runs. And the WSOP decided to mostly show the 50K. Anyway, in the past, I made a totally untrue and baseless joke about Aaron Massey, in which I apologize for and corrected because I just didn't like him for no reason. I mean, he looks like who fucks your girlfriend. But it turns out the dude is actually hilarious. And this I know for a fact. He did a bit where he showed up in a full date rapist costume to the final table, and he didn't even drop the bit during his bust out interview. Look at this.
Your immediate thoughts in the moment after being eliminated.
I live for this shit. I had so much fun out there being deep in this thing. You know, you can have sex whenever you want, but you can't do this whenever you want.
Well, he was funny. I was wrong about him. Richard Alsep won the bracelet and the $1.3 million prize. He credited his win to his new baby monitor. You hear that, Quinn? Other babies are focusing up and grinding. Where have you been all summer? No, I'm kidding. Actually, since Quinn's got here, I passed 3 for 3 events, but you can see that on the left. One of them was the $1,500 Super Turbo one-day bounty. I did have to re-enter, but I ended up finishing 60-something for 7,300, so if you had a piece of poker stake, yay. But the real story, no one gives a shit about me, was WSOP.com two-time player of the year, Mike Holtz, host of the Poker News podcast, friend to the channel, friend/acquaintance about to be friend to the me. He got his first live bracelet, his second overall bracelet, and cash for $239K. Let's fucking go. He's one of the entertaining people in poker, and he's a great player, and that's got to be one of the best winners photos of all time. And I spoke with Mike a little bit, and he told me this photo wasn't even his joy for his win. It was right after someone told him Maurice didn't win a bracelet. No, I'm kidding. That part I made up. But Mike did make a statement in his bracelet ceremony. Let's take a peek.
Well, you know, I've been a little rude to Reese Walkers lately, and I honestly, I do apologize for absolutely nothing.
Congratulations, Mike. I hope you're still alive. The $500 freeze-out hosted a rare occurrence in poker, the ever-elusive IRL misclick. What happened was someone went all in from under the gun two, and it folded to the small blind who wasn't paying attention and didn't see the all-in. So, thinking action had folded to him and he was blind versus blind, he says call and puts some chips in. Now, the big blind folds, and the old man is confused as fuck when he realizes he just called an all-in with Jack 3 off deep in the event.
Oh, God, don't do it.
Oh.
You worried about that? What the? That's right. God.
Whoa. Yo, I haven't seen an old man with a sweater tied around his waist get this excited since I brought my dad to the dog track. Now, Scott Coley, the guy who sucked out, ended up finishing in 59 for $3,536. The winner of the $500 freeze-out was Braden Liu, though, who was just in Vegas on a weekend trip with his dad on the way back from college or something. And like all father-son trips, they picked an activity where they spend zero time together. Now, because of his deep run, they had to reschedule flights, get an extra night at the hotel, and all the other exciting, I can't believe this is happening stuff. It's a super cool story that he ended up winning 196K, winning the bracelet, but most of all, happy that he finally got his Asian father's respect. You can have inspirational moments with your dad, just like this on Coin Poker if you use code RDP. Play for many times, oh, even in heaven if your dad's dead. The 10K 7-card stud was host to an entrance that I think is going to give Helmut's main event entrance a run for its money this year. And he shows up late, nipples popping through the polo, gets a double tequila before he can even stack his chips. I dare any of you to show me a player in 7-card stud field that even comes close to that level of swag. What a degen item.
I'm going to say F the haters if I win on the interview.
Oh, shit. Yo, Alan Kessler made the final table. How did that go? I have no idea how to interpret this. There's way too many fucking cards, guys. Kessler busted third place, falling short of a bracelet once again. Wow, what a shocking. But he still cashed for 139K, and that's like, I don't know, thousands of airport plane mac and cheese. Congratulations. Now, Neo Chiara went on to win the bracelet and the $301,000 in the 10K stud right after he had come back from one chip in the 10K deuce to 7 low ball draw, winning that bracelet for 428K. And that's right, he won 2 bracelets in a week, as I just said. Obviously, incredible start to the summer. He has now taken over Sean Deeb in the Player of the Year standings, and Deeb came in with a big head start from his WSOP Europe, but you win 2 bracelets here, you're going to take the lead. Niara was almost going to quit poker before this summer, telling his friends he was on such a bad downswing, or, addicted to tournament, whatever. The poker gods, though, have a funny way of making you stick around and make you suffer. literal life, don't they? A team in the Poker.org's fantasy drafted him for $1 and he scored 255 points. Our team, on the other hand, drafted Isaac Hatch. Wait, did we pay for this team, guys? Yo, if you put that on our card, all of you guys are dead. I didn't have anything to do with drafting this team. Now, the $100,000 super high roller event. You probably haven't heard of it. I'm just kidding. It couldn't have not because WSOP wouldn't stop shoving it down our fucking throats. For real, WSOP guys, I don't really fully want to watch only super pros compete for 5x cash with boring flips. I want to see rag to riches type shit. I mean, to be fair, the 100K did have some dramatic moments like
WSOP, I'm basically running, so you get one more rebuy. Everybody agrees, yeah? Not like that, Mikey. Info power is here. Okay, thanks for playing. Good luck in 250K, Kristen. Kristen, a loser's interview, please. Can you do short loser's interview for my fans? They love you. Kristen.
Not when you root against me.
I am not.
You are.
and a big one as Mark Cabral got into it with Sam Sabro about scanning the cards.
Trevor, please tell him to scan the cards. Can you please ask him to scan the cards? I'm asking you. Please, can you call the foreman now? Service, call the foreman. Call the foreman, please. See what you did, Sam? The joke, really.
This is so annoying. Can some other high roller develop a personality or like a meth addiction so the World Series of Poker can clip them instead? Now, the reason Sam is geeking out about the RFID scan is unknown. It could be many reasons. You know, obviously it's the potential of game integrity, but the World Series of Poker has never had any issues with that. There's been nothing proven ever. However, the RFIDs are in theory hackable. And yes, people have been, Martin, I think he's referencing, have been accused of cheating in places. But this very well could just be high-level guys trying to tilt each other, right? Martin seeing that Sam's not doing it, he's going to lean into it. Sam being like, F you, Martin, da-da-da. Another alternative is Sam, and we're accusing him of just using this as a free roll of information where if he wants to run a big bluff or, you know, makes a huge bet that doesn't get called, he can just get approval to scan his cards after the hand, win the big hand that he doesn't want to reveal what he had, and then just muck and be like, oops, I forgot. Who knows? Anyway, congratulations to this guy who won it. Oh, cool Yuri, Devilevsky, congratulations. The tournaments weren't the only thing producing drama to the WSOP, though. Brittany, one of the high rollers that plays on the Hustler live stream, she was removed from the table during a break and was not allowed to come back. And the internet went into a doom spiral, accusing her of scamming and money laundering. What happened was they said they couldn't verify the sources of her funds. But after her response and the casino's response, it seems this is just a miscommunication. Brittany thought she could use a check from a different casino at Paris, and because of some new money laundering prevention laws in Vegas, this wasn't allowed. These are the laws why you can't cash chips across casinos anymore. But Brittany is pissed. I mean, and she should be. If there was an issue, they should have brought it up before they let her play. I mean, what changed after she was playing that you could suspect money laundering?
And they're going to go once.
3. Pins are all done.
He thinks he's calling to hit an ace.
Is in an incredible spot.
Get your bullshit out of here. Get your bullshit out of here. 5. Alright.
And ace-3 just scoops. Brittany's in there with 9-5 offsuit with 25K for Brittany.
Oh,
She's got a piece.
Punting 50K with King 3 and then 25K with 9-5. You know, maybe I'm on the government side on this. Yeah, probably money laundering. I'm just kidding. Wait, I don't know if we should do this anymore. We're going to keep going. It seems like we reached a good conclusion. We got all the way to a 10K free roll on a WPT stream. What more can we do with the Trooper bit, guys? Let's see what his action pursuit channel's up. You deleted it? Trooper? Wait, why did you delete that, dude?
It's such a liar. That little bitch can have the rest of it.
Call him a little bitch.
Alright, fine, Troop. You know what? We have a lot of Trooper moments we have on mind. If he's not going to post content, we're going back to the
This
start.
is Coin Poker's code RDP Trooper moment.
Oh, Trooper's hair. Holy shit.
Oh, fuck.
Trooper, you're the liar. You never told me you were a child star. I love you in King of the Hill.
6-hour drive ahead of me right now. Probably kill the boredom by watching YouTube videos on the phone and reading Wikipedia.
That's not how you kill the boredom. That's how you kill other people on the road, Troop.
Is that the one you have a big trophy in your phone? Yes. Yeah. Looks like we're in Atlanta and it's fucking 6:20 in the morning. You're gonna die because you're on that thing.
Talking about fully nude bars and driving through a...
It's the clubs.
Hey, wow.
How about the Queen of Diamonds on the turn?
turn for Sean Winter.
You six of clubs, six of diamonds.
Wilson now needs a 10.
This is such a wild hand, Jeff. This is wild.
Pair the
I mean,
board.
Wilson now's pretty much dead.
River card is a 6. Wilson is indeed dead, out in 7th place, and Sean Winter scores the triple. Wilson is going to have a little bit left, since he had a little more than Winter, and he beat Mateos.
Well, you gotta pay your fee.
But he'll be on the ropes.
Santos.
Mateos falls to about 12. That's what Winter moves up to.
Early day one when I had less than starting.
That was one of the most wild three-way hands I think I've ever seen. With the hand removals, an ace queen, and then this guy needing a 10 and a jack.
I know.
And I'll tell you right now, Sean Winter here with over 12 million.
Well, Santos, I believe in him.
He is a very, very difficult opponent to get chips from.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
He is one of those guys where he's not going to win the max, but he's also going to lose the minimum. He's one of those players that it's really hard to beat him. Him and Kuhn have the same type of style where it's very hard to get their chips. And I'll tell you right now, this whole table is very happy that that man right there, I like to call him the Mario Lopez of Spain. That guy right there, Mateos, has lost about a third of his chips.
He's 75.
Feel for Wilson, the young gun.
And you know
Played
what?
it perfectly to Blaze's point. Nothing he could do.
And Jeff, I'm going to stand by my statement of what I said with 10 left in this tournament. I still believe this. I believe when it's all said and done, live tonight, that when it's head up, you're going to see the Conquistador, and you are going to see the #1 all-time money winner in Bryn Kenny. I believe, and I said it with 10 left, that they are going to be head up.
Yep.
They are, without question, the best two players at this table. And a lot of times in poker, the best players do win. And I think one of those guys is definitely the favorite to win this year live tonight. Folks, do not go anywhere. You are watching a $250,000 buy-in. This is the biggest poker buy-in of the entire World Series of Poker. I'm here with Jeff Platt. He is the face of the World Series of Poker. You see him everywhere. Jeff, look at this.
An honor to be here with you as Mateos sits down at ace king on the button, no time to rest.
And look at Mateos. Look at his body language. And again, look at that.
Kenny passing on the 10 deuce suited with a decent amount of chips.
And I said yesterday that in the big blind, when you have two suited cards, you should almost never fold. Okay? The difference now is the blinds are 200,000 and 400,000. The stacks are a lot shallower. And you got to remember something. Bryn has a lot of respect for Mateos. Okay? If it was a weaker opponent, he probably would have called.
I mean, I've got to dig deeper on your comment. You saying that Kenny versus Mateos would be heads up with the two best players at this table. Yeah, I mean, Jason Kuhn is here at this table.
Yes, he is.
Whew.
Yes, he is.
It's coming in hot.
Yes, he
As
is.
is Wilson. We'll just call with the 7 suited, Muller, King, Queen of Hearts.
And now if I'm Muller here, it's definitely a spot where he should isolate here. There's a lot of blinds. He's a favorite over Wilson, who has less than 2 bigs. Expect him to raise here to at least $1 million. Let's see what he does. And he calls. This might be GTO.
Kenny, the ace-9 suited.
Okay, and you know what? I apologize. You know why he's calling here? This is one of those ICM plays, right?
Yeah.
This is where they want to see Wilson get eliminated. So the more people in the hand, it's a more likelihood chance. Because the whole table knows how good Wilson is. They want to get him out of this tournament. And if Wilson doesn't flop an ace or make a flush, he will probably be out of this tournament.
Comes 10, 5, 3. It's top pair for Kuhn. It's about a $77,000 pay jump. That, I'm sorry, was from 8th to 7th. From 7th to 6th, like I said earlier, is about $130K. this from Kenny.
This is, again, this is next level. Okay? Kenny doing this, all he's thinking about is, do I have Wilson beat? Because that's the guy that I care about, because I can, in theory, bluff out anyone else. So, for example, Kuhn here calling, okay? Kenny knows that he just has to get past Wilson here by the river. This is a brilliant bet by Kenny, and unfortunately, most of you watching this have no clue as to what he's doing.
The heel turn continues.
Okay?
Wilson less than half a big blind left. A couple backdoor draws.
And watch
Let's
this,
go with it.
right? What's great here is this, okay? If the turn is like a jack, a queen, a king, it's a card where I could see Kenny stab at it again, because, again, he's only worried about beating Wilson.
Yeah.
Oh, my
And
God.
that turn is the ace of diamonds.
And you know what's crazy, Jeff? This is a card where Kenny can actually now check. He can check this card. It's weird, but I would tell you when he doesn't get there, he should bet. But now I could see him checking, especially into a big blind. But let's see. And he's going for chips. He's betting.
1,175,000. Now Kuhn in a bit of an awkward position. Picks up the gutter to accompany the pair of tens.
This is wonderful poker right now.
Kuhn not done.
Okay.
River is an 8. That will end the day for Wilson unless somehow Kenny exits this pot, which it's very hard to see happening.
Now remember, okay, Wilson is all in his hand. He had 1.5 bigs under the gun, right? So his range could be anything for the most part, right? He has he can have any hand here, right? Now, oh my God, Kenny is value betting again. Now remember, I said it on the flop that Kenny was using the leverage of Wilson, right? And there's this massive side bet here, a side pot. So I'll tell you this right now, is that Kuhn has two options here, okay? Calling is out of the question, right? Okay, a lot of times here he can fold. But I'm going to say this right, oh my God, and we're, oh my
Look
God.
at this.
Oh
From
my
Jason
God.
Kuhn, who makes it $7 million, who wins a sizable side pot, and Blez, who keeps Brandon Wilson in this tournament.
I'm going to say this right now. The future Hall of Famer in Jason Kuhn. That was one of the best poker hands I've ever seen televised, ever. Ever. And I'll tell you why. Because his play is so believable. It's so believable. He's in the big blind. He can have any combination of all that. He couldn't flatten the turn with a wheel. He had a deuce blocker. That was one of the greatest poker hands I've ever seen in my life.
That is exquisite.
And most of this chat still doesn't get it. They don't get it.
We just closed the chat.
They don't get it. Wow, that was unbelievable. Jason Kuhn literally just owned the all-time money winner.
Yeah.
Wow. And I was, by the way, I was getting into it. I was saying that he can't call the river, right?
Yeah.
But his other two options are obviously fold or raise. Okay? The standard play there is to fold. But Kuhn did something that 99.9% of poker players cannot do.
No way. His shirt says Brunson. You can't make this shit up. Look at that. There ain't no way. You really can't make it up.
That was unbelievable.
That's just so, that's.
That was
And Brent's got to be somewhat rattled, right? You hear him say, I should have thought about it.
But that's the thing, right? When you raise there, you're so strong.
Yeah.
But again, who used the leverage of Brandon? He thought a 10 would be good in the main pot, right? So it's supposed to be good.
Lifetime? All right, if it says Brunson, I'm racing. If it says Brunson, no. Sometimes
We also, Blaz, have the 5K Seniors final table going on right now. Incredible turnout for that event, 673K up top. So I'm going to awkwardly toss it to me on the floor for that.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Sort of. Yeah.
Final four of the 5K Seniors High Roller. Felipe, let's go take a look at who that final table consists of. Our chip leader, Juancho Rodriguez, guaranteed $223,000, about a 90K pay jump from fourth to third. To his left is Chad Lipton. Lipton finished third in the 10K GG Millions the other week. What a series it's been for him. As we move over to Nariman Yagmai, more than $2 million in career live tournament earnings. This is his first World Series of Poker final table. And finally, this is King Blue's second cash of the series. She is looking for her second live tournament win. This is on the stage. We'll continue to keep you posted. First place in this one, more than $673,000, guys. Well, thank you very much. Me? Coon on the button with Jack 10. Do thank you all for being here. Very much appreciate it. At least I thank you all for being here. Plus, it might be happy that you have our stream on, but certain comments driving back are insane.
The Wilson here electing to call here. There's no value in raising when Kuhn has no fold equity. We'd like to see a flop out of position. We call this the stop and go.
Yeah, notice the sizing that Kuhn used. He went 3x pre. And both flop top pair, which is clear trouble for Wilson with just 850K behind.
And the fact that Wilson flop top pair, I'd rather see him, I mean, he could bet here. I guess it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, with two big blinds going in. Kuhn happy to make the call, and here we go. Brandon Wilson all in at risk. 4.7 million in the middle. If he does find a way, he's back up to more than 10 bigs.
I want to say this, as Wilson is most likely going to get eliminated, you are going to be seeing a lot of that man right there.
Absolutely.
Looks like I was out there.
Oh, and that's such a bad card for Wilson. This guy, Wilson, Jeff, I'm telling you right now, I've watched a lot of guys come and go. I've watched more guys go than come. This guy has a future as bright as anyone.
He's got staying power, that's for sure. Brandon Wilson out in 7th place. Well-deserved round of applause. Leaves with more than $629,000 still the hunt for his first World Series of Poker bracelet.
Brandon, I'm telling you this right now. I want you to play this back and listen to me. The future of poker is very bright for you, young man. And I don't say that about a lot of people. But you have everything it takes to be great.
Jason Kuhn, more than $75 million in career live tournament earnings. Won the 50K last year. But Bless, here's a guy who looks at the 250K as his main event. That this is the title that is missing on his resume.
The number one poker tournament in the world, obviously, is the main event. That's the one tournament that everyone wants to win. If you're a poker player that plays every game, you want to win the $50,000 PPC. But if you are a big bet player, this is without question the number 2 tournament you want to win every year at the World Series of Poker. Seth Davies did it last year, okay? The 250K buy-in. Back to the action here live on Sean Winter. Opening for a min race. And again, we've talked about this earlier in the big blind with suited connectors. Let's see what Muller does here. And again, we're seeing a tighter final table here.
And no small blind in that hand.
Oh, and you know what? That's also why he folded, because he's not getting the right price with no small blind.
18?
18.
I have a little bit more than that. I have more than that. I don't know.
And I'll tell you, Jeff, what I appreciate about this table. There's a lot
I can't see how many
of guys
I'm not,
left.
I think now I see nine and a half in purple. Oh no, 11 and a half in purple. Like 11 and a half. I didn't even see 12 and a half plus these.
Jeff, you know what all these guys, besides Merle, have in common left? They've all been playing poker for nearly 20 years.
Never mind, sorry.
You're seeing a ton of talent. You got 5 guys that have been playing for over 20 years. GTO, Wizard, and Muller. Einhorn here, opening to $1 million, gets it through.
David Einhorn held the chip lead when we started our coverage today.
Don't pull my hands up.
Oh, your hands are cold too.
Well, here's a guy that has such an intense passion for the game.
That's not unusual for me. I always have. That's why I like this. Here's how I'll get drunk. One thing makes you
The
cold.
problem is when you
Looking
get
for that
300
first
a year,
World Series of Poker bracelet.
your body's not so for sure.
Well, I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
His fiance Natalie is on the rail. But before this final table, I chatted with David. Well, David, chip leader entering this super high roller final table. How would you sum up what kind of opportunity today is like for you?
I mean, it's going to be just a fun day.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like, I took Monday off, and here we are playing cards. We got 6 more incredible players to play against and see how we do.
How do you sum up the level of competition here?
It's extremely difficult. These guys are very skilled. There's nobody who does not know what they're doing. So, you just need to have good fortune and timing and make good decisions.
With that said, you do have a background in high pressure spots with lots of money on the line. Does that give you a kind of advantage on the felt?
Well, I mean, I think if I have an advantage, which I really don't, but if I had any advantage here, I'm just playing a game. And for these guys, this is their livelihood and their main thing that they do. And for me, this is just kind of a hobby. And so I think that allows me to take it in proper perspective.
Appreciate the time. Best of luck today.
Sure.
Thank you. Liz, I feel like you could kind of share that perspective as you're somebody who now does not look at poker perhaps as seriously as you once did, and you can come in, you can have your sports cards, but you can kind of sit back, relax, enjoy the show just whenever you want to play. You're in there.
Poker is a really fun game, but when you don't have to play it and rely on it for a living, it makes it a lot less stressful.
Yeah.
And to be quite honest, you have an advantage when you have outside money to support you when you're playing poker. Back in the day, I'd have 6-figure swings daily. And there were days I would cry. There were days I'd be emotional because I would lose a lot of my net worth. And the fact that you can play poker now for fun makes it a lot more interesting of a game. Back to the action here. You're watching Winter here fold the best hand yet again.
Kind of speaks that it's going to be hard to get chips from Winter if he's just going to fold deuces.
It's exactly like I said. It's going to be hard to beat him.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to get his chips, but it's easy to beat him. And I look for the string here. That guy.
$250,000 buy, 56 entries, creating a prize pool of more than $13.7 million. Our final 6 guaranteed that number that you see on your screen, $760,000, and about a 212K pay jump from 6th to 5th. Our final 4 will all make 7 figures, and up top, it's more than $4.3 million, the biggest first place prize of the 2026 World Series of Poker so far.
Oh my God.
Einhorn.
Einhorn wakes up with two
Bird.
aces.
Mateos with 5s on the butt.
Oh my God, look at this. Look for Mateos here to flat here with 5s.
That's exactly what he does.
And notice how Kenny gets out of the way with ace-7 offsuit. And for most of you that don't know, which I'm going to explain to you, ace-7 offsuit plays really bad three ways. If you were head up, you can defend with that hand. But because it's offsuit three ways, your hand plays brutal. And Einhorn here,
With his fiance watching.
yes, his beautiful fiance. But look at this. Okay, it's a great flop for 2 5s. And Mateos elects to call.
5 million in the pot. Mateos about 10 million behind. The turn is a king. Could that allow Mateos more paths to exiting?
That's actually a great card for Mateos. Why? Because now ace-king gets there, king-queen gets there.
And this looks sizable.
And I'll tell you this right now. This is a great bet by Einhorn. And again, the trend with Mateos is very simple. He usually is going to make the right decision. And I expect him to fold here, knowing that Einhorn is very solid. He's not getting out of line. And he knows that Mateos is a better player than him. And he's out of position. And there we also see TBK
Yeah,
right
TBK
there.
is a part of the Einhorn rail today. So are David's parents.
It's a really big bet here on the turn. What is Mario Lopez of Spain going to do?
5 WSOP bracelets on the resume of this man.
I expect him to pass here, but we'll see. There it
Yes,
is.
indeed.
Yeah.
Nicely down by Mateos. Good pickup for Einhorn.
Hats off to Einhorn. I have not watched this guy play a hand poorly in 2 days. Not one.
Comes in here and has competed with the best of the best.
Not one. And Einhorn gets off on this. This is what he loves.
Yeah.
He wants to play the best in the world. He wants to compete in the biggest buy-in in the world.
Always donates his winnings to charity. I think he represents the poker and business worlds very well. His fiance, Natalie Kaplan, on the rail. She and David, very philanthropic. Acted throughout the years.
6 left. The next pay is $760,000. Then it goes to $972.
It's pretty exciting overall when you consider the massive buy-in, the huge payouts, the star-studded final table, and kind of the more amateur recreational hero of sorts, David Einhorn, competing with the best of the best. Just so many storylines are here.
Jeff, we're big fans of sports. We're big fans of WWE.
Yeah.
You're watching, right? You're watching Kenny and Coon. You are watching 2 Hall of Famers, okay? You are watching 2 guys that have won more money playing No Limit Hold'em tournaments than almost anyone in the world. Where else in any other sport can you watch this?
Great point.
Where?
Great point.
With a billionaire at the table, Mr. Einhorn. Where can you do this in the world?
Can't do it anywhere else.
Yeah, that's so
And again, they're watching it for free. How are we not charging these people to watch this?
And just to continue with the WWE analogy, I feel like you're Paul Heyman in this instant.
I'll tell you this, I'm about to lose my mind.
Queen of Hearts.
I'll tell you this, I'm about to explode in this chat right now because I can't take it. The amount of people that said, ban Blaze, why is Blaze here? Get Blaze out of here. I can't take it.
River is a 4 after it goes check on the turn.
And who bet the flop here?
Jason bet one big blind. Kenny check call. Check on the turn. Kenny checks on the river. Kunch is going to check. King high good.
And you just watch one of the lowest level hands being played of these two guys.
Right.
But again, that's what makes poker so great,
Yeah.
right? You watch the race with Kuhn with 10 deuce, and now you watch a small pot.
Brent Kenny shows up when the stakes get big, when the buy-ins get high. As we take a look at the 10K Big O Championship, already down to 15 players. Guaranteed about 40K. This is day 3, I believe. We're scheduled to go 4 days with this event. Speaking of stars, Sam Soverell sitting next to recent World Series of Poker bracelet winner Scott Clements. Both have won 4 WSP bracelets, both rocking the tank top, both are pretty jacked. Respect. Oh, James, the Aussie, with more than 1.3 million as a threat in these high stakes mixed games championships. Speaking of threats, this man, Nick Schulman, the 8-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. This would be something special if he could win number 9 here in the 10K Big O.
Nick Schulman is the most talented all-around poker player. If there's one person I had a bet on at the World Series of Poker, it is Nick Schulman.
Just everything, all around.
Everything. Yeah. Everything. Talent, looks, commentating, everything. Give me Nick Schulman. You can take the field, Jeff. Take it all.
Mike Matusow, the 4-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. And David Benjamin.
And that is not one of the best-looking men on the planet, but that is David Benjamin. He's also a legend.
You mean catching straights? Bless.
I love David.
Back here with Kenny on the button with the Jack 8 suited.
Yeah. Back to the action here. Looks like it's going to get through. Again, outside of that 1 3-way pot, we saw the 10 deuce hand. Nothing too interesting so far. Remember, as the play gets smaller, and there's less people left, hand ranges start opening up, okay? When you're 6-handed, okay, there's 3 people at this table that heavily favor 6-handed play. Bryn, Kuhn, and Mateus, okay? They're used to playing all stack sizes with all amounts of people, and unfortunately for guys like Winter and Mueller and Einhorn, they want to see more play, more people at the table, just based on their play style. It doesn't mean they're worse players. It just means that their advantage is when there's more players at the table, okay? Just like when you're playing head-up poker, you're forced to play almost every hand. The less players at the table, in theory, the more hands you're supposed to play. Winter here opening with ace-jack. Mueller here has a decision. King-6 offsuit. King-high could be the best hand. But Mueller, playing fairly tight so far, has folded twice out of the big blind.
He is the short stack by far when we start to develop these ICM considerations.
Yes, and again, a lot of people take the ICM approach. I still don't know what it stands for, but I know what it means. Independent chip model, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, I do have it. But again, a lot of you play by ICM. I think it's a disaster, but it is what it is.
I mean, I have to follow up there. Why do you think it's a disaster?
I don't believe in it.
Okay.
And you've watched me play, you've commentated.
Yeah.
Okay. I've never believed in it. I think it makes players worse. I think people care too much about the pay jumps. When you play poker, you play to win. Okay?
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. You know, it really does appear as though the Democrat power structure is slowly eroding. As much disdain as I have for leftism in general, I've always maintained that the left is not to be underestimated. And even beyond that, I think they're a worthy foe. Frankly, I think they're a whole lot more powerful than we are, especially in recent history. We've been fighting an uphill battle. You know, Trump winning 2016 was a real Hail Mary, a long shot. The reality is we've been operating from a position of weakness. Like I've said for years, think of a institution of power, the Democrats dominated. Well, it really speaks to how prevalent and wide-ranging Democrat influence is. It's not just institutions of power, but also institutions of culture. And as we know, politics is downstream from culture. And nowhere is that more true than in Hollywood. Leftists have essentially spent years building this suffocating, monolithic left-wing culture in Hollywood where everybody is expected to fall in line. Every Hollywood actor, every singer, every celebrity, every entertainer is basically expected to conform, to participate in these weird rituals and contrived grievances. You know exactly what happens if you don't publicly devote yourself to every new woke cause to, quote, the message. Well, you're exiled, your career's destroyed, and you're treated like a heretic. And this, in many ways, this is where left-wing influence is born. This is like the core, the nucleus of their power. And going back to what I was saying earlier, well, I'm sure you guys notice it. Slowly but slowly, it's deteriorating. Slowly but surely, this grasp on the Hollywood class, this monolithic political culture, it appears to be falling apart. It appears to be in decline. And I got a clip here that kind of speaks to that. Let me show you this Rainn Wilson clip that's going viral all over social media and making left-wing heads explode. And let me tell you why I think this is a positive sign for what's to come. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so take a look at this. We got Rainn Wilson showing up on Fox News, and he just said this.
I do feel like you couldn't make The Office today. I think that would be too hard to be as politically incorrect as the show was. I think there has been a bias in the media towards more what we call liberal policies. They're willing to overlook the Plattner Nazi tattoo, but if it was someone from the other side that had a tattoo that was questionable, they would be all over MSNBC about it. So it's the hypocrisy that gets me the most. It's the hypocrisy of like both sides need to have kind of equal standards of behavior.
Yeah, you feel that, right? Well, that's the sound of Hollywood's grip finally, or not finally, but slowly breaking. For years, they had full-blown lockdown. It was locked tight. One big club. You step out of line, you say the wrong thing, you make the wrong...
This season became the epitome of the perseverance and inter in
Did he get any of them right?
It's called her universal re. This season became the epitome of the perseverance and inter in
Like 5.5. Okay, got like half right.
Integrant.
Read the index card.
Their regulations require the extraordinary vulnerability and emotional accountability.
Read the index card.
That was pretty good. I'd say that's pretty good.
Deterioration of the infrastructure requires substantial rehabilitation efforts.
Read the index card.
The remarkability coincidentally encountered prompted considerable speculations afterwards.
You add words in, add letters.
The remarkability.
Where you getting Billy?
The remarkably.
That was not so bad. Like, that really wasn't. I mean, some of these are just awful, bro. You guys ready? You're not ready. You think you're ready, you're not.
I'll give you $1 if you can name any continents.
I don't know.
It's time to check Adam's voicemail.
Hello, Adam. It's Karen from Cook County, Illinois. The Obama Presidential Library looks like a prison from RoboCop. Get it on. I love your show. Thank you.
You can leave us a message at 888-634-1744.
Yeah, but it kind of shows the difference between the two sides of left and right, which is the left wants something modern and avant-garde and sort of edgy and some sort of it's going to start a conversation. They're always looking to start a conversation. By the way, the conversation is, boy, that's a piece of shit. Yeah. That's a conversation.
Yeah.
And then the right is like, we want traditional types of architecture, but it's really a mindset. It's basically, we're going, here's what we want. We want the past. We want family, education, church, moms, dads, not gestating people. Yeah. We want the old shit. And you guys want the new shit. Because the new shit's supposed to be better, except for it's never better.
Yeah.
And they do it all the time. It's funny. It's like half of Gavin Newsom's California stuff is like, he's always like, California's on the vanguard. They're the tip of the spear. Whatever we do, that's good for music and like maybe fashion, but it's not good for sanctuary cities and homeless junkies and clean needle programs and stuff. Like, we're doing stuff normal cities would never think about doing. Yeah, that's good if it's fashion and music. It's not good with your heroin exchange program.
Yes, yeah.
And that's the difference. But I was talking to Dr. Drew, and we were having this discussion about how, DC's maybe going to get themselves a socialist mayor, and we're going to get one in Los Angeles, and we got one in New York. They have one in Seattle, basically have one in Chicago. It's a lot of socialist whatever. And then we always have that discussion, like, what makes them think it's going to work? Like, it never works. And they always, they want to defund the police, and then it doesn't work. And then they want to fund the police, and then they want something else. And I said to them this, Because they live in a world that doesn't really take human instincts and actions and motivation into account. Like, we can just go ahead and get rid of cops and replace them with ambassadors, and then that's going to solve all our problems, right? But it doesn't. I said, look, here's my analogy. I want to live in a world where if I go out of town, it's basically this difference between the socialist and me, and what normal people know works. I would like to say that if you go out of town for Thanksgiving, you should be able to put a pumpkin filled with mini-sized candy bars on your porch, and then you put a sign that says "Limit one, please." And I would share your vision, and that I want to live in that world where every kid who comes up there just takes one and then walks back and goes to the next house. I want that world too, but that world doesn't exist. Now, you think that world can exist, or you're going to get it to exist. It doesn't exist. So I want that too, but I'm realistic enough to know it's never going to happen. And I want an armed guard standing in front of the plastic pumpkin, making sure that everyone limits themselves to one. And you go, I don't want to live in that world. And I go, I don't want to live in it either. But that's the world we're living in, because the first kid takes the pumpkin, dumps it into the pillowcase, and leaves.
Yeah. And if you get 3 kids that take one of them's going to take the handful eventually.
Right. That's right. There's going to be a percentage of people who live in our world, our shared world. But it's really, once the 5th guy shows up and taps out.
What's your Tim Hortons order? The farmer's wrap, Boston cream, and I do a double furlong.
And that's the world we're living in. So we got a choice. We either go with my idea, which is the armed guard, or we're going to have to start creating better citizens.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a conversation that you guys don't want to have, because it's going to involve moms and dads.
And they don't want people to be citizens in the first place.
Right. So, I agree with you in theory.
The selected Sydney waterfront developer says there will be no parking available for the general public, nor for any library visitors at the proposed new library location approved by the CBRM.
The parking, there is, at this point in time, no intention to provide patron parking for the library. There's just not the capacity to do it at this site. It would require a 3rd level of parking, which will drive the costs just astronomically through the roof to provide that. So there is no underground parking available for, public use, whether that be for daily parking or for library users.
Councillor Kim Shepard Campbell's facial reaction showed complete and unmistakable surprise. What is your reaction?
On my 75th birthday, I'm just going gay. Is that what's going to happen? I'm start marching with the LGBT plus community, or what? I don't think anything. Now, what happens is you get pressured into retreating from your retarded ideas.
Yeah.
But do you really think differently? You were 50 when you announced that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So Biden abandoned shit he thought of in his 70s. 70s. And now he's changed his view on it.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Got some news?
Yeah, we got some news here. Speaking of, yes, the left liking all the progressive news stuff and the right liking traditional stuff. They had this UFC fight on the White House lawn last night.
Yeah.
UFC fighter
Saturday night.
Or Saturday, yes, yeah. UFC fighter Josh Hockett defeated Derek Lewis for the heavyweight title. But the internet is still calling the shocking tirade that followed disgraceful.
Oh, wait. I screwed that up, sir. Sorry. I'm sorry. I should have said it's Sunday night.
Yes.
What's that?
Yes.
Right.
June 14th
was
this
that
fight.
Mm-hmm.
After his victory, he said to Alex Pereira, "Now listen, Alex Pereira, I want to shove it on your mama." And he had this comment to make about Michelle Obama.
And lastly, Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America? Ladies and gentlemen.
Now, that's not quite Michelle Obama has a dick that a lot of people were saying. And by the way, according to them, you don't need a dick to be a man.
It's just a choice or a belief.
Yeah, she's a gestating.
Yeah.
A non-gestating person. Yeah, whatever. It's a belief. Yeah. So that should not be offensive.
Yeah.
They don't even know what a man
No, they can't define that, but it's...
You've got someone elected to the Supreme Court
Yes.
that doesn't know what a man is.
She was elected because she was a woman, but also doesn't know what a woman or a man is.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a lot of irony going around, so you should not take offense to that.
Yeah. It was kind of a weird comment to make. I feel like that event went off very successfully.
Yeah.
And this was kind of the controversial moment where the left will latch onto that and say,
this
was horrible.
It's basically like you invited everybody, they did the event, everything was good. They're looking like you're going to have the event this time next year, and like one of your buddies threw a beer bottle onto the field, and then they're going, why'd you do that? Why'd you do it? It was so good. We're going to have us back next year.
Yeah. And I don't believe the Michelle Obama conspiracy theory, but it's funny to me. It's entertaining every time it gets referenced. I would always get people messaging me because there was a clip of Michelle Obama dancing on the Ellen Show where it looks like there's a bulge in the fabric of her dress, and that was one of the things that fueled this whole Michelle Obama thing.
Yeah, I think so. There's a Barack Obama's gay story, which I'll buy that, or certainly buy an encounter or two. I don't know. There are plenty of dudes who dabble, so I'll buy that. But it doesn't mean Michelle needs to be a chick. It just means she could have had an experience or two.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Well, while this UFC event was going on at the White House, the Hollywood liberals held a concert to protest it in New York. It was called Rise Up, Sing Out, an event against fascism, headlined by Jane Fonda, Ms. Rachel, Julia Roberts, Robert De Niro, and Bette Midler. It was specifically scheduled to counter-program this UFC event. Here's Bette Midler's song.
All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. Hey there, all you fascists. Let me put you straight. When you come for the rest of us, we'll fight you at the gate, and you will lose. You fascists bound to lose. All you fascists.
I don't know what's going on in our world, but I don't know why it's satiating to people. Like, all right, no one's a fascist, but they just won, and I don't know that they would lose in the next election, general election either. But so you're bound to lose. And what gate you're going to fight us? And by the way, every story ends up with you being a hero, and every song means you're going to stand up and fight. And they're all going to stand up and fight, even though they're elderly and out of shape.
Yeah.
And they have these weird, comments. Like it's, they have like the 61-year-old Hispanic, morbidly obese school teacher, and she's like, if ICE comes into my classroom, they're going to have to get through me first. It's like, bitch, anybody can get through. Junior high school football player could push you and you just fall over. Like, what do you mean?
She could wedge herself in the door.
She could wedge herself in the door. That's true. The jaws of life. Yeah, I don't know what that means about standing up and fighting and rising up. And everything's about rising up and standing up and pushing back and fighting. No one has any skills. The guys with the actual fighting skills are down the street at the octagon on the lawn. By the way, those guys said, we're going to fight. I'd go, all right, well, this guy's got skills.
Yes. It's going to take a lot to get through, though.
Old and out of shape and have no skills. But then De Niro's going to make his speech. It's got to be... It's going to be a weird way to go through the last few years of your life.
Yes, dedicated to this. After being famous and so popular.
And there's so much you can do, but this kind of, and also this kind of becomes your legacy, like 20 years from now, Robert De Niro, that crazy guy hated Trump.
Yeah, that's an F Trump over and over.
Right. That guy, he was in movies too. Oh, what? Really? TV
Were they any good?
Yeah. All right, here he is.
Right? Later, the letter stated, regardless of our political affiliation or whether we engage in politics or not, we all love our country. So not so fast. The phrase, we all love our country, stuck in my throat. Because our country isn't so lovable right now.
I hate to say it, but loving our country is starting to sound like an abused spouse saying they love their abuser. I can't love a country that starts stupid and inhumane wars, killing thousands of innocents and indirectly causing the deaths and suffering of millions more. I can't love a country that takes health care away from millions of people and uses that money to enrich their pals in the Trump Epstein class. I can't love a country that sends out masked militias to shoot citizens in the streets, torture our neighbors, and separate families.
I do like their take on ICE. We just have mass militias.
Yeah.
And just send them out the street in the general neighborhood of neighbors.
Yeah.
I guess. And then they just rip apart families in the neighborhood. And that's my
They have a list of who has a family, and they're like, let's go after that guy.
Yeah, go back 15 seconds. I love the depiction of ICE. It's just, these are goose-stepping, jackbooted thugs. I like when they go, they answer to no one. It's like, you don't feel like there's some kind of chain of command? Like, you feel like the average ICE officer shows up at the facility, right?
Yeah.
And then at some point, his commanding officer would go, here's what we're doing tonight. And he goes, fuck off, Bob. I'm going rogue. And then he goes, what? Give me your gun. What? Give me a gun. And I need your keys to a van, but it's got to be unmarked. And then they go, what's up? Oh, I'm going to mask up. And where are you going? I'm not telling you. I'll tell you that right now. I'm going rogue. I got a couple other buddies.
Yeah.
We're going to hit some neighborhoods. And we're just going to tear citizens apart. How about that? And then, after we're done tearing citizens apart, we're going to find kids that are in their mother's arms. We're going to rip them away. We'll rip them out, and then we're going to bring them back, and we're not going to feed them well at all.
We're going to put them in cages.
We're going to put them in cages, but I'm not going to tell you where.
Because I answer to no one.
I answer to no one, because I'm rogue, because I'm in my own militia.
Yeah.
Now, I don't even know how we figure out how to pay these guys, you know, because who are you making it out to, and where are you sending it?
Yeah.
Some rogue agency? You know?
It's all under the table.
Yeah, and after that, we may just go into Mexico and raise a little hell.
Yeah.
And then we might come back into, like, San Bernardino and rip some more families apart.
Yeah.
And that'll be that. Did I already get your gun, Bob? Good. I'll need that. And, again, I need unmarked vans.
Yeah.
And we don't wear any kind of badging or anything either. We just wear sort of black velour sweatsuits. All right, we go out. Trump's got our back. All right, sorry. I always want to hear him explain what ICE is.
To enrich their pals in the Trump Epstein class. I can't love a country that sends out masked militias to shoot citizens in the streets, torture our neighbors, and separate families.
Okay. Hold on. You know what you got? You know what's weird? The weird thought experiment is, what if you were in a coma for 20 years? Or even 10 years, and you just woke up. You're like...
Okay, he could actually get Kuhn to make a mistake and raise him in a way, in a really sick way, knowing that. Oh my God, I love the sizing by Bryn Kenny. Okay,
7.2 million, a massive overbet. And this is where Kenny really shines, doesn't he? Because he's so aware of his image, and he leans right on into it to create a lot of doubt in his opponent's minds, and he knows Kuhn is capable of a big hero call as well.
Yes, and more importantly, okay, Kenny is doing this because he's telling Kuhn, hey, I have basically the nuts or nothing. Kenny would not make this bet with jacks, with queens, with the 10. This is either a bluff or a hand like a set or better here. And Kuhn knows that, right? Kuhn also knows that how does Kenny have a 4 in his hand raising under the gun? Okay? But again, this is where Kuhn is so good. That is, guys, that is a very difficult fold there by future Hall of Famer Jason Koon.
To be fair, it's a pretty difficult call as well, but one that we know that he could make. However, he's just looking at the spot here, Jared, and it's a risk-reward calculus at all times. So, taking one is... Sensei, can we unpack this collared shirt under the jersey situation in your whole life? Jerry, he looks like a man that came out of the office to go to the Knicks game and just kind of threw one on. Have you ever worn a collared shirt underneath a basketball jersey in all your years?
I never have, but I will tell you that I think Bryn Kenny has one of the best fashion senses in poker.
Well, he has a very unique style, and far be it from me to actually, I'm having fun with Sensei here because he's given us some real moments through the years. This one actually is kind of more business cash, if I'm being honest. Yeah. Ace 10 of clubs casually makes it 1.1 under the gun.
And the blinds are up. Stacks are getting shallower.
Levels 1 hour in length, by the way. See the defense from Bryn. No fruit on this branch. Queen, queen, 4.
Let's see here if Koon is going to bet small or if he's going to pot control here.
Odds are so enormous. I don't understand it. I don't like it's somebody's fault. Why are there so many? Like you bet 7.2 million last time. Man, that's a big bet. I didn't have much. I wanted to call. I really wanted to fucking call, but I didn't have much.
Sounds like not much. It's like ace high.
Oh man. He's got queen jack here for sure. He's fucking me up with queen jack. I can feel it.
No, that time he had it.
He stabbed me back for that 10 piece.
Hey, this is bluffing a bluff. I have a good hand.
Einhorn has got 2 8s under the gun.
Yeah, he's trying to get paired up and make a little noise.
5-handed here. Kenny waking up with 4s in the small blind here. Now again, these are the type of holdings that play a lot better when you're deep stack, okay? Small pairs are the type of hands that you want to try and crack. A big pair. They're very disguised. We're going to see a flop here. 3.2 million in the middle.
Small blind flat, drawing Einhorn's attention. You saw 1-4 into the bin as it comes 9-7 tray. And 1 overcard to the 8s to contend with for David. Action checked over.
And I'd like to see Einhorn here continue the betting. 1 overcard to his 8s. It's a great flop for Einhorn here. Decides to check. Turns a jack. Now, if Einhorn checked the flop, if Bryn decides to check here, I'd like to see Einhorn check back again on this turn card. Decides to bet. Protection.
Are you surprised that after checking back on the flop with a second overcard rolling off that certainly could have connected with the small blind flatting range, that Einhorn would elect to bring this 1.2?
No, I think it's fine. I'd expect him to check the river here and just get the showdown.
Well, a second jack. Kenny looking to do some of the same. Does go knuckle, and 5.6 will go Einhorn's way.
And again, another well-played hand by Einhorn. I gotta say, Einhorn holding his own. His beautiful wife, Natalie's on the rail. I apologize, fiance.
And looks like Jeff Platt has worked his way over to said rail for a visit with her.
With David's fiance Natalie on the rail. So what's this experience like watching him in a 250K super high roller?
It's beyond exciting, nerve-wracking. I'm like shaking. It's amazing. It's extraordinary and so much fun to watch all these incredible players who are so incredible to watch, and having David there with them, it's just spectacular.
How would you describe his passion for this game?
He loves poker. It is one of his favorite pastimes, and he is so excited to be playing with the best and the best and the best. So it's just wonderful for him and for us, and it's great.
You two are both very philanthropic. What does something like this do for charities around the world when he's going to donate now at least like $750,000?
So exciting. And he plays always every time for one organization, and so the organization gets so excited, and every time he plays for a different one, and it's just they get so thrilled, and it's the best. And I'm so nervous. I'm so excited.
You're doing a great job. Finally,
and the organizations, it's really incredible. This is his passion to give back as well. He gives back in other ways, but this is a fun way to give back everything that he wins.
You two have both been very involved in business through the years, and there's something that translates from business to poker, right? And something that's some lessons maybe that you want to pass on.
It's been so interesting. When I met David, I never knew about poker, and so I have been learning poker and actually playing, and I learned all these skills from poker. Learning about risk and understanding yourself. And I started looking around. There's women in this field, but not as many as there should be. And then I was thinking about all the women in finance, and then so I'm partnering with a woman named Jenny Just, who started Poker Power, and we're going to create a conference for financial literacy and poker with Newberger Berman. So I'm very excited because I want everyone, and women in particular, to learn all the skills that poker teaches you as a skill and for life.
Well, we're very excited for that, for you, for David, for all of it. Thank you very much for the time. Very much. Yeah, let's get away, you guys. I'll turn it back to you. David, let's go.
Yeah, crazy, right? The unbridled excitement that Natalie has watching her man do his thing out there, especially somebody new to poker, is refreshing to see. I talk often about how within the echo chamber we can grow a little bit apathetic as we've lost so much touch with the novelty of the game. But for someone like her, and obviously David, who are such wonderful philanthropists, it is a great moment and nice to have them involved as well. I know he's forged some solid relationships with the community and the super high rollers in particular. Those are some good peeps by and large. Meanwhile, some good hand. Deems Jason Kuhn is this Queen Jack, hence the flat for 850 from the small blind. However, this is not a good flop for him. Kenny, meanwhile, on the button, on the attack, and picking up an open ender.
Kenny here. Remember, he's got position. He has about the same chip stack. And he believes he's the better player here. And he chooses to be aggressive. By the way, I want to say something, Ali. Tell me. That interview with Natalie, that was one of the best interviews I think I've ever seen in poker.
Okay, we have to find the gray in the crayon box, because right now I feel like everything's black and white, Jared. You know what I mean?
I mean, she was so excited.
Yes, fair.
We need to see more of that in poker.
You know what? I'm going to push back, and I'm going to push back ironically enough, because I think an interview you did with Jeff way back in the day, where you had those big bug eye shades on, and he asked you a question, and you said, none of this matters. I don't even care about this. And you would just cash for a huge sum. Was it the 50K? If I'm not mistaken. And then you just turned directly in the camera and said the words sports cards. Yeah. Unsolicited. It really, I have it bookmarked in my Twitter. It was so hilarious. That you were peaking.
You know, it's funny Negreanu always talks about that as being one of the greatest interviews. I think there's so many people that give such standard answers to things, especially most people watching this right now in the chat, that they don't necessarily know how to give a great interview. Okay, you got to speak from the heart. Okay,
that's a good place to start. I think. I also just want to make sure you don't feel that anybody ever listens to just about anything that you say and thinks to themselves, standard. You know what I mean? I think you know what I mean. You got your own drumbeat out there. For better and or worse.
By the way, we just missed something here.
What happened?
Einhorn
3 bet
just
from Einhorn with the 5-4, was it?
yes.
Yes. Did he look dead into the camera, by the way, right
Yes, he
afterward?
did.
Like he knew
Oh,
it
he's-
was his time to shine? Getting after Jason's Queen 10 on the button. So a little zig and zag out of that seed as we give you this third day of the 250K Super High Roller by the numbers where 4 have fallen. We are waiting to crack the 7-figure barrier in payouts north of a $300,000 hop. That's what they're jockeying for. And the stack distribution, Jared, is such that it's very cagey out there. Who wants to be the person to risk not making that pay ladder? These blinds at 250, 500 though, and nobody is particularly deep.
No. Again, you're going to continue to see a lot of tight play here. Look for Kenny and Mateos to open more pots. And again, I'll say this again, 5-handed, ranges open up. And I always talk about this in poker, okay? The more skill in poker is when there's less people at the table. Why? Because you're forced to play more hands. Someone like myself who's always been a head-up player, we'll go back to that thought, and we're going to go back and revisit an event. Ali, I'm going to be honest. We're back on the seniors event. I'm going to tell you this right now.
Mm-hmm. You quit?
I'm taking a break. I can't breathe. I can't take this. Why the hell are we back on the seniors event? Ali, take over. I'll be back. I can't breathe.
Well, I guess I'll fly solo in the cockpit for a little bit as Chad Lipton with the King 8 of clubs deliberates and then jams. A little north of 4 million. Note the blind level here, 250, 500, just like at the 250K. Oh. Yeah, Mike with the King Queen is going to call, and this could be a golden opportunity for him to whittle this field down to 3 and ensure himself a podium finish. Lipton in trouble, hunting clubs.
King Queen is ahead, covering.
King 9-7 with 1 club. Both players flopping top pair. Far from wrapped up is this one. 2 to come. On the hunt for an 8 at present is Lipton. Board pairing 9. Now the ace for a carve up. Another 9 does the trick, as does a king. No clean winners. And the 8? No. Oof. I almost, for a second, right after establishing it doesn't work. Good thing the 9 rolled off for Yamai. You see a lot of love being shown to Chad. But unfortunately, the door as well, as he will add $223,000 to his career tally of 2.1.
That's crazy though. If you don't get the
His
9
41st career World Series of Poker cash.
No. I was
Back to the final table.
Good luck, guys.
So bracelet number 1 is going to have to wait as Yamai
Give me 3 pairs.
ascends to the top of the leaderboard in this seniors event. All right, back now to the 250K. Don't tell Jared. Oh, damn it. He heard me. We're back. We're back to the 250K. Ace 9, Ace 5, Coon suited up front, makes it 1.1. Now Kenny thinking about things.
I'll say this again. Production, if you want to show the seniors event, you're going to lose me. You're going to lose me. I want to watch 5-handed poker in this tournament. I'll say it again, production. Do not force me to watch the seniors event.
Okay. Established. We saw the jam there from Kenny as he forces Coon into the bin. Some weight being thrown around out there. Lucky Joe, we saw the 3-bet from Einhorn with the 5-4 not long ago. We've seen Kenny throw his stack around a little bit. I don't feel as though from this 5-handed point of late we've seen much activity out of Winter and Mateos, and no sooner do I say that than the ace-5 brings the min bet and takes it.
Is I'm the chip leader of this tournament right now?
If he is, it isn't by some massive margin.
I think Einhorn's got 21 million in chips.
Okay.
And again,
so 21.3 we're being told precisely for Kenny, 21 for Einhorn. Those are the top two stacks as you see the man on the hunt for bracelet number 6.
and I'm still going to stand by it. I think when it's all said and done, it's going to be Mateos and bring Kenny head up for over $4 million. And if we're able to get that, Ali, if we're able to get those two head up, you can't even compare it to a sport. You can't.
I mean, I will tell you this, and it's not a slight to anyone else. I just want Sensei out there with whoever the other player is, because Bryn heads up for all the marbles is a spectacle. It truly is.
100%.
Meanwhile, King Jack for 1.05 is a dominant holding against the Queen Jack suited of Winter. And the Jack trade deuce bailing. Not bailing, forgive me. I see the out kick there from Einhorn. I thought it was a queen high flop bailing Winter out.
And
this is a problem.
This is going to be, we talked about it earlier, okay? And again, I'll say it again. Winter is a guy where it's very hard to get his chips, okay? But he also wins the minimum. And you're watching him check back top pair, which in this spot, he looks like a genius, okay? He checks back. He watched Mateos check back Queen Jack twice yesterday correctly. And now Winter here is almost getting what he wants. 1.5 million into him. He's going to call here. In position. He has no spade, but he most likely feels like he still has the best hand.
Yeah, so does Einhorn, of course.
And there's the call by Winter. And let's see Fifth Street. And it's a complete brick here. I'd love to see Einhorn continue the betting. Remember, this is Einhorn is going for chips.
I mean, this is a tough little spot for Winter. I know it's top pair. I know it's a queen kicker, Blez, but you're looking over at Einhorn. And yeah, this is...
The problem is, Ali.
How do you get away as played?
Exactly right. The problem is Winter checked the flop. Natalie, if you're watching this right now, that man, David Einhorn, has played perfect poker for almost 2 straight days. Chat, if you're watching right now, which I don't care, but I'm telling you right now that David Einhorn, the multi-billionaire who's going to donate all his money to charity, has played perfect poker for 2 days.
That doesn't by chance upset you, does it?
No.
Okay.
I love it.
Good. What about Raz? Do you love Raz?
Phil Hellmuth loves Raz.
No, that wasn't my question. Do you love Raz?
I don't love it.
I don't even like it.
I like it, but I will tell you this. That is a top 3 Raz player in the world.
I'm not pushing back. I mean, listen, player, we're looking at a man who's headed for the Hall. 7-time bracelet winner, Seaver. Some amendments to how many people can get in. Rest assured, he'll be there when it's all said and done. Chino, $20 million man. He's in the mix.
I'll tell you this. Scott Seaver with 13,000 in chips and a 10K Raz. You're going to think this is ridiculous. He's dangerous with 13,000 in chips.
Okay, well, his stack is clearly not amongst the biggest ones in the room. He has work to do, as you saw the work that was turned in by Philip Sternheimer earlier this summer. Made a run at 2000. He picked up a PLO 8 bracelet. There's Todd Brunson.
son of Doyle Brunson.
That man right there, living legend, Todd Brunson, one of my favorite people in poker.
Probably pound for pound, one of the toughest opponents that I have faced in the cash game streets. Just so solid and just every spot thinks it through. I can't remember the last time I got a bluff through that guy. I'm dead serious. Meanwhile, Chad Eastledge also considered solid. Chris Fitch was in the foreground on that one. I don't know if you caught that. There's Terrence Reed. 3.8 million in front of him. I'm sorry, 29.5 in front of him. 3.8 in career live earnings. That would have been a lot of chips. You would have had to launch an investigation. There's a double bracelet winner this summer alone for 3 in total, part of the Japanese wave. The tsunami, if you will, that has descended upon the series. Naoya Kihara.
Oh, there he is, Chris Brewer. There's a man right there who's not a favorite in this Raz event, Ali. He can play big bet, but I don't want him in a Raz event. Christopher Brewer right there. Why are you showing Brewer in a Raz event for new production? Why?
Jeremy Osmus, 6-time bracelet winner. 1900, we've got some work to do here.
And why are they showing Osmus here with 1900 in chips?
Because sometimes a chip in a chair story needs to be developed early. There's Alex Livingston, who's been putting in time in the booth of late, as well as on the felt, of course.
Livingston, great guy, great player.
Great player.
But back to the action here.
In the seniors?
No more seniors, no more Raz. 5-handed. They've been playing 5-handed here for almost an hour. Bryn Kenny, Sensei, opens with King 10 offsuit. Again, look at the Conquistador with 10-8 suited in the small blind. That is a hand that plays very well deep stack early in the tournament, not with 5 left at a position. This is one of the most important things that you guys are going to learn watching this, is that hand values go up and down based on stack sizes and based on what's left with ICM in the tournament. This is one of the biggest mistakes that all of you guys make in poker, is not knowing how you value your hands based on your position in a tournament.
So the raise and take.
And Bryn looking at all his time extensions, even though I can bet any amount of money that he will not use all of them by the end of this tournament. Winter here, 9-7 offsuit in the small blind. Again, with the big blind ante here, you're in theory supposed to call here with most of your hands, but he decides to just move in. He's got a little over 10 bigs. He just picked up 2 bigs. He went from 10 to 12. And again, that's a good hand to actually shove with. Why? Because a lot of the times you get called, you're behind. But here's what's interesting, is that when a lot of times you get called, you actually have 2 live cards. Okay, so a lot of times you get called by Ace X, King X, you know, a small pair where you're 50-50. So in theory, that's actually a lot better hand to shove with some of the other hands that he could have that are actually better than 9-7. Action on Einhorn.
Queen Trey, not going to pique his interest. Suited Jack now.
Mateos making a tightish fold for him in the cutoff. And look at this. Kenny's got 5s in the small blinds. We watched Einhorn yesterday with 5s, the limp re-raise against Wilson. Let's see what Kenny does.
Just rips right into Jason. The Jack 3 will concede.
You had like 9, right?
Now,
No, more. Well, I have Jack of Spades first. I thought I was
Who's
going
kind
to
of slipped down?
Obviously, we're going to have 10.4. Now I have 10.4, including my small blind. I just gave away 10.4. I plan on
receiving 10.4 in the next two hands. I just don't know how.
Yeah.
You gotta dream big.
Boy, you've been working so hard. We've all been dreaming.
And what's hurt so bad today is the hands that I've been I've had the most beautiful hands when people stick me in until I'm like, God, just call. Ace 5 suited, Queen Jack suited. Oh, yeah.
Now Winter with 2 5s.
3.6.
They're being passed around like a college doobie. 3.6. This is over half of Winter's chips. And
oh my God.
Black Deuce is right into the bin. This is not a mistake, is it?
By Einhorn?
Yeah.
It's perfection.
Yeah.
Why?
More fun being short.
Because again, it doesn't matter what Sean has.
This stage.
He's going to have at least 2 overs.
I call it like the convergence stage because like anything can happen right now. It's like, there's been so many times I've been like on top of the world. I got all the chips. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna win. And then I lose 3 hands in another tournament because everybody's like all in, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen it all. I've been on every side of it.
I'm trying to be on the right side today, buddy.
We're all trying to be. Got to stop hero calling.
Yeah, but I just
Us maybe like
every other person in the world.
51 that didn't make it to the
Yeah.
pass. I was trying to be the hero, hero call on top of the world.
Well, it wasn't too much of a hero call.
7 suited, limping in. Mateos will allow it with the ace 8. Eyes locked on. Trying to soak up Einhorn's reaction to this 7-4 tray board where he's got himself top pair and an excuse to fire.
Einhorn leading here. Top pair. Mateos has an undisguised ace high. No connection with the flop here. And what's great about the coverage is that a lot of these players went back and watched the film and have learned a lot, okay? Guys like Mateos study. They watch the way people play, and it helps them, right? Einhorn has led for the most part with a lot of made hands. And Mateos knows that, and he elected to get away.
You know, you just want to avoid those murky spots, for lack of a better way to describe them there, Jared. You know, we know Adrian's one of the best in the world. Your claim is ultimately when the dust settles, he will be the GOAT of 2-card, if not right now. But even he surveys the landscape and asks himself, is this what I want to do? Get myself down the streets with ace high here against the guy that holds my fate in his hands? And he says no, and we get it. Meanwhile, let's see if Kuhn wants to get it with 2 6s. He does not, Jared.
And again, if you're wondering why he folded there, I'm going to tell you why, okay? It's a situation where Kuhn does not want to play a pot with someone that has a covering stack, okay? You could see the cards. He folded the best hand, but it doesn't really matter, okay? Because he has a vulnerable hand. He also knows that this is coming. I'll tell you, man. Again, the reason why Kuhn folded here, okay, is because when he flats there, it now opens up for guys like Winter to come in and 3-bet a lot lighter, okay? And Kuhn knows that.
Well, Winter, without the presence of Kuhn, was willing to push back on Kenny there with a king 9.
Yeah, and again, the other thing is this, right? Winter's the shortest stack, okay? Kuhn is going to play by ICM, and he's going to try and wait for Winter to fold. I mean, to go out of this tournament to start playing more hands.
Now, I know that on multiple occasions Jeff Platt has gone on record, and I'm curious what your take is, but many seem to agree that Sean Winter, the greatest player without a bracelet in the game today. Thoughts?
I have no opinion.
Really?
I have no opinion because I don't have information.
What do you mean? Like you don't know all the other players that don't have a bracelet? But the ones that come to mind, I mean, you know, you're in these circles as we see 210s possibly circling this 1.1 from Jason Kuhn, and the 3-bet is declared 2.5. Put a pin in the thought. Ace 10, by the way. Taking an ace off the board for Kuhn and a pathway to a set off the board for Mateos. Into the bin, back over to Jason.
I mean, Jason has the perfect hander to just shove.
Same hand?
All right. We have a collision.
Chop this shit up, man.
21.5 million in the middle. And an incredible opportunity for Adrian Mateos to work his way to the top of this leaderboard. And for that matter, a chance for Kuhn to get back up and in the right direction.
I gotta manifest. I don't want to know what cards are dead. Yeah. Ace 10 suited, Jack 10 suited? Ace 10 suited. It sounds like he had king 10 of diamonds. Hey. Adrian, I'm gonna fist pump.
9 trade deuce.
Like you. But don't fist pump if you get me, because you've done it too many times.
Mateos is held over perhaps of late. 6 outs are actually 4. That's not one of them. The bell tolls upon Jason Kuhn's run here in this 250K. Takes the seat. Is there a reason to have done so? No, as the one-legged ace isn't adequate.
Jason Kuhn, 5th place.
Oh, shit.
In my opinion, he will be inducted to the Hall of Fame this year. He just turned 40. One of the most impressive people that I've ever watched play poker right there. Jason Kuhn. He cares so much about getting better and better. His best friend is arguably the best two-way poker player in the world, Ben Tollerine. Kuhn, congratulations. I know you're not happy, but we're going to see a lot more of you because you are one of the best no-limit hold'em players to ever live.
Yeah, 1862. Okay. Thanks.
972. Going home with Jason. Add that to his career. 75.9 million coming in. But just look at this career at 31 years of age for Mateos. Made the waves in 2013 as he won the World Series of Poker Europe Maine at just 19 years of age. Youngest ever to collect 3 bracelets.
Okay.
And I think just unilaterally respected by his peers. I've never heard anyone think that his game was lacking in any way, shape, or form. And this would explain why it is that you have really anointed him from within the booth across the last 2 days as the best 2-card player in the game today.
When it comes to no-limit hold'em tournaments in a high roller structure, Adrian Mateos, in my opinion, this is my opinion, that is the best poker player in high-limit, no-limit hold'em tournaments in the world. You want to say the Milky Way, you want to say the planet, whatever you want to say is, he's only going to get better.
Yeah, he puts in the work, always trying to improve upon what is already.
And I'll tell you right now, Ali, we're getting closer and closer to my prediction. With 4 left, if we could see Kenny and Mateos head up, you are in for some of the most entertaining poker that you have ever watched in your entire career. And the fact that GG Poker is allowing all of you to watch this for free is insane. It's insanity.
Wait, be careful, man, because, you know, if they hear this, they could all of a sudden put a price on things. You know what I mean?
As they should.
Rest assured.
As they should.
We're going to keep it free. You know what I mean?
For how long, Ali? How long do you get to see Mateos and Bryn Kenny for free? It makes no sense, Ali.
But
Make them pay.
Charging for this content is not the way forward. I'm a man of the people. Bring it to them for free. We'll figure out how to monetize it on the back end. Meanwhile, figuring out how to win this pot is Bryn Kenny with this 10-6. But Einhorn not going to step aside with that 5 of diamonds. This was limped pre. The peel leaves us a little concerned without question. Kenny does pick up a Broadway gutter.
The next person in the chat that keeps saying to go back to the seniors event, I'm telling you all right now, Stop it. You're going to get banned. I don't want to hear it. We're not going back to the seniors event. If you want to lose me, just stop it. Just stop it.
I think that's part of why they're saying that.
They all want Ali. They all want me out of here, damn it.
No,
They all want me out of
they
here.
don't all want you out of here, my friend. That's a bit rich, as the bluff from Kenny required 2 streets, but the job is done. Meanwhile, the job seems to never be done for Jeff Platt, who is standing by with one of the GOATs, Jason.
Wow. You said 37? 27. Well, Jason, for somebody as competitive as you are, can you describe to us what the emotions are like in a moment like this after busting?
You know, it's a lot of things in these final tables. You just like observe them happening to you, and this is one of them. And you know, Adrian's a legendary player. And when you get ace king in against tens, you're going to be out of the tournament half the time. And yeah, had a bunch of favorable situations early. Yeah, it's just the way it goes. But yeah, obviously, you know, I've always said this is my main event. I would love to win the 250K. And with the start I had today, I was like, oh, I got a chance. But that's how she goes.
So along those lines, it is safe to say you still feel the fire when you come into big tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the fire. It doesn't even need to be a big tournament. Yeah, I want to win regardless. You know, I've said it for years, but I play less than I ever have, and I still play a lot. But when I play, I really want to win. If I'm here for a 25K or whatever, I give it absolutely everything I have. And yeah, it's the drive to win is really my drug of choice.
And finally, you certainly don't need to say anything about yourself because your resume does speak for itself. But it is that time now where your 40 is the Hall of Fame, just something that's at least on your mind and something you're thinking about.
Yeah, it's definitely. I had, like I said the other day in a tweet, like I've had a couple moments where, you know, whenever I was really young, I would walk in and see the World Series or the Hall of Fame, Poker Hall of Fame, and I'm a bit of a poker history buff. Like I read all the old poker things. I'm obsessed with old poker, from the Binions being here to Nick the Greek, and you know, to be a part of that story would be a dream come true for me. I really have so much respect for the people who came to Vegas and laid the games down, and you know, I've gotten really close with guys like Bobby Baldwin and Doyle Brunson, and every single minute I get with those guys or have with those guys to hear them tell me stories, it was amazing. And yeah, I can't believe I'm even in the conversation, and I definitely feel like I belong, but I just can't believe that 2 decades of giving my life to something, and here I am.
I think we can say will be a dream come true. Thank you for the time, as always.
Yeah.
Guys.
What was it, 1 versus 2? Of course.
GG's JK. And I'm with you. I think he certainly has the greatest claim to getting into the Hall this year, and there are many who have legitimate claims. And I think that backlog is going to be cleared up over the course of the next few years. But man, there's a lot of goats waiting to get into the HOF pen.
And look at Bryn there, folding ace-10. Folks, you're going to see a lot of unique situations now. A lot of you aren't going to understand it. But just watch and be patient.
Well, Winter is raising off of this short stack 8.6 in total coming into the pot. He finds himself 2 overs and a gutter, backdoor hearts. Mateos with the open ender defending.
Now, Winter, we've watched him check back a lot of flops with made hands, with no hand. Again, he is short relative to the stack sizes that are left. Oh, wow.
Rip City from Sean, as he's just going to roll the dice and take his chances with this combo. And for Mateos, the 7 might have otherwise been attractive, but at this price, no.
I really like this bet by Winter.
Gutsy.
Very gutsy, Ali.
I think he just figures that maybe Mateos was a little bit less inclined versus your stack depth to get in there with that sort of part of the deck.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think, you know, Winter knows he's got outs no matter what. It's a great bet because if Mateos flopped like bottom pair, He almost has to fold.
Sean, so often, Jared, throughout the years, has done exactly this, kind of cobbled and chiseled and lurked at the back of the pack. Nobody knows how to stretch a stack better than him.
No, and I'll tell you, Winter has played. Oh my God, Ali, look at this.
You can't spell Adrian without a couple of A's, and there they are in front of him in the small.
Oh my God, Ali.
It's, well, dearly beloved.
Can I say it?
We're gathered here today.
Can I say it?
To mourn the loss of Sean Winter.
Exactly. Sean Winter, congratulations. You have been eliminated from this poker tournament to the Conquistador.
2.7.
And again, it's a spot for Winter where he has. You can't fault him. You can't fault him with literally less than 20 bigs.
3-bet to 2.7 as the pin is pulled in the grenade. The Mentos are dropped into the Diet Coke. And the cigarette is flicked into a pool of gasoline.
Oh my God. If Winter can somehow get away from this, I'll tell you this, with 4 left, Ali, if anyone can get away from this, it is Sean Winter.
You know what's crazy? I think in a weird way, you're right. This is so small, though. 1.6 more. You can't say goodbye to 2.7 at this 4-bet sizing. Jared, can you? That would be insane, wouldn't it?
It's just the problem is like he's in such a tough spot here.
What's bottom of range from Mateos has played as we see the deployment of virtually all of it from Sean. Mateo says, show me the rest, and
oh my God,
perhaps we'll be showing Sean Winter. Risk is an understatement in front of elimination. Just 11%, and you see the distaste washing over his face.
The under 20 bigs, you can't fault Winter. 4-handed, blind versus blind.
Jack 6-4, not a club to be found. And
Maybe just call it, I guess.
Easily could be drawing dead on this turn, and that's official.
Yeah.
Well played, Winter. Played a lot better today, I thought, than yesterday.
It feels so unfair, doesn't it? It feels like, and I know this is a term that people push back on often, but he deserved better after 3 days of poker, fighting so hard. Excuse me. Than to just have it all come to an end.
I mean, I would rip
with
that
pot. You know what I mean?
For sure. We're down to 3. We have literally 2 of the top, arguably 3 no-limit hold'em players in the world, in Mateos and Bryn Kenny, and we have a billionaire in Mr. David Einhorn, who's donating all his winnings to charity.
Well, you got to look at that leaderboard briefly, along with that 1.3 million that is going home with Sean Winter. Added to the 38.2 that he earned throughout the course of his career coming into this particular pot. Not so bad for the South Florida kid who was a high school dropout once upon a time. GG Sean Winter, as we have ourselves a podium, but we don't have the running order. 3 of the 56 entries remaining right now, 1.862. The on-tap payout, second worth 2.77. So we're looking at a near $1 million hop. 910,000, let's call it. Between third and second, as the trip to heads up comes with a lot more cash.
And for all the hate I've been getting in the chat about Blez not knowing this, Blez not knowing that, well, I got news for you, chat. If Einhorn gets third, my prediction with 12 people left in this tournament will come true. Oh my God, Ali, Bryn Kenny has flopped a straight.
Well, the issue, of course, is that Mateos has Jack high with complete air. You know, yes, I do appreciate the excitement associated with the 9-9 straight, but it would take, dare I say, a neurological event for Mateos to lose a lot here.
We continue.
Check fold.
That's right. We continue.
What do you find?
No, I flopped this. I didn't show it, but I flopped this straight.
And I want to make a statement, okay?
Okay.
You know,
For the last day and a half.
two pairs not like that, like this straight. No.
You're like, fuck.
Especially on the board.
These are the three guys left. Ali. Ali.
Well, finish your statement.
You know what? I'll finish that statement when
No,
I come.
come on,
Ali,
Jared. You can't leave us cliffhanging.
Ali, I can't take this. I'm not watching a seniors event when we're three-handed for $4 million.
I hate to break it to you, but, you know.
Get me out of the seniors event, Ali. Get me out of here, folks.
It's not, come on, I told you, you're not missing anything over there.
Ali, it's not the point. I want to relax. I want to enjoy this moment.
Okay, I'm gonna bet the don't on you want to relax. I just would like to load up on the don't. Relaxation doesn't seem to be your goal here today. Limp from the Queen Deuce dominated here by this King Queen. And
why are we watching this? Why?
You know why? Because this is most of what poker is. It isn't 250K buy-ins. You know, and 5K, by the way, a big buy-in for most that they would aspire to out there listening. Right?
Ali.
I'm just saying,
Ali.
Jared, this is most of the poker being played, and the type I think that chat can relate to more so in whatever their pastures are, in which they get down.
I get it. That's all great. But you know what? All 25, 30,000 people watching this are not here to watch the seniors event. I'm not sitting next to you. You are one of the greatest commentators to ever do this. I'm not sitting next to you to watch a seniors event, Ali.
Okay, well, if you are going to be forced to watch that event, how about this hand where Yamai has found queens and deuces versus top pair, and the stage seems set for carnage?
Ali, I'll say it again. I don't care.
Come on. It's not fair.
As much as the chat is crushing me today, and as much as they hate me, this is the one thing that they're actually agreeing with me on. They don't want to see the singers event.
But what if I just tell you that this is not coming at the expense of anything actually happening in the 250K?
Ali, you don't get it, okay? When you're in the zone and you're watching greatness, this is a distraction right now. I'd rather look at a blank screen right now than watching the action of a seniors event.
I would like to apologize to those of you out there who are friends and or family of the three remaining in this event and who have maybe other opinions.
And by the way, it's not personal, okay? But when you have Bryn Kenny, Mateos, and Einhorn, I'd rather watch that than these three people right here.
I just, well, your honesty is certainly something I think that is refreshing. Five on the turn here. After Yahweh limp called the pre-flop escalation, check called the flop. And then check raises all in on this turn, asking Qinglu for the rest of her 3.8. And I'm not so sure, having committed this many chips to this pot, she's going to be able to get away. Jared, I got this.
Ali?
No, as you were.
Ali, you got this.
I got this.
I'm getting the...
What's going on? You going to fire up a cup of noodles or something?
Ali, I'm taking a break.
Okay.
I can't watch this.
Yeah, but... Well, I think many in chat can sympathize with Qinglu's statement of I have no choice. I too was not given a choice today. I'm just kind of, I know I can't stop him, guys. I'm just only trying to mildly contain him. Right?
That call.
Whatever you have.
That call. Yeah.
call is made, and this is ugly. But things could be worse, as 9 outs are all live for Miss Lou. Or King. North of 20 million in the middle. Yeah, Hawaii would be left with just 4.2 if the catastrophic 3-5 or King were to greet him on the end. Cold, cold world here in this 5K seniors with 3 remaining. 6 of diamonds wraps it up.
Bro, I've lost every account of my life.
$314,000 for a third place finish, but obviously mountains of disappointment to take King Queen up against Queen Deuce. Come out on the wrong side of it.
No, they were cheering for
Animan Yamai and Juan Rodriguez are going to square off.
Beautiful.
For the price tag.
Thanks.
Okay, we're back
To the 250K high roller. Don't tell Blast.
Red Deuces here for Bryn, limping. Einhorn wagging his finger with this A6. Similar stack depth. Oh, really? Oh, my. A limp jam here from the hard 4. And you hear Einhorn say, really? Is A6 offsuit ever a candidate to call here, Jared? I mean, it would seem like insanity.
What tournament are we watching now?
Come on, you know the answer to that. That's why your headset's back on. But it was a limp jam from Bryn Kenny here. I don't know that there are too many players willing to embrace this sort of line with this sort of hand on this sort of stage. Jared, are you with me?
I'm still in shock. I'll tell you this, Einhorn. I don't think he's gonna. Yeah.
Einhorn cannot call, right?
No.
I mean, a call there would just be one of the most breathless things ever to happen. But I center again as I ask you. Not every high roller is going to limp jam deuces there.
No.
With the ladders that we're talking about, a bracelet on the line.
I'm telling you right now, Bryn Kenny, okay, and Mateos, they're all playing to win.
Well, I'll tell you what, playing to win takes a few different shapes. That one there was a YOLO style. Another ace for Einhorn here, this time in the small with Kenny uninvolved.
And again, I'm going to go back to it, folks. The less players at the table, the more skill becomes aware in a short-handed poker game. Okay, Einhorn is at a disadvantage here, 3-handed. Okay, but in what sport, in what event in the world? I want you to name an industry where you can compete with 2 of the best players in their profession in the world. David Einhorn is sitting here, win or lose. Okay, he's having the time of his life. He's going to remember this moment for the rest of his life.
Limp pot pre, check, post, and the deuce, of course, creating a lot more comfort to the man living the dream. And his ace is up, unfortunately 10 high. Not a customer, and I hear you, I've long maintained the same thing about poker. If you call it a sport game, whatever it is, there's just few arenas in which, as long as you have a buy-in, you're allowed to take a seat and get after it against the greats. You can buy a Super Bowl ticket, you can't throw pads on and go, through tackling drills. It's just a totally different kind of delineating attribute.
People ask me this all the time, okay, wherever I go, about the main event. Okay, a lot of people don't know this that are not in poker. Folks, you just have to put up a $10,000 buy-in to play in the main event. That is what makes poker such a great game, is that you can put $10,000 in into a tournament and play with guys like Daniel Negreanu, play with guys like Phil Hellmuth, play with guys like Bryn Kenny. All you have to do is put up the buy-in. You can't do that in any other sport. You have to be athletic. You can't do that in any other game. You have to be super talented. Poker is one of the only games in the world where you just have to put up the money.
And putting up a second 8 onto the river is the dealer to leave Bryn reaching for chips at long last. Einhorn was on the attack from the button, never followed through, and saved himself plenty in the process thus far. But the issue with checking back twice, of course, is all of a sudden you begin to question whether or not this is just Sensei asking for the pot or a real hand. And you don't expect this barrel to come from King High.
No, you don't.
Nice fold.
Can we get an update on the chip count here live? What are we working with on the chip counts?
We're in that 20 million territory for Bryn and ascending at last check. Once we get the cards back in the air, you will see those counts as the players act.
Action on Mateos. And a walk. Every pot, guys. Every single pot, folks, is crucial here. Even a walk for Einhorn. Every single hand. Okay? This is why tournament poker is so interesting, Ali. We've played so much cash games, right? The cash games, you make a mistake, you lose a pot, it's not a big deal. But in a tournament, every mistake can literally ruin you from that event. Any mistake that you make can have you out and eliminated from this tournament. They've been playing for 3 days. And we watched it yesterday, Ali. We watched a lot of guys make mistakes. Ivinger, massive punt. Okay? Texas Mike made a massive error with ace high. Okay? Ivinger with 2 8s, stacking off for 27 bigs against Mateos. We've watched these guys make mistakes, but there's differences from guys like Ivinger and Texas Mike and guys like Mateos and Bryn Kenny and guys like Kuhn. Those guys don't make mistakes. I'm going to say it right now. You will not see any mistakes from Mateos or Bryn Kenny for the rest of this tournament.
I don't think many would be on the other side of that argument, just based on all that we have observed from him throughout the course of the years as we observe the raise and take on the button for Einhorn.
If you're just tuning in live, folks, third place, everyone is guaranteed $1.86 million. Second place is $2.7 million, and first prize is over $4.3 million.
He didn't get it. Working on it.
I didn't say that. You said that.
Working on it. Let's be realistic.
Limp pot here, Ali.
To the flop we go. 3, 4, 5. And Kenny's got the joint versus an open-ender. Trouble on the horizon potentially for Einhorn. We understand the desire in a limp pot to sprinkle a little something out there and ask for this 1.5.
Ali, we've got a chance at some fireworks here.
Oh, and Kenny isn't going to lay in the cut. Up we go.
3.7.
I'll tell you right now, Einhorn having that 6.
He's had another 2.7.
Einhorn
slapped on top of this barrel.
That 6 is very concerning for Einhorn here. He has thoughts in his mind. What is he going to do?
9 million.
Raise 9 million.
Oh, the 3 bet as he plays back at Sensei and plays right in to his trap. You see Bryn taking a breath there.
And I'll tell you this right now, if I'm Bryn Kenny here, My play here is to call 100% of the time. Why? Because if my opponent's bluffing, I can't get any more money by raising, okay? But if, let's say, Einhorn has a made hand, he's going to get all the money anyway. He might as well let his opponent bluff the rest of it off. If I'm Kenny here, I'd love to see him call here, Ali.
Taylor von Kriegenberg alongside David's fiance Natalie on the rail. You can feel the nerves and the tension on Natalie as she knows Einhorn
Ali, I just
is walking in to the Lion's Den right now. All you can eat says Bryn. And did Einhorn call? He did. He's just taking his chances here, and the best he's going to be able to do is chop.
Ali, I literally just talked about it. You cannot make mistakes in poker tournaments. You can't make mistakes. Einhorn played to perfection for almost 3 days.
But this one was a blunder, Jared.
It was. Unfortunately, he ran into it. And I'm going to tell you this right now. He's not out of the tournament yet. He's got chop outs here.
Well, he's one step closer.
He's got chop outs.
To just being out, Jared. Only one of the 3 remaining 7s in the deck will bring mercy to David Einhorn and his hopes for a bracelet. And it isn't there. An incredible run. Tremendous amounts of respect for all that it took for David to make it this far. But just one misstep, and it's all over.
Super tough. Ali, good luck, guys. David Einhorn, I want you to know one thing. You came into the highest buy-in poker tournament of the World Series of Poker, and not only did you hold your own, you competed almost as well as anyone in this poker tournament. David Einhorn is literally the best thing that could happen to poker. Donating all his money to charity, his beautiful fiancee Natalie, TVK in the background. Congratulations to Einhorn. Ali.
I mean, tough to add a whole lot to that, David. You fought hard. You earned the respect of the best in the world, and you got yourself 1.8 million worth of philanthropy. Send it down to Jeff, who's with him.
Well, David, what a run, what a ride. What was this overall experience like for you?
It was just fantastic. I had so much fun. I mean, we got to compete with the best players in the world for 3 days. It was just a blast. These guys are so good at this, and just to try to hang in there and win a few pots, it was really a lot of fun.
I'm not sure if you were able to notice this or not, but your fiance, Natalie, on the rail, I mean, she was more nervous than any poker player could possibly be. What has her support been like for you in your poker journey?
Well, all things Natalie are just epic, except for the things that are just legendary. So, I mean, she's amazing in just every regard. We had quite a little engagement that just came up.
And I'm wishing you guys the best in the future. This is a great boost of almost $2 million for charity. Yeah, I mean, this is just awesome.
Yes, I'm playing for a charity called Citizen Scholars, and I think they're going to be really, really excited. It's actually run by a high school buddy of mine from going back when, and what they're doing is they are helping university presidents improve the culture on their campus so that it's more accepting of varying opinions, and to try to bring community together and reduce conflict.
Well, we always enjoy having you here and appreciate what you do for this game. Thank you very much, David. Thank you. David Einhorn, 3rd place in the 250K.
So with that, it is that matchup that you were salivating over, Jared. Bryn Kenny against Adrian Mateos. 2 different styles, but 2 absolute monsters when it comes to the high rollers. It'll be advantage Kenny when we come back. Heads up for 4.3 in the 250K. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
American Lucha Libre match, speaking in Spanish about America.
That's all. Love it.
Love everything about that. There was a lot of that going on over there. And it was, yes, so many, yes, this is incredible. And then you think about the fans that have come from these other countries to America and experience America for the first time, not just New York City or Los Angeles or Las Vegas. They're actually experiencing America. It's like huge success right now. And you guys are adopting an entire country up there in Boston.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The Tarpson Army from Scotland, they're playing bagpipes all night long, all day long. They actually took over Fenway Park. That's the thing you don't really think about is in between these games, you got 3-4 days where these people are just experiencing your city. And last night, I think the Stomps were at Fenway Park till like 3 a.m. playing bagpipes, just hanging outside the stadium. This is from Saturday. Before their game, they were singing Country Roads. Yep. I believe they were just enjoying the hell out of every single part of Boston. It's really cool to see, and just the vibes of the city as a whole. I think we have a video as well of the Boston cop, Connor Hardy. Yeah, here he is. He's like juggling, just having a good time. All the vibes are just through the roof. It pretty good foots.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's incredible juggle. He loses it and then steps on it and says, "Look at me," which I'm going to do going forward. They all obviously surround him, start pushing him around. He loses his hat. He has it on backwards at one point, walks out. I think that's a good kind of representation of what it seems like America and all of these fans have been in all of these towns. Obviously, Boston's still a massive city. I mean, you got Brits having Cracker Barrel B's and G's for the first time. Yep. This guy with this incredible mustache just cutting into biscuits and gravy for the first. You actually watch his mouth say, "Yep, we've been missing this, pal." Remember, in Europe, they don't even have ranch dressing. No. They do not have biscuits. They do not have gravy. I couldn't even fathom the European mind experiencing B's and G's would be a tweet of the past, and now they're actually doing it, falling in love. We'd like to let you guys know, anytime, anywhere, please come over there. Elsa from Sweden, okay, she stops by Golden Corral because they told me to keep coming. Just anything you want. The best meat you could possibly have. You should see their dessert spread. This is all available, let alone being all available. There's a Japanese story about chips and salsa coming out of a Mexican restaurant. By the way, all these Cracker Barrel, Golden Corral, Mexican restaurant, all these are U.S. staples.
Yeah,
IHOP. All these are U.S. staples. Here's from the Mexican restaurant where we don't know if this one's real or fake.
Yeah.
Too good of a story, the way it was typed. So it might be the greatest typer of all time. Who cares? The way this person describes getting free chips at the beginning of a meal as if it was like, "You're going to hold this against me for the rest of my life? Like, what are we doing here? I haven't even done anything. You trust that I'm going to pay you? Yeah, that much? Well, I guess I got to honor your trust." Eats 3-4 buckets of chips and salsa. Can't eat their actual meal.
Nope.
Tells the entire tale. Everybody's like, "Yup, welcome to America." And then what about a gas station? Them seeing an American gas station for the first time? One of these foreigners rolled up on a Buc-ee's and was like, "What the fuck is this, a mall?" Nope. This is a gas station, Freddie said. Freddie, obviously, the German who's been traveling around, who has been, he is real.
Yeah.
Confirmed real person. JJ Watt was in a hotel down in Houston as he traveled down there for the German game where they scored 7 goals, so obviously Freddie had a good time. JJ Watt put him up in a hotel down there. They've been, well, just know this, Europeans and foreigners. I mean, let alone what Korea's doing down with the Mexicans.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just an absolutely phenomenal scene. I think what we're all learning, and sports provides this, whenever we're all on the same page, just trying to enjoy sports and kind of, hey, this is what we're here for. I don't care about how you feel about this. I don't care about how you feel about this. We're just here to have a good time and do the sports. Brazil took over Times Square. Everybody was happy for him. I think Brazil was happy for him. Seemingly everybody's just having a blast together. This is what sports does. It unifies. But also, this is probably the first time a lot of these countries have ever experienced like American people. Think about the way that they're probably portrayed America at home. It's either politicians, right, saying and doing something that at least half of Americans don't agree with. Probably even more with the way our political system is. There's, let's say, 65% of people disagree with everything basically that's happening. So they're only learning about those times. Our protests, probably the only ones that are making international news when everybody's pissed off. Let alone the people that are doing the news. Those people are representing America. These people, probably the only time you're really hearing about it. I think their portrayal of what America is probably pretty bad. Selfish, obviously greedy, warmongers, this, all the things that they're told. And then sports comes along and is like, "Hey, why don't you come have a kick in the middle of Boston? Why don't you go do this?" Feels like the world's coming together around the World Cup in the United States of America. And I'll tell you, I almost get emotional thinking
thinking about it because it's been what we have been preaching. Sports are the greatest thing to ever exist, and I think we're seeing it in real time here.
Yeah, and all the stuff with the other people from different countries is obviously awesome, but I found myself looking at this and be like, it's a pretty good, like, we got pretty good living here. You know, it's like the simplest of things. Like, when was the last time you went, like, I know, like, if someone was like, hey, you want to go to Golden Corral, I'd be like, that place stinks. Absolutely not. I do not want to do that. And then you get people from other countries who go over there, and it's like a euphoric experience. Like, obviously we don't know because we live here on a day-to-day basis, and everything is so divisive with politically and just with everything. But like, it's an event like this puts it in stark contrast. Like, we do have it pretty good. Like, we live in a pretty fucking awesome place, and it's great that these other people who, like you said, have never really experienced it get to come over and be like, oh wow, it's not all this pomp and circumstance and bullshit that I hear about. These are normal people who, like, one of the guys was walking. They must have got an Airbnb in a neighborhood, and it was in, you know, like a suburb of Atlanta, and he was like, said hi. Yeah, he's like, these people said hi to me. They said good morning. Like, what is this? I was not expecting this. It's just like little things like that where it's like, oh yeah, I guess if you aren't from here, like, you wouldn't believe that. But here we are. We get all these stories, and it's incredible.
Let alone air conditioning.
Yeah, that too.
Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, is an NBA champion, 15-year NBA vet, a man that got drafted out of high school, and I assume some of these Europeans saw this guy.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Holy fuck, ladies and gentlemen. Kendrick Perkins. Kirk, I don't know if you've been seeing it. Obviously, the NBA Finals, you've been so locked in, but a lot of these people from other countries have come to the United States of America to celebrate their teams. And before the World Cup started, a lot of these teams were kind of posted up in small towns across the United States of America, and their diehard fans came in to see them. They've been experiencing all of America. I think people would say our country's awesome. It is a good time right now because of sports work. I heard you had a reaction to the Golden Corral dig from Ty Schmidt.
I'm disappointed in you. Golden Corral is a classic, man. It's listen, one of the best restaurants ever. Do you know my spoiled ass kids? This happened about a month ago. They never had Golden Corral. I grew up on Golden Corral. My wife grew up on Golden Corral. So they went to church, and after church, she said, "You know what? I'm taking y'all out to eat." I was on the road. She said, "We're going to this nice restaurant. Y'all gonna love the food." So she put blindfolds on them as she was driving the car. And they got to Golden Corral, and they was like, "What is this?" And they had the time of their life. See, people, it's underrated. And I asked my wife, I said, "How much did you spend?" She I can't fathom. Basically, it's all up with both.
title of the 250K Super High Roller. And no surprise, this heads up includes two of the game's heavy hitters. Bryn Kenny, looking for bracelet number 3, has a pretty sizable chip lead over Adrian Mateos, but you just never know, and heads up as Mateos looks for bracelet number 6. Bryn told Adrian he was going to have a party no matter what happens, and that Adrian was invited. I think invites were shared because you'll probably have a party too. So here we go, 250K, 500K. Mike, let's shuffle up and deal. Let's do this.
Heads-up showdown befitting a $250,000 fight. Ali Najan and Jared Blesnick, so pleased to have you with us for the final stretch of a 3-day tournament, the highest buy-in of the summer. Blinds at 3 and 600,000. Advantage Bryn Kenny by about 30 bigs, as 4.3 million plus awaits the victor. 2.78, let's call it, is what's on lockup. The ladder, Jared, I don't need to tell you, even for these guys, stratospheric, 1.5 plus.
For all the haters in the chat, before we get into this, watch the footage, go back 24 hours ago, and tell me I did not announce these two were going to be head up. These are, in my opinion, the two best players. Once we hit the money, okay, Bryn Kenny here, we all know #1 all-time money winner, and Adrian Mateos, the Mario Lopez of Spain, okay? The two of them, Mateos, when I believe it's all said and done, will be the #1 all-time money winner. You are watching two guys
Are the blinds still
that have
lower
been
ones?
doing this
Perfect. Some places they lower.
for almost 40 years combined, playing for over $4 million.
Doing it and doing it well, Jared, is, I think, the important key. And I don't know how, but every time you dial up a big buy-in event, you just expect this face at the FT. Bryn Sensei Kenny, winningest poker player of all time, drew first blood a pot ago with an ace. Now here he is with a couple of 5s, taking yet another one and extending the lead early here against Mateos.
Ali, we see that Bryn has a big chip advantage, okay? In your opinion, if we were even in chips, who do you think is the favorite head up?
You know, it's... I know this is going to seem like a cop-out, right? But I do think stylistically they are so different. You've touched on the idea that Mateos doesn't put a foot wrong as we see things going right here, courtesy of ace-king of clubs. Shoots it up and takes it. But Adrian Mateos is like a scalpel, right? And Bryn Kenny, more so for me, is a blunt force sort of instrument. And this is not to detract against the way in which he approaches the game, but you've seen the lines that he is willing to take, the appetite for risk, and the savagery that comes with deviations from all that ICM architecture that is the blueprint for a Mateos run to the bracelet. And that's what makes this such a treat.
100%. Kenny here.
Ace in the big.
And Chad, you know, for most of you that don't know, my specialty has always been playing head-up poker. That's 95% of my whole career was playing head-up. And what I'm going to tell you is, head-up is a game, especially in a tournament, where you're playing almost 100% of hands pre-flop because of the big blind ante. There's almost no folds pre-flop. There's going to be a lot of blimpery raising. There's going to be a lot of raising. There's going to be a lot of flatting. There's going to be a lot of 3-betting. I'll say it again. The fact that all of you get to watch this for free, you're not going to see this, okay? You are watching right now the New York Knicks and the San Antonio Spurs in the NBA Finals. You're watching Brunson. You're watching Wemby. You're watching Head Up. Two of the greatest to ever do it, Ali. This is what dreams are made of.
And this is what chips being lost are made of. Bottom pair versus middle pair here. Tough to flop a piece. Heads up. 9-6-4 board. Limp pot pre. You saw Mateos check calling with the best hand.
Again, you know, a lot of times in no limit hold'em, when you flop a pair, it's usually the best hand. It's not that easy to flop a pair and hold them. Bryn is going for value here with bottom pair. It's an interesting bet, Ali, because I feel like it was supposed to be value, but the sizing.
Yeah, 2.1 into 2.9. And Mateo's making the call. Are you surprised that he even bothered to swing at it?
No, because again, it's hard to make a pair. Bryn has the figure he has the best four. He's probably going to check back the river here and lose.
That's exactly how it plays out. 7.1 million. Heads to Mateos as he narrows the gap.
And I expect with the stack sizes being where they are, unless we see a cooler pre-flop, I expect a decent amount of post-flop play. I'll tell you right now, the strategy of Mateos is he wants to see as many flops as possible. The strategy for Bryn Kenny is the exact same thing. Both of them think they have an edge. One of them will end up winning, and we're going to see who that person is. Mateos, again, you're going to see a lot of limping on the button with the big blind ante.
Jack 6 deuce board with a couple of spades. Neither player connecting meaningfully. A 10 of spades, the focal point for Bryn. Both parties checking. Second 6 arrives.
I'm going to say two things, Ali. Is that my prediction here, head up, is that Bryn Kenny is going to win more of the hands that are played. I think when either player has anything, I think Bryn is going to win more of the hands. But I think when all the money goes in, I think Adrian has a better chance of getting the money in as a favorite. So I think overall Bryn is going to win more of the overall pots.
Okay.
But I also think he's more likely to make an error.
The one thing we know about Bryn, though, is he is willing to both live and die by the sword that he swings.
I'll tell you this, this man has no fear. He picks up 2 8s on the button.
Yeah, no reason to be scared. 1.3.
And again, you're noticing with the big blind ante, you're almost forced to call with every hand head up. Let's see a flop, Ali.
9-6-4. Mateos is open-ended. 1 overcard to the ace. As we dial up the GTO Wizard recommendations, 85% of the time it prefers that Kenny checks back, and that's precisely what he does, picking open-ender on the turn at the same time that Mateos makes the 7-high straight. Adrian checking. It looked like a pretty balanced check. Bet mid, bet large breakdown there from the Wiz. Now the Wiz wants Kenny 3 out of 4 times to bring the big bet into this 3.1.
And this is a lot of trouble for Bryn. Okay? A lot of trouble. He has 2 8s, which are the blockers to the nuts. And I expect Mateos here to check raise on a draw-heavy board here. That is what the Wizard recommends.
4 million into the 3.1. The overbet. Mateos.
Wow, Mateos
just calls. This isn't just a man concerned about 5-8 and 8-10, Jared. This is a man who wants to give rope to Kenny, who, as you pointed out, is fearless, and sometimes that lack of fear can cause him to get himself into some situations. A board pairing 4 on the river. 11.1 already in there. Do we have to pursue value or can we just check back?
The way that this hand has played out, I would not fault Kenny here for value betting.
Wow. Value betting, he's over betting. 14.5, and never before has a 7-high straight been less comfortable. A board pairing 4, bringing the potential for a boat, and of course we've got the third nut straight, but it is heaps of hand.
And it's so funny, Ali, because I literally just came off saying that if anyone was likely to make an error, it was bring Kenny play head up.
And there is the call from Mateos, and he has wrestled the chip lead away from Britt Kenny early in this heads-up match.
And the thing is this, right? Britt Kenny, I'm not really sure what he was doing there. I almost feel like he was trying to maybe get a 9 to fold with blocking the straight in his mind. Adrian calling the turn, which GTO Wizard did not recommend, ended up working out for him in the best way possible.
Again, there's that player dependency. Bryn just has that get up and go. He brought 2 overbets to that pot. And a massive balance transfer in the 250Ks. We look at the 25K high roller PLO. This is probably one of the most exciting events of the summer. There's Adam Hendricks, Mohamed Salah jersey in tow. Maybe. 2-time ring winner is Adam. Yeah. World Cup fan as well. Marta Rossi, Stone Cold Killer.
That guy can play poker, man.
He's run out of wrists and ankles.
That guy
to
is
adorn.
so tough, Ali. So tough.
What about this man? Isildur himself of online fame, Victor Blom. 7.6 million in career live earnings, but he'll put together millions more in such short order with a mouse in his hand. If there's a nosebleed online cash game, he's going to be in it. Meanwhile, Jeremy Osmus in this one, looking for bracelet number 7. Documenting it as he goes. There's a 4-card man, Dylan Weissman, 2-time bracelet winner. Over-under line on number of cardigans owned by Dylan Weissman. Jared, do you have? Are we in the 30 to 40, 10 to 20 range? 10? I like over 10. I also confess I kind of like this AI video of Alex Fox that's been making the rounds in socials. Look it up. Chance Cornet. You can play some pile limit tomorrow. 4 bracelets. Chip leader coaching crew, he and Foxen. There's Bryce Yockey. On the receiving end of, dare I say, the dirtiest beat I've ever been in the booth for.
Triple draw.
50K PPC,
Josh
number
Arya, right?
2 against Josh
I
Arya.
remember that.
4 or 5 years ago, I want to say at this point.
I
We're
remember.
just never, ever going to forget that hand. Meanwhile, Kenny would sooner forget that last pot, as it's the one that has left him out-chipped, but not bashful. Dominating this king deuce suited, which Mateos has limped. Taking it upstairs to 2.5. Mateos makes the call, 5.6 in the middle. Ace 9-4.
This is sometimes the problem head up when you limp call, okay? On board textures like this, if Mateos raised pre-flop and Kenny were to call, it's way more likely that he was able to win the pot, and this is the problem. Again, the aggression is going to go to Kenny. Like I said, he's going to win more of the pots in this match. The question is, when all the money gets in the middle, Ali, who is going to have the best hand? And look at this guy putting his jacket on. I'll tell you what impresses me the most about the Conquistador is his table presence at the table. Not only is this one of the most handsome men in all of poker, but he gives nothing away. Nothing. This guy has love for poker. Ali.
Go on. This is a self-explanatory deal. Gives nothing away. Love for poker. Perhaps feeling a little chilly, hence the jacket. Although he's warming up out
Who's
there.
an NFL guy that would have a great biopic right now? This guy named Laurent Duvernay Tardif. He was a guard for me in Kansas City, French Canadian from Montreal, and he had an incredible story where he grew up on a farm in Montreal, and then his parents were going to go from farmers, and then they went to bakers. But before that, they built a sailboat, and they sailed from Montreal down to Cape Horn and back. So for a year and a half, his high school was they learned, they'd be taught on this boat, and then they would just drop them off at a random island with some random people, be like, your lesson today is just learn. Or they'd catch fish and do that. And so then he comes back, and his parents open this bakery, and they end up going to a thing like there's like a baguette competition, a world baguette competition. They win like second best or third best baguette in the world. He goes, he doesn't speak English, but goes to McGill University, learns English while learning medicine, becomes a doctor, like a surgeon, plays good enough football. The first time he ever played football was at college. Gets drafted in the 6th round of the Chiefs, ends up starting for 8 years, wins the Super Bowl against San Francisco, and in his offseason, he would go from playing football to being a surgeon and getting his residency. He owned, at one point, 100 chickens. He had his own maple syrup from the trees. Like, when COVID went down, he took a year off, did emergency medicine. I remember this guy. He's unbelievable, dude. Smart as a whip, no matter what he does.
As much as the chat has been steaming me up, you have to appreciate what we're all watching here. Okay? It's true. It's not every day, and I take that back, Ali. Great timing, Ali. I take back everything I just said.
Well, looking to take down a bracelet, and it would be his first, is Juan Rodriguez, as he asks Nariman Yahmai for all of it. Yahmai, with ace-3, has the lead.
Let me...
Boy, you can see how much this means to Rodriguez. I got the seniors, Jared. You relax.
Okay, in all fairness, though, this is a huge deal. You got to appreciate this. 844 players.
$673,000 to the winner. $448,000 already locked up.
Good luck to both you guys.
11% advantage for Yahmai. Both men feeling the gravity of this moment. 10-7 deuce. Ace high is still best. Neither of these men have a World Series of Poker bracelet. And one of these men is a step closer to a double, merely needing to ward off kings and eights. Is Yahmai in the king on the end? Wow. Juan Rodriguez has won his first ever World Series of Poker bracelet. A 6-outer sending his rail into a frenzy. Una vez para Peru.
In all seriousness, congratulations.
Dealing with it gracefully, of course, is Nariman. Aided by the 400 plus that he picks up. But bracelet number 1 will have to wait, as no longer will we wait to get back to the action between Mateos and Bryn. You see the stacks leveling off a touch. Mateos with the ace, choosing to limp the button. Kenny checking back and flopping a jack high straight. The joint. That's how he got rid of David Einhorn, but unfortunately for him, Mateos doesn't have much interaction whatsoever. So the check back.
Kenny with the discipline to check it twice. Could Kenny check it again? Now he Adrian here, he has a very interesting ace of hearts. Okay, the board's paired. Mateos might get interested, might want to look him up here. He's asking himself, what is Bryn betting here on this run out? He's not doing this with the deuce. And he passes.
Now you see the GTO Wizard breakdown of Bryn Kenny, 48% VPIP, 32% pre-flop raiser. He squared off against Mateos in ring situations in these high roller streets, but I'm not sure how many times, if any, he's played him heads up.
I was going to ask you that, Ali. Have they ever played head up for? I mean, I can't think of any.
I can't recall an occasion on which it's happened. I mean, maybe online at some point, but live.
I mean, folks, the number one player in all of Spain, the number one player in all of America,
in all of the world, my friend, in terms of money.
Money. But Bryn Kenny, the best American in the world. Mateos, the number one player out of Spain. All we're missing right now is Ding Bao, like the number one player out of China. Will be three-handed.
Time out, because this turn isn't missing a 5 of clubs, which gives Mateos 5s and 4s, and an excuse to lead into Kenny, who's got the gut shot straight flush draw. He was the razor pre-flop and then check back, and that is in part responsible.
And I'm going to tell you
for the 2.4.
Kenny has a hand that I'd love to actually see him race. Okay?
Why is that?
He ended up calling. I prefer a raise here. Obviously, he's got a lot of outs.
But why the preference, Jared? Tell me.
Because if you look at a hand like what Mateos actually has, right? If you raise the turn, okay, you're controlling the hand. You can maybe get a hand like this to fold by the river. The problem is on a complete brick, on no improvement by Kenny, it's hard for him to actually bluff at this now and actually win the pot. So if Mateos actually were to check here, I can't see Kenny actually bluffing with 8 high because it's okay. Mateos is going for value.
Are you surprised by that choice?
I'm actually not. The queen is never supposed to hit Kenny.
Okay.
Okay. And
but what pays us? A worse 5?
Could be ace high. Any 5. But again, I mean, I would have liked to see Kenny raise the turn and put a decision to Adrian.
Instead, it ends up being a barrel and a take. Now Mateos limping the button once more. I think oftentimes you'll see players in heads up bring the raise on the button with high frequency, but versus Kenny, Adrian content to let Bryn kind of be the man.
And I'll tell you right now, okay, 8-5 suited. Ali, this can get very, very interesting.
So Kenny, leaning into the ace-high texture, open-ended with backdoor clubs, is Mateos facing 1.6.
Now the problem with Mateos' hand here is that if he raises and happens to get 3-bet, he's in the worst spot ever, okay? He elects to call. I think that's best. Let's see 4th Street. And look at this card, Ali.
Board pairing ace that brings the backdoor flush draw to add to the menu for Mateos.
And here's the thing, right? You have to understand, if you're Kenny, what's going through your mind right now. Mateos limp, call the button. It's very unlikely that Mateos is holding an ace in his hand. Let's see what Mateos likes to do here. Does he want to take a free card, or does he want to start putting money into the pot now?
Bryn
6.2.
not showing the appetite for another barrel, and that creates some hunger pangs in Mateos's belly as he brings 6.2 and takes it.
Great bet there by Adrian. Notice how Ali Mateos has almost lived every single hand on the button head up. It makes it very difficult to play against because his range is so wide. It's anyone's match.
Chino on hand with El Jefe carry cats as the rail has thickened.
Bryn on the button with jacket offsuit. Notice how the styles are different, okay? Bryn has been opening on the button most hands. Mateos has been flatting the button most hands. And notice this by Mateos. Adrian. 5-4 suited is a very good hand, folks, to 3-bet with. We watched Kuhn do it on day 1 of this tournament. We watched Einhorn do it today in 3-bet on day 3 of this tournament. And now we watch Mateos do it head up here for the bracelet. Is this Mateos' time? Is this his moment?
He's had so many at such a young age. But this would stand out, no question.
And now Mateos, look at this. He's mixing it up, Ali.
You know, I love the balance on Adri, and I love the way in which in real time he's going to make all of the adjustments. If I know him, he actually appreciates the opportunity to play against someone that is going to give him a mental workout like Brent.
I want to say this. I'm a fan of that man right there. I am legitimately a fan.
How can you not be?
Okay, I am sitting here as a fan, Ali. I'm so honored to be sitting next to you, watching this. Imagine Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge. Okay, imagine Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. Okay, imagine Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady. That is what you're watching right now.
Top pair against tens and deuces. Issues on the horizon for Bryn Kenny. He was the Razor Pre. Mateos has him in a world of hurt as it stands. In comes the C-bet.
And I got news for you. The money, Ali, might be all going in right now. If Mateos check raises, we might be seeing an all-in pot for all of it, Ali.
6.5.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
26 million back for Kenny.
Ali, this might be it.
The check raised to 6.5.
This might be it, folks.
We can see the fuses lit. Will the explosion come?
If Kenny jams here, this might be it, Ali.
11-3.
Not a jam, but a 3-bet. Mateos has heaps. 17 million left to play for, Jared. Do we ever feel the need to get cute and flat, or we just rip it in?
I would rip it here with Adrian's hand. I'm just moving in. I'm not playing games. Look at this, guys. Look at him. Ali, he can taste the bracelet. He can feel the money. Look at him. He's going to move in.
And there is the all-in. Back over to Bryn, and he has made the call.
Nobles. Contrato Pep.
Mateos advising his rail. Kenny could count counterfeit those tens and deuces. With a 4, he could make a better 2 pair with a 9.
You know, it's funny, Ali. I got to give myself credit. I said when all the money got in the middle, Mateos was probably going to have the best hand. Kenny was going to win the world.
Four-sider in Baccarat. And when he check raised the flop, there's no way. You know what a four-sider in Baccarat is? You need 4 sides. That's all you need.
So what do you want?
We need a 9 or a 4 or running pairs of 4.
What does he have to do?
Yeah, listen, 4 sides. 4 sides for a BK, I'll tell you, right? There was a spot where he didn't raise me on the river in this hand. 4 sides.
Tension-filled air. An 8 on the turn, adjacent to the needed 9. So add Snowman to the 4s and the 9s required to keep this match going. Somewhere, Doyle Brunson looking down on this 10 deuce and smiling. Is Mateos gonna claim his 6th bracelet? A 4-1 favorite with 1 to come, and it's official. El Conquistador is your 250K no limit hold'em super high roller champ.
For the last 2 days, I've told the world that is the best no-limit hold'em player on planet Earth. He just defeated the all-time money winner in Bryn Kenny.
And Kenny will add nearly $2.8 million to that all-time figure of $85 million plus.
I'll tell you right now, Adrian Mateos and João Vera, you're looking at them right there. Both of those guys right there, folks. Those 2 guys right there might be the best 1-2 punch in all of poker. Those 2 guys across all formats in all games might be the best 2 poker players in the world in their respective games, Ali.
But the story today, Jared, is that of Mateos. With all that he has achieved in his 31 years, even this appears to be hitting different. And who could argue with that? 4.3 million plus to add to a career 62.6 and change coming in. Bracelet number 6. And cementing himself into the annals of the World Series of Poker yet again. 9 years from now, Jared, he's going to be the one we're talking about as potentially a first ballot Hall of Famer, don't you think?
How old is Adrian Mateos?
31.
He's 31 years old. I want the world to think about that. This man, the Mario Lopez of poker, is 31 years old.
I think we need to say 31 years young.
I think I'm going to say that we need to make an exception because this guy can't wait 9 years to get into the Hall of Fame, Ali. He can't wait 9 years. He needs to get it right now, damn it.
An incredible achievement. 3 days of grueling poker against truly the best in the world.
Congratulations, Adrian.
see the math behind every move. The position, the pot odds, the expected value, the edge. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision. And the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it. The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
We'll be back in a little something extra.
$50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
You start for plan. Go play it.
I was just too tempted to play the.
All right, that was strong.
Never poke the bear.
You're not better, Phil Ivey, at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
You're very successful. You have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
Okay, ZP may fall.
Oh!
Oh my god.
Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my god! All I do is win, no matter what.
Poker is my life.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's thrown up with poker.
Adrian Mateos, the Conquistador, looks for World Series of Poker bracelet number 6. Samuel Moore, the young gun, proving he belongs with the best. And this man may be the very best. Jason Kuhn coming after the $250K title. And with that, we welcome you back to the 2026 World Series of Poker from the Horseshoe and Paris here in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is WSOP Countdown, and we are coming to you almost live from our brand new home in the Paris Ballroom. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeff Platt. David Williams and Norman Chad are off. More on them in a little bit. Joe Stapleton is here.
Hello, my babies, and hello, Randy.
Randy Lewis here. Welcome.
It's pretty cool to be actually on the live, on the stream this time, not just behind the booth in my pajamas, but here, I'm just happy to be here.
Did David Williams let you raid his closet? I've never seen you
Sharp.
in anything other than whatever you normally wear.
I know. I'm looking good, right?
You are looking good.
Yes, better than you, maybe.
Slender, of course. Yes, everyone looks better than me. That's not even a thing.
It's a low rating, I suppose.
You two have been in the booth a decent amount together this year.
Yes, some people are calling us the breakout commentary duo of the year.
Which people would say that?
Some people.
Some people. I mean, I got multiple accounts. I can put some likes and put in some nice things about us.
I've gotten really great feedback about me
Yeah.
and Randy. How do you feel about it, buddy? Now that you're done with your commentary for the summer.
Right. So now when I go home, I got a new way that Selena can call my name. Just constantly say Randy, just over and over again. But thanks, Joe.
Well, I mean, look, you're an endurance guy. We know that already. You can endure stage. You are a Guinness World Record holder. Tell us about that. I mean, I know it's a long time ago. You're probably sick of talking about it, but it is a claim to fame.
Yeah.
Yeah. So back in God knows when in the Bahamas, I was asked to play the most amount of hands in 8 hours. I had multiple setups, a lot of people watching me live, and I played over 23,000 hands, I believe, and did pretty well. Had about 30 to 40 tables at once.
But what was the profit?
Less than a hot dog you can buy here. $7.
$7.65, I believe, was the exact number of that profit. But I know that we don't really talk about stuff like this, but you had to get some like points or something for that, right?
Some little bit of rake back from this game. Yeah, I suppose, but not too much. It was just a little bit of a publicity stunt.
And do you have the
plaque? I do have it somewhere.
They give you a plaque or what?
You get the paper. It's framed a bit. I just have it somewhere in the closet. I'm not exactly proud of $7 in profit, you know.
I am going to ask the question that I'm sure everyone's thinking. What do you do about having to go pee-pee?
Oh, that? Yeah, I actually held it the whole time. I had like water. I didn't even touch it because I was just so laser focused. Because if you just wait like 30 seconds, you're just gonna start timing out on all this.
So Randy got a plaque, $7.65, and a hemorrhoid.
Okay, so I know it used to be 20 tables, 30 tables, what have you. I know you've slowed down a little bit. Is online poker still a part of your world?
It is, but I obviously don't play as much. I do a lot of broadcasting now.
Yeah.
It's just nice being in the booth, getting to commentate on the very best. But you know, I still dabble. I just don't really openly talk about it anymore.
So, who is your favorite play-by-play to work with, me or Ali Najad?
Great question.
When you're in the booth, it's you, but every other time is definitely Ali Najad.
I would say the same thing.
I think that's a pretty good answer. Pretty politically correct. Let us get to some World Series of Poker news, shall we, to get caught up on the action from last night. 2 more World Series of Poker bracelet winners. Joe Stapleton, take it away.
All right, here we go. Buckle up, buckaroo. It's time for the tight laydown. A little Rachmana knockoff to kick things off, which is weird. We went emo because Sebastian Pally won a bracelet last night, and when he won his EPT, I had to give him a tissue. Let the music cue guide you here. There's about to be a big vibe shift.
Okay, well, you spend the first 30 seconds talking to the other person, so nobody cares what you think. But can you be quiet? No, I can't be quiet. Can you be quiet? 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 No, you be quiet. You be quiet. Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet?
I think I'm just going to be quiet. You know who can fix this? Alex Foxen, give him the back of your hand. Seen here with his 1, 2, 3, 4th bracelet. Let's check out the 250 where Texas Mike is about to Kevin O'Leary Santos Suvarna by running over his 3 ducks with a gigantic boat. Suvarna checks the turn and Mike is asking for $180,000 for 2% equity in his company. Despite the terrible margins, Suvarna is in on the turn. He doesn't make quads on the river. Mike puts him all in. He calls it off. And for those reasons, he's out. So dirty, somebody bring him a scrub daddy. Later with 18 left, Sam Muller tangles with the good Nicky P, Nick Petrangelo, who just so happens to have the Angelos. But a 4 in the window has the Angels headed to bad beat heaven. Petrangelo needs an ace or a jack to survive, and the Angels deliver a miracle. Oh! Minus 10 points for Nick for excessive celebration. And Muller is now more of a fan of the other Nicky P. He's so real for that. In an absolutely unnecessarily big pot, Texas Mike gets involved once again, this time against Mateos with ace high. And much like me after my fiance falls asleep, Mateos has a little too much hand. He makes the call, making this the biggest pot of the tournament. Mateos has 10 outs twice. But he's so good, he only needed once. Texas Mike dead on the turn, and Mateos 14 to go. Intent on doubling up the most dangerous players in the tournament. Muller puts Kristen Fox it all in with ace-9. Baby caller Kristen Chenoweth as she flops the baby Broadway. A wicked smile from Foxen on the safe flop. Board pairs the turn, though.
All right, Brick.
She needs to avoid a sold-out show. Sadly, it is a full house on the river, and Kristen won't be getting an encore. On the final table and money bubble, Petrangelo still short, gets most of his chips in pre with King-Queen. Binkle is Einhorn as David flops a set. Nick turns an open-ender. Despite the graphics error, Petrangelo does not end up with the nuts hanging out the back of his underwear and stone bubbles like a glove. Do not go in there. Woo! I think that was the most number of references I've ever gotten into one of those, and that was the tight laydown.
Love that dramatic music. Let's take a look at how the final table of the 250K Super High Roller is shaping up. Bryn Kenny takes the chip lead into the third and final day. Mateos in second. David Einhorn in third. That's very good news for Charity. Brandon Wilson in fourth. He looks for his first World Series of
So
poker.
is Charity the name of a dancer at the
No, actual
real
Charity.
Wow.
Sean Winter could win bracelet number 1 today. Jason Kuhn, future Poker Hall of Famer. Phil Ivey, current Poker Hall of Famer. Texas Mike in the mix. Here is a look at what they are playing for. Final 9, guaranteed $518,000, about a 35K pay jump to kick things off. 7 figures hit for our final 4, and up top is more than $4.3 million. So much money up for grabs. Randy, you have a lot of experience in calling these big-time tournaments. Who's your pick?
For me, it was actually quite easy. I know there's a lot of players out there are quite talented, but it's Bryn Kenny. He's the chip leader. He's the very best for a reason. You know, he has an average cash over at Triton, $2 million. He won the biggest prize ever in a single tournament. And in that tournament, I believe he took most of his action. So he really does truly believe in oneself. And whenever you see the big buy-ins, you see him show up, and he just always takes it down.
Number 1 on the all-time money list. Stapes, who you got?
My pick is Jason Kuhn. Now, with all of the Poker Hall of Fame talk over the last couple of days, Jason, who's typically pretty quiet on Twitter, has sort of come alive and seems to really care about the Hall of Fame stuff. So I think it's going to light a fire under his ass. And I think that with that motivation, he's going to think he's even more of a lock to go in if he wins the 250K. So I think he's the most motivated right now. Clearly, he has the ability to do it. I'm going with Jason Kuhn.
2 pretty solid picks, I would say. One of my favorite parts of the broadcasts, of course, are the mystery hands that you guys call. Stapes, how would you describe how your guesses have gone in terms of knowing who is ahead, who is behind, all that?
Look, I have made it so that basically every time there's a mystery hand, I say they have it. Because they choose the mystery hand for a reason. The person whose hand we see always gets put in some uncomfortable spot. And it's always a situation where I would fold. So I'm just like, they have to have it this time. And I don't know if they're just messing with me, but like, of the 4 or 5 I've done, they've been bluffs almost all of them.
Every time I've joined your side just to go down with the ship, apparently. So we've been wrong every single time.
Yeah. I've got it right once, but you weren't in the booth with me at the time.
Oh, great.
Randy. Yeah, so I've got a low hit rate on this.
Well, maybe you could be right here, right now.
Are we doing it now?
A hand from yesterday that you all have not seen yet. So let's roll that. It is Ivy versus Mateos. Mystery hand time. 60K, 120K. Ivy in the cutoff off about 30 big blinds. Opens here with the Ace-King suited. Great raise.
I love how the mystery hands are always against the best player in the world, too.
As Adrian Mateos does defend, flop 6 deuce deuce with 2 diamonds. Ivy continues small, 150,000. Here comes Mateos, the conquistador with the check raise, 525,000. Ivy continues. Now 1.7 million in the middle. The turn is the 7 of spades.
Jeff, you can do commentary still.
A little rusty. First hand
as you see it.
Yeah, me too.
Mateos checks, Ivy checks behind. River, 6 of clubs. You know the action will pick up if this is a mystery hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to check the showdown.
And here it comes. Mateos, all of it.
It's a huge overbet,
Just
too.
about 2x pot, a little less, I should say. So here it is, Ivy in the blender with just ace high. So Mateos had those question marks over his cards. What are you thinking here, Randy?
Well, the thing is, he sold the story on the flop, given he raised from the big blind that he's got the deuce. The thing that's very weird for me is that he checked the turn, and a lot of players would continue firing the deuce when there's two flush draws out there with a lot of stack to play for, and then now all of a sudden he's jamming. It looks so odd. Is he trying to kind of just trick Phil Ivey, right? He's one of the all-time greats and tries to read the lines and maybe go for max value of the deuce. I'm not so sure, but then again, if he had a bluff, he probably would continue firing as well.
Great point, Stakes.
Look,
Oh boy.
remember The Simpsons where Milhouse, I think, plays against Bart, rock, paper, scissors, and he's like, yeah, Bart picks rock every time, and Bart goes, trusty rock, it'll never lose. That's me. I'm saying he hasn't. I don't know what deuce he could possibly have. I think maybe pocket sixes. Is that a possibility?
It's definitely a possibility if you check raise to try to induce from some float checks. Maybe that's a decent idea.
Thank God Randy has learned how to just sort of figure out what I've said and make it sound like there's some intelligence to it. Yeah, so I'm going with yes. Yes, he has it.
Definitely not patronizing you at all. All right, let's see. So there's the jam. Ivy folds. Mateos has a deuce.
You got it.
The 5-2 suited.
All right. Hey, we're as good as Phil Ivey.
Bravo.
That's pretty cool.
Bravo.
Shall we pony up 250K and play the next
Yeah,
one?
they'll let you in there.
I'm sure they would.
I mean, commentators can clearly play because Stakes, we've seen David Williams and Norman Chad play. Maybe that's written into their deals, some buy-ins, some days off for poker.
Can they play? I mean, there hasn't been much to report on.
That much is true. So right after we taped yesterday, David Williams was going to jump into the 10K Big O. They both ended up playing the 2500 mix, Omaha high-low 7-card stud high-low. And I went out and caught up with them both last night. Let's start with. I get to ask David about how much money that he lost today. So David, how many tournaments have you played today again? If you don't mind just redoing this part.
Yeah, it was 3 tournaments.
That's 3.
This is my third.
You had plans to play the 10K Big O.
And I played it.
And you played it for a couple minutes.
For about 3 minutes, yeah.
Backup plan was the 10K Super Turbo. How long did we last in that one?
Actually, I went one orbit.
Okay,
One
that's a
orbit.
good run.
Yeah. Paid a big blind and got the second big blind and went broke in that big blind.
But this one, the 2500 mixed Omaha stud, I mean,
We're hanging. We're hanging in here, yeah.
and Norman's.
That's why I have it in my contract that I'm not allowed to play any poker at all. I can't afford two 10Ks?
Yeah, he's down 22,500.
I'm good.
And he barely played any hands, apparently.
Yeah, right. He didn't
It's like
even,
$1,000 a minute.
he didn't get in much time. Norman Chad has at least sat at the table for a decent amount of time. I caught up with him also. Norman's out of this hand. Big surprise. Norman's still in though. No question there. Just
I actually have it written into my contract that I don't have to speak to you after work hours.
So we're all getting what we want out of our contract.
yeah, that's true. That is true. Norman, by the way, was playing close to Dennis Weiss, who had just come off a 5-hour heads-up battle
For
in
almost
that
his second race.
Razz. Yes, and so he did have the lead in Player of the Year. Alex Foxen overtook him, but you go from heads-up for World Series of Bracelet to sitting next to Norman on a day one. You got to respect the grind. Let's take a look at the chip counts for that 2500. Kevin Choi leading the way going into today. Justin Liberto could be making another good run. And we have to scroll way down the leaderboard to find David Williams, not even top 100 at about 85,000. And then we scroll way down the leaderboard again to find Norman Chad with just 3 bets.
Some people,
maybe, I don't know.
Some people wouldn't want to come back for the next day with just 3 bets, but not old Norman.
You think Norman makes his way into the money somehow, some way?
I don't know if he will. He certainly needs to win a pot at some point, but he is still in it.
Randy's like, it's my last day here. I don't need to say he's going to make the money. we're good relationship-wise.
I won't be seeing him, right?
That's right. So speaking of Norman, we of course don't have him here to be so mad, but we do have Stapes to treat us to some happy news.
That's right, Jeff. As you know, I love poker. I love the World Series of Poker, and I love World Series of Poker history. So I thought what we could do today is take a look back at this day in World Series of Poker history, June 15th. And our first, now, back in the day, the World Series happened much earlier in the year, so the records don't go back super far for June 15th. But the first thing I found was June 15th, 2008, which was actually Father's Day that year, and Barry Greenstein won the $1,500 Razz event. Now, at the time, Barry had a media Poker Road, which is kind of what put me on the map. I was making $500 a week back then, and I remember calling my dad for Father's Day, and I ended up asking him to borrow $1,000. So that was a memorable one for me. That was like from my own.
Did he give you the 1K?
Oh yeah, no,
Okay.
sure.
Did you use it?
Of course I.
Of course, Sapes used it in Las Vegas.
I can't really say what I used it on.
Come on,
It
tell us.
lasted about an hour. June 15th, 2014, Dominic Nietzsche wins his third bracelet. It was Father's Day again. I called my father drunk from Dom's celebration party, and he reminded me that I still owed him $1,000.
There you go.
Yep.
Yeah, so you definitely spent it.
Yeah, no, and 6 years later, he never forgot. So, June 15th, 2018, Phil Hellmuth Jr. wins his 15th bracelet. This was in the 5K Turbo, and it just so happened to be, you guessed it, Father's Day. Afterward, he called his wife and said, "Honey, am I dreaming?" I called my father, and he told me it was probably time that I give up on mine.
Oh, man.
June 15th, 2019, it's Phil Hellmuth news again, and this time he was the most upvoted post on Poker Reddit, which involved a recreational poker player who cashed in his first event, and Phil called him a bleeping amateur. And wouldn't you know, it was Father's Day again. And my father's most liked post was one from Facebook where he confused the status window for the search bar and just wrote the words Kate Upton.
Okay.
Got a lot of likes on that one. And finally, June 15th, 2023.
Let me guess. Is it Father's Day?
Yes, Jeff, it was Father's Day, and you're going to regret your little comment because this one is kind of sad. Oh, well, first of all, Yanzaren, this isn't the sad part, Yanzaren wins the 100K high roller, and John Monette also won his 5th bracelet on that day. And I almost forgot to call my dad on this one until I remembered John's nickname, which is Angry. So I did. I called my dad, and for the first time ever, he doesn't answer. And at this point, I'm forced to contend with the thought that I would never speak to my father ever again. And I didn't have to contend with it long because it turns out he was just at Hooters with my brother. They were visiting my sister. So that's this day in World Series of Poker history.
Randy, I have to give you a genuine thank you for your commentary after that. Like, I'm a little out of it, but I do want to say thank you for all the hard work that you put in for us over these couple weeks here at the World Series. We really enjoyed having
Thank you so much.
Randy!
I just want to know which Hooters, so I'm going to find out.
I want to go find my sister. It's in Schenectady, New York, buddy. Let me tell you, it's a horror show, including her.
It's final table coverage tonight of the 250K Super High Roller. Owen Najad and Jared Blesnick are on the call. And that sound means the blinds are going up. It's time for us to make our move in price. So until next time, we leave you with these sweet, sweet moments from here at the World Series of Poker.
Opie did a show on Friday called F. Ben Stiller. You're not the only Knicks fan. And he's introducing a new regular. It's not enough to just have Ron and Tony P. We now have a 4th person on. the show with him. There it is. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Opie Radio Podcast. Happy Friday. Oh, what a crew today. We got Ronnie Babes, we got Tony P, and we got our new friend, new to me, by the way. I mean, you guys have known Eric Marino for a while, but he's becoming a bit of a reg on this thing, on this fine FU Friday.
I feel like I'm golfing with my dad and his buddies.
Yes.
This is terrible.
It's terrible. Eric Marino, who apparently wrote for the Ellen sitcom, had some other writing credits.
Sure.
I wanted to look into this guy a little bit. So why is this loser hanging out with Opie at 6 a.m. on a Friday? So I went to check him out being interviewed a year ago on Christy Miller's show. You know about Christy Miller's show?
No.
No, of course not. It's 335 subs. So this is learning more about Eric Marino, our new friend.
He's a long-time comic. He's a writer. He wrote on everything from Ellen's sitcom, Ellen DeGeneres' sitcom, all the way up to SNL. So he's written it. So really funny. He calls his company 17% Funnier. And he's hysterical as fuck. And give it up for Eric Marino.
Oh my God, thank you. Thank you for having me. Yes, I can make anyone 17% funnier. And the reason you wanted Pride, yes, it's June.
Yes, it's Pride. It's Pride Month, people here in America.
And my great contribution to the LGBT community is that I was a writer's assistant. My very first year as a writer's assistant, I was on the episode where Ellen DeGeneres came out of the closet. As I was like, that's one of my credits is you asked me how do I want to be introduced? Well, you went for Ellen Reed. I mean, going for SNL Weeds in the episode of Ellen when she came out of the closet. Like, yeah, that's what I did. I was there. I was a writer's assistant. So for all you gay people, you're welcome. Thank you. You're welcome. I did that. That's right.
What is she doing? Was his mic messed up? Why does he have a lab mic on? When they're all talking in your microphone. So he's like, you think like twice for some reason. They're sitting way too close to each other. It's awkward. And this guy wrote for Weeds?
No,
is that how Opie knows him?
Weeds.
Oh, Weeds, the TV show Weeds? Yeah. Oh, God. Okay, so SNL and Weeds and Ellen. He's the reason why Ellen came out of the closet, which is great. And we're going to find out just how funny he is when he rolls with Opie coming up in a minute. But first, Opie does a thing that Tom Myers always does, that I always criticize. When you have a whole panel full of people, you got to kind of talk to them individually. What's going on, guys? Fucking hilarious. Like, who's going to What's going on, guys? But they're very excited that Eric Marino is on the show now. They have big plans for him.
We actually have a real writer on the show. I know. Maybe he could write for us.
I'm just here to take dictation right now. I'm so
Eric, you want to make this Hey, Eric, you want to make this funnier and not get a lot of money to do it?
I can make anyone 17% funnier, Opie. That's the Marino guarantee.
All right.
So this guy's like Mike Morris, it seems like, where he's like, I've written for all these TV shows, I got all these credits, and you can pay me money, and I'll make you funny. And you know it's funny because it's 17% funny, which is very specific. Yeah. How would you even measure that? That's good stuff. So that's his business, that's his calling card. So he's always telling people about. Now, Tony P is not a sports fan. And what happened this past week, I bet even Nice Doug knows about this. The Knicks were down 29 points in the third quarter to the Spurs. Miraculous comeback, the biggest comeback in the history of the NBA Finals. Wow. Came back and won, and the way they won, too, with 1.2 seconds to go on that tip-in, unbelievable. And so all of New York is talking about this. It was such a crazy game. One thing the Knicks were definitely out of that game. Tony P did not watch the game because Tony P doesn't care about sports. Instead, what Tony P was doing, get ready for this? He's having sex with his wife. Whoa! yeah. So he explains it like, hey guys, I didn't see the game.
Alright, so you'll notice that this plane is different from the plane that we flew on this morning. Well, that's because it's my...
It's a very important element. This gets brought up a lot in this episode. So that turns into hilarity with all of these guys.
Maybe the person who won the game
was Tony P, everybody. Maybe you can thank his wife's vagina for the most historic comeback in NBA Finals, okay? And by the way, I'm not a Knicks fan, but I'll tell the truth when I see it. And Tony P's penis saved Game 4. There it is.
You know what? Lauren, your vagina made the Knicks win. Tony, you know what you got to do tomorrow night? You know, don't turn on the TV. Get in there, Tony. Get in there. Yeah, baby. I'm
Slam dunk your wife's vagina.
Slam dunk your wife's vagina. You know how socks works. Or basketball. What a fucking retard. James Q. Legend. Eric Marino got booed as an open mic host in 2018. Yeah, we have the video of that. I'd love to see it. This guy's a hack. Oh my god, you see that? He's just like, yeah, your dick won the game, MVP of the game. And you think that he'd be like, sure. Dude, this goes on, and Eric Marino has other funny jokes as related to Tony P. Fuck.
Listen, I'll give you one of these capsules. You won't see daylight till tomorrow, okay?
The THC capsules?
Oh, these things right here are the strongest things in the market.
What's in there?
Hash oil, a little bit of oxygen, and 100 milligrams of THC. I got this new thing. If you want to sleep, you come see me.
What's in it?
Anything that puts you to sleep naturally, plus 100 milligrams of either sativa, indica, or hybrid marijuana.
Whoa.
And you drink it, dog. 2 weeks ago, I got so fucked up because I thought I was going to go to New York and die from the Corolla. But I actually drank that shit. I ate 2 pills. Nothing happened. Like, I'm like, fuck. Nothing's happening. And then I drank the fucking liquid. And something started to happen. But it wasn't going fast enough. It was like 10, 15. I wanted to go to bed. So I popped 2 more of these. Oh my God. They all hit me at once like a Larry Holmes fucking left hook. That night, I woke up on the floor. I fell off the chair. And the heater woke me up. I have a heater in my office. My back was on fire. I woke up. I'm like, why am I on fire here? Right? I woke up, dog, in a trance. I went into the kitchen. I opened up the refrigerator. And I pulled out a half a pound of deluxe Warhead cheese that she had just bought. And American cheese. And I took a pack of saltine crackers because in my mind, I'm not eating bread. I'm okay. I'm not eating bread. I'm ahead of this motherfucker.
You eating crackers?
Dog, I ate the whole half a pound of deluxe ham.
Wow.
And the whole thing of American cheese. And I just went to bed. I woke up the next morning. I took off my mask. There was a big chunk of American cheese in the sleep apnea mask.
Didn't you have M&M's in your mask once too?
Oh my God. I'm like, what the fuck did I eat last night? I fucking went out. My wife's like, Joey, I have a pound of ham. I just bought that. What were you thinking? I go, what was I thinking? You have no idea what I was going through last night. You fucking. I didn't get into bed till 4 in the morning. Like, I woke up at 3:30 and was like, what the fuck happened?
So what are they doing? I knew they were fucking with me the whole time. Legion of Scaggy, Ari Shafir is leaving the league. Well, let's hear the announcement, I guess, first, and I'll get into it.
All right. Guys, before we go, I got an announcement for everybody. I don't. This feels like a punchline's coming.
I'm gonna have to light another cigarette.
Okay. Hey, in April of this year, the Tottenham Hotspurs looked like they were getting relegated for sure. They were in disarray, and then they hired Roberto, amazing coach who's a fucking, I don't know, relegator buster, and they managed to win it out in the last day.
Ari didn't prepare for this bit. He didn't even remember the guy's last name. Roberto. Well, he's a good coach.
There's no one there. It's just those guys. That whole crowd.
Who's now not relegated to the B leagues, and so because of that, I am leaving the show. Everybody, I'm moving to London. Yeah, I'm sorry. Jesus, I know this is a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, full disclosure, Ari told me about this a couple months ago.
Yeah.
And you know, he's kind of
the day he joined, he told me.
Keeping it close to our chest for now. And I was gonna say, like, Ari, I mean, the amount of time that you've been on the show, we would love you, and we're gonna really miss you.
Dude, it's been the best time. Legion of Skanks. First of all, it's the best goddamn, the funniest goddamn podcast in the fucking world.
Mike, is that true?
I'm not going to rank it, but it's. I've listened to it for a long time. I do love it. They are parodying, by the way, for anyone that hasn't caught it. They're
parodying Dave's departure, which again it's very weird what they're doing. Like, there's been no real payoff to this bit. I don't quite understand it, but I was happy. I liked Ari on the podcast, and I am sad he's not going to be on now. But now, I guess now we can start to have the conversation of, who do they replace Dave with? Is it Alan Terrell or Tristan Bowling? But let's hear the rest of Ari's departure.
This has been the best 15 years. Almost 15 years of my life. And it's been amazing. I mean, I was nothing before this pod. I was, honestly, you pulled me out of homelessness in a fucking Bolivian jungle to come do this. And,
15 years. You all right? Sorry. I don't want to get emotional.
No, look, we're going to do a send-off next week. Next week is your last show. So, Ari, we'll be here next week. And
we're going to do it right. Yeah, we're going to do it right. We're going to do one, the Friday Night Hangs, and then we're going to do one send-off next
and we'll
week.
probably do another Friday Night Hang for no reason at all.
Yeah. For no reason whatsoever. I'm leaving the show. It's nothing in particular. I'm sorry to the fans. Also to the other fans, you're welcome. It's just like, I got two little Thai boys at home and there's less time.
I say you make Poe the new co-host.
Yeah.
It's possible.
So they're I'll tell you where it becomes funny. If they keep doing this. If now, like, they announced Colum as the new co-host, and then in like 6 weeks he resigns. Like, if they keep doing it, then that's very funny. I just don't know. There wasn't a huge payoff to Ari, and like, we kind of always thought, like, oh, it's a bit. But I thought it would be Ari would be like co-host for a year. But I've started to piece it together where Joe List mentioned that Ari's wife like broke her foot or broke her toe or something, and they couldn't leave. Ari was planning to move to London, and then that got delayed because of something with his wife. So I guess it only got delayed 6 weeks or whatever. Like however long he's been on the podcast. So I assume that's why they did this. But I just don't know. Like, are they just doing Jay and Lewis now? It's very confusing.
My idea, Lewis, is every time this happens, get more emotional. Ramp it up every time. So by like 2 years from now, you're like breaking down, vomiting on the floor.
That'll be if they just keep doing the bit every 6 weeks. Then it's very funny. It just seemed like kind of a waste to have Ari. But my guess is Ari was just around for. He's like, hey, I'm going to be around for the next 6 weeks, so I'll fill in for Dave. Which is like, it's always a good show with Ari there. But I don't know what they do now. Is it just Jay and Lewis? I guess now we're having the same conversation we had a couple months ago. Is it just Jay and Lewis? Do they bring in Colum or Tristan? I don't know that they need anyone because they could just have a third guest every week if they wanted to. So I don't know. It'd be interesting to see.
Gearheads, you know the mission. Mike's back on the block, baby. Let's get him up there. Let's get him up there.
Yeah, Joe Lewis, I'll throw my hat in the ring if you need someone.
No, still got a few seconds in.
Possible. The Legion of Skanks are going to miss you, dude. 15 years of memories.
Yeah. Honestly, this is the first successful thing I've ever done in my career. And,
So what are they doing? I knew they were fucking with me the whole time. Legion of Skanks.
Legion of Skanks are going to miss you, dude. 15 years of memories.
Honestly, this is the first successful thing I've ever done in my career. And,
3 for life.
We're
bummed out.
I love you guys.
Me and Jay, we're going to talk about what we're going to do for the future of the show, obviously.
The show's not finished.
The show's going to go on. We're not ending Legion of Skanks by any means. But it's going to be a really big hole to fill, and we're going to, try to figure it out how we have to figure it out. We're going to do our
I'll be
best.
thinking about you in London. I'll be watching at 3 a.m. when the release date is over there every week, and I'll be missing you guys. But thank you to the fans. You guys made this one of the most magical experiences of my life for so long.
Ari. Everybody wants to go watch.
So, I'll tell you what is great about this is that Joe List planned a trip to London based around staying with Ari, and he had all these London dates, and he didn't book a hotel because he's like, I'm going to stay with Ari. And then Ari stayed here, seemingly to be a co-host of Legion of Skanks. And Joe List went on that trip without Ari, and now Ari is moving to London, so that's like, I guess there's a payoff. that is it, which is very funny. But yeah, I don't know. I guess now, who do you guys think the co-host of Legion of Skank should be? I guess it was just delayed by 6 weeks. But yeah, like I said, if they keep doing that and just pretending the next guy is Dave every time, I do find that funny, I guess.
Yeah, and then also, like, make it a ritual. Wear the same clothes every time. Bring the same people that were in the audience at the same time. Just make it like a Nathan Fielder sketch.
Right. So there is something else related to the Story Wars guys, I guess, and I'm kind of surprised by this if this is true, but it makes me just want to know the details. So we talked about Matt McCusker's wife last week punching Timmy No Breaks, and it hadn't really been addressed everywhere until this podcast, The Fold, which is like a poker show hosted by Nadav, former YMH producer. But he had Kim Congdon, Uncle Laser, and Timmy No Breaks on, and Skankfest came up. So this is Timmy No Breaks kind of addressing what happened that no one else has really come out and said what happened. I've seen people like freaking out on Reddit where they're like, is Lewis really not going to release this episode? I don't think they're there yet chronologically. They're like a month behind on releasing those episodes. So I think it'll be coming out in the next few weeks. But anticipation has built as to what happened with Timmy No Breaks and Brittany McCusker, and this was surprising to hear.
Draw. They're still talking about it. I didn't even get invited back. They used my picture to promote it, and I'm not even going. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting.
So no invitation, not like, hey, let me do a spot?
Yeah. Well, I asked.
Oh, you asked this? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurts more.
Where?
Skankfest.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, crazy.
I got punched in the face for those guys.
That's actually that. Hey, let's get him on Skankfest.
I'm not even going.
Check.
If they try to, I'll check.
So there's got to be more than we realize, because I would think Lewis would kind of love that controversy. I think it'd be interesting to have Timmy No Breaks and Matt McCusker at Skankfest. Like, there could be something there. I just don't know what was said. Like, could what he said on Story Wars have been so racist?
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Well, holy frickin' moly, apparently here it is. I'm sure you guys notice it. It's awfully quiet on social media. All the doom and gloomers, all the anti-Trump scumbags, frankly anti-American scumbags, who have been peddling totally irrational, fear-mongering crap for the last couple of months, all of a sudden they've gone quite silent, like Homer Simpson backing up into the bush. But yeah, there it is. After months of telling you that Trump is accomplishing nothing, Trump is getting played, Iran holds all the cards, even some of these morons suggesting that Iran is winning. After all the blah, blah, blah and bullshit, it appears as though President Trump is about to pull off something almost nobody thought possible. At least if you would have asked him last year, a couple of years ago, 10 years ago, 20, 30 years ago, an actual nuclear agreement with Iran. Not the bullshit deal that Barack Obama signed, sending over pallets of cash, but no, finally putting the Iranian regime to their knees, forcing them to fully stand down on their efforts of chasing a nuclear bomb. And the craziest part is that he did it without another endless Middle East war, without really a war at all. All these people spending the last couple of months screaming that Trump is starting World War III.
Well, it appears they now have egg on their faces. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on here. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, the reports are coming in fast. I got this from Leading Report on X. He writes, just in, the United States and Iran have officially reached a peace agreement, and the deal will be signed on June 19th in Switzerland. The Pakistani Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif. And here's a little rundown that gives some more context from J.D. Vance.
First of all, I think it's a big moment for the United States of America, thanks of course to the president's leadership and the hard work of the entire team. Three things that I think are important for the American people just to appreciate about what this deal does for all of us as Americans. Number one, this is the immediate opening of the Straits of Hormuz and, of course, the lifting of the naval blockade that we've had on Iran along with it. The number two thing that it means is that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, and not just pursue a nuclear weapon, but procure or try to buy a nuclear weapon as well. That's built into this agreement. And then the third thing is, and this only happens, to be clear, if Iran delivers on their promise. And so there's an approach here where we verify and where there are real benefits so long as Iran meets their end of the obligation. But if the Iranians comply with this deal, it is going to fundamentally transform the Middle East for the next 50 years.
Here's what's currently being reported, although we don't have the full details, the full breakdown of the deal. Number one, the agreement apparently blocks Iran from ever pursuing, procuring, or obtaining a nuclear weapon. The second point is reopening the Strait of Hormuz with no tolls, no fees from the Iranian regime, as well as President Trump backing off on the U.S. Navy naval blockade. And the last portion of the deal appears to be a multi-billion-dollar reconstruction investment, which of course the Iranians are now taking and running with, attempting to make it seem as if they've got the better portion of the deal. Iranian state media is reporting that they've forced the United States to accept the deal, giving them a massive windfall of cash. But of course, that's not exactly what this is. No, what President Trump is doing is actually showing good faith and saying, look, the main thing that we're looking for is a guarantee of no nuclear weapons, no nuclear proliferation. And in response for that big ask, because, you know, it really is, especially when you're essentially asking it at gunpoint, he's now extending an olive branch saying, we'll help you rebuild the country. It's not the same thing as Barack Obama sending billions of dollars in cash on pallets. No, it's an offer of financing and investment to rebuild the country after the war, which of course is going to be set up in a mutually beneficial arrangement. The idea is to normalize relations with the Iranian regime, whatever's left of it, whoever's going to fill that power vacuum, to be involved in future investment, the building of the country, and hopefully, I guess to borrow Joe Biden's old saying there, to build back better and to have increased involvement in the region to help make sure things go in the right direction. And so once again, if you're just blindly running with the Iranian state media's, display of what happened here, well, what can I say other than you might be an absolute freaking utter moron? There's only one way to slice this. This is an absolute surrender from the Iranian regime. Anything else is pure and absolute cope. They got economically strangled, militarily pressured, and now they're being forced to back off from the one thing that would have made them an actual global player, at least in terms of power rankings, I guess you could say. No nuclear weapon. It is total submission. And so let's really get ahead of this thing because, of course, people are going to be attempting to spin this as a massive loss. But no, you simply got to zoom out a little bit here and see what's happened since the start of the year. President Trump has put America in the strongest energy position it's ever been in. Now the top oil producer of the world. You got Iran now falling in line. OPEC is basically collapsed. Venezuela, well, Marco Rubio is the president of Venezuela, and we essentially now control that oil, taking it out of China's back pocket. And now Iran is going to be forced to behave. Essentially, the entire corrupt Eastern oil cartel system has been completely dismantled. The era of the Iranian regime holding the world hostage has officially come to an end, at least if this deal is finally signed in Switzerland on June 19th. And that, of course, is the story. That's the way this cookie crumbles. It's not just about Iran. This is about breaking the economic leverage that Russia, Iran, and China have historically used against the West. But of course, the goalpost movers are going to come in full force. They're going to claim that this deal is actually just an off-ramp for Donald Trump. He didn't finish the job, and he's running away from fully confronting Iran, from doing a full-blown regime change. This, my friends, is a complete joke. The reality is the regime has already changed, and it's not like doing a full-blown regime change has worked in the past, installing some CIA puppet and then simply restarting the whole process over again, sometimes in a measurably worse way than before. But yeah, of course, people are going to say that Trump's taking a half measure here. He said he was going to do all this stuff, and now he's essentially backing off. But this, my friends, is utter bullshit. President Trump has made the ambition clear since day one. Frankly, he's been saying the same thing since the 1980s. The goal here is no nukes for Iran.
They will not have a nuclear weapon. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And the main thing is that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
That has always been the red line. Not regime change, not endless wars, putting an end to the potential threat nuclear-armed Iran. You know, essentially not making the same mistake that Bill Clinton did with North Korea. And if this deal actually locks that in, well then President Trump will have accomplished, arguably, one of the biggest foreign policy feats of the last probably over 100 years. And also, funnily enough, in doing so with this latest deal, it appears as though he's kind of enraged the Israeli Zionist crowd, which is, I think, quite interesting because there's a certain Majus crowd that has been going on and on and on pretty much endlessly, attempting to convince us that President Trump is a Zionist puppet. If Bibi Netanyahu says jump, then President Trump responds, how high? Well, folks, the Israelis, the hardcore Zionists, they don't like this deal because they, in fact, did want to go full-blown balls to the frickin' wall, troops on the ground, total annihilation of the Iranian government. But President Trump, once again, he's more realistic. He's more of a deal maker. Instead of taking the warmongering approach, he's opted for a more tactical, more strategic approach, the slow and steady wins the race approach. And you know what? I appreciate it. In fact, I think he's kind of writing an entirely new military doctrine. This is probably how you should deal with these situations. Not pursue another forever war that drains American blood and treasure, but with maximum military, economic, and diplomatic pressure, putting them in a position where they have absolutely no other choice, and then bringing them to the table, forcing your way in, and forcing your will upon them. And well, folks, it appears as though it's working. It's not another Iraq, it's not another Afghanistan, it's not another Vietnam War, it's not another military quagmire. And really for me, I mean, my interest here is to just cut through all the negativity. There's been so much doom-billing, so much fear-mongering, so much Democrat partisan bullshit, and now, well, it looks like absolute vindication. I'm seeing a global realignment. I'm seeing a Middle East finally being put in their place and steered in the right direction. I'm seeing, hopefully, stability brought back to the oil markets, oil prices hopefully getting back to $60, $70 a barrel. And of course, you know what global stability means? It means time to get to business, time for hope, for prosperity and peace. I'm seeing vindication for not jumping ship here, not being panicking, as they say. Not only is MAGA not dead, not only was President Trump not being played or failing on the world stage, as the media outlets and pollsters might suggest, no, President Trump, once again, might be going down as one of the most historically significant and greatest presidents of all time. But of course, you know, we're dealing with Iran here, so let's wait for them to actually sign the deal, and let's see where this whole thing goes. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Sports also showcased the United States of America in a huge way last night as Freedom 250 went off without.
Last weekend, I posted this meme on my Facebook page in honor of Austin Metcalf's father's new nickname for Carmelo Anthony, the Watermelon Felon. And while I didn't make this meme when I saw it on Twitter or X, it was just too good not to share with my nearly 1 million Facebook followers. And as you can see, almost everybody loved it, getting over 30,000 likes, over 3,000 shares, and 38.6 thousand comments, which is an unusually high number of comments. And I started seeing the notifications rolling in literally one every second, all of Saturday and all of Sunday. And what happened was it got in front of some black people, and so the N-word variants got extremely upset and started flooding the comments with hateful comments, celebrating Austin getting killed, wishing me death as well. And many of them also started posting their own memes, very poor taste and very poor quality, like this one, which is absolutely despicable. But some of the memes were about me, like this one. You know how the usual suspects have a bunch of supposed racial slurs that they like to hurl at us, like mayo, honky, cracker, thinking for some reason that it hurts our feelings. But I don't know a single white person who is actually offended by any of them. We all think that they are hilarious. Just like I found this meme to be absolutely hilarious, but I knew that I could top it. So this is mine. What do you think? Cracker power! So that's a little PSA. Big thank you to the black community out there. Someone else who's doing PSAs for the black community is Austin Metcalf's father. Here he is trying to educate them as to why there were no black people on the jury. Oh, there was no black jurors. You know why? Because you can't be unbiased, you dumb If you answer the question,
I can't send a black man to jail because he's black. You're not getting on the jury. You're so unintelligent, you can't even fill out a form correctly. You don't even know who your daddy is because 78% of you don't have your father in the home anymore.
Which reminds me, this Sunday is Father's Day, the most confusing holiday in the black community.
Kitty mamas running around with 8 kids so they can get EBT cards to feed you all. You think I'm being racist? No, I'm being real.
We understand, but sadly those who need to have below 80 IQ, and it's just hopeless for them. Like Martin Luther King Jr.'s daughter, Bernice King, posted, Carmelo Anthony, a black teenager, has been sentenced to 35 years in prison after being convicted by a jury with no black jurors. Whatever one believes about the verdict itself, we cannot ignore the larger truth that many Americans are wrestling with. Justice is still being administered through a system with a long history of racial disparity in sentencing and punishment. This requires more than reaction. It requires moral honesty about who is deemed dangerous, whose pain is centered, and how differently accountability has been applied in America. Yeah, we know who is dangerous because 13% of the population is black. They commit 50% of the violent crimes. Overwhelmingly, those are committed by black men. So really, it's probably like 5.5%, 6% of people committing 50% of the violent crime. When some of the usual suspects figured out why the jurors who were black, who were in the jury pool, got dismissed because they openly admitted that they weren't going to be able to convict a black man of any crime because of their in-group favoritism. Now they're putting out the word in order to lie when you are selected for jury duty.
If they say, "Can you be fair?" Don't say, "No, I'm not gonna put a black man in jail." Don't say that, okay? Because if that's what you're gonna say, you could have stayed home. You have to go and be like, "No, I will hear the evidence. I can be fair." Don't say, "I hate white people and I don't care what he did." Don't do that. That's what people were doing in this case. Okay, and then everybody's like in an uproar because there's no black people on the jury when damn near half of the black people who could have been on the jury canceled themselves out.
Yeah. The narrative that the usual suspects online believe and have been fed and is perpetuating by black leaders who should be the ones who are telling them the hard truth is that Austin Metcalf and a bunch of other white guys were bullying poor Carmelo, and he did fear for his life. But if you actually followed the trial, you would have known that the witnesses were black, all confirmed that Anthony Carmelo was the aggressor and said, F y'all, I'm not gonna leave, after being told 15 times to leave. Y'all are a bunch of P-words. Y'all aren't gonna do nothing about it, he said. And touch me, he added, and see what happens. So yeah, he did instigate the fight. Also, the supposed shove, they pushed him, they shoved him. That was the supposed aggression from Austin. Every single one of the witnesses said that it was a light push or a nudge. Like I would say, a nonverbal gesture, just meaning, hey, get out of here. In a sane society, Mr. Metcalf, Austin's father, would be doing the rounds on all of the major talk shows, and the talking heads would be trying to get through to the low IQ usual suspects about what actually happened. But, of course, they don't want that truth to get out there. Leave me a comment down below and let me know if Fox News has even had him on. I haven't seen that, but he was invited on Newsmax, where, again, he did his best to try to inform people about common sense.
Weren't these people grasping that justice was served here?
Now, you have to ask them. My opinion is they are of low IQ, no moral compass whatsoever, blinded by race, and generally a nuisance to society.
I couldn't have said that better myself, except I do think, in all fairness, his explanation is missing one thing, the N-word. But he's already getting enough threats from the N-word variant. His family has been receiving death threats after the verdict. Imagine their son gets murdered by a usual suspect, and then other usual suspects are now threatening the family
because the murderer got what he deserved. Well, got partially what he deserved. At least he is going to prison for some time. He'll probably get out by the time he's 35, although it is unlikely that he can maintain good behavior, so he may actually have to serve the full sentence. This case has opened up the eyes of millions of white people because they're seeing how a majority, a very large segment of the black community feels about us and about criminals who kill white people for no reason.
And right off the bat, man, free Carmelo. Straight up. Straight up. I don't give a about no white lives. All lives don't matter over here. Because on the daily, we get killed.
By black men. 13% 250. We all know this. The greatest threat to a black man is another black man.
And ain't nobody got to say. But when one of ours is protecting itself, protecting themselves.
Protecting itself? No.
They get ambushed. They get threats. They get all of this. That cracker was smoking on that Austin hat.
Austin Metcalf is worm food now. I hope he's burning in the deepest pits of hell where he belongs. He was a bully. He was a thug. And he got exactly what he deserved. Now, put your little stupid comment, you white honky mother.
Oh, no.
Why would you choose to hate an entire group of people just because of the way they all behave?
I mean, not all. There are some exceptions. But the statistics and patterns don't lie. Everybody knows that driving a motorcycle is significantly more dangerous than driving a car. And so a lot of people choose not to drive motorcycles. And, well, you know where this analogy is going. Everybody knows that black men are statistically 10 times more violent than white men. And so, can you really blame white people if they want to follow Scott Adams' advice?
Wherever you have to go, just get away. There's no fixing this.
But you know, the silver lining in this situation is that many black people actually agree.
Hey, hear me. It's time to withdraw. It's time to withdraw. I woke up this morning and that was the phrase that was in my head. Okay? It's time to withdraw.
To Africa? You gonna go back to Africa?
Withdraw your talents. Withdraw your resources. Withdraw access.
Oh no. What are we gonna do without the usual suspects draining our tax dollars through college welfare programs, filling up the jails, and just leaving us and not living in our neighborhoods?
These folks want access. They want control. They want to be near you.
No. We want to be as far away from you as possible.
How else can they steal from you?
We're the ones who are stealing. Now, this goes without saying, it's obviously not all of them. I actually have a sizable number of black fans, and guess what? They all agree with me. Like this guy.
I hate Nick. I hate him. I always want to put up, cause problems, complain about it, and lazy is that simple. You know who you is, and niggas are the ones that get mad when I say I hate him.
We hate them too, sir. And hopefully we can build some more prisons and keep them away from all of us. I'm Mark Dice. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to my channel for new
stores, he goes to the self-checkout, and he takes out their things, and he pretends like he scanned them in, right?
To customer service to get a refund for the pair of clippers he just bought. Next, he walks back around the store and then selects the same item, another pair of clippers, puts it in his bag, and then quickly heads towards the exit. Meanwhile, officers are watching the entire scene unfold on Walmart cameras, confirm which exit he's taking, and then sneak up in front of him to talk face to face.
Over a pair of clippers? Are you fucking kidding me? Really? What's up, retard? What's up, dumbass? The cop is like, just don't do this shit. Don't do this shit. We know, and you probably know that we know. Like, can we please just skip this? Taste them. Oh! Got his ass. Who do you think got now? We bought it. Did my God. We bought it. I bought it?
Why would we bought it?
That's why you ran away. You ran away because you spent so much money on it. I mean, you've got to be like 65 IQ to think this works, right? I mean, like, you can fool the person that works there, right? Because they don't give a fuck. But, like, I mean, you can't actually fool somebody that's looking into this. Lower? Uh-oh. Zap him again. Zap him again, just for fun.
Yep, we're good, thank you.
Can we take phones out of stuff?
Yeah.
So y'all not gonna write a receipt back?
Huh? It's alright.
Y'all not gonna write
Is he new? He's like, welcome to the job, buddy.
a receipt back? Chill, dude. We want you here the whole time.
Chill, yeah. What the fuck are you talking about?
Stop.
The rookie? Yeah.
You'll be alright.
Yeah. Turn the ping pong down.
Change the car.
Yeah, try it. Yeah.
On the job training.
Hey, you tell me bought it? Look at the receipt.
On the job training, bro. I love it. And the thing is, like, you can tell that it's like a new guy, because he's like, all right, bro, can you just please, we know, bro, like, come on, let's, okay, all right, they're like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Sin tutorial, yeah. They took him to Walmart, like, it's a low-level zone. They got a power level at Walmart before they're ready to take him over to, like, the Home Depot.
Just stop. Yeah, we'll do it in there.
Like,
we'll look at when we get time, man.
There's a low-level barber spot.
You're trying to arrest me?
Arrest me? Why are you arresting me? Oh, no, they're going to take...
I was not listening. My thing about it, I'm trying to explain to y'all, y'all not trying to talk.
Yeah, we don't want to talk to you. What's wrong with his shirt? What are you doing with that? I've never even seen somebody do this. What kind of a shirt is like this? Just let it go, yeah. It's a shirt mullet, yeah. He got a shirt mullet going on. Alright, so the reason why obviously we're making contact with you is because you literally switched it. You put the one that you purchased or whatever item that you had, you put it on the shelf, grab a new one and return it. That's totally cool.
Oh, no. I was gonna try. I didn't want them declining me because of the band.
But that's not how it works. What?
What?
We can have that discussion.
Yeah. No. The book. Where's that book at?
You wouldn't have needed to even get handcuffed if you didn't run away. They would have probably just had you walk in there.
Okay. Well, technically not. Just use that.
He didn't want to lose his money. Yeah. So the reason why did you steal it? I didn't want to spend the money. Oh. Oh yeah. It's cheaper that way. Yeah, true. A big brain.
No, you good.
Ask him about free healthcare. Ask him about free clippers. Ask him about a free vacation in jail.
I'm just trying to talk to them and ask them why they trying to get me in handcuffs. I'm gonna do it for you. That's the only question I got. So the reason like, no, I'm not mad at you. I'm trying to explain to you though. I'm not mad at you. I'm just saying that I was trying to ask a question and they trying to arrest me. No, they're trying to.
I just got arrested for. See, like, I just want to ask the cops a question, and then the cops just like randomly fucking grabbed me and they arrested me out of nowhere. Like, damn, bro, like. Oh, dude. Don't you hate when that happens? Damn, that's too bad.
That's the reason why we're making contact. Okay. And they're making contact. So it's still theft.
It's still theft.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to know is, Mr. Bowers, what I'm trying to explain to you, I heard you under arrest, and I'm trying to explain to y'all the situation.
The situation.
That's under arrest though, but I'm trying to explain to you. But I'm trying to.
I think y'all might be right. I think 65 might have been. I might have overshot it. I think we could have overshot this. I think that, yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Like 59.
I didn't know that.
50, imagine 59.
What? Can I explain myself? We're going to talk? That's right.
No.
Y'all tackling me.
Why are y'all tackling me? Why are you running? Like, how is this even real?
I was trying to, but I'm getting tackled. I'm getting tackled.
You're trying to do what?
No, you
trying to spin out, bro. You're on camera. Like, what do you... Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
When you grabbed me, after you grabbed me, I said, what am I getting detained for? What am I getting arrested for?
Yeah, but why do you have to grab you?
Well, you didn't. That's something you didn't want to talk to begin with. How? If I'm asking questions.
How? What do you mean, how? You ran away.
In the process of moving away and I'm asking questions, y'all supposed to talk. If y'all say, hey, we need to bring you up to the talk, I was already walking that way.
I was walking that way. What? I don't even know why they're just talking to him. I'd be so fucking mad at this point.
So we're talking, we're just gonna talk. Where am I going to handcuffs?
Where am I going to handcuffs for? They need to give him one of those index cards. I want to see him read something. I want to test something. I want to know what's going on here.
I said that, and we're gonna talk. No. Ask him, Mr. Bowers, when you first walked up to me, was I loud? Was I rowdy? No.
Wait a minute. Am I missing something here? Why does he know the name of this cop? Could this be one of their what's the word for it? Regulars? The name tag? Yeah, but he's not referring to anybody else on their name tag. It's just him. Yeah, one of the regulars.
It was still wrong. No, I'm not defending that. I'm just saying, what you did is still wrong. Yeah, I'm not defending that wrong, but I'm talking about the part after that. Can you listen to stuff? You don't have any more issues? Just the right one. That's what we're going to do. Oh, I told y'all, I'll explain to y'all. I already explained to y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Please try to run away again. Please try to run away. I want to see him try to run away again.
And then if you want to provide a
please try to run away.
Are you on probation for? Are you on probation for? Just driving.
I'm on probation for driving.
No.
Oh, just driving. Oh, driving with license suspended. Oh, all right. They put him on probation just for driving around. That's what happens. That's America now.
So let me ask you a question there. So it's up to Walmart to file charges, right? Yes. Am I getting filed charges on? Anyway, since there's already paid for it, we already got the receipt paid for, and nothing was taken out of there without money being.
Nothing was taken out of there without money. God, number one, I can barely even understand what the fuck he's saying. Number two, yeah, there was. You walked out. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Like, oh my god, this is crazy.
You can't no way around it, man. You got a better for
I'm just gonna move your hair real quick, okay?
I'm not saying that though, but I'm saying the policy state that you automatically have to file charges.
Boom, headshot. Honestly, like that rookie, no, bro, he's good. Dollar amount that I could give. Was it him that actually sacked him? $40. $49. I don't know if it was or not. Yeah, he's a keeper. He is. Think about. I want you guys while this video is playing. I want you to think about the amount of your tax money that's being spent at this very moment, micromanaging this, sub 70 IQ retard. Think about your money is now. This is the reason why you pay taxes. Is so you can have adult daycare units basically run around and micromanage these people. This is your money at work right now.
Listen, my thing is, I already paid for it, right?
Yeah. I already paid for it. You didn't pay for it.
You paid for it, right? You put your old clippers? Yes. Yeah. Now, wait, listen. So you put your old one on the shelf, right? Grab the new one. Take it to the service and then return with the new one, right? That's altering our inventory. It's in the store. It's basically saying that we have a store, now we don't. Because it's at the service next return. You grab your old one and try to walk out with it. So we're losing money at the end of the day. Yeah.
Yeah, you went, and this is what he did. He went to buy, he probably bought the cheap ones, and then he refunded them, and then he took the expensive ones home with him. Yeah, that's what he's trying to do. Like, this is, again, this class, yeah, so you're stealing.
My thing is, though, if I already paid for them, they just recharge the card. You should have paid for that little step that they started. Right? So, both. I'm only going to pay for one. I didn't even make it out of the store.
Oh my god. The dude's really, I didn't make it out of the store. You were out of, what do you?
These guys trying to make contact.
Oh my god. Laws like this are too complicated for people like him? No, that actually, you could be right. That he's actually not playing stupid, and he's just really stupid. And so, like, explaining this topic to him, like inventory, the idea of, like assets and everything, like it might just be too much.
Okay. So, it's on the stand. He's gonna go to New York. Get that pulled out. Do I get on the stretcher, right? These shit phones? Oh, do they hook up to one of the stretcher legs? I didn't think it was gonna leave. I thought it was gonna tell me, hey, you gotta go back to the I thought it was gonna be that simple. There's one in my head. I feel something tugging in my head. That's it. You want me to get out one, dude? Yeah.
They were like, yeah, we're gonna have to send you to ER for this, bro. Like, fucking Elmer, the police officer, is just like, you want me to just pull that shit out? I'll pull it out right now. Brain damage? I don't think that's possible.
He's such a pretty boy that he was so He was so concerned about the blood. The super high rollers of Las
If you had to come back in here, you come to the office.
That's the miscommunication there, though. Because I thought I was under arrest for something that I didn't even talk on you. So that's the only reason why these cuffs got put on you, though. You get what I'm saying?
A lot into it. Stakes are quite small.
Wilson as Jax.
That'd be sick. I'd be all up.
Oh, look at this. Now, Jax here is too strong to just shove here.
A little more than 10 bigs.
10.5 bigs. If I had a hand like ace 10, I'd probably shove. The thing with Jax is you want action here. Fold, but now he's reshoving.
There's the jam.
Yeah.
Winter has ace queen suited.
Wow.
For sure.
Now, as tight as Winter plays, I can't see him getting away from this. Winter's in there, and Wilson, I can't see him folding either. And Wilson is going to be in a great spot here.
The three-way all-in right off the bat, pretty much. With almost 13 million in the middle, Mateos with the ace-10 suited. Winter ace-queen of spades, Wilson to Jax.
I think it's me. Give me that jersey, friend. 10K. Oh. Adrian.
Oh, 986 with 2 clubs. to the outside on the top of your screen for Mateos.
Wow. The Conquistador becomes the favorite here on the flop. He's got so many killouts. Any 7, any club. He has his opponents drawing dead.
Very wow.
How about the Queen of Diamonds on the turn for Sean Winter?
You 6 of clubs? 6 of diamonds.
Wilson now needs a 10.
This is such a wild hand, Jeff. This is wild. I mean, Wilson now is pretty much dead.
River card is a 6. Wilson is indeed dead, out in 7th place, and Sean Winter scores the triple. Wilson is going to have a little bit left, since he had a little more than Winter, and he beat Mateos. But he'll be on the ropes. Mateos falls to about 12. That's what Winter moves up to. 10. Do thank you all for being here. Very much appreciate it. At least I thank you all for being here. Plus, it might be happy that you have our stream on, but certain comments from driving back are insane.
The Wilson here electing to call here. There's no value in raising when Kuhn has no fold equity. You'd like to see a flop out of position. We call this the stop and go.
Yeah, notice the sizing that Kuhn used. He went 3x pre. And both flop top pair, which is clear trouble for Wilson with just 850K behind.
And the fact that Wilson flop top pair, I'd rather see him, I mean, he could bet here. I guess it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, with 2 big blinds going in. Kuhn happy to make the call, and here we go. Brandon Wilson all in at risk. 4.7 million in the middle. He does find a ways back up to more than 10 bigs.
I want to say this, as Wilson is most likely going to get eliminated. You are going to be seeing a lot of that man right there.
Absolutely.
Check out what we got there.
Oh, and that's such a bad card for Wilson. This guy, Wilson, Jeff, I'm telling you right now, I've watched a lot of guys come and go. I've watched more guys go than come. This guy has a future as bright as anyone.
He's got staying power, that's for sure. Brandon Wilson out in 7th place. Well-deserved round of applause. Leaves with more than $629,000 still in the hunt for his first World Series of Poker bracelets. I mean, I have to follow up there. Why do you think it's a disaster?
I don't believe in it.
Okay.
And you've watched me play. You've commentated.
Yeah.
Okay. I've never believed in it. I think it makes
So I just got a call about a guy in this group home just bullying everybody. I already know who it is. And when the cops get there, he tries to bully the cops. Huge mistake. Watch this.
How you doing? You're not Mike, are you? Where's Mike at, you know? In the back over there. Oh, back there. Hello. Hey.
There it is, officer.
Hey, Mike.
Now come in or go to your room. We want to talk to you inside.
Why don't you tell me what's going on first?
He threatened to jump on Felix when they're sitting in the chair.
Jump on him?
Yeah, they were like this in each other's face.
Okay.
And he was telling him to hit me, and he got mad because we take their claims on activities.
Okay.
He was upset, officer, because he couldn't have no popcorn or pop tonight. If you go to the movie, that's all we can afford to pay for.
Okay.
And there's another staff in the kitchen.
Did he threaten to hurt staff or anything?
Amy,
I was just trying to defend the staff.
Okay.
And I didn't have any choice. I didn't do anything. I was just trying to defend them because there's a lot of bad people that live here. And I don't.
Did he do anything to you?
No.
He didn't hit you or anything?
Very aggressive.
Did he threaten you?
Did he threaten me? Yes.
What did he say?
Well, he didn't hit me. He said, hit.
Hit me? Okay. All right. Did he threaten staff at all?
no, not me. No, he didn't make any threats to staff. He just kept telling him to hit him.
All right.
And so we separated them.
I was just saying.
You know what, Carl?
Oh, there's another one coming. There's another one coming. I'll get you set up. Why? Why?
Tell me what you got about it.
Go ahead. Tell me your side of the story. It's fine.
John, you want to shoot me, don't you? Why don't you pull it out?
Relax. You want to go in cuffs? Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. Hold over.
Stop.
I don't. You hear that nurse? She said, damn. You like that cop could have handled that alone.
Yeah, I'm just a curb. I'm only a curb. And I'm derpity derping on the interwork. Well, it's a long, long skirt to the viral surf. It's a long, long work while I'm stuck in the commerce. But I know I'll go somewhere. At least I hope and pray that I work. But today I'm still just a curb. Well, I'm just a curb and I derpity derp. I owed you commander with murder. From the guts of the burp, I start as a smurf. Hoping for likes and chirps to climb the work. Then it's off to the chirps when a big derp's to surf. If I pass all the chirps, I'll be shared foreign word. But if I get flagged or we derp, back to the draft, I'll derp. We work in repurp in the endless constant flirp. Please buy a t-shirt, L-Kid Curb or surf. Have you read their phonetics? Oh, you come and derp the curb.
Well, welcome to Derp the Curb. Many thought it was gone because my channel was demonetized because of my old-fashioned AI hobo chili I brew up special here on this channel. And then I didn't give a shit enough to try to fight with YouTube about it. But we got ads on this one, so I don't care. And also Mystery Boys. Check out Mystery Boys, which is trending in all the major Spotify slots. Okay. Today I got a really good derp that last minute was able Mark, my nephew and assistant, put together. Professor Shane, returning champion Professor Shane, who made very bold predictions, and I'm still and it's still very possible that what you told me about Venezuela could come to pass. You just haven't gotten to that. I know Trump has wanted to get to it, but he's been distracted with other things. And the first thing I wanted to ask you before you went on was, do you think Iran has nukes? And you said no. And I was like, okay. So why do you say no?
Okay. Before I begin, I want to make it clear to you that I love conversation. Okay. So there's no like I saw that Trump trashing Candace Owens, and I took great offense to that. I love her, even though I'm Chinese and I'm a racist.
Small 3 back here. Hold on. treatment?
That's a big statement, Professor.
No, I mean, anyway, so Iran, okay, doesn't have nuclear weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think Iran has nuclear weapons? Some guys on YouTube told you so?
Pepe Escobar, the nephew of because it was plausible. Basically, I couldn't understand why Iran, because Iran's got huge. First of all, they were beating us over there, 100% with Bolshevik guns or what have you. They did that.
Yeah.
It's just when I heard that they dropped that on the Pakistani channel of, we're going to test it and show you what we got if you don't knock it off. What I immediately, my mind went to immediately was, okay, I know they were being held back by China and Russia from doing what they could have done to Israel, and then I was like, were they like 80% of the way there, and they could just turn it on if they want, and Russia and China gave them permission if U.S. and Israel keep it up? Because what's the problem with them having nukes? It sounds like another mutually assured destruction. Well, the problem is Israel can't unilaterally just go kill whoever they want. That's literally what they consider a violation of self-defense, is that they can't just go blow up anyone they want in anybody's country in the area. The way the U.S. does over here, the famous Dumb Road Doctrine. So that's why I thought it was likely. And I started seeing it trickling out in other areas. But I'm dying to know why you say no, because you typically will make me think a different way that I hadn't thought before.
Yeah, I am 100% sure they don't have nuclear weapons. Okay, so let's go over some of our reasoning. And you're going to interrupt, so feel free to go ahead and interrupt.
Thank you, Professor.
Right, okay. So, first of all, we know that Iran has uranium enrichment.
No.
Let's go. Turn it on, turn it up, never quit, never surrender. It's not over till that fat Sheila sings. Whip out any motivational saying you want. It's time for more dickheads celebrating too early. What are you doing, buddy? You haven't won it yet. Joshua zooms past for the victory. The motorbike cop is like, that was hilarious. I'm going to go tell everyone. Where's my bloody megaphone? Over to another running race. What are you doing? Why though? Stop. No, yes. Oh, wow, we're at a rodeo now. Is he doing good? Is he doing bad? I don't know the rules. There's a roly-poly. I suppose he's happy. He beat the horse at riding the horse. He goes over to his fan base. He's like, yeah, wicked wild, wicked wild, wicked wild, wild west. Backflip, boom, and shit mixed. The celebration far outweighed whatever victory he had. There's a bin. Ping pong, the ball pings and pongs. The paddle action is nimble as fuck. Oh, it hit the net post. Jarvis celebrates and it hits the edge of the table. Perez is like, sorry, not sorry. Look at the replay. Ping pong goes up. Jarvis celebrates and then lands back in play. That's fair. What's happening over in the pool room? Oh, yeah, he's going for the black. He missed it. That guy gloats. He's like, oh, you missed it. Did he though? No, he didn't. That was his plan all along. Or it was lucky. Either way, don't celebrate too early.
I think that we dominate tomorrow the game because we have more qualities and more talented teams.
Is that right, Turkey? Oh, there's another angle and another angle. Hey, hey. Whoa, look at that talent. Go back, Carver. I'll stay on the soccer, football, the soccer for you World Cup fans. Look at that. Beautiful work by the goalie, but he celebrated too early. And a bit of backspin gets the job done. And now he's got nothing to say except nah, oi, nah, nah. Oh, he loves it. The fans love it. Everyone does when shit like this happens. Go on, go celebrate, and there you go. Goal. What are you doing, mate? What are you doing? Oh, the cycling. It has to be in here. These guys are like, we're the dream team. No, you're not. The lone wolf takes you down. On the Aussie rules footy, Mason Cox here is like, I got this. No worries. That split the middle. He gives it a little cheesy salute, and it hits the post. So that's one more. Maybe this is celebrating. I was just saying goodbye to it. Oh, no. He was celebrating. Oh, don't do a trick. No, you've stacked it in the Olympics. This is like 2 decades ago, but it doesn't matter. It's a classic. Oh, don't do tricks right on the finish line. I don't care what sport it is. Just no, don't do tricks. Look at it in slow mo. Yeah, going for the gold medal. Oh, shit.
Got booed as an open by coach in 2018. Yeah, can I have the video of that? I'd love to see it. This guy's a hack. Oh my god, you see that? He's just like, yeah, your dick won the game, MVP of the game. And you think that they'd be like, sure, okay. Nope. This goes on, and Eric Marino has other funny jokes as related to Tony P fucking while the Knicks had their historic come from behind victory.
Tony, I think we need your dick to open the string of promos. Can we get you on a boat? I think we could settle this
I'll
right
get him on a
now.
boat. Let's get him on a boat.
All right. He's going to solve our issues over in Iran. Pretty amazing. It's amazing what this guy's dick can do. Get it? Because it's not really what caused the Knicks to come back and win.
Oh.
So it wouldn't do any of these things.
Ron wants him off this show. Get him on a boat is really like, get him on a boat, get him off this show.
Yeah, make more room for me.
That's right. Yeah, he took my best friend away from me.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's blowing up my spot with all this sex talk because I'm not getting any.
Right. So, Ron has an observation because he works at the restaurant there, the beer garden, whatever it is, and he says all of a sudden everyone's got Knicks gear. They're all wearing brand new Knicks gear. These Fairweather fans. Oh, we got a brand new jersey. I see. Do you even know the starting lineup? You know, Ron's pulling one of those things. But then he makes an observation like there's another version of these new Knicks fans, and this is mental.
They wouldn't be able to give you the lineup. And here's the other Fairweather Knicks fans. They don't even have Knicks shit. But you know what they're wearing? Mets shit. Because it's the same fucking colors. So half the fucking people at the Knicks game at work were wearing Mets hats and shirts. They didn't even have Knicks shit. But it's the same fucking colors.
It's the Temu Knicks wear. They went They can't afford the Knicks stuff, so let's just put the Mets stuff on.
Fairweather Knicks fans are wearing Mets gear.
That's a good one.
So, why is this problem? You get the last of the the set, and they were like, whoa, what observation. If I thought a guy was sitting wearing Mets gear, I'd assume he was a Mets fan. I'm like, oh, we still on the bandwagon with the Knicks? No, I was at the game earlier.
Can you read?
Yeah, no, it's like Mets. It's baseball season. You're right. Like, literally, the Mets are playing in that city right now. I don't understand.
And honestly, I appreciate that. Like, if I go to a Phillies game and I see people in Eagles gear, that's kind of cool. Like, that's totally fine. You're at the Phillies game. I assume you're a fan. You don't need to dress like the players. It's fine.
Right. I like that that idiot Eric was just like, whoa, he's onto something with that one. Then Opie has to raise his hand. He's like, I got a joke. Team Nick's here. Okay, good stuff, Opie. Thanks for raising your hand. All right, you ready for the beginning of the callbacks?
Mm-hmm.
Ron is talking about the riots in Belfast, Ireland. I don't know if you're familiar with this. It's in the news, but there's some people who are not happy with some of the immigrants who are there in Ireland, and that's what they're discussing.
Don't fuck with the Fighting Irish.
Don't fuck with the Irish.
No, but I'm being serious for a second. Anybody from New York?
By the way, I'll have you know nothing was going on in Belfast when Tony was fucking his wife, okay? Just the streets were calm and collected. It's like, yes, we could just, and by the way, get him off the podcast right now. We can fix some world problems right now.
Tony, you go open the strain of booze. I'll be right back. That's all I'm going to say. You think you can take care of gas prices? Get in that room. Get in there. Tony, did you just say you go into the strain of booze? Did you just say your wife has a...
Can we drill for some more oil? Could you just do a little, we need some exploration.
Is your wife's vagina mined?
Her vagina is Italy. Her mouth is Ireland.
All right. There we go.
You're fucking your wife, that's gonna do this, and gas prices. And then Tony B's like, yeah, her mouth is Ireland. Just sucked all the fun out of this. Wow. That was so brutal.
They're having way too much fun out of one comment that was made.
Mm-hmm. Tony P, everyone's laughing at everything. It's all Tony P bombed. What do you say? He slammed up your pussy. Like, good stuff. So then Tony's gonna remind us that he's hot. Tony B, really, he's always showing off his chest, his nipples. He loves being the hot guy on his show.
swimmer Riley Gaines got caught on camera here in an embarrassing moment, trying to figure out what her beliefs are.
Again, so it's pro-life. First Amendment. Okay. First, second. Yep. Cool.
I remember I was telling you guys that one time my freshman year I didn't take a shit for a week and a half. I was addicted to steak noodles with American cheese and a ride of French fries. Listen to me.
How long is that?
This
10
is
days?
that's
That's
a long time, man. When I was
How
a
were you
freshman,
alive?
I played freshman ball and we were playing Patterson Eastside. That's just the jungle of the school. Like you got to be careful when you go in there. And we went there to play the Christmas tournament.
Wait, what kind of ball are we talking about?
Basketball. And I hadn't taken a shit for like 10 days. I was knocked up, something. I took acid, something fucked my stomach up. I didn't tell nobody. And on the way home, we got on the bus. And while we were waiting there, my stomach started hurting. And I said, Jesus Christ, I don't know if I'm going to shit myself or fart, but let me just take a chance.
Good move.
And I blew this fart, Joe Rogan. That was so bad. Right? We were on a bus, and people started running, you know, those school buses? People started running to the windows, right? To swing down the bus windows. But here's what gets better. I farted again. And the teachers were going, oh my God, he's changing flavors. But the worst thing was, the cheerleaders were crying. That's how bad it smelled. They were sitting in front of the bus going,
Wait a minute. He's changing flavor.
One of the teachers yelled out, oh my God, he's changing flavors. That's how bad these farts were.
That's your next t-shirt. Oh my God, he's changing flavors.
The whole bus stunk. It was fucking god awful.
I wrote a blog about one of Joey's farts once.
Was that on a plane?
Yes.
I think I read that.
Stop me. You've heard this one before, but Broncos edge rusher Jonathan Cooper spent an early Friday morning in jail.
Jonathan Cooper was arrested for a second time in a week.
It's obviously disturbing what's happened overnight, where he's arrested and more charges are brought against him.
Cooper is facing some serious charges after allegedly violating a protection order from his arrest last week.
No, this is not a rerun of last week's video, unfortunately, but imagine if I could do reruns and syndication like sitcoms. Wouldn't that be great? I want to make that Carlton money.
It finally happened. Somebody pinch me.
Sweet, sweet Carlton money. Was I talking about? Oh, yeah. A crucial member of the Broncos' sack-heavy defense was arrested for a second time in just a week and now stands to face suspension or worse, and that coincided with the team handing out a new contract to their head coach. Great to see the Broncos fitting an entire offseason worth of news into about 3 days. Not only was Cooper arrested a second time for new charges of harassment from repeated phone calls and one for the violation of a protection order, one of his initial charges was up from a misdemeanor to a felony. That's very serious and could certainly affect how this case proceeds and how Cooper will be viewed by the public. In addition to Sean Payton's extension, there was actually a piece of positive news regarding a wide receiver the Broncos signed. So I'll break down the new information we have on all of that and what it means for Cooper and the Broncos today on... I'm Brandon Burnett. I gave up my law degree to pursue my passion, football. If you want to support this channel, a great way to do so is by purchasing my copy over at benchwarmershop.com or signing up for Patreon or the YouTube memberships. For all $10 a month donors, we're doing our Patreon Zoom Hangout. This week I'll be scheduling that and posting it on Patreon and in the YouTube memberships tab. So check it out for details. Benchwarmer Shop, Patreon. Broncos outside linebacker Jonathan Cooper was arrested Thursday night on charges that violated a court-issued protection order, marking his second arrest in less than a week.
He faces 4 charges related to this violation alone.
Now, according to court records, Cooper faces new charges of harassment through repeated phone calls and violation of that protection order.
His arrest affidavit revealing his ex-girlfriend called police saying he, quote, had been knocking on her apartment door, texting her, adding when he showed up at her door, she felt scared. The arresting officer noting in the report Cooper admitted to this, despite knowing it would, quote, violate a protection order.
The order was issued following his earlier arrest stemming from a domestic dispute with his girlfriend. Now, Cooper initially pleaded not guilty Monday to misdemeanor domestic violence-related charges connected to his June 4th arrest. The latest arrest came one day after prosecutors added 2 more charges related to Cooper's June 4th arrest in Parker, Colorado, including felony second-degree assault by strangulation. The NFL and the Broncos organization both said they were monitoring the situation, whatever that means.
A new report from the State Forest Service found the pine beetle outbreak increased nearly 150% across...
No, that was the wrong news clip, but also, fuck those pine beetles. Those tree-killing fucking pine beetles.
Bigger issue with all kinds of bugs that eat our trees.
Sandworms.
The latest arrest coming just hours after Cooper was at practice and Broncos head coach Sean Payton addressed his initial arrest.
We had a long visit with Coop, and now the process plays out, and the league obviously will be very much involved in that.
Cooper later told police officers he had not been served with the protection order. The classic Dave Chappelle defense of...
Sorry, officer, I didn't know I couldn't do that.
During a court appearance Friday in Douglas County, a judge ordered Cooper to comply with a stricter protection order that prohibits any contact with his girlfriend. He must also obtain court approval before traveling out of state. I'm sure that won't be a problem for a professional football player. Now, on Wednesday, prosecutors announced additional charges, including felony assault by strangulation and third-degree assault. Court records state the new charges were based in part on a forensic nurse's examination of Cooper's girlfriend, which reportedly found injuries consistent with strangulation that created a substantial risk of death or serious bodily injury, including the possibility of traumatic brain injury. That was obviously inconsistent with the initial police report and what the police officer found at the scene, and that's why these matters should be and are subject to medical professionals as well. Those findings and how those findings are presented in court moving forward are the most important part of this case. I feel like I shouldn't have to say this, but I'm going to say this just so nothing gets misconstrued. If Cooper did that, I don't care if the NFL suspends him for 6 games, I don't want him on the Broncos roster. Also, if he's convicted of felony strangulation charges, that will come with a mandatory prison sentence.
If he's convicted of that felony charge, it would mean anywhere from 5 to 16 years in prison.
Cooper and his girlfriend were both arrested following the altercation back on June 4th, which I covered on this channel already. Police said the dispute began after an argument over allegations of cheating and escalated into a physical confrontation involving damaged cell phones. And by damage, I do mean Jonathan Cooper destroyed a cell phone with his teeth. He masticated a phone, which is very different from what all of you do with your phone that has a similar word. Last weekend, Cooper addressed the situation on Instagram, posting an apology to his family, friends, and community. He acknowledged that sharing a Bible verse after the incident did not resolve the seriousness of the allegations and wrote in a separate post, "I apologize, this situation is not who I am." As it turns out, it might be a little bit who he is, just based on everything that's happened, specifically after he posted that, and that's my read on the matter. He's entering his 6th NFL season and has recorded at least 8 sacks in each of the past 3 seasons, posted a career-high 10.5 sacks in 2024. Just a year ago, he signed a 4-year contract extension worth up to $60 million. Cooper is scheduled for a motions hearing on July 6th related to the original case and another hearing on July 14th connected to his latest arrest. His trial is currently scheduled to begin July 22nd, shortly before the Broncos report to training camp. At this point, he and the Broncos are likely looking down the barrel of a baseline 6-game suspension, at the very least, and I think Cooper is close to getting cut altogether. I say that, but I have no idea how the Walton Penner Group deals with disciplinary matters because the Broncos have been largely incident-free under their watch. I'm pretty sure this is the first crime that's happened in the entire state of Colorado since Lord Walmart bought the Broncos. So we don't know what they're going to do. It seems like this has gotten a lot of Broncos fans clamoring to sign Von Miller, who was, of course, a Bronco for 10.5 seasons, but I think they're neglecting to consider that Vaughn himself was arrested for domestic violence back in 2023, which led to a 4-game suspension the following season. He did have 9 sacks in a limited role with the Commanders last year, and he may have something left in the tank as a depth edge rusher at age 37, but I don't think you replace an alleged girlfriend batterer with another. No charges were ever filed for that case, but the NFL suspended Vaughn regardless. The Broncos have drafted and developed Jonah Ellis, and he's first in line to start in place of Cooper. And just a year ago, they drafted Q Robinson, who's more than capable of adding depth behind Ellis and Benito, based on a limited sample size his rookie season.
It's a working man I am. I've been down on the ground. I swear to God, if I ever see the sun.
Did I ever show you the picture of the tree that was growing in my toilet pipe?
No.
Shit tree?
No.
Dude, I was having a problem. My toilet wouldn't flush correctly. So I had a fella come over to take care of it. And he said, dude, he goes, look at that. That's an actual picture of the thing that was in my bathroom.
What is it?
That is a tree that's roots got into a small crack in the water pipe. And then it grows where the water is all up the pipe. So the pipe was clogged with like a tree. It looked like an animal.
Oh my God, it's disgusting. That's so big, it looks like it has a personality.
Probably does. You can probably tell in the rest of the trees. Get in here, bro. There's water and shit. Wait a minute, in a pipe? Yeah. You live in a stew of water and shit, and they keep dropping shit on you every day, and you absorb it. No way.
You live there?
Yeah, bro. There's no dirt. It's just water and shit.
They let you live?
Bro, I'm telling you, dirt sucks. Fuck, dude. That sounds amazing. Shit pipe. Bro, he's out there hustling. He made his way up the shit pipe. You hear about Harry? Yeah, bro. He worked at that fucking pipe for years, man. You gotta admit, the dude put his time in. All right, there's a lot of weeds out there that are complaining about Harry, but these fuckers, they grow real fast and then they just stay the same size. They're not hustlers.
I don't know. Harry seems happy, but could he be? I would miss the sun. Personally, I'd miss the sunshine.
You say that, okay? But Harry's mostly a root, all right?
Yeah,
and
true.
He could be out there in the dirt, occasionally peek up a little.
Good point.
You know those sad roots that have the story of to the rest of the root system? Like they're up above.
Yeah.
And the rest of the roots like, what's going on up there? Shut the fuck up. A deer's gonna eat the little saplings. Shut the fuck up.
I miss Harry.
Yeah, Harry was a hustler. Harry is the Jay-Z of tree roots.
Dude, did you hear? Harry.
Now, this is tiny. When I max it out, it's going to be blurry. It's the best I got. I got sent this. It's a 12-minute clip. I got 3 minutes in, and I just started thinking, holy shit, why are you the way that you are?
Max Frank, thanks for the $5. I can't watch FNT now since Gary backstabbed and betrayed you over NT, a goddamn effing thing. And
Not a goddamn effing thing. How have you not been able to figure this shit out right now? But okay.
I've been watching since 2019. Almost feels like a personal betrayal. Yeah, it feels.
By the way, the rest of the girls are like, please, let's move on. God, Keanu loves this right now.
Something going on I don't know about because I just feel like the response and what is happening to me is not equal to like what I have said, done.
Okay. See, this is where I had to start going like, you can't be serious still. The issues were, you lied. You openly lied. We caught you lying. Acting like you didn't know what the was going on when everybody knew what the was going on. Jesus fucking Christ, woman. You lied to everybody. You put yourself into drama which you didn't want. Gary doesn't want that drama there. It's a big, serious, sticky situation you brought to their doorstep. They said, fuck off with that shit. We don't want you around. And when you were given the opportunity to try to right the shit, you keep it up. How is this so hard for you to figure out? But at some point in time, all you have to actually boil this down to is that she's purposely ignoring what people are saying. She has to be actually dumb, or she has to just be malicious. And I choose the malicious because there's no way you can't actually know what's going on here.
Let it add on. So it's a question.
To leave you like hanging is sort of weird.
Yeah.
There's this thing called, social cues and context, and hey, woman, fix the shit. That's what they're basically trying to tell you is fix it, and you won't.
Yeah, and by the way, no one please, do not mispronounce or mistake DJ Cobra's name. If you've never watched FNT, he gets very upset about that.
Well, she didn't even fucking know who the hell. She didn't even know who the hell you were, but you followed him and you clap back at him.
He does not like to not be seen, and
you followed him. He never even knew who you were.
Right, because I've never, even when you were on it, I never really watched it. I feel like at least him, he sat there and on a show with you for 5 years, and then used your controversy as his content, and then he even.
No, he didn't. He talked about you like twice. That's it. It was always super cordial to you. What the hell is wrong with these women? God damn it. This is why I hate. This is why I can't stand. This is why I can't stand these people. Because I'm fighting the urge already to start throwing slurs. And I want to throw the slurs. I want to say the slurs.
He came at me for not knowing who he was.
No, he didn't. He came at you saying, who the f are you? Because he didn't know who you were, but you followed him. You clapped back at him for no reason. He didn't know jack shit about you. You're now playing the game. Holy shit.
Caught DJ Chopra, whatever it is, and I felt like, why is this specific one acting more like a chick?
You clapped at him, and he actually responded to you saying, who the f are you?
And then Chrissy even is. Are you like, present and like?
Yes, you are.
Holly, you've been on Compound, right? Jana was a multiple frequent guest hosted for me many times.
I remember you from that.
We had our problems, we had our haters, we had our drama, but one thing we all had was professional loyalty, and that was the one rule.
So, okay, no. Okay. Professional loyalty. If you though, and actually bring a big shitstorm to the table of FNT, they aren't going to want you on. They asked you to leave to write their shit. It was pretty obvious what was happening. They said, hey, we're going to be having you off for a little while, okay? Take a week off, correct it on your own channel, and then we will reassess this. You're bitching and moaning because they're not.
You were saying about coming up, like, having each other's back. Didn't you co-headline with Hedberg?
Yeah.
co-middled.
Wow.
That's a weird show.
Co-headline, like, when it was, like, really shitty clubs, basically one-nighter, so you wouldn't even, it's hard to call it headline, but yeah.
That's so cool, though, man. That's like such an amazing show to see.
Yeah, of course. Did people get him immediately, or was it a while? No, the first time I saw him was at a club called Knuckleheads in the Mall of America, Minneapolis, and Lewis Johnson was the headliner. I was the middle act, and Hedberg was opening. And Lewis had seen him, and he goes, "Man, you gotta watch this guy. This guy's fucking." And the first night he did pretty good, but the rest of the week he's just fucking, because he has no MC skills. Right. He doesn't come out and say, "Are there any birthdays?" Like, and he's following da 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 da. Now written for this da da da, and there's a laser light show for a club of 350, even though there's 18 people in it. They still have the volume up like it's a sold out Saturday. Yeah. Come on, you can do better than that. No, they're doing their best. Yeah, right. 18 of them, and they're not even sat in the same areas.
Yeah, Knuckleheads does not seem like the proper venue for Mitch Hedberg.
No. He was new, but it was still, as Hedberg, not quite as polished, but still you saw everything that you're fucking gonna love in the future. So it was great to watch him like morph very quickly. And fucking great.
I love that. There's some nerd put up a bunch of sets from Giggles in Seattle, which is no longer there. But it's like early Bill Burr.
I think he's dead.
I can't remember his name, but I know everybody hated that guy.
Giggles?
Yeah, it was like Bill Burr, Geraldo, Young Tosh, Young You, and it's so cool to see because I don't know, it must be like 1999 or something, and everyone is just there for the love of the game. No one's getting clips, no one's filming every show, and it's just trying to kill and getting heckled and getting drunk. And you can tell Geraldo goes up, he's like, "I'm so fucking hungover," and the crowd's like, "Geez, look at this fucking idiot." And like this, no one has any like, "Oh, these guys are all brilliant, and these guys are gonna be famous and rich." It's just loser, broke comics going up for the love of it. And it's a beautiful thing because now it's all about marketing and clips and views and all this shit. So this is what you were doing. You were just out there at a mall, getting drunk, trying new singers.
That was right before he fucking died. Well, you can look at him.
Pale.
Were you worried?
That was 2 weeks before he died because we did I got booked with him to open for him at a college show in Maryland, and which I was like, all right, by now people know I'm not college material.
Right.
It does not happen. So I assumed he asked for me because when you guys both headline, you stop seeing each other.
Yes,
it sucks.
That's why we do this.
So I assumed he had asked me to do it, and then when the kid that booked it would probably get fired immediately for having me on the stage. We're driving back to the hotel, and I told Mitch, I said, "Hey, thanks for setting this up, because college gigs pay a ton of money, and I needed it back then." And he said, I don't know. And the kid driver said, "No, you guys are my two favorite comedians."
Whoa!
I did this. I'm like, "Oh fuck! All right."
Hey.
So we went back and we did. That's gonna be the green room. But we went back and we're doing 2005.
Wow. So he had done a few Lettermans at this point.
Oh, he was killing it now.
Okay.
Yeah, the Terry Taylor, I think is his name.
Yes, that was it.
That's when Hedberg was just starting to peak, and he was selling a lot of tickets, but he was not a negotiator. And that guy from Giggles would like sell all these like VIP things and overcharge people. Like everything that if he ran it past Hedberg would go, "No fucking way."
Yeah.
Like you can't overcharge people and still pay Hedberg a flat rate.
Right.
And just bilk off his success.
Oh, that's horrible. God damn. Yeah, Hedberg would be on Howard Stern. Like he was really about to be a household name.
And his late night sets were just killer. Like the beauty was seeing crowds get that. Like on Letterman, where you're like, "Oh wow, he's connecting with this unique." Like my mom once heard Hedberg, and she was like, "This is like brilliant."
Yes.
She couldn't pull the car over. She was laughing so hard.
Wow.
I remember William Stevenson, R.I.P. William, hosted The Cellar all the time, and he said the first time he heard Hedberg, was just like listening the whole way, laughing, and he thought he was black. Just he went in, he was like, "Holy shit, the white guy."
When I first heard Hannibal, I'm like, "Oh, Hedberg just stole from black people." My mom loves those applause breaks. That's one of my favorite drunk pastimes. If I ever get to drink with comics or doing a Tell or Hedberg, and you just sit around the table and everyone's fucking throwing out their favorite fucking one-liners. Yeah. And Hedberg was kind of a household name if you were into stand-up. Sure. He was definitely back then before it really kicked off, before social media really kicked off. Yeah, yeah. Back when getting on Letterman would change your life. Yeah.
Did he? I mean, were you seeing when you were doing a gig like that? Did he kill that gig, or were you?
Yeah. Well, no, they were, and he would entertain people who would throw out jokes like towards the end of the show. Like, do the thing, and he was all right. I'll do the koala bear bit. Man, you guys are very demanding of my time. But for you. Damn. He really enjoyed doing it. And he enjoyed fucking drugs, too. He loved heroin. I've heard. Comedy. Yeah. Great at both. He was very good. It's an enthusiast.
Every second of my waking life is combat sport. I live for it. I own it. The world knows there is no fight like a McGregor fight.
Honor, you're back.
I never went nowhere. I've been here. I've gone through it all. I've been on every stage, on every situation. Now, I want to keep going. I'm taking everything. More knuckles, more records. How you might get it. Here is the former UFC featherweight champion and former BMF champ, Max Holloway.
You know, when I get into a fight, it's gonna be a fight. If you tell me I can't do something, I'm gonna tell you watch me.
The UFC takes center stage on the trip once again. At International Fight Week, the biggest superstar in mixed martial arts history returns against Max Holloway.
That fight has been a long time coming, and that is what makes this so exciting.
If I get to set our first business.
Max is my child. I'm going to go in and slug him again. This is for my fans. And the country of Ireland. I fight for them, and it is an honor to do so.
If one of us goes to war, we all go to war. Get away. Let's go. I'm back and I'm ready. It's my name and hit me one more time.
The wait is over.
Heading down to Parasaur Shoe. Going to late register 10K stud high. I'm going to get in on the max bullet here, trying to preserve some energy. If I bust that, there's a 25K six max I'll be glad to jump into. In that, you can re-enter one time. Can't get in for six like the other one I got five for. So that's good news. Smaller price, but whatever. It's good to not have so many things that are just like crazy number of entries. Play that, and if I busted both in that, I could late rent the monster stack, but I think I would wait until tomorrow and max the monster stack. Probably. So I wouldn't have a late day. I don't know. Kind of depends when I bust. See where I'm at. Not the start we were looking for in the World Series, but for 7 bullets or 8 bullets or something. But, you know, when you play tournaments all the time, it's just standard stuff. So, whatever. Just takes one tournament to get it all back, right? That tournament yesterday is 1.7 million for first place. So,
Pop off one of those, you're in good shape. So, feeling good, ready for action.
Now it's me. Who would have thought all these years ago, Mr. Handsome, would freaking have a selfie stick, talking poker,
I know.
gloves?
I'm not on your I mean, what? Well, I was just watching your vlog in my car, actually. You're so good at it. I'm not the talker. I do the voiceovers later.
Yeah, I got a friend we're gonna come on board for your thing, but
Okay.
I had a conversation with Mike Madison.
Okay.
This is all hands in place. High stakes crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Race.
It's like,
He's like, this is terrible.
Yeah.
Mike, what I don't understand is that a limit? Okay?
I think Brock tried to go crazy on you, too.
Yes. That was a brain breaker. That's old school. Knowing your opponent.
I know. Because I was like, someone told me the hand, and I was like, oh, Brock was saying he's never going to raise a queen here. Just call every time they trip.
Yeah, of course.
So it does look tricky.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck today, bro.
Thanks, you too.
Have you been watching them on YouTube? You read them or you watch them? Do you read the transcript? Thank you.
Use AI to get all the closed caption.
Glad you're liking it. Appreciate it. It's been a fun little adventure. Yeah, that's kind of what I decided too. You look at the people who really did it very hardcore back in the day, like Daniel and Phil, and obviously they accomplished a lot too. But you are right. You're right. Go with it. Now's the time. Thoughts. Hopefully I was lying. 28. Most people will be like, what the hell is that? What's that even mean? Yeah, maybe. Cap? At 30? Yes. Alright. Yep, it is. Sure is. Ace. What about that? What about that? Ace. Right. Yes, that's right.
Side pot right here between you two.
Ace?
Okay, now everybody.
Pair king. Ace. That's for flush draw. That's actually scary. Oh, you got a straight draw too. Flush draw too. I should do it last. Alright. Ace?
Pair of aces.
That was a nice spot.
That's why when you were
Very nice. I'm glad I didn't miss that first hand. Good start. You're in the 10K start. I started about 60K and I'm up to well over 200K. Fun table with the grinder, his brother Rob. We have about 15 people left to hit the money. 35 left, maybe 33 left. 20 get paid. Bet. Ends up.
Is last one 10?
Yeah. No, it wasn't. I knew the whole way, man. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, dude. I'm due a vlog on YouTube. I started like last September, October maybe. Been at it a few months. Alright. 23 left. 20K. How much stat? Going in the right direction. 350K or something like that?
So we have an hour dinner break now, so I'm gonna find some food. Hopefully keep building a stack into the money.
It's funny.
She laughs at you.
That's a good one. I like it. Woman laughing about science.
Very funny. Each table will get dealt one hand at a time. Take 3 minutes off the clock. Dealers, please spread your cards after that hand's over. Good luck to everybody dealing. Just 1 hand hold, please.
I got tens up.
Just to the side. Ace. One fiddle bases.
Oh, one pair. Oh, yeah.
One fiddle bases. One fiddle tens.
Four side. Good side. Got something else.
This was the river. Come on. Come on, face card.
I've seen this on the river 3 times a day. He hits it again.
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, baby, dog.
I'll take the side flop, I guess. I'll take the side flop, I suppose.
Wow.
The rivers are hot.
This is one more hand. Oh my fucking god. This is good.
It was I know. I have sevens up.
Repeatable.
What do you guys got over there?
Bye-bye. Oh, yeah, 10 or three stars. So one more card. Still one.
You go for all that?
You need a target. Well, let's see if it's two on this one.
All right.
I see 7 and 6. You guys decide what you think on.
Alright, 2 game days. I need the money here. That was a wild bubble. I've never seen stacks so short. David Baker finally busted. Pretty annoying. He had 1 chip and then 7x'd up and then another short stack double and then he busted. Pretty brutal. Anyways, I got 750, 18 left now. First 302k. Pretty good. Average 400k or so. It's looking good. We got 2 more levels tonight. Yeah. Last break day. Just 1 more level. Done pretty early, which is nice. We're down to 16 players now. My stack dipped a bit, came back, so I'm a little over 800k now. A sweat, finally. It's only my 5th or 6th day into the World Series, but little sweat finally. I guess I first played Tuesday, today's Saturday, so made some money, which I needed. I got kind of crushed from the 25k. There was a hand where David Baker squeezed out that a full house on the river, which everyone started screaming about. He was all in for 1k chip, so he could only win 7k. So there was a massive side thought, which I won. I'm just making a lot of 2 pairs, and it's holding up. I had aces unimproved, hold up in a big freeway pot. Just making hands that are holding up for the most part. So hopefully can finish strong this last level. Alright, how much is this, Elliot?
I got 36 and 76.
76. 7 and a couple.
Okay, what's this?
This is nothing. Alright, we told it. Send me some shit.
May the luckiest man win.
22?
Yes. All right.
Hit a lot of outs, man.
Sweat. Three across. That's 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8.
Par 6? Oh, wow.
Good game.
Good game, buddy. We're done for the night. 11 players left. 700K in the bag, which was average, maybe a little over average. Lost a big one there at the end with pair of queens, Maxim Pisarenko. I'm going to say that wrong. Anyways, he went to 6. Chris Brewer completed a 7. I have queen, queen, deuce with clubs. All my cards are live. I re-raise. Maxim re-raises. So I'm already like kind of worried there. But anyways, I call and he catches a 3. Basically, he bet 4th. I called. I catch an ace on 5th. He checks behind. And then on 6th, I got him a bet. He called and river I checked. Crying called. He made 2 pairs like running jacks and 10. So he just had like 3 to a flush on 3rd. So that was a big one. Every pot's really big now. So, but 11 left. Back tomorrow. We've got like 24K locked up or something like that. So making a run. Closing on the final table. Some short stacks. We should be there pretty quickly tomorrow. Gotta get some rest. Driving down to the final table. Oh, not the final table. Getting a little ahead of myself. I'm 5 of 11, so in my head, I'm already kind of at the final table. This is gonna be a final table type of day, hopefully. But you never know what can happen. So Grinder's got the chip lead. Chris Brewer in there with a lot of chips. It's not gonna be a cakewalk, that's for sure. But I do have plenty of chips. Is the good news. Fun to have a sweat. Just a few players away from bracelet number 7. So that's the goal here. Pick up that bracelet. Move on to another event. Do it again. Rinse, repeat. Sounds easy. Hopefully I can run good when I need to. Hands hold up. Get lucky when I need to. Yeah, let's go from there. All right, we're down to 8 players now. Just lost a humongous pot. Biggest pot of the tournament for sure. Ship leader, I think is ship leader James, the Scottish guy, opens in early position with an ace, a low heart flats. I have ace, queen, 10, 3 spades. I re-raise, they're both call. I catch a spade, so I got 4 to a flush right away on 4th. The small heart catches another heart. So it seems kind of likely they have a flush draw. So, and the ace catches a jack, I believe. They check to me, I bet. Call. Turn as an ace, so it gives me top pair too. They check to me, they just brick out, I bet. Early position guy who opened with the ace, re-raises. Other guy calls 2 cold. I 3-bet, call. Turn, we all kind of break off, I bet again. River, I don't improve, I catch a 5. So I just have 1 pair of aces, so no point in value betting, I don't think at this point. Somewhat likely someone's got 2 pair at least there. And I think the other guy's on a hard draw. So anyways, I checked back. Early position had jacks up. That was a big one. But there's 8 left. I have about 300 and some thousand in chips. Bets are going to 30,000, 60,000 for the big bet. So I only have like 5 big bets or so. So gonna need to run it up here. I bet line.
They never blink. Yeah, right. Those are what you do. They never blink. Let's see how lucky I get. You're ready to get lucky. He beats me, right? Just that test. 2 10 10's a good test. Yeah. That's pretty good. Use that. No, yeah, no outs. Don't do that. Come on. I never lie. I got 3 8s. 100%. I got 3 8s. Just pay big here. Go ahead. Yeah, they're going now. That's right. They're staying there. Let's go, baby. This the first try. That would have been the most little call in the history of the tournament.
So I can kill it. Open its card. Open its card.
This is gonna be the sickest of times. Wow, almost. Really was almost sick. Yeah, of course. Man, I've never seen that. I've never seen that happen. 6 left. On another break here. 5 left now. I've got 1.5, 1.6 million. A little above average, but it's near chip lead actually. No one has like the outstanding chip lead. Fairly deep sack, so it's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a battle. So hopefully we spin it up. Do I have any ups? Yeah. Wow. I will. Very good. Last hand there. Put a sick beat on Brewer. I had a pair of jacks on third. He defended. He got a flush draw. He was the shortest stack. So we got it all in on fourth. And he hit the flush. I don't know how many outs for sure because I was distracted trying to record and everything, but had to hit the full house and I drilled the queen on the river. So he was not too happy about that, but he's out of there in 5th place. 4 left. Really needed that. I was very short. I didn't win many hands that level at all. But now 4 left. I'm 3 or 4 with plenty of chips. So back, my friend James here has decimated my stack. 3 hands. What'd you make? What hand did you make? Flush? Straight? Straight. I'm glad you didn't bet that one. I'm on fumes now. But anything's possible.
Jeremy's been playing well.
Stop it. Come on.
Like,
Wow, you had a good hit. Oh gosh. I'm gonna lead with a pair of 3s. Oh wow. Okay. I guess I'm wrong. Good game, man. Nice buddy. Alan, good luck, buddy. Good luck. Very good luck to you. Good luck to you. See you, Alan. Good luck to you. That did not go well. After dinner, I just lost every pot. Made crying calls on the river. They had it every time. Made trips twice. The guy to my left. And I think he was the brain both times. And he made 1 flush, 2 straights. 4th for almost 100,000. Not the worst result, but you always want to win when you get that close. What can you do? You know, can't fight the cards. They just come out bad sometimes. What are you gonna do? I really get more upset if I play bad. If I make a bad play that's bad. I think I played fine. Maybe I could have saved a bet or 2 here or there, but nothing too major. Can't be too upset with that. So back tomorrow. I don't even know what it is. I'll check it out. Get some sleep.
Okay, so this hand.
This is, you know, the UK. The UK, that's what I call them now. They announced a plan to ban social media for anyone 16 and under in that country. Now, you might think it's a good idea. Social media, the internet, phones, they've taken up so much time in young people's lives that they don't seem to be motivated to do much of anything but doom scroll and post stuff on YouTube and Instagram and TikTok and whatnot. So they've come up with this plan to ban children under the age of 16 from social media by spring of 2027. But I see this a little differently. I see a more nefarious motive for doing this. Let's play this clip from the UK. Here you go.
Another country is pulling the plug on social media for kids. This time, it's the UK.
The government will ban access to social media for all children under the age of 16.
Prime Minister Keir Starmer said the UK is going further than any country before by also blocking, quote, harmful functions such as live streaming and the ability for kids to communicate with strangers. That will also apply to gaming sites. And a new one, this proposed law restricts under 18s from having romantic AI companions. It will include under 16 bans from platforms like Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and X. But they say messaging services like WhatsApp will still be allowed. If tech companies fail to comply, they face huge fines. Now, the UK follows Australia, who banned under 16s from social media in a landmark case in early 2026. But around 70% of parents there told Australia's regulators their children are still on the platforms. They've found ways of bypassing the system. Starmer said that doesn't deter him.
We don't say, oh, look, a teenager managed to get a drink somehow, so let's not bother banning alcohol sales to children. Don't do that, do you? That will be utterly ridiculous.
The U.S. Embassy in London published a notice about these restrictions before the announcement. They voiced concerns that age gating would not work, and there are other ways to protect children while preserving freedom of speech, adding that parents are the first and best line of defense. But Starmer said UK parents overwhelmingly want this government action, and he expects the law to pass by Christmas and to get to place early next year.
Do the parents really want this? Overwhelmingly? That means the majority of parents might want this, but this is not what it seems to be on the surface. This isn't just under 16. A lot of people would look at this and just go, well, it's 16 and under. They're kids. They probably shouldn't have access to this. First of all, I find myself being educated every day by stuff that's on YouTube. I go through a lot of things. I learn a lot of things about everything from fucking anatomy, biology, physics, ecology, astronomy, a lot of the me's. But it's like I said before, everything you need to know is on there. And a lot of times watching a video on YouTube about something is so fucking educational, more than any school could teach you. So that's an issue, but that isn't even it, because this has nothing to do with helping children, because the internet and their phones and social media is, so much of their time is being wasted, time and energy. The Starmer's like, they should be going out and playing with their friends, doing homework and stuff. Yeah, okay. That's the sale. That's the sales pitch. But what's the actual product you're getting? I'll tell you. Two-pronged. One of which is they want the schools to be the only place these kids get their information from. The commie, leftist, liberal bullshit schools that teach their kids that white people are terrible, that brown and black people are amazing, that everyone deserves to be in England,
that agenda. They want to shove that into the kids' heads, and then when they have to release them from school for the day, they have no recourse. They can't go somewhere and see videos that maybe black and brown people aren't amazing. Maybe they're perpetrating a fuck of a lot of violent crime of kids that are, your age. Maybe they see that this unfettered illegal and legal immigration is destroying your heritage and your culture and your ancestry and your country. The school won't tell them that. The school will tell them that's awesome. And you suck if you're white. And it's better for England and any country that's been predominantly white to have brown and black people come in. And it's the best thing for the country. Diversity is our greatest strength. And then when they leave school, they can't go online on social media and see anything that shows that as a lie, as a different opinion about it. So it's much easier to brainwash the kids if they don't have any access to a dissenting opinion than they're being told in the schools. That's your first fork. The second prong of this is you got to think to yourself, how on earth are they going to figure out if someone's 16 or 36 wanting to access social media on their phone? Well, Anthony did a little research. Let's say, drawn off of HEAA guidance and existing OSA implementation for 18 plus content, like this would be a similar way to determine if you are of age to access but social media. This is something that overall is not legally accessed by people 18 and under. There, I could think differently, but there isn't a good side to letting young people access. There isn't really. There's a good side to letting young people access YouTube, like I said before. I learned so much about quantum physics and nuclear energy and elements and isotopes, and just recently, not in school, not anywhere, just recently, because I wondered how that shit worked, I went to YouTube and watched a shitload. I still do. At night, I watch these videos, and I'm so educated, and it's great.
He needs to scan his cards, Charlie, please. Charlie, please tell him to scan the cards.
It's okay, because then they get it out. Sammy plays by his own rules. All right.
Hold the floor line.
See what you did, Sam?
The Joe player.
I promise this is not in your best interest, Mark. How do you know he didn't scan the cards?
I'm gonna lose. Because
What if someone determines him banned for cheating before?
Great question. I'll have to get a higher award.
That is Martin Cabral, one of poker's most controversial figures. And somehow he's still finding new ways to be at the center of it all. Now, a couple years ago, if you told people Cabral was being accused of cheating again at the WSOP, nobody would have blinked. Back then, some of the biggest names in the game wanted him banned permanently. The word cheater followed him around everywhere, so much so that he was threatening to sue some people.
These people, let me finish this, it's just horrible that they don't probably not even realizing how damaging is all this bullshit to me personally, to my family, friends, and business.
But here's what makes this different. Over the last 2 years, Cabral has genuinely won people over. Many fans love him. And some of the very pros who were loudest against him in 2023, they've completely changed their tune. So when Sam Sabro, a high-stakes pro, sits down at a featured table and refuses to let the broadcast see his cards while Cabral is in the hand, it reopens a debate a lot of people thought was settled. And on top of all of this, things got seriously heated between Martin Cabral and Alex Fox.
I asked you last time, don't touch my stuff, okay? Don't touch my stuff. Don't touch my stuff. I'm saying the same word.
As you'll see, Foxon is actually one of those guys who has come around on Cabral.
I don't think he's a bad guy at all, is I guess what I'm getting at.
But this year, he has found his own way to get under Cabral's skin, and it's actually working very well. Be sure to stay until the end to see exactly what Foxen is doing. Guys, if you like this video and you want to support what I do, I would really appreciate it if you click the link in the description and use code AD for coin. We've got 150% sign-up bonus, lots of big tournament series coming up. Just use code AD, click the link in the description, and let's get into it. At WSOP feature tables, players are asked to scan their whole cards over an RFID reader. It's what lets the broadcast show your cards to viewers at home. Standard stuff, except Sam refused to do it while Cabral was at the table, and not just once. Now, Sam doesn't come out and directly say Martin Cabral is cheating, but the insinuation is completely clear.
What if someone in the tournament's been banned for cheating before?
The concern is that if someone had back-end access to the RFID system, they could theoretically see whole cards in real time, giving them an enormous edge. And before you write that off as paranoia, consider this. The Wired actually did a deep dive on exactly how vulnerable these systems can be, especially when a shuffle machine is involved, which it was at this specific feature table. So the floor gets involved and rules that players must scan. But Sam makes it clear he'll scan at the end of the hand, not before. And he gets backup from significant names at the table like Kerry Katz and Alex Foxen.
Okay, so he was breaking. No, that's not the question. Okay, you just want to make sure that it's okay to scan at the end of the hand instead of during the hand.
Still have them.
Right?
Okay, so please tell him to follow the rules. Just tell him to follow the rules.
We're not making a lot of money. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, well, I'm not doing that either.
Yeah.
I've been doing it at the end of the hand.
Yeah, I think it's
Based on your guys'
it's completely reasonable to do it at the end of the hand. Yeah, all right.
Well, the reason, I can tell you why it's not reasonable.
Okay, so what happens? Tell him to follow the rules. Charlie, can you please ask him to scan the card?
No, I don't.
Charlie,
I think as long as he waits till the hand's over. Like, as long as he always scan the card. As long as it gets scanned. I think I understand.
Like that.
Yeah. I think I always get
Please concentrate. I'm sorry, but it's like really not cool. And it's after the floor 30 seconds, please. Can you give me my 30 seconds, please?
120.
Yes.
How do you know he didn't scan the card?
Unbelievable. Because he refused. So what?
The media also just confirmed that the cards were not scanned.
Okay, so can he scan the card? Please tell him now.
But I don't think you can make it. Like, as long as they get scanned. Always scan the cards at the end of the hand. He just wants to wait till the end of the hand.
I think what
If
he's
they're,
saying is reasonable.
I think it's reasonable, yeah.
Like,
I don't like it.
So he has the special treatment or what?
No, everyone can do that. I think
Okay, then I do that
as long as they get scanned.
Sure.
This is not the first time we've been here. In 2023 at the WSOP $250,000 Super High Roller, Cabral finished third and pocketed nearly $2.3 million. But nobody was talking about the result. They were talking about what happened during the tournament. High stakes pro Andrew Robo publicly accused Cabral of marking cards. Not just in this event, but in every tournament they'd ever played together. Cards were briefly sticking to Cabral's fingers. He was standing up mid-hand, hovering over opponents. Stuff that, even if completely innocent, looks like he is doing something bad. At the time, top pros like Chance Cornuth and Justin Bonomo both called for a full WSOP ban. Dan Smith was particularly upset as he was busted by Cabral. It's paint, but it's a king.
Good luck, most of you. I hope you get barred.
I will be what?
You get barred.
What does it mean? Why?
Everyone else is the same thing.
And somebody must be worse.
Okay.
Oh, guy.
Pretty heated on his way out.
Martin's antics at the table are worse than anyone I've played with. People were speculating, like there were a lot of discussions about whether he was marking cards. Whether or not that's true, playing with him is unbelievably unpleasant. He's rude. He takes the full 30 seconds every time. And last night, playing with him, it felt like something not kosher was going on. Can't know for sure, but I think it's ridiculous that he's allowed to play in the tournament.
The WSOP launched an official investigation, ultimately didn't find proof of cheating. But here's the thing that Chance Corners pointed out. He said it almost doesn't matter whether Cabral is actually cheating. If you were intentionally making it look like you were cheating to get in your opponent's head, that's its own form of manipulation that shouldn't be allowed at the table. But on the other hand, some people will say it should be allowed, and it is him just getting into the better players' heads. After all of that happened, Martin Cabral sat down with Doug Polk, who isn't exactly known for going easy on people.
Have you ever cheated in poker?
No, I never cheated in poker, and my clan is never cheated in poker. Actually, my clan and my nature, I don't even have this word in my vocabulary, so basically, I'm not planning to cheat, and yeah, I'm just not doing the wrong things. That's just how I'm living my life, so it's pretty simple. It's just
Paddy Pimblett was on an insane hate watch as Ilya Taporia lost to Justin Gaethje. He shared a video on his YouTube channel showing his live reaction to the fight, where he didn't hold back and went off on Taporia, even calling him Quit Me Houston. Paddy also said he now wants a rematch with Gaethje, while suggesting Taporia should face Arman Tsarukyan next.
Oh my god, you gotta quit! Oh my god, you quit, you little... Justin Gaethje, man, the ultimate spoiler. What did it tell you? I said he was gonna win, didn't I? Oh my god. Oh my god, you quit like a little... My face was worse than yours, you little... Get that Twitter up now, lad. I'm quote tweeting that tweet he sent to me. Justin Gaethje. Well in, lad. Undisputed champion, you deserve after your career. But now I want that rematch. I am going to finish BSD, and I want that rematch with Justin Gaethje for the undisputed title. I told you, didn't I? It was fate. Justin Gaethje, man, that's off to you. You deserve it for the heavy career you've had. You absolutely deserve it, lad. Everyone give me shit for getting beat by him. What now? What now, lad? Thought he was finished. Thought he was 38. Thought he was over the hill. And then he just beat you. Greatest fighter of all time, Ilya Taporia. You fucking gang of gobshite. I went far with him. I took every fucking shot that he threw at me and kept walking forward. This little just quit after 4 rounds. That's what this little just done. Look at him sat on the stool. I kept walking forward at Gaethje for 5 rounds and didn't have an ounce of quit in me. I'm coming, lad. Arman can fight Ilya now. They've been arguing for ages. Me versus Justin. Let's do it. No eye pokes, and we'll see how the fight goes. Great night to fight at the White House, but Ilya, you quit on the stool, you little quit me Houston. That's what you are, you little fart box.
UFC featherweight Yair Rodriguez didn't hold back after seeing Ilya Taporia lose to Justin Gaethje. Taking to his Instagram page on Tuesday, Rodriguez blasted Taporia, posting this photo alongside a caption that read, "When you were a hammer, you had no mercy. Now that you are the nail, don't hope for mercy. A masterclass of humility for the little piece of meat, Putoria. Congratulations, Justin. What a badass." Peter Yan, the reigning champion, has expressed his frustration after being left out of a title clash with Sean O'Malley at UFC Freedom 250. Taking to X on Tuesday, Gunn explained he had agreed to face O'Malley at the White House, but said the UFC instead gave O'Malley a more favorable matchup to make sure he got a win. He wrote, "The UFC were afraid for you. They needed to be sure that you would win in the White House. They didn't want you to get beaten in the White House. I gave my consent. That's why they gave you someone you can at least handle." Israel Adesanya did not like seeing former rival Alex Pereira get knocked out by Cyril Gane. Ahead of the UFC White House event, Adesanya had been openly supporting his former rival, hoping Pereira would capture a third UFC title and make history. However, Adesanya has now shared his live reaction on his YouTube channel, where he looked disappointed with the outcome.
Watch this. Bro, those are some shots though. Oh my god. You can't put come on, Alex. Come on, Alex. No, let him recover. Let him recover. He's not recovered yet. Yeah, man, Cyril for slouch, bro. Dare to be great. He's like one of one. He's a great. You can't fault him. That gel, I said it was educated, accurate. Man, shout out to Cyril. He did it. I'm not sad, but I'm like,
UFC analyst Dean Thomas was not impressed with John Jones' reaction after Cyril Gane defeated Alex Pereira. For context, after the UFC White House event, Jones shared a video of himself wearing a goat necklace while appearing visibly disappointed with the outcome, as he was eyeing a potential super fight with Pereira. Now, speaking on the UFC's Deep Waters podcast, Dean Thomas took issue with Jones wearing the goat necklace, arguing that his recent actions, including avoiding fights with Francis Ngannou and Tom Aspinall, do not align with GOAT status.
I don't really like this. I'm gonna tell you why. Because John is the GOAT. He's GOAT and GOAT B, right? So he's up there, and I don't. So sometimes I don't like talking about this because it makes it sound like I'm dismissing his accomplishments, and I never want to do that to John Jones because what he did was miraculous. But what I'm saying is that he had the opportunity to fight Francis Ngannou. He came back the week after Francis left the UFC. But he had the opportunity for years to fight Francis. He didn't do it. He came back the week after. Then he had the opportunity to fight Tom Aspinall to prove that he was GOAT. He passed it up to fight a 43-year-old Stipe Miocic. Well, just say how you really feel, man. Now, all I'm saying is that GOAT behavior. Is that GOAT behavior? What if it's negotiation behavior? What if he just wants to make the money that he feels like he deserves as the GOAT? And that's what's going on. It's not GOAT behavior to me. It's not GOAT behavior to me.
Josh Hawkett has released a new statement following his win over Derek Lewis at UFC White House. Taking to his Instagram page, he wrote, "Strong and courageous, the only two reasons I joined the sport. If you exercise those every single day and back them up with hard work, the money and success will follow. I'm not here to be liked. I'm not here to be a role model. I don't care. I'm here to succeed. I'll do whatever it takes to get where I want to go, and if you don't like it, come beat me in a fight." Armin is even more confident that he would defeat Ilia Topuria if they were to meet in the cage. Speaking in an interview with Ariel Helwani, Armin gave his first reaction to Topuria's loss to Justin Gaethje. He believes Topuria came into the fight too confident and failed to fully utilize his usual weapons. Armin added that things would go even worse for Topuria against him, and also stated that he considers himself next in line for a title shot against Gaethje.
Of course he did. I mean, like, if the brother said just say no, I'm gonna fight.
Right.
But he was too confident.
You thought he was over?
He was just relaxing, like he didn't use his jab like he always used. Like he likes to say, I'm going to break his jaw in the first round. Yeah. He knows there's only one thing.
Do you think you're next for Gaethje?
I think so. Who else? What they gonna do? They gonna put the Charles Oliveira versus Gaethje, or I wanna beat Justin Gaethje. I wanna beat everybody, and when Ilya is gonna be ready, if I'm gonna be a champion, I will do same. I would like to do same as Justin did, even worse.
Despite his feud with Taporia, Armin still called him a warrior for wanting to continue the fight after doctors nearly stopped it after the third round.
They should stop him on the third round because his eye was closed and he couldn't see. But he wanted to fight, because he's a warrior, like yeah, he wanted to fight, but like round number 4, his brother said, no, that's enough.
You tweeted
that's the right decision, because when you have one eye, it's so difficult to fight, and especially like I heard he broke his
orbital.
Yeah.
The bone, yeah.
Armin also discussed who Taporia should face next, saying Paddy Pimblett is a bad stylistic matchup for him and suggesting Michael Chandler instead.
I mean, Paddy is not the best matchup for him.
Why?
After this loss. Because Paddy has a good chin. It's difficult to knock him out. And like 5 rounds is going to be tough with Paddy.
So who do you think?
Michael Chandler.
Oh, wow. Okay, wow. I didn't expect that. That's it. Really? Are you being serious? I can't what?
Yeah, why not just give Michael Chandler come back, knock him out?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, like they gotta pretend like the protecting,
Demetrius Johnson believes Ilia Taporia made a crucial mistake that ultimately cost him the fight at UFC Freedom 250. In a recent YouTube video, Mighty Mouse said Taporia underestimated Justin Gaethje's power and durability, which proved costly as his team chose not to continue after the 4th round.
And Ilia Taporia didn't really respect Justin Gaethje's power. He didn't really respect how Justin Gaethje was able to, withstand his power and how durable Justin Gaethje is. Now, I think Justin Gaethje said something very, very powerful in there, which was, all I have to do is get to the first round. If I get to the first round, the second round, then I know my durability and my heart can get me through this fight. And that's one thing we've seen in all Justin Gaethje's fight, is that he is very durable.
DJ also addressed the confusion involving the doctor before round 4, suggesting there may have been a miscommunication due to a language barrier.
Right here, shout out. One thing I was going to say about this is that when the
Okay, this is the guy. He's backstage now. This is the guy.
Okay.
Hello.
What's happening, man? How you doing?
Okay, this is Karmic X. Karmic, this is Dante. He's a comic, long time, but anyway, Dante. Tell him you used to be a bouncer at a strip club. Or used to be a.
I was a male stripper for 10 years. I was a pimp for 6. I used to do the show with Patrice O'Neal, the Black Phillip show, with him, where we would do advice, giving male advice. This was kind of the foundation of the whole red pill thing. I'm not saying that they got the red pill thing right, but it was us who they were listening to our material from 2006, where the whole thing started.
And also, Gavin kind of
stole the Proud Boys from you, right? About no masturbation.
He had me on there to advise those guys because a lot of those guys were like incel guys who didn't know how to pick up girls, and so I used to go on there and just give advice to those guys.
But it was your thing about no masturbation.
Yeah.
And so
no
when you
wanks.
say, huh?
No, it's called no wanks.
Okay, so Karmic he's an emotional guy, and
Right.
he gets he's in love with a woman, and but the last fight they had, she found pills on him, and he said he was on pills, and she found pills on him, and that was the last straw for her.
What kind of pills?
Well, pain pills that I had in my house for a long period of time. I just put them in my pocket real quick.
And Karmic, try not to lie to Dante. He can't help you if you're lying. I'm not saying you're lying now, but try to tell the truth as much as possible.
Do you pop pills or no?
I did. These are regular pain pills, like hydrocodone, that I had from January. And when we got back a couple weeks ago, or last month, I put them in my pocket real quick so she wouldn't see them. And she was keen enough to reach in my pocket to find.
Why did you put them in your pocket so she couldn't see them?
She's pretty. She's straight edge when it comes to that stuff. She doesn't want to be around it.
Why did you? Where were they at that you had to hide them? And why did you have to hide them in that moment?
So she wouldn't see them.
So you knew they were there, and you knew she was gonna be straight. Okay.
Correct.
And you smoke weed, right?
I do. Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you something. At any given time in the future, are you gonna not smoke weed?
If I'm in a relationship with her, I won't. But if I'm left to my own devices, who knows? But
so in other words, you will make the sacrifice to not smoking with her, but
correct.
you basically you're a pothead.
Yeah, I'd say so, basically.
Okay, so let me explain something. You're trying to fit a round peg into a square hole. If you're not a straight guy who's not gonna stop smoking weed, first of all, I don't understand why a woman gets to dictate what you do or what you don't do. And the only reason why she would be able to dictate that is if you think that you're not worthy of her time and her effort. And if
sorry, Dante. Let me ask one thing. You don't know Felicia?
I got her on the screen. I know what she looks like.
But you know Pat Dixon, right?
Yes.
So she dated Pat Dixon before this, and she basically has PTSD from dating Pat Dixon. Pat Dixon is like the shittiest husband, boyfriend of all time. Everyone he's ever dated has accused him of stuff. He gets handsy with them, and then one of his exes wanted to try to murder him outside a Waffle House. So Pat Dixon treats women allegedly horribly. So Felicia has PTSD for Pat Dixon, and then she kind of met Karmic through my show and whatever. So they were just trying to. Karmic's like the opposite of Pat Dixon,
He's a sweet guy.
Yeah, and
so because he's a sweet guy, she's just gonna push him around and make him do whatever she wanted to do.
I had that fear too. She sees me, nice guy, and she's like, "Well, let's see how far we can bend him until he breaks." Type of.
Well, and you believe that's the case, right?
Part of it, yeah, absolutely.
So let me ask you something. Yeah. Are you gonna just go until she breaks you?
I put my foot down many a times, but
not really.
Give us an example. You put your foot down.
Oh, just expectations she had out of me. That I was like, okay, who do you expect me to be? And it's like,
okay, Dante, I have another interjection. He lives in the woods in upper Minnesota, and he hasn't been with a lot of women, so he's at a disadvantage that way.
Where in the woods?
Up north, near the Canadian border in Minnesota.
Is there no women there?
There is, but it's you gotta go places.
Yeah, well, if you want to get in shape, you gotta go to the gym.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so if you're not willing to go to the gym, then you'll never get in shape. You know what I mean? Like, here's the thing that you're putting all this energy and this time into this one person, and the bottom line is you don't think that you're worthy of her. You think she's prettier than you expect, than you should have. You think that she's better than you. And the reality is, in any relationship that you're in, you're gonna do more. You're gonna spend money that you don't want to spend. You're gonna go places you don't want to go. You have to listen to shit you don't want to listen to. You have to teach shit you don't want to teach. You have to pay attention to shit that you don't want to pay. That's the nature of a relationship. There's never a situation where there's a net positive to any relationship. If it was a net positive, a woman only dates a guy who she thinks is better than her. If there's not it's called hypergamy. Hypergamy is the fact that 95% of the women want 5% of the men. They want the best of the men. This is why when you ask women, what kind of guy you want, they'll always go, I want a guy who's at least 6'6". I want him to have a 6-figure career. I want him, and that just if you go by height alone, you know the average height is about 5'8". If you go to, let me see if I can look it up.
Yeah, they're unreasonable. They want a guy with a great sense of humor, makes a great income, stays in shape. It's good to pets and animals. I mean, and kids. I meant to say kids and pets. I mean, women are unreasonable. I think is what Dante's saying.
Yeah, it's because if you ask them what they want, then they'll give you these ridiculous expectations, right? But the reality is that she dated Pat Dixon. So, like, you understand how that... And I don't have a problem with Pat Dixon, and he's a fine guy to me. But I'm saying he's none of these things that she's asking for. And if you ask her to... Barry Weiss, friend of the show, big fan of Barry as always, and her mission to destroy all life on Earth, sponsored by the Ellison family. Barry is, obviously Scott Kelly left 60 Minutes, and it's a real shame. Now, Barry, by the way, if you look this up, she's ensconced herself in a fort, like on the 6th floor, so one of the floors. Barry Weiss is at CBS, and she will not see the staff. Barry Weiss will not go into the staff. She's in a guarded area. She's in a secluded area, like when Dick Cheney was in an undisclosed location in the Peoc. So Barry Weiss, editor-in-chief of CBS News, has been working out of a secured lock suite on the 6th floor of the CBS Broadcast Center in Manhattan. Her physical isolation from the main newsroom follows a controversial overhaul and staffing cuts at 60 Minutes. So Barry Weiss, who took over CBS News and is destroying it. By the way, she'll also soon be running CNN because they're going to buy that too. The Allisons, I believe, are buying that, and then Barry will run that. Phenomenal. But Barry has now found herself running the newsroom from like a secured location. She's got many security guards because Barry has to be protected from her staff, who might say things to her like, "What the hell are you doing? And why are you destroying everything?" So Barry is being kept in a isolation chamber, a sensory deprivation tank, where she is destroying CBS News and soon CNN. She's been there under a year. Barry's been there under a year, and she's so far, okay? She's been there for under a year. She is no longer, she's in solitary. They've put her in solitary. She cannot be in general population because she's causing too many wars with the gangs on the yard. So Barry, in less than a year, has found herself in solitary confinement in CBS. You know you're doing a good job in an institution when you are afraid of your staff. You know you are. The mark of a great boss is to be ushered into a building with security and then ushered out again like the president. That's when you know you're killing it, when you're doing a great job, when you are afraid to face the people whose lives you are ruining. So because of this great job that she's doing from her isolation chamber on the 6th floor, they have decided, because, and no, for no other reason than her performance, for no other reason than Barry's performance, she's being elevated to the head of CNN. Get that up. Barry Weiss will be overseeing editorial at CNN. Now you might say, oh, I'm living in a bad dream. No, you're not. We're leaving at the end. Yahoo, here you go. Go up a little bit. Barry Weiss, within weeks, I'm sorry, hold on. Go up just a little bit. There you go. The Hill. Not Yahoo. What am I talking about? Yahoo. The Hill. Barry Weiss expected to extend takeover to CNN. Once the Warner Brothers Paramount deal is final, which they've just finalized. So Barry Weiss will now be running CNN. Now, here's the question. What bunker will they build her at CNN from which to run it? Or will she run CNN from the bunker that they have built from her at CBS? Or, here's another thought. Do they build an off-site bunker, like a nuclear silo, several stories underground where she will
It is official. I am being sued by Ethan Klein in the courts of Calgary, Alberta, for defamation. I do plan on fighting against this, but for now it is in the hands of the courts and our attorneys.
So this is for people online who haven't heard me talk about it before. So yes, I am suing my former bestie, Ida.
So I was going to do a video on this latest lawsuit that is coming from Ethan Klein. This time the subject of the lawsuit is Ian of iDubbbz. Of course, Ethan Klein is of H3H3 Productions. However, as I was doing the research into Canadian defamation law, because the offense actually allegedly occurred in Canada, and thus it was being filed in Canada, we ended up with this situation that just popped off earlier today, where Ian actually issued an apology on his channel, and the top comment on said channel is from H3H3 Productions, aka Ethan Klein's channel, and he says that he's going to drop the lawsuit because he feels like this apology is actually solid and good, and thus there's really nothing to report. However, I do want to give my commentary on this because I do think we are getting into dangerous territory with how litigation happy Ethan Klein actually is. So this is what we're going to talk about today. This is what we're going to discuss. And by the way, on the subject of using litigation in order to go after certain people, I want you guys to remember to support the Give, Send, Go that I set up for Reckless Ben's Legal Fund. Link in the top of the description, and of course the pinned comment if I remember to put it there.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
I will have this just available on screen so that
it says he's blowing this up, and he does
confused.
He does it as a watermark for his whole hours-long stream. It's a comment that says, "Quick daily reminder that Ethan from H3 is likely a pedophile who has molested his own children," and he's basically rebroadcasting this comment uncritically. And also, if you kind of, I don't know how it works in Canada, if the complaint is public or what. But if you look at it, he emphasizes throughout that he does think it's a serious accusation that needs to be investigated, and that he doesn't think it's a joke.
So Ethan actually has about a 17-minute video where he explains why he filed this lawsuit against iDubbbz, and essentially it boils down to this. There were some heinous comments that were made by, of course, Destiny, the former Twitch streamer, now YouTube streamer, who, of course, decided to backstab Ethan when Ethan didn't back him up in his lawsuit that we haven't talked about on this channel because I'm not all that interested in there, that essentially alleged that Ethan actually was a pedophile, and of course he was using his own kids for his gratification. Now this was left as a Discord comment, presumably in Destiny's own Discord, and supposedly, according to Ethan Klein, he ended up retracting this or saying that he was joking or saying that this wasn't true.
Now I know people are like, well, why don't you sue Destiny for saying it? Well, Destiny made it immediately. First of all, this is a comment from Destiny, like made in passing. Ian put it on his screen for 2 hours during his main broadcast. Destiny made it clear that he was not being serious, right? Pretty much immediately after writing it. Like nobody was like, yo, Destiny made this claim that Ethan molested his children. Oh shit. No, people knew that when Destiny said it was like, he was just being a dickhead. Or, I mean, he was being a giant fucking piece of shit, right? But he immediately afterwards made it clear that he didn't actually think that. But Ian took that, and just because you're showing what someone else said doesn't make it not defamation, because you're showing essentially this accusation bare of context and also kind of saying that you think it's true, right?
And while a Discord message or Discord comment might not appear to be as public as saying it on your stream or on your YouTube channel is, what you need to also understand is that Destiny's Discord is significantly larger than iDubbbz's current audience, even though, again, the iDubbbz channel has like 6 million subscribers, or maybe it's down to 5 million. Who the hell knows at this moment in time, as iDubbbz is going through one of the greatest fall-offs in history. But the thing is, that particular comment made in Miami, which is where Destiny is based in the United States of America, with a quick disavowal after the fact, would never actually meet the standards for defamation in the United States of America, because defamation essentially has to meet 4 quadrants. First of all, it has to be false. Obviously, this is in fact false. If the person saying it has to know that they're false, so obviously Destiny did know what he was saying was false, but you also need actual malice, which again, Steven indicated that he was joking when he made this comment, and of course you have to show damages, and in reality, Ethan Klein was never going to meet these 4 quadrants of defamation. So as for Destiny in the United States of America, a defamation suit was pretty much off the table, and while Ethan ends up saying that there are other reasons and rationales for why he's suing Ian rather than Destiny, in reality we have to understand that iDubbbz is currently located in Canada. In fact, he's been crap talking the United States of America along with his wife as this terrible, horrible country as he moves into his in-laws' basement in Canada. Again, one of the greatest fall-offs for one of the most successful YouTubers of all time. The fact is, Canada does not have this strict level of a standard in order to actually get a defamation claim. And also, I will argue that even though that Steven wrote this particular claim, he wrote it in a Discord. Apparently, he allegedly disavowed it afterwards, or said that he was joking afterwards. However, what iDubbbz did in terms of his stream is significantly worse, especially when you factor in, and Ethan emphasizes this time and time again, that iDubbbz actually has been to Ethan's house. These are former friends. He's actually met his children. So there's like an air of credibility of him platforming these accusations. Although I do want to make it clear, because Ethan's a little bit fast and loose with iDubbbz's stance on this, what iDubbbz was essentially doing on his stream, where, by the way, he was a virtual dragon. Yes, this is an actual screen grab of that particular stream, was saying, oh, I don't believe this is true, but these are serious allegations, or allegations, as the Super Mayor would call them.
False allegations and not facts.
And they need to be looked into. And then he ended up leaving it as a watermark over his stream, and there's a debate on the time that it was actually there, whether it was 40 minutes or 2 hours. I think the stream might have been something like 2 hours, but it was on screen for 40 minutes. So presumably, if you ended up popping into this stream and you know the context of iDubbbz and Ethan's former friendship, and you saw this on screen and you missed him saying, I don't think this is true, but it should be investigated, you could assume that this is true. And again, considering that the internet has already targeted Ethan Klein, sending human skulls to his home, calling CPS on them, and iDubbbz justified that in the past before in his content cop follow-up. He actually did back up both of these things, and he said it was funny that they sent skulls to Ethan's house. Yeah, obviously Ethan Klein is going to be livid about this, and he makes it absolutely clear that the rules of engagement, in his opinion, have changed once you start involving his children.
Again, this is after CPS visited my house. I mean, I personally, with all the shit that we've been through, and I've been through a lot of shit with a lot of people online, I mean, this is just unhinged, right? And Ian is spending his whole day on Twitter retweeting people like Jake Chinatown, who says he wants to take my children by their ankles and slam them into a tree because they bloody full, right? And these are my children, of course. I'm sure, I don't know how many of these people are like Moist Critical has, he doesn't have children as far as I'm aware, but I said from the beginning that if people want to go after my children, then, the rules of engagement have changed forever. And that's what I said then. And when, when Ian broadcast this, I sent him a cease and desist, because, I mean, there's certain things that you don't say and you don't do, and lines you don't cross. And they flaunted it. They didn't take it seriously. And essentially, right, and I don't know how Moist Critical or other people feel about this, but if somebody who's not your children or family said that you molested your children after CPS has been to your house to investigate your house and interviewed your children against your will.
So this, in my opinion, is where Ethan gets all of my sympathies. What iDubbbz did is disgusting and reprehensible, and by the way, it's a part of a pattern of behavior, because if you guys will recall, part of the inspiration for doing the content cop, other than the fact that iDubbbz and his wife are super loyal to Jank's nephew, and thus they thought it would be beneficial to them to betray Ethan Klein in favor of Jank's nephew, is the idea that iDubbbz was really angry at the fact that people were asking him to make commentary about the things related to the CPS call because he would be trusted as an authority, as somebody who had been to Ethan and Hila's house and had seen their kids and met their kids, but Idubbbz refused to do so. He left his friend hanging out in the wind, and in reality, the reason he did this is because he didn't consider Ethan a friend anymore, because he and his wife decided that they were going to align again with Jank's nephew. So that is a huge betrayal. Obviously, that weighs heavily on Ethan, and for him to double up on this, encouraging more people, in my opinion, to do CPS calls, saying that you don't necessarily believe this, but it's definitely worthy of investigation, and it's a very serious allegation, or alization, as the Superman would call it.
False allegations and not facts.
To me, obviously, is disgusting and reprehensible, and by the way, if it doesn't meet the threshold for defamation in the United States, it very well might meet that threshold in Canada, and that's why Ian seemed rather stunned and rather upset and rather worried, because not only has this guy gone through a gigantic fall off, so financially he might even struggle to retain an attorney in order to fight back against these suits, but he also, in addition to that, probably couldn't pay the damages that were awarded in a Canadian court if he were to lose.
I don't know what. I really don't know how. I'm assuming people that don't understand don't have the full context, right? So I'm being like, I'm just giving the full context. It's like, and all that. I mean, I don't see how you can say that I'm not justified.
Look, I don't know how you guys feel about Ethan Klein. I have my issues with him. I would not necessarily consider myself a fan of Ethan Klein, but obviously between the two, Idubbbz is the more reprehensible individual, and in terms of the public, he is significantly the more disliked individual. So all these things in combination could lead a sane, rational person to support Ethan Klein in this particular venture, and I do want to be clear, this is something that probably meets the threshold for defamation in the nation of Canada. That's probably why Ethan Klein actually ended up filing in the nation of Canada. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that what Ethan Klein is doing is actually correct. And this is where we have to be principled on a particular issue. And a lot of people are going in on the free speech issue.
I will say that it worries me what it means for the commentary community, and especially the Canadian commentary community. But this is about all I can say, at least for now.
I mean, Idubbbz made allusions to the idea that this would hurt the Canadian commentary community, but in reality, it's not really free speech to say or imply or say that it's a serious allegation.
False allegations and not facts.
That somebody molested their own kids when you know that to be false, that is by definition defamation. And by the way, if these were private individuals, if Ethan Klein wasn't a public figure in the United States of America, this could even meet the threshold for defamation in the United States of America. That's how serious it is, and that's how bad it is. But the thing is, it's absolutely clear when I watch Ethan Klein talk about this particular case that it's not necessarily about these comments. Like, obviously that pissed him off, but the fact is, what he's actually doing is settling a grudge against Idubbbz. He wants to go after him, he wants to leave him destitute, and essentially he's using litigation as the mechanism, and this is just a convenient excuse. And you have to actually acknowledge that's what's happening if you're going to analyze this objectively, and that's where I run into an issue with what Ethan is doing, because essentially, and again, this is why we're raising money in that Reckless Ben Defense Fund, this is similar to what Bricks and Minifigs is doing, albeit a greater justification for Ethan's actions, and a greater case, in my opinion, for Ethan than Bricks and Minifigs, which has stated many, many times that their strategy, or at least 2 times, according to Brian, and of course, according to the audio that we received from the former franchise owners, that their strategy is to run up your litigation costs, so even if you win, you still lose.
If we go the legal route, it's going to be a very expensive battle for you, and it's not going to be a good position for you guys to get into. There's not a whole lot of options for you. If you want to go the legal route, it's just going to be a mess, and it's going to be expensive.
Yeah, so why not consider talking with us rather than leaping to this?
We jumped on the call with Crystal this morning.
And you talked with her, or you talked at her?
We talked this, then you're putting yourself into a whole lot of shit. It sounds like a threat. Like, I can acknowledge you feeling that because, in a way, it is.
I mean, we have no choice, correct?
Check raise. Could be. The question only, what do we think about the guy? Yeah, he's capable. Probably like if we are co-ops in the call. I should think about chucking on the flop actually. But it's fine, but I think chuck is better. King Queen all fold from small blind facing 2.1. First of all, you just like missing the main part. You where is it? That's a ICM. See, like 11 people we had before. This is ICM spot. This is guy super straightforward guy. I don't think that he's open raising wider or something. So like we have only one option under ICM circumstances. It is 3-bet fold here. You don't have calls here. That guy could squeeze. So that's not a GPV situation. The problem, people asking something like that, and it sounds weird for me, and I don't know to answer or no on those questions. Probably better to answer, of course. But like sometimes it is hard because like you have to explain the whole concept of the poker, right? So when you play under ICM pressure, you have to play tighter, like, and you need more equity to do anything what you want to do. I want to check right there. Without spite, I would buy. And when you say exploitable, you mean that solver would play in different way, but I don't see how solver would play in different way. Maybe 3-bet with some low frequency and 3-bet fold, of course, that's it. But like when you play on this level, I mean, that's a low stakes. Not low stakes, but just like, not the high stakes, let's say. I don't think that people would way wider and they would react somehow, except they way straightforward. I don't know, maybe you can 3-bet fold with some frequency. You can 3-bet 12 compass. Or you just folding. his range is super strong. You need much more equity. Well, why I'm speaking about that, I don't know. I mean, you have to just understand one thing, one simple thing. In tournaments, you have bajillion different stages. All hands are not the same. They are all different. And that was a hand when you approach into the money, you have to be very careful. Even in CPB, this and it was like probably call, but just like under those ICM, and there is a big stack on the big blind which could like squeeze. So you didn't have many options. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, I mean, what is that? Thank you. So about that king queen, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, guys. I just like the question was about this one. For me, that's not like even a question. Maybe guys like some professionals, I would just maybe consider some three bats or something like that. But like, I think we are facing good, strong range under ICM, and we have to play tighter. And also we have a big stack on the left, which could do many things. And you ask because you saw that queen comes. I didn't realize it was like certain people that. Yeah, but see like how that works. I have these questions like quite often. I mean, not about king queen, but those kind of questions. And the main answer, it is attention. Like when you pay attention, when you see the whole picture, it is much easier to understand the reason. And yes, poker it is a game of information. All when you just like have to use all information during the hand. More information you use, better decision you will have. I was just asking if you had the reason. I don't know. Straightforward is a good read. That's just like normal for people. Most of them they're straightforward on this level. Like I would say in general, mines until $500 or even until $1,000. Most of the people they play pretty straightforward. Not all of them, but just most of them. So what we got? Limb, overlimb, ISA, call, small call. I don't know the guy. Absolutely. What does it mean? What does it mean at all? What range he has? I'm not clue. And of course, I don't have any explanations why he's not jamming the. So we just like play our hand. That's it. Not sure what his idea of betting sudden. Maybe that's a trick, or maybe that's just like maybe he doesn't see how many chips I have. I don't know. Maybe I should fold against that bet or and call against John. I don't know. I just told you that people play straightforward, and we saw like two straightforward hands, and I paid all of them. Yeah, but trips. I don't think that we fought for small race. should follow. I think you just have to more. You have to have more information, and that's it. But that's a super small race, just like mini race almost. No, you can't follow. You should race bigger actually. Good luck today. Thank you. We have to play seriously. I see that I'm doing something from the beginning of the session, and yesterday, just like random clicking, I was speaking to my wife like I speak to myself. Yesterday, I was thinking why I'm so. I lost motivation. That's true. I mean, for those small tournaments, I'm looking. I don't know how to play for 100%. Because like it is very hard when you don't feel money. That's true. Like at the beginning, like a year ago, it was first of all just like curiosity, and I was underdog in tournaments, big underdog. I think in this case we have a nuts. Why I say like that? Because like his range is super wide, should it be, right? Should it be super wide, like 6-5 suited, like 9-8 off? Maybe he's open raising that. But we will see. Because I think we will see the showdown with very Africans. So, like in my eyes, his range from pre-flop starts from just bunch of nonsense. Or maybe I'm wrong. And he's just super tight, solid guy. So I'm not. I don't know what to say. I mean, like, and now I don't have a color that. Oh, he blocked nines. Yeah. Did you see that? Also, he blocked nines on the flop. So he started from big sizing, and then he blocked nines on the turn. What the heck, Olivieri? What the heck, Dennis? What the heck, Dennis? GG, bud. That's already. Happy to help, Anthony. What is going on? Is there any calls there? Yeah, there is some, but I don't remember when I played 5-way race but last time. Not bound. There is almost no calls here, maybe like close to zero. Not zero, but just like very few. Mostly you don't want to call anything. And there was the same. And the button is a bit better, also with those text sides. Now we just check and call. But I have 6. Well, we're gonna check against him. It's impossible to win that hand like that. But sometimes it is possible. Way to hand. Eleven, 11. 18. Nothing to lose. We will see. Good luck, bud. Nice hand. So he's gonna fly super wide. His range is super wide, and I decided to check raise on the turn. He checks. So he has some showdown. It means that he has like not sixes, but maybe ace five. He raised him kind of. I called. This guy calls, and he bats. Like, you know, they do like range bat. And I call. Then I check. There is not much sense of biting there. Probably he surrender. But you never know. Maybe he has kings or like king queen. We're gonna bat. Nice, that was a gunstar play for sure. What the heck? I mean, like, is there any chance that someone just hits the straight and then check? Oh, why? You blow and then you hit a nuts and then you just check all them. Because, like, you're afraid. You said nothing to lose, but probably you have something to lose. Just wow. Yeah, my turn he folds, but just like wow that he just check calls that not even a bat. All right, this could be a. That guy is gonna play two napkins, I think. All right, we have a good piece of this cake. And definitely bad, because we have a knocking guy. It's huge sizing. And small rebar. Boom. Huge raise. Small rebar. What they're gonna do next? Hey man, cheers from Poland. Good luck and have fun today. Thank you, Poland. Welcome. Big raise, small rebar, then small for bar.
this one we're going to tell you about on the break is really interesting because it delves into hand reading. And we're going to explain to you how studying is a beautiful game. And if you really play the game well at a high level, you can pinpoint people's hands to a very specific one. Okay? And that's what I did on this one hand. And we're going to share it in an hour on the break here. We got about another couple more days before we hit the money. I think what day is today? What day is today? The 15th. I think we're scheduled to hit the money around the 18th. So here we go. 170 left. Onwards we go. All right, 2 levels in. We still got 145. We're still nowhere near the money. There's 142 players left. We've played 14 levels. That's a lot. It's going to take a long time to get to the money. This is just a marathon. So, like I said, we have one hand we're going to talk about. It's a study hand breakdown. Interesting, I think. If you want to learn mixed, I think you'll find this hand interesting. So let's share. All right, without further ado, let's go over the hand. The limits don't matter because it's just about bets and whatever. So here's the hand, okay? It's stud, 8 or bet. A jack raised, a jack of spades. Queen of clubs calls. Okay, so typically when that's call there, he doesn't have queens. Okay, but not always. Sometimes they do have queens. I'm the bring in. It means I brought it in for 1K. I have a 4 up and 2 3s in the hole. Okay. Now, on 5th Street, the jack catches the queen catches the 9 of diamonds, I catch a 7. They both check to me. I have a pair of 3s and a 3-card low. Could be a really strong hand if I catch good on 5, but right now I'm definitely behind, so I might as well just take the 3-card. And I do. Now the jack queen catches a 7. The queen 9 catches the deuce of clubs to go to queen clubs. Yours truly catches an ace. Okay. So now I bet because I have a very strong hand, even if they have pairs, like pair. I have 1 pair and a low draw and an ace. That's I'm definitely getting like the best of it in this spot. Okay. So on 6th Street, the jack queen 7 catches another queen. The queen 9 deuce catches the 8 of diamonds. Now he's got 2 clubs, 2 diamonds. Yours truly catches an ace, right? So that's a good card for me. I have aces up, and I have a 7 low draw. I bet the queen's full. Now this guy calls. What does that tell me? He's not on a low draw, right? He doesn't have 8 deuce, doesn't have a low draw. He's probably got clubs, or he's got 10 jack, which unlikely because the other guy raised the jack. So it's probably a couple clubs. River card down. I catch the 9 of clubs. I don't improve, but that's a good card because it blocks what he has. However, I don't see a lot of value here in betting aces up. I don't think he has a pair going in. Maybe he does, but he's not going to call anyway. So I check, and now he bets. Okay, well, what the hell does he have, right, that he can bet? He's looking at a board that's open aces and a 3-card low, right? So he can't bluff, because I might just call. You can't bluff there and be like, all right, you win. I have a low. What do you mean? You have half the pot, right? I don't think he's betting 2 pair against open aces in that spot. He doesn't have that, so he just has a flush. Simple as that. You know what I mean? What else can he possibly have? What do you think he had? A flush. He showed me. It came out of hole 3 clubs. So we saved the bet there. But that's the thing. You got to pay attention and figure out what's this hand most likely to catch the club on 5 and still calls up against open aces in my board. It's got to be a flush draw. So why bet the river? You can check. Then when he bets, I mean, some players you got to call, but not this guy. No, never. All right. Sandwich time. Continue onwards. All right. Bill Chen, ladies and gentlemen, wrote a book about poker called The Mathematics of Poker. You know what it had a lot of in there that I noticed? Math. It was like all this math and hurt my brain so much. Did you read it, Rich Finch? Of course. You did read it? Man, it's like formulas and computations and this and that. And how do you do that with that brain of yours? Huh?
Actually, I just scribbled some formulas down.
And then people believe them?
Jared Anchorman. Jared wrote most of it.
Did you guys just make it up, or is it true, like real math?
Well, I asked the people who wrote all those bots afterwards.
Oh, okay. All right, so you read his book. I remember read a lot of it, and I couldn't understand it. It's above my pay grade. Here, look at this. We got chips. Peeps. Still 134 left. See Ross in the field. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my actual neighbor. My actual neighbor. We play golf sometimes. Now, when you look at this man, what do you assume, right? You look at him and think, oh man, he must hit the ball a long way. You know, 7, 8 kids. That's what you think, right? He must hit the ball a long way. He does not. Nope. But you know what he does? Chip and play. He's got short game.
What else I do? I win.
Yeah, you win. You win.
Does he hit further than you?
He hits it further than me, but that's not saying much. But you look at him. This guy gets up and down from everywhere. It's unbelievable. Up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. Up, that's him. Up and down. Up and down guard. 25,000. We're playing 10 and 20,000. That's less than 3 bets. What does it say? 97 left. Pays 89. In without a doubt the dumbest decision I personally made. I'm not going to blame anyone but me. Dumbest decision I could make, and I know better, was to play this tournament. It's not for me. This tournament is not for me or my kind or what we're trying to do. I love the two games. Oh my study. But the idea that we played 16 levels, 16 levels. That's 10 hours yesterday, 6 more today, and we're still not in the money. This is not for me. You know, I know, and I knew that going in, but I just forgot that those ones, all the mid stakes, are not built for me. They're built for, you know, the low limit guys who want to just hang out for a couple days. Yours truly, really bad system for me. So now we're gonna play whatever. We're in the big blind. It's Omaha 8. But man, we're like the whole summer, by far the worst decision I made. And it's two of my favorite games. But I promise I won't make that mistake again. All right, and maybe we'll win. Who knows? It's still possible. Right, we're on the bubble here, my man. Check raising the room. This on the flop. Hopefully he doesn't have too good of a hand. How good is that hand? Oh, I got the low. Oh, that's a really good hand to have. I got the low draw and the back row flush draw, but it was low. There's a low. Okay, now give me a 3 or a 4. 3 or a 4. Okay, straight? No. Chop it off. Nice doing business with you, son. Okay. Nice doing business with you. Who got the high? He did. 2. Ace 9. Okay, you had a hand. You're allowed. You qualified. It's fine. Okay, this is what we're sitting here. Look at this. We have no chips. You know who has less chips? 2 chips? Chips. He was all in the big blind with ace 6 6 6. He flopped 3 sixes and then a flush draw. A lucky guy. Yeah, look at us like little nits. What are we doing here, Jesse? Why did we do this to ourselves? Huh? You did it too. You made the same mistake I did.
You had the choice on making the structure, not me.
No, I didn't do this one.
Yeah, well, I don't have no say.
But I'm just saying, you chose to play this one like a dummy.
I did.
Okay, well, we're both dummies. It's okay. We'll spin now. We'll spin. Might as well while we're here. Okay, stud 8. Let's go. This guy, you kunai. You kunai. You kunai. 2 hands, you kunai. Yeah. We've got Lonis all in here with the low board looking good up against 2. This man with big cards, aces. He's got, what do you got, 2 pair?
I'm a double.
2 pair versus 2 pair. This man has 2 pair. Jesse needs a low to survive. Will he do it? Let's sweat together. Here we go. It's a 6. Yeah, buddy. Can't kill this man. Can't kill him. Back in action. Jesse Lonis. Let's go. Stud 8. 4 out of the money. It's that time. Oh, baby. Clamp down. Put your seatbelts on. We've been here for days. We're almost there. Level 17. All right, Jesse Lonis in 5 cards with the flush up against 2 pair, 3 pair. He's got the low too. You're okay. You're good. Okay, so get this. He's got the low. What do you got over there? No. So check this out. Okay, Jesse, let's count. This is all yours. You win the whole pot, right?
Yeah, I kept 5K behind.
Okay, he wins the whole pot. You just push him all the pot. He kept a small blind. He folded the river.
Looked like an idiot.
He had a small blind, and look at this. He had one of those, and now you've got more than me. What is that, like 60K? 60K?
All discipline, never give up.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
Moral of the story.
If you win this, that's going to be awesome.
Don't be a quitter.
All in for 5K. The big blind was 10K. And you got ace 6 6 6.
You were a good sweat there.
Okay, Lonis doing it. 3 out of the money. We're going to play so tight now. Oh, yeah. Only the nuts. Okay, our turn to go all in on the bubble. That's our board. That's his board, my man over here. And this is this guy over here. You know, high roll. Good luck. Good luck. And this is our board. We're not going to show you the whole cards for the river, okay? Did you see my whole cards? Yes. Okay. He saw them. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see what this card is. Okay, it's an 8, a 7. Interesting.
That's a rage is new.
8's over here. Okay. Red and call. You call? You have a wheel?
You have a wheel?
Holy shit. So I need to fill, and you got my blockers? I'm going to be blessed with this hand, probably. What the hell?
There's a side. There's a side.
Probably dead. That's a spade, a little one. Dead, right? Oh no, it could be, no, dead. Could be, no, it could be 4 spade, right?
Needs to be the four spade. 50-50. Four spade. 7-5 low and 3 sevens. I lose to this guy. You, sir, are not going to win the tournament. I'll bet you $1 million right here, right now. Let's go. No chance. So tilted. See you guys. Eucanize. Wow, that was so tilted. That guy, he's so goofy. What the hell's going on? That was sick, man. Absolutely sick to have 3 sevens and make the 7-5. And he makes a wheel somehow and didn't raise on 4th Street. Like it's like everybody the last hour did exactly the opposite of what they were supposed to do. It's like, oh, you should 3-bet, call. Oh, you should fold turn, call. So terrible. So terrible. So we finished 91st, we paid 89. Maximum torture. Maximum torture. And we punished her. We deserved it, okay? Because we're so stupid for playing that tournament. Could have been home, relaxing, watching the coverage, watching Bryn Candy, Jason Coon. Instead, we were chooching around in that thing. Oh well. Now, I think it's 10K res on deck. That's the plan. That's what a colossal waste of time. Dum dum. Dum 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 dum. No God. You think that's a song anyway. Stupid. So Josh was standing right here. He's about to buy into the tournament. There's a seat open right here. And he just puts out in the universe that he wants the seat. There's 100 people here. Right? You know what happens? He grabs the seat. Are you wearing the same? Oh my God. Come on. Let's show off. Look at that. Twins. You know what we should do? Is we should get the whole team for these. Right? Look at that. We're modeling. Look at the same. Look at the same. We're on the same. Yeah, I know. Right? Like, what are you wearing? What shorts are you wearing it with? And are you gonna wear a scarf or no scarf? Just turn it off. What hat? No, what else? I'm going vlogging. Okay. We're doing good. I really wish the team is moving. I know. You know the team is moving in the right direction. So me and you, let's do another pow in the grass and start to stick it to come in. You know. It's good to have you. Why does this hand me the 60K right now? This hand me the 60K right now. Okay, we've just gotten barbecue. We have 8,000 left from 60, which is 1 bet. I had 3 wheel cards about 7 times, and a couple times I had somebody else had them too. Really bricked out. Just didn't win any hands, but that's okay. You know, I don't get mad about it because we played every hand well and just didn't win any. Had the best of it, a lot of spots, and just didn't pan out. So we're gonna gamble our last bet and see, you know, what we can do with that. All right, so we're making a little dinner here. We're doing shiitake beef bibimbap on break. Obviously, 8K is not great, and you know we do the clear intention thing as much as we can. We're not thinking about the other tournaments, whatever. Today we're recording because we have a lot of options. It's weird how it sets up. Because we're like basically whatever happens now, one day. But on deck, we have to make decisions with 25-50 low. There's a buy-in and 2 rebuys. They're in level 7. They play 10 levels. If you make it through on day 1A, which is likely, there's 2 rebuys, then you have tomorrow off, which could be really worthwhile for us, all things considered. You know, a nice day off, maybe go play some golf and whatnot. But then you have the problem of saying, okay, well, if it's really late, they really want to rebuy now, and probably just have starting, or start fresh tomorrow and with a fresh stack. Because, like, imagine you have like, you serve the 150K, right? And imagine it's like 30 minutes left, and you have like 170. You know, and then you go, bro, do you really want to like rebuy now and then just like have basically it's like you're skipping day 1 then on the next day because you would you know, you're just gonna have starting stack on day 2. You're not gonna play day 1B if you make it through day 1A, right? So I think with a couple hours to play, that's enough time to like double our stack and you know do some damage. But otherwise, getting through day 1A with a starting stack, I think is a huge mistake, especially with a buy-in and 2 rebuys. So anyway, something to think about because I mean, obviously, most likely we're gonna go broke in this res, and you know, so yeah, that'd be nice to have a day off. So hopefully well, you know what I'm saying. There's a lot going on. It's so complex with the schedule. So all right. High card twice. Thanks for doing that. Don't touch my chip. Don't. Okay, well, you're 2,000 in. He's raised. I high card twice today. Now, what do you have? That's fine. Destroyed. 468. What am I gonna do? I got 4 tickets. Oh, the ones you and he's got clean up, raise, re-raise. Get out of my face. Go away. I got a queen too. Because I have a queen also. I have a queen. What do you got? Oh my god. Why would you play this guy? Are you crazy? Okay, 8. You have 7. Okay, you might have to run dead right now. To the shack. Yeah, dead, right? Yeah. All right. Okay, what's that? Hold on. Thanks, Rob. Peace. Play well. I don't get 10 jack all day. Okay? I have a queen. I need a queen. Queen or rebuy? Okay. Bravo. Rebuy. Okay. So we bust over there. We go. The hand was 4 ways. Goes in big one. Queen, queen, 10, 6. 4 ways. All. Flop was 10, 10, 6. Check raise. The flop turns the jack. I check Arthur bets. I don't know a lot. I think he's got the jack a lot. Whatever. So that queen maybe 2 outs. But he also doesn't have to have. You could have ace 10. Ace. You gotta be, so cooler is what we say. So down to rebuy. Okay. Full house. The goal today, or the job today, is double extras. One way or the other. 3 bullets total. Double the chips. And then take a day off tomorrow. Chance brought me something. What'd you bring me, Chance? I don't do that thing. I don't.
1 month baby
Oh,
picture.
see
1
how
month,
cute this is?
9 months, you know.
Oh, that's super sweet. Thank you, Carrie Chance. You got babies?
Yes, they sent us an extra. And they sent us the wrong address. I tried to return it, and they said keep it.
Very kind. Thank you, sir. All right, so after Chance gave me that gift, we put it up in our gift area. Every year, people are very kind. They come up to me, they give me different gifts and things like that. Another guy just came up to me. He gave me a bunch of his shirts that his company has, and these cups for me and Amanda, and then a cowboy hat, bottle topper for the wine bottles. People are nice. People are kind. I try to be nice to people, and I think for them a lot of the time, whether I need the gift or not, it's I learned this a long time ago. That because I've always been more of a giver than a taker. I've always been uncomfortable about taking from people. And there was a very smart lady who once said, "Do you ever think that you're robbing others of the joy of giving by not taking?" Ooh, that one hit deep because it's a circle, right? A lot of people are built like me. I feel comfortable, but when people give me things, the truth is, when you give somebody something, you feel the joy of giving them, and I rob them of that if I say no. I don't want it. I don't take it. You know what I mean? So I've learned that. It's a big circle. Giving, receiving, all the way. So we always end up with a big table full of things each year, and yeah, nice. People are nice. What can I say? Meanwhile, we got a gamble. Yeah, for our first hand full out on the flop. Jack is a terrible card, but we're not folding after the pot's so big. Could he still hit a queen? On to the next. Still on the look too. We had a shot. We got study stuff. We had a shot to have 300,000-400,000. Got it all in on the flop. Mostly on the flop. And was up against Chance. I had the top 2. He had a pair of 7s and a pair of 6s and a flush draw. So basically, you needed 2 outs, 3 outs, and spades. But we didn't get it. And he got a spade. It's okay. You're not PLO. You got a lot of dancing, especially in the rebuy period. People are trying to put chips in. And it's starting. Okay, hour and 20. Again, like I said, it's a difficult decision. We may not rebuy. If it's 20, 30 minutes left in the night, and he does. Because I don't want to lose the opportunity to build a big stack on 1B. As we discussed earlier. 160K, sir, 150. I mean, do it again. Well, okay, we're gambling again. You give me the last rehab. Okay, that's it. I got flush draw, but I have lots of hearts dead. And a backdoor straight draw. And a straight draw, 10. And you win again. You bust both hands, both flush draws.
I never bust you, never.
Never.
I busted you maybe in all the years we played up. maybe like
Easier in the
2
rebuy
or 3
period.
times.
Easier in the rebuy period. Okay, so the second bullet here, carry. First one I had aces and threes and one flush draw. Lost 3 straight. And then the second one got short. Only had like 62 left. Flopped kings and flush draw. And we lost that one. So we have an hour. We're going to do it. We're going to try to play one last bullet. That's all we have available today. And spin. We're back in the same seat. Yeah, we just figured we were doing the math here. I needed an 8, a 10, a queen, or a heart. And,
Yeah, but it was way too many. Way too many outs.
Right. A lot of outs. Okay. Last bullet, we're going to really play crazy this one. We've been playing crazy already, but this one's going to be next level. 1 hour spin. We do not want to end with 150. That is the disaster. Disaster. 50 is just a forfeit. You can't come back with 50 on it.
You can do 9 bullets.
9 bullets. This is bullet 3.
3 and 9. What is this structure?
What does it mean?
Alan
Yeah, I'm sure it was Alan Kessler who did this one. We don't have a lot of time, so we're going to repot all in and see if we have aces, right? Nothing? Yeah, the king high. You got it in with the nuts. Ace, king, queen. I'm actually 78% to win this part, right? 78%? Oh, yeah. Queens? I have a straight. Yeah. I have a straight, bro. Ace, king. That's how I play. 100, I knew I had trapped him. 120, 133. You don't know how. You can't even pretend to be happy right now. You can't pretend. There we go. Get the spot. Thank you. Those are my chips anyway, fair? Right? You did beat me with. No, they're not my chips, but you hit the flush. Come on. All right, now we're back in business. Let's go, baby. Woo! Day off tomorrow. Come on. Okay, you're getting your money back. Unless I hit an ace. Well done. Okay. We're back to square one. Back to square one. Now I'm back to exact starting.
You pop flop, I just started laughing.
Yeah. That kind of let me know that I was in trouble. Oh boy.
You wanted me to smile.
I wanted an ace to come out.
I would have smiled. I would have laughed it off like somebody.
Yeah. Okay, we're doing it again with John. Do you have anything? Oh, baby. I think I have the best hand. I have a double suited ace and hearts. Okay. You have
Jack.
I have 2 pairs. That's how I play. Yes, baby. Got him. Got him. See you on the golf course tomorrow, son. Yes, I got the 300 back. Okay. No more soup for you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is the last basic hand, and I was going to lock it up, and everybody's all in. I'm all in too. 5-way action. Everybody's all in.
We got a 5-way all in
He
here.
has 5.
5's no good. 5's no good, though.
8, 9, 10 jack.
Oh, you're
I am sorry. Why'd you do that then?
Queens.
Oh, you're short. Is queens your best hand? Diamonds. Whatever.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Wow, just dead. Everyone's dead. Oh, they have side pots.
This is insane. Oh my god. 5 ways. I'm not even out. Wait, you're straight, right? I am out. Oh my god. Oh my god. I literally lost up. 400K. We did the job. We 450. We played a pot that's now 2 million in a great spot. 8, 9, 10 jack. 5 ways to control it. It was like raise, call, call. I called the button with 8, 9, 10 jack. The small blind pots. He now doesn't have a lot of chips. The first guy pots. He pots. Everybody pots. You're getting a crazy price to play. So I have to play. It's 8, 9, 10 jack. It's a beauty. I could have potted it myself pre-flop. And we lost all the chips. 3 bullets. Holy smokes. I did not expect that. Literally 3 hands left in the night. And that was that. Oh my god. What a day, guys. Oh, that was painful. 8, 9, 10 jack. We win that pot. Like 450, 7. Like the chip lead. That was a chip lead pot. All right. Back to work tomorrow. Damn.
And not be able to breathe.
We do not know the names of any of the parties in this video, but we do know that guy's out. But he's still standing.
I don't think he's out. I think he blew the call. And then he slugged the guy in the face kind of for good measure. It's just like that guy's like, oh, I'm out. You know, I got punched in the face. I better jog it off. But it looks like he's safe.
So it's also could be this option. We don't know. This might be the first time it's documented where it's the Men in Black blue thing.
Yeah, you never know.
Where it's like, hey, you're not gonna remember this.
Right.
Boom.
It looks like Stone.
Get out.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good sale too.
Yeah.
No, right there. Pretty good sale while he stays on base. That's good coaching.
Mm-hmm.
Guy stays on base after he gets punched in the face by the ump who's saying he's out. Okay, so I like that. Stay on base. You're not going to get me. No hidden ball trick. No punch out trick. I'm safe. He's out. Review says CT. Okay. Let's move along to a major happening this weekend. Tim, what are you so surprised about? You were staring in wonder right there about what.
I just don't know how that happens at all.
What do you mean? The guy's focused on a
He
call.
just walked in on his job.
And apparently throws a weak punch because that guy didn't flinch at all. I mean, or he ate it very well, I should say.
Well, he also had the
Almost looked like it was played. I don't like to do that.
It does almost look like this could be like a Key and Peele.
All right, we're not everything's fake. Even though it's hard not to say, everything's fake.
Yeah.
Especially modern technology and what the internet will do and could do. Maybe somebody did AI that, but I would like to let them know if that is how we're punching people out in baseball, you got me.
Mm-hmm.
If we had ABS and umps punching players in the face, maybe baseball is starting to come back alive. Maybe this is modern baseball that we haven't seen. And shout out to Buddy there, who definitely got screwed and then punched in the face. Let's go to a major that's happening this weekend. Shout out to Shinnecock, Southampton's Long Island, host of this week's major, this year's U.S. Open. Now, whenever you talk about Shinnecock, you're talking about a British house style course. Ain't that right, Bruce? We've got a lot of trees. No trees. You know what that means? Long wind. Okay, who can hit it long? Who can hit it low? And who knows where the hell it's going? The rough, cold, 2.5 feet.
Yikes.
Wide fairways, but you missed the fairway. Good luck. DeChambeau says you're out there in the form. What do we need to know about this week's major? Tony Diggs and Shinnecock's going to be the story, it feels like.
Yeah, Shinnecock is the third major of the year. This is the U.S. Open, and the U.S. Open is traditionally the hardest major of the years as scoring-wise. Last time it was played here was in 2018, and you can see how the wind affects us. There's no trees, link style, coming off the ocean on Long Island. So, like, there's nothing to protect the players from the winds. The greens are gnarly, especially in the wind, tough to hit. When Brooks won this in 2018, he was +1. So, that's U.S. Open traditionally anywhere from even to 5. J.J. Spawn is your defending champion. He won last year at Oakmont. As I said, Brooks is the last person to win at Shinnecock in 2018. Your favorites are Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy. They always are. And fun fact, they are actually the best players in the wind. 18-plus mile-an-hour winds. They have the most strokes gained over the last 2 years. And they're favorites for a reason, but Rory obviously played great. The Masters hasn't played great since. Scotty's top 10, top 15 every single tournament, but it doesn't feel like Scotty has been playing Scotty golf as of late. 8 of the last 10 winners have been first-time major winners, so it's really anybody's tournament. Very, very excited for this week.
Yeah, I'm pumped for it as well. You know, you can trust the stars. You can get Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy to both place top 20 in this weekend's major. What's the odds on that, Foxy?
-105.
That's not bad. Those are pretty good odds to be able to bet on Scotty and Rory whenever their odds are normally incredibly long because of how damn talented they are. But Scotty Scheffler, I haven't seen him winning as of late, Tom.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like the story has been him off the tee. I know Schwab, our golf guy, who has his Schwab power rankings for college football. He also mentioned how his swing off the tee hasn't been good. So, like, if they have deep roughs and you're not good off the tee, it feels like fairways is the most important thing this week.
Yeah, so maybe Scheffler just finds fire.
Yeah, maybe.
Driver, or maybe he keeps the driver in the back. Maybe he's 3-wooding this time.
Fairway iron even.
Maybe he's 1-iron.
Why not?
Why is he 1-iron this time?
Classic Phil Mickelson route where he just hits low stingers into the wind. There was a video of Rory hitting as low as possible stingers yesterday with the driver, almost off the deck. See it low, not let it fly.
Yeah, so maybe that'll help Scheffler as he has to play a different style of game. So maybe that'll make him lock in a little bit on the sweet spot or the sweet shots that'll get you through Shinnecock.
Also, not shockingly, a lot of the other best players in the wind are your English lads, your Scottish lads, your Irish lads who are used to playing in the wind on those links courses.
And I would like to let All the American golfers know. Can't happen.
No, not at the U.S. Open, brother.
Uh-oh.
What are you uh-ohing over
I'm
there?
just saying.
You got a USA tarp on.
That's right. And I also, maybe it's because of the Tartan Army. I'm really feeling Bobby McIntyre this weekend.
Oh,
I don't know what
he was in it last year, brother.
Yes, he was.
Oh, he's hold it.
That's how you feel.
Oh,
I'm
he's
just
got
saying.
it. He's held it.
It's the Scots in me, I think, really.
We need an American who hate us.
I agree. Cam Young.
Scotty's going for the
Wake
Grand
up!
Slam.
All right, we're back on the other side. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice might change your life. You know what? I think there's only one thing left to do here. I've experienced cafecito time. I've experienced the wonderful culture. I've experienced the beautiful people, and I think we got some canes over here. We got some canes over here. We got some canes over here. This day in Coral Gables is going to be one that I will remember for the rest of my life. Ray Lewis started his dance right here at Miami. Ed Reed started his legendary run here at Miami. The legends of football run deep. The moments are special. The national championships are in abundance. Just last year, a lovely University of Miami woman diving from Italy won a national championship. This thing's been staring at me all damn day. Kirk, I'm a little winded. The whole time you're running, I'll give you a chance to catch your breath, you son of a bitch. You're crazy. I hope somebody got a lifesaver, but it's a lot of stuff. My man's out of breath. It is a long way to the top. Better than somebody. Are you going to jump in? Oh, my God. Yeah. So, I'm tired for you. Oh, my God. So you're going to take the jacket off. Okay. Oh, he's taking the shirt off. Look at the ribs. Oh, he's taking the drawers off. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you come to this beautiful campus, you will notice quickly that the students here love this university. They love this atmosphere. And I'm with everybody. I think the youth is back. They get the street out. Oh my God. Give me the... Canes, baby. Miami and Florida tonight. Let's have a look at that again.
The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Let's go! This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful. The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers. You paid. Damn it! Be a friend, tell a friend something nice to change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to our humble abode, the DraftKings Thunderdome. On this Big Sports Tuesday, June 16, 2026, our truly private begins now. Sports! Yep, they're the greatest. In the world of sport, might become our
sports.
Yep.
The lads of the United States soccer team have their second game of this World Cup on Friday as they take on the team from down under, the Socceroos. And obviously, Australia is much better than a lot of people gave them credit for coming into the tournament. They had a huge win over Turkey. Good team. Everybody said Turkey's good team. Australia, bad team. Turkey, good team.
Yeah.
Australia said, Socceroo, how do you do? 2-0. They beat them. Now they're coming into the United States of America game. Obviously, they feel incredibly good about themselves. America just came off their best game they've ever played as a team, as a country, ever against Paraguay in the United States. This game's in Seattle. Cannot wait to watch the boys. Today, Argentina will be playing for the first time this World Cup tournament. We've obviously been incredibly hyped about the U.S. team and what the possibilities of this World Cup could be for soccer, for the future of the United States of America. Well, American Lionel Messi will be playing for Argentina tonight. I don't know. We still don't know. It's a sixth time playing for them in the World Cup. You don't think he can maybe play one or two with us?
You would think so.
Like what? He's a Miami citizen.
Exactly.
I see him at the grocery store down there. He built a stadium down there.
Yep.
He sells at every stadium in the United States of America. He's basically boosting our economy all over. Is that not? He should be. Lou Messi should be playing for America. He's not. Maybe we'll have to kind of, what's that called when something happens and then you go back and file
a grievance?
Yeah, a grievance, but
Retroactively?
Yeah, but when a game should be canceled or removed from the record, redacted. We like to redact this entire tournament potentially if we're able to get him as a American citizen. What's that?
Well, I was going to say a couple months ago, I was singing the same tune. I agreed. At this point in time, today,
maybe Messi can't get on the pitch.
I don't know if Lou Messi's even. I don't even know if
I'm starting to think.
I'm thinking.
All right.
No, I'm thinking there's a chance Lou Messi, if he's lucky, he's maybe subbing out at, I don't know, the 84th minute, 85th minute.
Oh, a quick 6-7 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Plus stoppage time, of course.
But then I looked and I said, wait a minute, we just had Raymond do that, and he scored a goal almost immediately. So yeah, at this point, I'd love to have him, kind of in spirit, teach the game to the next generation. I don't know if he's one of the best 11 out there for Team USA.
So maybe that's why he decided to stay
Could be.
with Argentina for his 6th straight World Cup, which is outrageous. Yeah, there's a chance he saw the lineup for the American team, and he knew before everybody else. I'm not top 14, 15 on that team.
Oh, God.
Because think about this. Our favorite player from the qual, Luna.
Yeah.
Luna could never get on the pitch.
No.
He scored every.
And he's in his prime. Messi's in his 6th World Cup.
Yeah.
Who knows if he even gets on?
I don't know if he gets on the pitch.
Maybe he doesn't even make the roster. You might get an email from Punch.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, you didn't make it. Sorry. Not enough dog.
We're going to piss somebody. We're going to be so mad about what we just did right there. Please understand that we understand Messi's greatness.
If you can't sense the sarcasm, you're a moron.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We do not feel that way. But we do wonder why Sid Crosby couldn't be an American because he lived in the United States for like 20 years.
Exactly.
Shouldn't he be playing for Team USA?
Longer in the U.S. than Canada.
They would say, obviously, he was born here, raised here, we created
Sure.
blah, blah, blah.
Became a man here.
All right. But Messi is not playing for America, which is a problem. But he does play for Argentina tonight. And we actually feel pretty good about a bet that is possible. Argentina to win, heavy favorite. Messi to score, pretty good line. You put those two together in that little parlay, plus 126. And odds are subject to change because obviously both of these will be moving. Plus 132, I think I saw it earlier. Plus 122 at one point. Plus 125. Plus 126. Those will obviously always change as people continue to bet these things. But if you're 21 plus and want to do this responsibly and have a little sauce on the game, a GOAT is having his World Cup swan song. And we can't help but watch the game, obviously. But this little guy, Messi, if you haven't seen anything he's done with Miami, every time he'll be walking. Yeah, you'll see him on the pitch. He'll just be walking. And then whenever the ball gets into his gravitational pull, everything just amplifies. And it's an immediate electricity. No matter what, even if he passes it, it's just like you're on the edge of the seat. A guy dictates an entire game. It is spectacular. If you have a little sauce on it, obviously you're going to be more invested, which we will be responsibly, 21 plus. Argentina money line to win. Messi to score, plus 126 in that ballpark. Odds are subject to change. Feels like a nice little sprinkle. Gumpy, one half of the hammer. Cowboys. Obviously, this World Cup has been tough to predict.
Certainly.
It's been tough to predict. Yesterday, a game of draws, or a day of draws. Today, what should we expect specifically from this particular game? And why isn't Messi playing for America? I still don't understand, Coach.
He's going for back-to-back with Argentina. That's probably a big reason why they won the last World Cup. He's probably in the best form he's been in years coming into this with Inter Miami. He was scoring every game, assists every game. I expect him to do the same tonight against Algeria. And I think today is the day for the favorites. I know we've had a lot of underdogs, but you talk about France, Senegal, Mbappe. France is, bar none, talent, on paper, the best team in the tournament right now. And then Norway, Iraq, they're massive favorites. Erling Haaland, he's like minus 220 to score because he scores every game. And then you can go to midnight, Austria, Jordan. I know these games, you talk about Iran, New Zealand, like nobody was going to watch that game. 2-2 last night was one of the best games that we've seen. So all these games have been electric besides the 0-0 draw with Spain yesterday.
Yeah, assuming Dumpy's going to say that about every soccer game. Okay, that he just said they're going to be. Austria, Jordan's going to be a tough one for me tonight, but I tell you, they might get me.
I don't know if I'd watch that if you gave me $100,000. I would.
$100,000?
Yeah, I don't know if I can get through the whole game.
Starting at midnight?
No, let's say 2 o'clock.
In the afternoon?
Yeah.
Let's say it was 10 a.m. You just woke up fresh off of coffee.
Yeah, I don't know if I could physically get through the whole game. If $100,000 was on the line, I don't know if I could.
Joining us now, what a life. Joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, that should be, no, not going to say it. You know, Mr. Beast does the hand on things.
Sure, yeah. If someone wants to try, I'll try. And then if I do actually watch the whole thing, you still have to give me $100K. So, like, we try it, but I don't know if I can.
You need to fall in love with these teams that have a chance to go on a Cinderella-like run.
I got one team. I have fallen in love with that team.
USA. Joining us now, big-time fan of Austria. College football national champion, Super Bowl champion, Ryder Cup winner, ladies and gentlemen, AJ Hall. AJ?
We need someone to step up and budge that $100K to get tied into that game.
Do it. Don't do it. If you have $100,000, give it to some other thing. Give it to something that needs it. Ty
doesn't donate to charity. He might win it and give it to charity.
I know Ty's not going to donate that to charity.
I will not be giving it to charity if I win it. No.
Maybe that logo that on the chest.
I'm gonna need a little more than $100K for that. That's gonna go right into my personal bank account.
Yep. Especially if you're watching.
Yeah. Yeah.
110 minutes.
Yep.
Including stoppage time.
That's a long time. I mean, this tournament has been awesome, but like yesterday, we were juiced up for that Belgium game, and then it's just like, oh my God, are you kidding me? This is just dragging and dragging. And that's what's crazy is I never thought I'd be saying like the U.S. is kind of like the pick to click in this tournament. You watch it, you know it's going to be exciting. And yeah, I'm from here. Maybe that has something to do with it. But Austria, Jordan, come on.
Okay, all right. So Spain, obviously yesterday had a tie, a day of ties yesterday. Kind of boring. Today, huge day as the Stars take the pitch for the first time. And maybe we'll change our tune about who the best team is.
Maybe.
Germany scored 7. America went crazy. France, heavy favorite. Let's see how they are. Argentina, the same. And then Austria, don't look now. Little midnight run out there. Should be fun to watch the entirety of that one. We'll have minute-to-minute analysis tomorrow about Austria, Jordan tonight. Okay, let's talk about some other things happening around the sports world. AJ, I think it's a big deal, this Sorsby situation. Him going to the supplemental draft, I think, was inevitable. I think that was the right decision from the beginning for all parties, but we certainly took an interesting path to this point. Now, the NFL still has to deem a supplemental draft to happen. Okay, their applications are allowed to be submitted until Monday, and then the NFL will obviously go through whatever process it goes through. We still don't know that exact answer on how it works. Is the commissioner just the one that deems it good, potentially? And then how long does it take for that? And then what team will give up what for him? We went through a lot of the previous supplemental drafts. It feels like if the NFL opens up a second draft for you, you are worthy of a pretty good pick. Chris Carter was the 4th rounder, and that was the lowest one we really saw through this kind of carousel of stars, pretty much, through this entire thing. And a lot of first-round picks, second-round picks, third-round picks. I saw Dan Orlovsky, who I don't think knows really anything about the supplemental draft process at all. He said, I bought a 4th rounder for him. It's like, well, it seems very abnormal to get to the 4th round, especially at the quarterback position. AJ, your thoughts on how we got here, if we have a supplemental draft, and what that means as a sport as a whole.
Yeah, so I don't pretend to know all the ins and outs of this whole situation. I listen to Chef down here and the DJ and everyone talk about it, you guys. But yeah, I think a supplemental draft absolutely happens. Sorsby goes, what, top first 2 rounds, I would imagine. The guy seems like someone is going to draft him to be their potential franchise QB. I feel like he's that kind of talent.
Feels like a second round. I think first round, everybody's going to grandstand. Can't give up a first rounder for a guy that's entrenched in a gambling thing. Second round is okay, though. Okay, second round is okay. That's the Daniel Jeremiah made a good point about the younger GMs versus the older GMs. Who holds what as like kind of what the rules are and what the rules aren't? Who's more open? But if you're an older GM, you've had to evolve with the times, so maybe you're more open-minded than maybe a younger GM. I am intrigued to see where he ends up at. I'm fascinated to hear what the NFL says whenever they deem a supplemental draft to happen, or they say no supplemental draft. He's going to be suspended a year is the expectation, I think, from everybody, especially because of what the NFL has done in the past whenever it comes to gambling and stuff like that. So he's not going to start. He's getting there right before training camp. Who will put up a pick for the future for a guy that has so much athleticism and raw talent that could become a guy for a team? And if he learned his lesson already in a very public way, with every college football person outside of Texas Tech saying, this guy is not allowed to play in our sport. This guy ruined the integrity. That could be something that, makes him hit rock bottom. So you want the rehab, so he obviously experienced that type of thing. Maybe this is just a complete change for his entire life. And maybe he goes on to do incredible things. And there's going to be teams that are only thinking about the positive outcome as opposed to any negative outcome that could come. So maybe a first rounder does happen, but it feels like second round is inevitable.
Well, and Schefter kind of talked about the teams that need quarterbacks, but they drafted rookie quarterbacks, Kate Klubnik and the Jets and stuff like that. And sure, I'm sure they do love them and they want those guys to succeed too. But look at what the Rams just did. The Rams have a franchise quarterback with a couple of years at least left, and they used the 13th pick they got from the Falcons to take a quarterback. Now, who says there aren't teams who have, a franchise-esque quarterback who they have for a few more years? Don't take a flyer on them and use the second-round pick, because obviously it's a lottery and there'll be other teams involved and there's no guarantee to get them. But even a team like Tampa Bay, where they have Baker and they're doing these contract extensions, like, you could have a chance to get a quarterback who's young who can then learn behind a guy. I mean, I won't even rule out some of the other teams that make a ton of money and spend a ton of money at quarterback. Like, who says Dallas doesn't just go ahead and say, you know what, we're never going to have a pick in the top 15 to get a guy who probably would have gone in the first round in the top 15, like most people are saying, and you can possibly get him for a second-round pick? Like, why wouldn't you just take a flyer on that and at least submit, a pick or a second-round pick when there's a chance you win it out?
And they just traded for Lance, right? Trey Lance, looking for a backup quarterback. Maybe they're the ones that make the play. Maybe the Colts give up a second rounder.
Legit though. Why not?
Because the way he plays, we don't have a first rounder. Obviously, we gave that up for Sauce Gardner. Excited to watch Sauce Gardner play this year for the Indianapolis Colts, healthy for an entire year. Remember, the Indianapolis Colts are number 1 team in the NFL. We don't have a first round pick. Is there anybody going to put up a first round pick for Sorsby this year with all the heat? I'm not 100% sure. I genuinely don't know if that's happening.
Do you think teams are worried? Do you think teams are actually worried about what I don't know, fans and media might say if you do, take a flyer in the first rounder or even a second rounder for it?
No, I guess you're right. The way when you just phrase it like that, it make me listen to. You're telling me you think NFL teams are worried about some tweaks as he sits out for an entire year if they think he could become a franchise quarterback? Is that what you just said to me right there?
A little bit, yeah. It's like that. That's the thing. How high do they have him on their board? That's the thing. Like, how high is he on your board as a player?
You're telling me these GMs that we have seen make decisions in the past with our own eyes, you're telling me they're going to be worried about a couple of tweets? We've had teams get picketed for an entire year for things that they've done, and they've literally rolled up the windows and drove into the facility and said, nothing to see here. Anything you said outside the walls here, it just doesn't care. What you see, stays here. Okay, don't worry about any of that. Yeah, but they're outside picketing. Let's win some games. And
they'll go away.
And then we'll see what'll happen. And it's not a good thing. We're not saying that, but it is the most competitive league on earth, which is why it is the way it is. And if the NFL, once again, deems him okay to be in the NFL, which is what the supplemental draft will be, you're right. I completely forgot about the fact that they would not care in that entire
process. No, the teams won't. But if you're giving up a first, you're then giving up a chance at other quarterbacks coming out. So you would have to like him more than Arch and Dante Moore and CJ Carr, Lenore Sellers, some of the other guys that are going to probably be in the first round of this upcoming draft. So if you're going to give up a first here this summer, that's giving up your opportunity or chance to get one of those guys in the upcoming draft. So I feel like you'd have to have him graded higher than those guys to give up a first this year, if that makes sense.
All right, let's stay in the NFL. Good luck to all parties. Hopefully the supplemental draft happens. We will obviously continue to cover it as it happens and unfolds. George Pickens has arrived at the Dallas Cowboys mandatory minicamp for the offseason. Congrats to him. Congrats to Coach Shoddy, Dak Prescott, and the entire team. I like that the social media team. So we don't.
Just the ones that don't go to the playoffs.
No, they don't capitalize.
They don't capitalize. You're not allowed to unless you go to the
What
playoffs.
is the deal with the aesthetic?
For what though? Like who? Like football fans or
Not football fans. I promise you, it's not football fans.
Why do I look at it and I get disgusted? Just because everybody's doing it, I guess. But if everybody's doing it, is anybody doing it? And are you actually different if everybody's doing it? I don't think so.
And
Chat
they're not
me
even
back is sweet slang, though.
names.
Yeah, chat we back is sick.
That
Great
is
for
sweet
that.
slang.
Social media admin obviously cooking in their bag.
Chat we back. That's how I envisioned that they said it.
Is that what happens like when the owner or someone comes out and says, "Hey, what is this? What are the captions that we keep posting on X?" And then you have the young people have to do that to their jokes.
No, so I don't think the young people ever have to do anything because all the old people just have no idea what any of it is. So the young people who get handed the keys to like a Ferrari and have no idea what they're doing, just saying, "It goes really fast. You should see what we're able to do. Here's a number. Here's a big number. What's your number? Here's a big number. Here's a big number. It's working. It's working. It's working. What's it doing for the brand though? Building it so much. It's so good." And then you got another case of a social media admin ruining an entire business. Not that that's happening right now, but it certainly has happened in the past when we're watching it. Social media degrees have given a lot of people confidence that shouldn't have it. And that has given a lot of people the ability to get hired for pretty important positions because it's a degree that was taught by people who've never done social media. And social media, maybe 5-10 years ago, if it was able to be put into a book, which is not modern social media. What we're saying is I hate most social media admins. And all the good ones are going to have their own businesses. So I think it's a pretty tough hire. But I will say, chat we back. Chat we back.
That's sick. I might pick the Cowboys to win the Super Bowl now.
Just chat we back.
Yeah.
George Pickens is back. He was smiling. Charlie talked about it. It was mandatory, so he's not going to get fined. Still in the middle of the entire, franchise tag situation with the Dallas Cowboys. David Mulligetta is his agent. Big day, draft day. There was news that he was intending to sign the franchise tag, but he didn't actually do it. And then a couple weeks later, he did sign it. He could get traded out, but there would obviously have to be a lot of things that would take place. I don't know if we've passed the time for long-term negotiation. Do we know what date that is if you're on a franchise tag?
I think it's anytime up until I could be actually.
Season starts, right? Until the start of the season?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Week before.
As a player that was franchise tagged, I do know that there was no long-term discussions after I got franchise tagged before the expiration date, but I did get a text from somebody that said, you can no longer negotiate a long-term contract with the Indianapolis Colts. I was like, yeah, I don't think they were trying. There was no efforts, but we'll see if the Dallas Cowboys do that. Pickens obviously has his best year as a pro with Dak Prescott last year. What do you expect from him this year, AJ? Is he playing for the Cowboys this year? Is it under a new deal, or is he just playing out the franchise tag and rolling the dice on maybe getting the big bank next year?
Yeah, so early on, I didn't think there was a chance he was playing for the Cowboys. I thought he would not want to be there. Maybe they were going to try to move him, but now I think he's going to. I think he plays there this year. I think he has a giant year. I think he and Dak have a great connection. I think obviously Pickens is highly, highly motivated as well, trying to get that new deal, trying to let him know, like, hey, I'm a top tier guy in this league. I need to be paid like that on a long-term deal. So I think when you have players like that are as talented as he is, especially when they're working to get another long-term deal, they tend to have great seasons.
Yeah, I think if you're hungry, you're obviously going to hunt a little bit more. Not that George Pickens hasn't always been hungry, but boy, it felt like a perfect fit when he went down to Dallas, didn't it, Tom? As a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, obviously you knew about his talent, you knew about his ability, but there was some shit that was going on seemingly around him that wasn't great for culture. But was there anything good for culture then?
You could argue.
Well, yeah, there is a lot of conversation.
Really good question.
There's a lot of conversation about that whenever it comes to everything that happens everywhere. There's two sides to every story. Pickens felt like he was at home at Dallas. What do you think this ends up being for him and the Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah, George is talent has never ever been an issue. And it's not like he off the field has ever gotten in any trouble or anything like that. Like he's been great off the field as far as like not getting in trouble, but like it was just like showing up late at effort things or blocking things, and it was just like it didn't work out. His time had run out. He never really had a great quarterback, obviously, in that system. I mean, he drafted Kenny Pickett in the first round. That didn't work out. Justin Fields, that didn't work out. So like it just
Russell Wilson.
It just never worked out, but his stats were still incredible.
Mason Rudolph.
Incredible. But yeah, now that he's with Dak, he had the best season of his career. It's just they have the top paid position guy at so many places. Are they going to pay him? I don't know, but he's an incredible talent, and he's worth it somewhere.
Did Ducky play with George?
Oh, George wishes.
Duck was thrown
Right,
Duck was before.
Yeah, he would have a 2,500-yard year had he played with Doug.
I think Duck is currently throwing for 5,000 a year right now.
You can say that.
Congrats to him. I think that was right. They officially Congratulations, Duck.
Duck looks good. Congrats, Duck.
Unbelievable. Every time I see him anywhere, he has. I won't say the best vibes because there's normally multiple good vibes people, but he does have amongst the pantheon of the best vibes in the entire room. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
He's not above. It's not like
sure. Yeah.
But he's nowhere near like an energy sucker either.
No.
I mean, he is always up here. And he's married.
Yeah. You don't know Haggard.
He doesn't know Merle Haggard, does he? That's part of the problem. That's part of the problem with him.
That's probably why he didn't last in the Steelers.
God, I love doing that. That's my favorite thing. You hear a Southern accent, AJ, you immediately respond with, I heard you don't know Haggard. And then just kind of see what happens. You're going to learn a lot right there. You can kind of
conversation starter, isn't it?
Yeah, you can kind of decide which way the world's going to go in that exact moment. You can kind of figure it out. As we wait for a man to join us who is a soccer obsessed commentator.
Legend.
This guy's entire life has been committed to ball. He's played overseas. He's obviously played here in America. And he's currently on a show called Galazzo on CBS Sports. And he had this to say before the World Cup started about the Australian soccer team.
Listen, again, with this Australian thing. It's getting a little out of control. Okay.
Can I just say, you keep adding fuel to the fire.
And I'm going to just say something. It made me actually go back and do more research because I'm like, wait, I love Australians. I'm like, oh, these Australians, maybe they're right. I go look at their team. I don't recognize any players in the team. I'm not kidding, though, when I say it. It's like, what are they drinking over there? Because they got no shot of doing anything at the World Cup, right? And they're the weakest team in the group. And the U.S., although they've got their weaknesses and their deficiencies, you got like 6, 7 players, 8 players playing in the Champions League, playing in some of the top clubs in Europe. You go and look at Australia.
There should be a free bet for you. You got to take the bet or not?
I would take the bet
How
all
much
day.
money would you put on the US winning then? Out of your own money?
The U.S. winning the game?
Against Australia. If you're so confident.
I don't know. Whatever. $1,000, couple $1,000 bucks. It doesn't matter to me. There's no shot Australia can compete with the U.S. So the only way they can play is in defense and try to keep 0-0, and that's the only way. They don't have. There's levels. Like, yeah, I know about football, and it's like, anything can happen. Yeah, okay, but there's also levels of quality, and the U.S. has players that play week in and week out at the highest levels of Europe, and Australia does not.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now, Michael Graham. How's it going, man?
Happy to be here. How are you guys?
Hey, thank you for joining us yet again. Obviously, the World Cup has taken over our entire existence. I'd say it's World Cup fever.
Yeah, really.
And I didn't even know that we had heat with an entire country or continent, if you will, both at the same time. I didn't know you predicted them to be Australia. You were saying they were going to be instead of Australia. How big of an underdog were they against Turkey? After watching them against Turkey, do you all of a sudden think to yourself, wait a minute, maybe I was completely wrong about the Socceroos? Or do you think they got lucky out the gates and America should still absolutely handle the team from down under, brother?
It's a long story, right? But I'm going to start here. Australia were 5-1 underdogs against Turkey. Turkey was predicted to win the group. They're a very good team. They've got players who play for Juventus, Real Madrid. They've got some unbelievable players. They caused an upset against Turkey. They had 20% possession of the ball, which is not much. They conceded 30 shots, which is a ridiculous amount, but they went on to win. I was going to come on here originally and say some nice stuff about them, but now the fan base has gone a little too far, and I started this conversation. It was birthed about the football, and the messages I'm getting from
fan base is about the country, about us as a country, about the U.S., and about how it sucks in all these different categories. So, really, it's been unbelievable. They wear a yellow shirt. I think that maybe they're getting themselves confused with Brazil or another team that's won something in the past. They've never won anything. I know I look up what Australians are good at. I see cricket, I see rugby, maybe the Outback. I mean, I'm sure they got some wild safaris out there.
Break dance.
But on Friday, I think they're going to come into a team that is a little bit more their top, that has a little bit more quality, like I've said before, and I think that we'll see a U.S. win.
Okay, so Australia's attacking you personally and us as a country personally because you said they were going to be ass. I appreciate that from the Australians because that's what we would probably do if somebody was attacking our country. With that being said, I don't know if the Australians are necessarily the ones we just want to fist fight. I think they're all.
Good thing we're playing soccer then.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Because then it's just.
Yeah.
Then it's just.
I gotta tell you something, Pat. I've played with Australian guys in the past. There's been some legends of the game that are Australian. I love Australians. I don't think I've ever met a soft Australian. They're tough, right? They've got a game that's called Aussie Rules that is incredibly physical. But I'll tell you one thing they are. It's insecure. It's insecure about football, and it's insecure about Friday night because I think they're in for a rude awakening. I think there's gonna be a massive reality check in this game. I mean, the odds tell you everything you need to know. They're 4.5 to 1 underdogs, and they got the first win against Turkey. Yeah, they played fantastic. Inankunda scored a goal. I'm a big fan of Inankunda. We cover him here at CBS. But the reality of the situation has to kick in on Friday night, and I think it will. And I got to tell you something, Pat. I am coming after everybody if they win that game.
Oh, really? Twitter fingers going crazy to all of Australia if something goes great for the United States. I agree with everything you're saying about this United States team. You talked about the levels to this thing in that particular takedown of the Australian team and their fans. I didn't know we had 9 guys? How many? 7 guys? 9 guys? How many guys do we have playing in
15 guys who are in top leagues. I saw that, but then 8 or 9 that have played in the Champions League.
Dumpy was pointing out, he's Crystal Palace, that guy's at Fulham, that guy's at Juventus, that guy's at this. It's it's never been like that for America. Is it because we are learning at a younger age to send Americans overseas? Is it because our academies here in America are starting to do more? What are your thoughts on why we've gotten to this point? And is it only going to grow for our country, Gorilla?
It's going to grow, and I think we've seen that, and we're seeing Americans now compete at the highest level, which we never saw before, right? Clint Dempsey, who I love, is a good friend of mine. He was the best to do it for me in the United States, and he was at Fulham, right? And they've got to play Europa League, a little bit lower level. Now it's the norm that our guys are playing Champions League, and not only playing Champions League, they're some of the best players in the Champions League, having some of the best performances, so that helps. You got to understand something here when you talk about Australian football and U.S. football. That's soccer. Okay, just
Thank you, Jesus Christ.
Australia calls it soccer.
Sorry, boys. Sorry. But the U.S. is on an upward trajectory, right? Australian soccer's been stagnant for years, right? They had the legends, guys I played with, Patrick Norvo, Eric Pillow, they've had some unbelievable characters in their team. But they're stagnant, and the U.S. is on the rise, and they want to steal the thunder of the U.S., and I just don't see it happening when I look at the map.
The thunder from down under, you're saying. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I know you're a big fan. I know you're a big fan of that all. Let's talk about some of the other teams that were supposed to be great. Go ahead, Con Man.
Yeah, Grella, so riddle me this. Spain sucks at soccer now because it felt like everybody was up in arms, and it's a great story from Jake Gilday, Cabo Gilday, I've seen it from Clark Brooks, but what happened there, and then also just quick hit to that today, Jimmy Clark, is France going to lay an egg just like Spain, or are we expecting them to do what Spain was supposed to do?
And just so people listening, being sober, it sounds so daunting. And you think that you're crazy, and you think other people are going to be like, oh, they're weird now. It's like, no, there's a great life ahead of you that's sober. It's awesome. I've done New York, I've done New Orleans, I've done Miami, I've done Vegas, I've done cruise ships. I've done all these things sober. I've done every holiday. I've done them all, and it's all been fine. It's all been great. And just so people listening, being sober, it sounds so daunting, and you think that you're crazy.
Group stage now, 3 of the teams out of the 4 most of the third place teams out of the group are getting through.
So we're not going to really see this tournament take place or take hold until maybe around 16 is when we'll start to see the big guns and the big boys come out and start to play. So I'm not worried about Spain. I'm not worried about any of these big teams going in. They got the experience, they got the talent. The U.S. is the one that I'm most interested to watch. Like, are they gonna actually do something to make a deep run? We're looking at one game. But that one game, my God, that one game was good. And like I said yesterday on this show, like they
I just heard
the
cows
message,
bitching.
man.
I'm not
They
sure.
played it and they made that game perfect.
Go ahead, AJ.
Y'all not tickled?
Yeah, bro, get back to Australia. You
Y'all.
mentioned how this style of play.
I used to do trial fans and quantitation milk smoking cigarettes. Please get us rid of those. Now you gotta understand something. Animals shouldn't be hunted, and nature shouldn't be disturbed, even destroyed, to benefit the whims of mankind.
That's not a slander against them. That's just like them understanding, look, this is the way we're going to be built. And they defend like dogs. They defend really well. They're hard, right? We talk about the Australian population, hard guys, smart guys. They're going to defend really well and try to hit on the counter. But at the end of the day, it's going to be hard to win a lot of football games with 20% possession of the ball, with conceding 30 shots. I don't know if you watched the goalkeeper the other day. He stood on his head. He was unbelievable. So I just don't see the sustainability in playing that way in a tournament of this magnitude, especially when they come up against really, really good opponents.
Wouldn't you say that that's how the United States teams used to play? Kind of scared, packing in. We'll get one or two opportunities and don't take advantage of it, but it's going to be incredibly boring soccer. And to your point, I think it is always whenever a team realizes they're not going to be able to keep up with the other team, we're going to have to make them play hard. We'll try to get boring, slow. We'll let them get all the yards, but when it gets in the red zone, we're gonna tighten this thing up, and it's going to be a cagey affair, as Dumpy likes to call it. The American team being wide open is awesome. We're going to give up goals there, right? That just needs to be understood that we're probably going to give up some goals. We're expecting to outscore people now, which is very abnormal for the United States team, right, Carlo?
If you have to dunk it, it's not a cookie. It's an Oreo. If you have to dunk it.
That jumped off the page the other day to me when I watched them play was the athleticism. I mean, the speed and the tempo of the game was outrageous, and they were just all over it. Their press after loss, right? So when they lost possession, the way they hunted the ball as a team was the top level. Like, there is no higher level in that. So I think they're going to have a lot more of the football. Are there going to be moments when they play against other teams that they're going to have to play more defensive? For sure, that's still going to exist. We're still not the best team, right, in the world. Let's not be Australian and think we're the best team in the world. We have to be real.
No, I'm going to be American, and I'm going to say we're the best team in the world. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. You can't do it because you got credibility and shit. We do not. No. I saw Balogun get a goal taken away. Should have had a hat trick. Offsides. Get rid of that rule. Such a stupid rule.
Dumb.
I'm so sick of the offsides. I hated it as a kid. Hate it now when I'm watching. But he should have had 3. We're the most talented guys on the field. No questions asked. We're going to win. That's how I feel. I appreciate you saying let's not act like that. Come on. Let's be fucking adults here. All right? This is the first time we've played fun soccer in our lives.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Let's not just automatically assume this is the big boys. I'm going to let you know, Grella.
Yeah.
We're the big
slow
boys
down.
now. We're the big engines. We're the big engines. You're the one that said it, not us. We're the big boys now. Okay? This is our game now. That is what I'm saying.
Forever.
Yeah, and Australia's about to feel that. Because they think...
I got to tell you, Pat, something, man. There's out there, and being American, you feel this. There's a lot of, I hate to say, like, there's a lot of jealousy going on out there, man. We've dominated all the other sports, and now there's just like they don't want us to have soccer, you know. And I think a lot of people are upset that we're pretty good, that we looked pretty good the other night. But let's see, as we go in the tournament, I think we have tools to go deep, and why not? Why can't the boys go deep? They've got everything they need.
We just got to force him to say the why not there. You know, he didn't really want to because he said this ain't going until round of 16. If we were to make it to the round of 16, this place would be going absolutely outrageous. Australia would as well, which is why we got to respect it. Let's talk about the game against Australia on Friday because it feels like we are kind of strategizing the shit out of these things. Go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, girl, it seems like we might have a tactic that no other country's prepared for because after the game, Paraguay's head coach basically said, like, Ponch deployed the Pentagon, and we absolutely shit the bed. We had no way to defend it. We didn't know what we were doing. I assume we're going to deploy that on Friday afternoon, and that Australia's going to have absolutely no answer for it. Is that what we're expecting? I mean, is this just going to be an absolute onslaught, just a straight attack? I won't say blitzkrieg. We'll save that for the Germans whenever we see them in the quarterfinals, semifinals, championship match. But are we? I mean, is this going to be a very similar play style, or are we going to have to kind of change things up a little bit?
And can I add on that? Can you explain what the strategy would be compared to an American football?
Sure, because I don't know what that means.
Yeah, because it does feel like we did out-strategize them, but what does that mean? And is there a comparison to any other sport that you could give us?
They're going to give us a lot of real estate. They're going to play deep. They're going to play a lot of very similar to Paraguay. And people that are saying Paraguay, they're saying, oh, Paraguay was not good. Paraguay, they got through a qualifying round with Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Bolivia, really good teams, Colombia, and they were able to beat Argentina away from home as well. So Paraguay's pretty good. By the way, Paraguay are known for their defensive abilities and their physical capabilities. They look like a pup team, Paraguay, in the opening match. And it's not because of Paraguay were not good. It was because, like you guys were saying, they deployed this system where they are so high up the field and so in your face. And the second they turn the ball over, they go hunting pass. They go hunting 3 guys, 4 guys. So it's really hard to play against. Now, Australia is actually set up to play against that sort of system. So we saw it the other night. They didn't have a lot of the ball. We're not really involved in the game. But Iran Gunda, who's really quick on the counterattack, he's going to try to find the one weakness, the one moment with all the space behind, and he's going to try to find a way to hurt them. So you would probably compare them to any team in sports that's just a really solid defensive team. I'm trying to think back to some of the American football teams that just would keep low-scoring games and will win it with their defense. But that's what Australia would have to do. And the U.S. are going to play rock and roll football again. I think they're going to go for it. I think they're up for it. I think they've taken this competition personal. I think this group in particular has taken a lot of criticism over the years, that they've been pampered, that they've been sort of luxury guys with talent and haven't been able to do it. Well, they showed the other night that they're gritty. I think they're going to show it the rest of the tournament. And I will be there Friday night, my God, with the rosary beads around my neck, praying that they get the result. Because if not, I think I'm a dead man.
Yeah, you should wear a hat. You should wear a hat. I think maybe some sunglasses as well, so you can hide yourself from the Socceroos that'll certainly be in abundance. What a passionate country. You're feeling all of that right now. Hopefully the United States team can get a win for you and for all of us as the soccer heat continues to rise. We appreciate the hell out of you, Paisan.
Anytime, boys.
Do you think it's because you grew up speaking Italian that you're able to say all these different names so good from all these other countries? Do you think that's why?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, for sure. Like, my first language was Italian, and then obviously I learned English after that. So you got to have a little bit of everything. But because we cover so many teams from around the world here, it just comes to second nature.
What group is Italy in this year?
Are they? I haven't seen them play yet.
Yeah, they must play tomorrow.
Yeah, it hasn't been good for Italy. 3 cycles. I got an 11-year-old son. He's never
Yeah. What? What are they called? McDoubles. Yeah.
say name, that feels so cool when you say it accurately because we're just reading the screen and wondering what
I think they play Ireland this weekend.
But I gotta tell you what. I gotta tell you guys something. No, I gotta tell you guys something. Italy's got 4 World Cups.
Yeah.
4.
In the past, bitch.
Yeah, USA right now.
Didn't we just expand to 48, bro? Sorry, Italy's didn't make it in.
Yeah, they're 68.
It's crazy. What's the name?
Yeah, Capo Verde.
Say it way cooler. Yeah, will you say it again? The Capo Verde.
Cabo Verde. Cabo Verde has a population of 500,000 people, guys. That's incredible that they're able to accomplish what they were able to accomplish against Spain.
And they got in over Italy.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
And Ireland.
Wow, that's how.
Yeah, the Paisans got to figure it out. They got to figure it out soon. So they're under a whole.
I don't know how to pronounce your nickname. I'm very sorry, but I know him. I know the guy from Estonia. He's just like my viewer for I don't know, like maybe a year or maybe more. So like I know his level of support. I know what he's texting in my chat. I don't know what you had, what kind of experience you had in your chat. So like how I supposed to react on that? I can't, right? You would not. You agree? But like when someone comes to my chat and do something offensive against my viewer, I don't like that. I mean, I don't like when someone do something offensive in my chat at all. Like, and I don't like idea if someone just gonna say something bad against other streamer. Not only streamer, just against another person in my chat. So I don't like that. And if you have real evidences like of something really bad, you can share those evidences with me. I really appreciate all understanding from all parts. Because like when guys, and my English is not enough. Like my level of English is not enough to just explain that. I hope you understand what I mean. Мої основні ноти на мікстре, що він перебуфовував рівер, це суто мої. Може, це він мене перебуфував. Я не знаю, він мене війська любителя помічав. Якщо що, то от що я хочу знати. Маю 2 питання про зміну локації. Ти стримиш від сусідів, двері праворуч ведуть у Вегас, на WSLP чи у кафе за сендвічем.
What shit got rich? Right, that changes things. No, the thing is, it's overrated. It doesn't change anything. I still slept on a couch for an entire month this year, so it doesn't change anything. Well, why don't you go back then to the couch? Why don't you just give it? I don't live anywhere, so it doesn't make any difference. I'm just living as if I'm prepared for it all to disappear. So you seem different. Lots.
Buddy Ninja?
Yeah.
What's Stack doing, yeah?
What?
Stack is outside talking to Yolandi.
What the fuck, bro? Hey! What the fuck is going on here?
Someone, motherfucker! Buddy Ninja?
Yeah?
What's Stack doing?
Maybe? Is the avatar? Why he was so small? Okay, King is good. bats small. So like he bats small and then bats small. What does it mean? I don't know.
Okay, Dad's famous hot dog trick, also known as Exhibit A in the divorce filing. Set it to the side.
See how that works. He block button and the turn I block raise him. And now he leads because he hits. Yeah. That is how you can be so smart. Now I'm just lucky. Yeah, but that wasn't so rigged, right? I mean, like, if he leads, I fall, definitely. Oh my goodness. Thanks. No. Thanks. Alright. Let's go, Queen 7. Ace 3. No way. Alright, good game. Good luck, guys. 7-1-6. 7-1-6. Un momento, per favore. What is going on?
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the MMA Zone. Today, let's get started with Justin Gaethje versus Charles Oliveira next. Now that Justin Gaethje shocked the MMA world and stopped the talk about Ilya Topuria fighting Islam Makhachev or Conor McGregor next, the big question is, who's next for him? And before we continue, make sure to leave a like on the video to help support the channel. Well, not surprisingly, Charles Oliveira's manager is proposing Gaethje fight the current BMF champ for a second time. Diego Lima posted this on IG. What an amazing night. What an event. UFC is UFC, once again making history. And now the time has come. The fight that makes the most sense at the moment will surely be another best-selling success. Time for unification. A rematch, where Dana White made for the first time in UFC history, put two different belts on a single champion. Two monsters of the sport. Two category champs. Two BMFs. Two future Hall of Famers. But only one arm will be raised. Only one will go home with two belts. And it wasn't long before Oliveira was also campaigning for a rematch with Gaethje, as he posted this on X. BMF and UFC lightweight belt. Let's make history. Deal? Winner takes all. Now, if you need a reminder, Oliveira faced Gaethje at UFC 274 in May 2022, and he finished the fight with a first-round rear naked choke. So, yes, there is some history there. But do you want to see this rematch next? It's also worth noting that Gaethje hasn't said yet whether he's going to keep fighting. But Dustin Poirier was asked by a fan on social media whether he would come out of retirement to fight Gaethje again for the trilogy. He responded, writing, "Yes, but first things first. Justin Gaethje, you are a savage. Congratulations on everything. It was inspiring to be there in person and watch you put on a masterful performance and turn your dream into reality. Undisputed. Nothing but respect for you." Now that would be a banger of a fight. And following his stunning and gory loss, Ilya Topuria released a respectful statement on social media, writing, "Justin, congratulations. You said you'd leave your mark on my face, and you did. You took the sight from my right eye in the first round, and by the end of the second, from my left, too. No excuses. I had one of the best camps of my life. I came in sharp, prepared, and ready. Last night was your night. That's the nature of this game. Glory and pain walk side by side. I'll heal, I'll rest, and I'll return stronger, wiser, and far more dangerous. And trust me, the story between us is far from over. We will have our rematch." Do you think there's a realistic chance of a rematch happening before Gaethje walks away from fighting? And speaking of Topuria's social media, Championship Rounds reported that his 18-0 line, which he added when his record was still 17-0, has been removed from his IG account. And due to the horror show that was Topuria's face on Saturday, people predicted that he could be sidelined for months. While that may still turn out to be the case, Irati Prati from MMA Marca is reporting that Ilya is doing okay, all things considered. On X, Prati wrote, "Good news from Washington. Ilya Topuria is doing well. He's taking some rest. Update on this. Pending the definitive results of the CT scan performed at the Washington hospital where he spent the night, Ilya does have a small orbital fracture, but there's no need whatsoever for surgery. Rest time, and that's it." That's what they've relayed to me. And Brett Okamoto from ESPN has also said that he's been told by Topuria's team that the star is doing all right. According to Inigo Perez of Ilya Topuria's team, Ilya is okay. Only injuries that need recovery time after a tough fight. He is out of the hospital, at home. As for the fight, Justin Gaethje's coach, Trevor Whitman, talked to Daniel Cormier following the fight. He said that Ilya made a huge mistake by taking the fight to the ground following the big body shots he landed on Gaethje.
Overcoming the body shot. Like I think that Ilya made a big mistake there.
When he went to the ground.
I think that was a big mistake on Ilya's part. You know, going to the ground because Justin was really he was hurt, very hurt. And Justin's just a durable guy. He's very smart in situations. He knows when to take breaks. There's times in the fight, like the third and the fourth round, where I was like, "Stop taking breaks, you gotta fight it." You know what I'm saying? But easier said than done.
Then on Monday's episode of Ariel Helwani Show, Arman Sarukian was a guest. Although he and Topuria have traded verbal shots in the past, he credited Topuria for the heart and toughness he showed. When asked if the fight should have been stopped even earlier, he said they should stop him in the third round because his eye was closed and he couldn't see. But he wanted to fight, because he's a warrior. He wanted to fight, but in round number 4, his brother said, "No, that's enough." That's the right decision because when you have one eye, it's so difficult to fight, especially since I heard he broke his orbital bone. Although Sarukian called Topuria a warrior, he also had a warning for the now former champion. When asked about whether he wants to fight Gaethje next, Sarukian, of course, said yes, before repeating that he still wants to fight Ilya so he can beat him up even worse than Gaethje did. Here's the clip.
Think you're next for Gaethje?
I think so. Who else? What they gonna do? They gonna put the Charles Oliveira versus Gaethje, or I wanna beat Justin Gaethje. I wanna beat everybody, and when he gonna be ready if I'm gonna be a champ.
I love those guys. So what we do? We range bad anyway. So he has a player, maybe 5x, player 9-8, 9-10. Like, what kind of 5x? Like 5-6 suited. There's only two combos, right? The problem of this situation that I have no fours, right? Like against that click raise. Like, I don't fold any hand. Good luck, Dennis. Thank you. Now we can fully focus on this beautiful game. Amazing, fantastic, magnificent, marvelous game. King 6. 2.1 from Pietro Corsi. Buongiorno, Pietro. King 6 we just call. Yeah, it was good. You know, that 8 in the window was much better than all other cards. Gustavo, let's see the turn. Let's be real. Don't fuck with me. No. Yes, that's good. That's good, Gustavo. No problems. Alright, next please. We're gonna play 10-9, yeah. And that could be painful. Track time. 6. I'm taking Baron, some sort of runner straight up. Oh, that's interesting. That guy passed. That guy raised. He's original pre-flop raiser. What? So that's I would fold even against one. For me, that was enough. Was a tricky moment, right? Bam. Wow. So cool.
in the first inning of the first ever College World Series game for West Virginia. Is this Schoenfeld up the bat? Outfielder. He gets walked. That's a good eye. West Virginia on base at the top of the first. We got one out and men on first and second scoring position. Can't wait to see who's up next. That's Schoenfeld. That's center fielder. I mean, obviously, he had a moment in the game where the ball got past him because center field's so damn big. Whenever we lose the UNC, I knew the boys would respond. Look at his first inning, 15 pitches in. We already got guys on base. And how you doing, Sean Smith, I do believe, is up the bat. That's Steve Sabins. He's the head coach of the West Virginia Mountaineers. He's an absolute stud. Who knows if there's any AI in there? Troy pitcher. Oh, he's put one up.
You seeing it?
84 miles an hour up top. What's that pitch there, Tosh?
Some sort of off-speed pitch, some sort of breaker that it actually looked like he hung it a little bit. Yeah, so he got away with one there.
So that's a hanging curveball.
Yeah.
You know what I don't like about your curveball?
The damn thing don't curve.
And that's kind of what that was.
Yeah, bingo. And actually, that is the movie that Peter Armstrong's mom was in. So nice little full circle.
I knew that.
Yeah.
Omaha. Oh. Center field, though. It's going to get out.
That's a run for sure.
No.
Getting third for sure. That's Guzman. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead, Guzman. Go ahead, Guzman.
Tagging from second. Maybe the first time that would ever happen.
Yeah, maybe.
The guy stole home.
Yeah, he did it.
Guzman is a speedster. He's obviously known for stealing bases. When he's out there, you always have to be worried about him. He's popped by. Nice sack. No, because he didn't score. So that's literally just nothing.
Yeah, just fly out.
Just fly out.
Yep.
Don't get credit for moving Guzman.
He had a good piece of hitting. Moved the runner over, but no.
Can you only tag one guy?
No, they both could have. Yeah.
Kind of put him in a little bit of a position there. Because if you tag there to second, maybe Guzman gets home.
Yeah, mate, you very, very rarely see a guy tag up from first base.
But you very rarely see Guzman. I mean, this Guzman guy.
Still home here.
What, Guzman's the best baseball player of all time. They're saying on the...
No one has ever said that.
This guy's from Centerville, Ohio.
He's good.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Matthew Gray? Oh, he's taking big hacks. This guy's an elk, AJ.
It's a big
Looks good. He looks good.
I like the face paint, obviously, understanding that the sun in Omaha could get you a little squinty.
You know this guy, Age?
No, I'm not aware, actually.
Matthew Graveline.
Sure.
Guzman here, number 5, who's on third, has stolen home already. Keep checking back that way. Guzman's going to make you pay for it. When the ball goes to first base, Guzman can technically go.
Oh, yeah.
Do it again, pal. Good, you're dancing with destiny here, pal. Cooper Ellingworth, who loves that four-seam fastball.
That's me.
Coop here, 0-1, 1 strike. 18th pitch already, only.
Oh, great eye.
That's Centerville eyeballs right there, AJ. Your thoughts on Graveline letting that one go, and maybe Coop not being able to hit the damn strike zone?
Yeah, that's Graveline over in the barn where they have the pitching machine. He grew up in that thing, so yeah, we know he has great discipline.
That's right. Love Centerville. Ooh, that was a meatball.
Yes, it was.
I have the ball, son.
Hey, listen, Graveline, you need to hit that. Next one that comes like that thing's gone, Ty.
Graveline just need. I mean, we don't need to be hitting a 3-run homer. Come on, you got to duck on the pond. Just fucking put it in play, Graveline.
No, I'm like, he's from Centerville. You think he's hitting for bases? Yeah, right. He's hitting for that wall. But as we get on second, Joe Schoenfeld steals second.
Yeah, that's good.
Because there was 2 outs.
They're never going to throw it down to second with a guy on third.
Especially a guy like Guzman, who's very fast.
Nice drive one in the gap and drop both of them.
There you go.
Let's see what Graveline does.
Single should do it.
2-2 count, top of the first, so they're going to get on board. That's a full count.
Jeez, what discipline.
That's a full count. All of a sudden, now Coop's got to work a little bit.
Catcher got crossed
Got
up.
away with one there.
Yeah,
22 pitches already.
In the first inning, here, 2 outs.
I don't like that they're looking at their stupid.
I hate that in college baseball more than anything. Every single pitcher.
They're wearing Apple Watches like, hey, throw a fastball.
Oh, chopping away, stay alive.
Way to fight. Way to fight.
I think Coop goes back to the curveball here, you think?
It looks like he is more comfortable with his curveball than he is with any other pitch at this point.
Putting him on first doesn't hurt you either.
No, it doesn't.
Throw a breaking ball to third.
Yeah, because who cares?
Or maybe you throw a high fastball because this guy is trying to hit a homer very clearly. So maybe you try to, entice him into swinging at a high fastball.
Coop goes with fastball right down the middle. Jeez, great.
He likes that.
What a great at bat.
You think
Fastball right down the middle.
the Centerville, Ohio native is just trying to make this Cooper guy work for it a little bit?
Yeah, I think at top of the first, they're going to make him waste all his best pitches here in first.
Reading an apple.
So who's signaling in the pitches? The managers?
Yeah.
Coach is texting it to him. Graveline, full count. 2 outs, that's what you live for.
Oh,
Grandline thought that was a ball, was taking off his equipment. Let's go watch the rest of this game, shall we?
That was a ball.
We appreciate you all so much for allowing us to do this for a living. Centerville, Ohio native seemingly got screwed, says AJ Hawk. Cooper gets out of a jam. 0-0 as we head into the bottom of the first. West Virginia, Troy in an elimination game to see who will face North Carolina to maybe make to the finals of the College World Series. Obviously, World Cup is happening all day. We believe that
we will win.
We believe that Leo. There is 25% more women in government now, which is awesome, but there's also a 25% increase in the national debt, probably unrelated, but a little bit of emotional spending on Ukraine and Israel, you know?
Does no always mean no?
Yes.
Does yes always mean yes?
No.
How can no always mean no if yes doesn't always mean yes?
Because some people make the choice to say yes when they really want to say no.
Girls specifically, or honestly anybody, can be pressured into saying yes, and it's up to the person who's asking to really ask themselves whether what they're saying is truly what they're feeling.
Does no always mean no?
Yes.
Does yes always mean yes?
No.
How can no always mean no if yes doesn't always mean yes?
Because if you're drinking or intoxicated, it should just be assumed as a no.
Once again, you're talking to a group of people who don't know what a woman is. Clearly, they're not going to understand the question you're asking them. Somehow, some way, no always means no, but yes doesn't always mean yes. How they come to this conclusion, as I've said, you need to understand what progressives, liberals, wokies, whatever it is that you want to call them, is that they base everything on their feelings. They don't think. And you can clearly see in this video that they don't think. They just speak and then they try to think afterwards. They really don't take into consideration what it is that they're saying. And then when they get caught up in the stupidity of what they're saying, then all of a sudden they want to backtrack and say that you're a bad person for asking them these questions. All you have to do is think a little bit and you'll see that your answers are stupid, but you don't.
Abortion must be free, safe and accessible, as it should.
I thought men weren't allowed to have opinions on this.
Why did you think that?
Oh, isn't it, no uterus, no opinion? Or does that only apply when pro-life men speak?
That might be what you think, it's not what I think.
I don't think that. I think that everyone should defend the vulnerable, and that the children in the womb are vulnerable.
Yeah, we're defending the vulnerable, don't worry about that.
Yeah, so you don't think that the children in the womb need to have protection?
I don't think abortions endanger children in the womb.
So what happens to the child in the womb?
Well, I don't think there is a child in the womb.
What is in there?
Now, you can't ask logical questions like that to a group of people who are clearly illogical. Of course, it's the case that men can have an opinion on women's bodies. All you have to do to be able to be a man and have an opinion on women's bodies is you have to agree with the women who say men shouldn't have an opinion on women's bodies. That's all it takes. It's really that simple. It shouldn't be as complicated for you. You should understand this by now. They don't work under the framework of reason and logic. They just make things up as they go. They base everything in their lives on their feelings. Their feelings take precedence over everything else. Logic doesn't even exist in their realm. Before we get back into the video, I need everybody to like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and most importantly, hit the notification bell so that you get notified when a video comes out. Also follow my new Facebook channel that will be linked down in the description below. And lastly, but the most important thing is go follow my brother's new channel. It's chill. I'll also have that link down in the description below. Let's try and get to 1,000 subscribers. So go and subscribe, tap everything, go and watch the videos and do all of that. But let's get back into the craziness.
Excuse me, everybody. I'm going to Freeman University, but most importantly, free Carmelo. Thank you.
And then you get confused as to why they say black women are loud, and then you also get confused as to why there are stereotypes around black people, and then you make a video like this in public on an airplane, and actually, sorry, it's not even in public, it's in private, because it would be an airplane company, and you would do this, and then you get confused when they stereotype you a certain way.
I just wanted to ask you what you ate to yourself so badly at that frat party.
Taco Bell. What did you eat? What did you eat to get this figure?
Damn, girl. I know that you're a liar, and I know that you put things on the internet to make people look stupid.
Are you afraid you'll look stupid?
No, I'm afraid that you'll look stupid.
Oh, then prove me wrong. Make me look stupid.
All I said is that you should use the correct terms. Developing country is the correct term.
Correct from who? Who said that's the correct term?
The dictionary. We don't use that word anymore because we're not racist.
So talking about correct terms, what is a woman?
A woman is someone who identifies as a woman.
Really?
Yes.
That's what the dictionary says.
Yes.
No.
Of course, the Green Gremlin's first thought is to wonder what someone ate so that they pooed in a bed. That's your first thought. So it makes sense. The hair color tells us all we need to know.
I understand Teddy Roosevelt with the boxing. Boxing is sort of has long been a gentleman's sport because you use your fists. But I don't know how MMA or cage fighting is emblematic of our country.
Well, how about this, Sonny? Is this emblematic of your country? Because this is America under Trump, as we just witnessed. And this is America under you guys. So please go ahead and enlighten me on what's emblematic of America.
We'll be right back.
Gotcha. Gotcha. What do you not like about white people?
1, they breathe. 2, they speak. 3, they have thoughts. And all of it just needs to stop. We need women in power. We need people who are not white in power. We're done with the white men. We're done.
What does skin color have to do with it in your view? Why do you need less white people in power?
Inclusion. People who help
Isn't the majority of the world not white? Why do the minority of countries that are white have to be not white?
They just keep on making rules about things that don't pertain to them.
What non-white country are you kind of looking at saying, hey, they're doing it right because they don't have white people? Which one is it in your view?
I don't think that's the dumbest question. Ignore.
well, no, if they're the problem, there's people that are the solution. Who's the solution? Who's doing it right?
Women.
Women.
Look at Mexico. You can look at, anything.
Mexico's like a narco state, basically.
Huh?
Isn't Mexico like a narco state, though?
They got one bad area. My God.
They got
I think the whole thing is bad.
No, it's a beautiful country, but it's like one bad area in Mexico.
Yes.
White liberal women doing what they do best, which is being stupid.
Fat is no. You cannot say fat because I'm on the same, and I am a plus size woman because I'm not small. I'm not. You can, and I will. If you say fat, okay. I'm off the show.
Okay. Not to offend you.
Say plus size because that is what is politically correct.
Why should we be politically correct?
Because this is the show where we are cognizant of the people around us.
So what you're telling us is that you're fat.
Hi, I'm Jay Fowl, and my boyfriend here loves it when I cheat on him.
Well, in a way, I'm like the ultimate feminist. I'm just like, I want you to have control and experience it yourself, to the degree that sometimes you've said, do you want to see the guy first? And I'm like, no, like, just you do your thing.
It's like I learned that he liked the idea of that. I hated the idea of it at first, but then when I learned why it turned him on and that it genuinely did, then I was like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
we can have fun with this.
Yeah, and then that's when we reached out to, well, didn't reach out to mom, but kind of went, I suppose Tinder was probably what you were doing back then.
I downloaded a few dating apps and started swiping. We would joke about it, I would tease him about it, but honestly I never thought that it would ever actually happen.
And then it did, yeah.
We do definitely get judgment though.
Don't judgment, no, don't get hate.
I wouldn't say a lot of hate. We get judgment. He's always there in my mind. I'm always sending a text, a little tease, a photo, something like that. Or at least in my mind, planning on telling him about it when I get home.
So I always say the analogy of it's like a romantic meal. You have your romantic meals with just your loved one, and you share that experience purely with them. But that doesn't stop you going out and stuffing your face with 10 others on a weekend, and enjoying that. So you can do both.
This right here There's definitely a Green Party board.
What is the weirdest thing about conservatives? I don't know. It just seems like their attitude is antithetical to like progress right now, or like it seems that like they seem angry at the way that the world is right now instead of like working together, unity, peace, love, and that.
The irony of him saying anybody else is weird. Now I know him being weird doesn't take away from the fact that he can also call other people weird. But the irony.
There may be instances where the professional, adult, elite female players, perhaps here and there, might beat 15-year-old boys, which I don't know if is particularly worthy of bragging about. In all instances of a professional female team playing against a professional male team, the women will always lose.
But do you understand how that's sexist?
So is the general principle true, though? The vast majority of the time, the 15-year-old boys are going to outcompete the professional female
Well, first
athletes.
of all, which sicko is sitting around watching little boys battle women? Let's start with that.
Well, trust me, most people don't watch women's sports to begin with, but...
No, you're the weirdo watching 15-year-old boys.
What about parents who go to their kids' football games? Are they like predators?
They're not battling grown women. They're battling other...
Right, but no, so then it's even worse. It's just kids versus kids.
No, I'm not calling
all
you
these
a predator.
all these parents going to their kids'
I'm
soccer
not calling
games.
you a predator. You said predator.
No, but you're saying it's weird and creepy.
I'm saying unless you have an attention, I'm saying, oh, let me watch these grown women lose to these little boys.
Right, so if I see an article, and I've been exposed to articles where it's like the Swiss female soccer team loses to the under 15 boys,
I think that's your algorithm, which means that's what you're interested in.
How would it have to do? It's oh my god!
I've never seen that.
Completely incoherent.
The Ben Carey tried to ambush the extortion scheme.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Ben, I can't say that. Tried to ambush the extortion scheme.
What does that mean?
I don't know. The university student procured an off-campus accommodation via the platform Unishack. Unishack does that?
I don't even care if it was the case that they specifically picked certain people to do this video on the college campus. Regardless, they're college students and they're struggling to read. How in the blue hell did you get to college in the first place if you can't even read these basic words?
What is a birthing person?
Sir, I am here to talk about the Doge impact.
Well, I'm asking you about this grant and you're defending it. So I'm asking you who is birthing people?
I am not familiar with this grant.
Mm-hmm.
I take a position that all kinds of government research, medical,
Is a
pharmaceutical,
birthing person a woman? Is
biological,
that another word for female?
that is outside the scope of my expertise.
Seems like erasure language to me. I've been told that type of vernacular constitutes erasure language. How about another one? How about the conference Gender Equity in the Mathematical Study of Commutative Algebra? Do you think that's a valid form of government spending?
I think mathematical research of all types is deserving of
What
government.
about studying, and this is directly from the National Science Foundation's website, women and non-binary mathematicians?
Again, I think all kinds of government investment should be dedicated toward mathematics.
All kinds of government investment. You don't have any kind of limit on what we're spending our money on? Just everything? Is that your testimony?
I am talking about Doge. You brought up.
So am I. This is a grant that Doge cut.
I am not familiar with this particular grant, but I think government investment in mathematical, biological.
Let's do another one. This one is called #Transcendent Health. Adapting an LGB plus inclusive teen pregnancy prevention program for transgender boys. I can't even say this without laughing. Do you think that is a useful form of our tax spend?
I am not familiar with that grant, but I think bench research, government investment in scientific and
teen pregnancy for transgender boys. Do you think that is a useful spend of our tax dollars?
I think government investment in all kinds of scientific research is of the utmost importance.
Including pregnancy prevention for transgender boys. Okay. Do you think that we should be spending money on, quote, the racialized basis of trade judgments from cases?
Gonna be
I am not at all familiar
it all
with
in
that
for
grant.
It's a
me.
$500,000 NSF grant.
Okay, I am not familiar with the subject matter or the
Aces.
I am saying that I think the government.
You're pretty adamant against Doge cuts, and I'm asking you if you support the cuts
I think that there
Doge
is
has found.
economic and medical, public health, communal benefit.
What about cross-sex steroid therapy and cardiovascular risk in the transgender female?
Again, I think government investment in scientific research is
Right.
important.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Why does it take them so long to answer these questions? If it's something that you believe in, you should be able to answer it very quickly. You're the ones who use these words like birthing person. You're the ones who use these words, and then when someone asks you what you mean by that, all of a sudden you don't want to answer the question.
Children needing medical treatment. There's no such thing as a trans child. Do you genuinely believe there are children born in the wrong body?
I believe there are children who believe that they are not the.
But they're not born in the wrong body, so they don't need to be treated for something that isn't actually real, do they?
Well, they do if they are genuinely trans, which they are in 99% of cases.
What's that stat from? Sorry.
Sorry.
What's that? 99% of cases they're genuinely trans. Where's that stat from? What does it mean?
Well, we know from the evidence that puberty blockers have been prescribed with great benefit to thousands.
No, we don't. No, that's not what any of the studies say.
Stop interrupting me. Don't be so rude, please.
No, well, stop saying things that aren't true, Peter.
I let you speak.
Oh, that's very good of you. Stop. When I say something untrue, feel free to jump in.
Okay, well, I'm trying to. There have been hundreds of thousands of young people who've gone through trans treatments successfully and happily in dozens of countries around the
There's
world.
no follow-up research at all. You can't make that statement. You have nothing to back that statement up for. There is no follow-up at all in most sex clinics, most treatment clinics treating kids for this.
Look, the clinics do follow-up.
That's right. Did you actually read it?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, you're still making those statements.
Yes, and Cass did not say that young people should be denied puberty blockers and hormone treatments. They said they should only be applied with caution, and that is correct.
Because the evidence for them was actually they were not good children. Okay, I just want to clarify that you think that 99% of children who are genuinely trans. I mean, I don't know child is born in the wrong body. It's an impossibility. But an awful lot of children seem to think that they are.
I would not use that phrase and have not used that phrase.
Okay.
Do not impose it upon.
Children who think that they are, the huge proportion of them are either turn out to be gay and/or are autistic. That's a very strong argument for not giving this sort of absolutely, no turning back treatment to any child, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, and that's why the process is currently, and has for many years, been very slow and arduous. No one is rushed. He goes to a clinic and gets treated the next day or the next month. It's years and years.
No, that's simply not true. That's simply not true. We know people that has happened to. Honestly, some people may be waiting a long time. A lot of people don't. Right, look, let's come on to another issue. We had that Supreme Court judgment, which didn't change the law. It clarified what the law is now, what it is in the future, and what it has been since 2010 and the Equality Act, which established the rights of women to single-sex spaces, single-sex services, and the like. An awful lot of bodies, whether it's NHS hospitals, whether it's Girl Guiding over the weekend, and others, have basically said, some theatres, and it's like said, well, we're going to carry on. We believe, they say, respecting trans people's rights, and we are going to continue to allow men who identify as if they were women into the women's toilets, and women who believe they identify as men into the men's toilets. Now, that is in breach of the law. Are they right to do so?
Well, first let me say, there are two very important issues here. The rights of women and the rights of trans people. We have to find a way, wherever possible, to reconcile them and to ensure that both are protected. Biological sex is a reality. It's very important. Some women are women based on chromosomal sex, and that's correct. Some women are women it's equally valid.
No. The only women are based on biological sex. And then there are men who either mistakenly or claim to believe that they are women. But they're not actually women. They're not women in law, and they're not women in practical reality. They are men.
Look, the Supreme Court did not define what biological sex means. Didn't.
What? So biological, you think that the Supreme Court ruling on biological sex of women includes men who believe they're women?
No, I didn't say that. I said the Supreme Court did not provide a definition of biological
It
sex.
really did.
No, it didn't. What did it? Tell me what it
was very, very clear about women being defined by their biological sex. And we know what the biological sex of a woman is. We know it's from her chromosomes. We know what a woman is, and we know what a man is.
Well,
so how can you be a woman if you're a man?
Biological sex encompasses a range of different characteristics, primarily chromosomes, but also genitals, reproductive organs, hormones, and
different ones from men.
And secondary sex characteristics. So there's a multiplicity of things that define biological sex. So sadly, the Supreme Court did not give guidance on what it defines.
No, it doesn't need to, because we know what biological sex means, and it means I'm a woman and you're a man, and it's blatantly obvious to everyone you're a man, it's blatantly obvious to everyone I'm a woman, because of our biological differences. So how can you claim some women are women? I hate to tell you, I'm not a subset of women, I'm the only kind. Some women, i.e. all women, are biologically women, and some men who think they are women can wear what they want, live their lives as they want, call themselves what they want, that's fine. But they're not women, and they're specifically not women in law. So what should those organisations do where they've been told explicitly by the Supreme Court that the law is, and has always been, that women are only the people who are allowed into women's single-sex spaces, and men are not allowed into them, whatever they call themselves, whatever certificate they've got from the government, and whatever they've had done to themselves or not had done to themselves, whatever they think of themselves. What should those organisations now do? Should they obey the law, or should they continue to allow men who believe they are women into women's spaces?
You have failed to provide a definition of biological sex.
I continue to ask how we got here, but yeah, here we are. We're here discussing whether people can apparently change their gender, and gender is a social construct, so it's something that was just made up by the society that you're in. So really and truly, it really is just something made up, yet they're trying to force people to abide by these made up rules that somehow reference biology, but then also at the same time have nothing to do with biology. But then we're going to chop off our genitals to try and conform to this biological reality that has nothing to do with the gender. Yes, it is that confusing, and that's what they believe. Maybe it's a case that these lunatics shouldn't even be platformed anymore because they are saying nonsense, and the guy in this video also was just talking a bunch of nonsense. He was contradicting himself left, right, and center, didn't know what he was talking about, and then was saying she didn't know what she was talking about. Yes, they gaslight you, and yes, they're confused.
Pretty sure.
You know who this guy is? He's UFC champion who got disinvited from the UFC event at the White House past weekend, because he spoke out against Israel. He was informed in a formal letter that the only way he would be allowed back is if he entered the octagon of circumcision. Anyway, here we go. This was from June 3rd. So he tweeted, or Instagrammed, or whatever this is. He said, for the upset families paying $5,000 to $15,000 extra in Israel-Trump war, you are ungrateful. The lack of appreciation you have for Trump and Israel is disgusting. For the 12 servicemen and women that died, I want to thank their sacrifice on behalf of Israel and Trump. Nigga, to think Iran was 1 month away from a nuclear weapon 20 years ago. Scary. So, and here he is. You remember when we played this for you, but I'll play it again. Guys, I'm not surprised when I got the call. I got the call.
UFC higher ups called me, big names. And they said, Sean, I gotta apologize, but you're not Israeli. UFC 250 Israel edition. The White House in Korea. And I'm not really surprised, I'm not really surprised. So, I think moving forward, I would like to just apologize to Israel. I'd like to say I'm sorry, I'd like to apologize to Trump, and I just want to prove that I'm Israeli enough for you guys. Like, for instance, whenever the list disappeared, and Trump goes out there and says to everybody that he can't really go into it because people that
We're talking about the Epstein list.
association will get prosecuted and their names will be tarnished. I want to apologize because I don't want them to be prosecuted. Or when Trump goes and bombs the fuck out of Iran that no Americans agree with, they cost Americans $5,000 to $15,000 to go fight Israel's war. I want to apologize. Sorry, I've been a critic of that. My allegiance was apparently in the wrong place, and I just want to apologize. Or when Trump goes out there and says, "Hey, Trump, your approval ratings are the lowest it's ever been across all demographics," and Trump says, "Well, you know what? I have a 99% approval rate in Israel. I want to apologize. I want to repent. And I want to repent, Apparently, I'm not American enough to go to Freedom 250. But I still got my ticket, so maybe we'll just go. I'll bring the bell, and we'll just stand outside the gate, and we'll just let them know what we really think about Trump in Israel,
Boy, that kind of sarcasm is not going to get him anywhere in Hollywood. I'll tell you that. Am I right, Chris? Come on. His demeanor doesn't reflect the dignity befitting a combination MMA motocross birthday party on the White House lawn. It's now, so they used to give you bread in circuses, right? That's what the Romans did. Now, Trump just gives you circuses. There's no bread. He's not giving you anything. He's making your gas prices higher. He's making inflation spike. He's going to make food cost twice as much in the winter because there's no fertilizer for the farmers. It's just circuses. So, by the way, he did go. He had a ticket. He did go. And, of course, they arrested him. He calls out the park police. That's like the little Gestapo. So, it only took 10 cops to manhandle him? Wow, is that all you've got? Were the other too scared? Or were they supportive of him? So here he is. He shows up. He got swarmed by cops, hauled away. Let's listen. Because then they are taking him away.
We're going to go right to the stage, and we're going to just fucking rally this motherfucker. See, I just want.
So he goes up there. He made it. He got in the ring. He did it. He made it. He got in the ring. And they immediately called the special police, the park police, to come get him. They're like the SWAT kind of. There they come. Do you hear how they're cheering for him? It's over for Trump. He's now lost, like when the last month, he's lost 10% of white young men. Do you think this helps him? Do you think this helps the Zionist Jews cause? It does not. Again, they needed better PR people. Everything they do backfires. It makes you hate them more. They are hated like the Nazis, and for good reason. Do you think this helps? This does not help. He's the UFC champion. People love him. This guy beat people's asses that they never thought he could beat. People they thought were unbeatable.
Wikipedia share the same cigarette discrepancy? I don't know if Grokpedia is good.
Have you started using Grokpedia?
It's embarrassing to even use that word out loud. Honestly, I shouldn't even try it out.
I didn't know it was usable yet.
I was better off calling it the books that the Nazis burned.
Mm-hmm.
Or the authors that the Nazis burned.
This sounds like an Australian company with a good sense of humor.
You have the dignity of the past, like everything you can imagine. Like you can imagine any art, any era, anything at all. You can imagine the structures, the castles. You fast forward all these years after we defeat the Nazis, the greatest boogeyman, not even a boogeyman, the greatest villain the world's ever seen. So now we're in this world. This is shit. I'm surprised we're not forced to use feet.
This is the hero we never knew we needed. Was the paper fork?
This is what it's come to.
Yeah.
This is it. Now, what kind of coffin are we gonna get? If this is the utensils,
It's gonna be
solid
gold one.
Make mine lead.
Gold plated. It's really gonna be fun to see watching everybody because it's just gonna be so much fun when it like just pendulum swinging all the ways. It's like.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of buffers that make sure people don't realize it. The media, teachers, everything. It disguises those realities.
But there's just never any course correction ever. Is there?
No, I've never seen one in my life.
It's never been like, oh shit, my bad, we're gonna go back.
I mean, they might say it.
Back.
Just like the whole immigration. We're going to deport millions and millions of people like a month ago, and all of a sudden, 24 people were detained at this. It's that.
You could argue that they did have a moment where they tried to run it back. What? Nazi Germany?
Yeah. Look what happened to the Germans.
Yeah, no.
Let that be a lesson.
Then immediately they were like, "Oh my God, what did we do?" The Germans? I don't like the Germans being like overcorrect. They were bombed and brutalized and psychologically punished in
total war campaign.
Yeah,
beyond imagination to anyone that hasn't experienced it.
Yeah, the Germans were murdered in their cities. They were the Dresden bombing,
melted into jellies.
And then after the war, the Russians raped a fuckload of German women.
Could be a million.
Constant, insane rape.
And what does that do to the future generation?
And then also, I think the Germans were. I forget what the post-war punishment was, but it was like something out of Star Trek or something. It was like a barbaric. Eat dog food. A barbaric.
You can't have any industry. You go to stop. No, you chose not to become prostitutes if you're not making enough money. It was insane economic lockdown.
Yeah. What? Go to chat. GPT. How were the Germans punished after World War II? And who was monitoring it? The U.S. Probably the U.S. Army at the behest of the KS. Borders redrawn. Blah blah blah. Territorial losses. Wow. Division of Germany. Military restrictions. Economic consequences. Industry dismantling. Reparations. Economic policy to keep Germany economically weak.
Destroying the youth of the culture with the Weimar red light stuff. Everything is intentional. Everything.
The war. My guess would be that probably more Germans died after the war. There were probably more than 6 million Germans killed after the war in with whatever they did. That's just total war. That's a guess, but I'm sure it's true.
Sad atrocity you've never even heard about.
This is the kind of thing. If you wanted the real info, you'd have to watch Europa at the Gates or whatever. You'd have to watch
One Last Battle.
One of those fucking 2-hour-long movies.
One of those classics.
Yeah, 12 hours long.
Yeah, it's pretty devastating knowledge what happened to the Germans. It's really sad. Fought the Nazis. That's why we fought the Nazis.
God, we won.
Thank God we beat the Nazis. Now look at the women.
I was just thinking about that the other day because I was thinking about what it is and isn't possible to conceal or rewrite. And I was thinking about the Holocaust. And I was thinking about in the fog of war, in the chaos and the aftermath of a world war, who would have like top-down, all-encompassing battlefield knowledge? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It wouldn't be an industry of people. It'd probably just be like General Patton, who was assassinated.
Yeah, he said we defeated the wrong enemy. Then he got killed.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that what General Patton said?
Yep. He said many things. anything.
What's another fun hit from General Payne?
It'd be easy to find a quote, but that was it. Then he was killed. He would have probably been president. That's why. Generals used to be president back then when they were kind of men, but now they're kind of different. But I understand the skepticism of such an elaborate sort of thing. It makes sense to believe that it's not possible. It really does.
Same birthday as my mom.
It just seems like that war's primary function is to destroy ruins in all of these places. Other than sacrifice and killing for no reason, it seems like that they go to those sites and they blow them up. It seems just like Dresden. War is a controlled demolition to hide that evidence, in my opinion. You look back at the devices to, like, it's hard to see these things now, but if you understand how a reset rolls out and how the society is rebuilt afterwards, then it becomes easier to remove that knowledge from everybody, starting with the children. Like, it's something that goes on for 150 years, and that we're living in the fruits of it right now. Like, it's the more hardcore conspiracy stuff these days is like the replacement, like when there was the reset, people were still living there. They saw the Zeppelins, the pneumatic tunnels, the free energy. And the one theory is that you look at all these asylums, they look like gigantic castles and palaces. They put all those people in the asylum so they wouldn't tell people how things used to be, and they just used baby farms and clone farms instead of children and teachers to take care of. That would be my way of doing it. That's why it's too difficult to do that. I understand the skepticism. Like telling people that they're afraid to do anything. If we're like, oh, interesting proclivity.
I don't know if you guys want to talk about the Gypsy Crusaders supposedly fighting.
What is your favorite fun fact?
I met a security guard, and she told me that her kids, they got a cat, and they named the cat Damon.
Did you see a picture? Did you guys look alike?
I didn't see a picture. I took a picture with her to show the kids, the other cat Damon.
Do you have a go-to karaoke song?
I always go with Sweet Caroline, because it gets everybody singing along.
Do you have a good voice? You're probably going to say no.
I mean, I can sing Sweet Caroline.
Yeah, and listen, it's not the easiest song. There are words in it.
There are words. There are words.
What is something you're not ashamed to admit?
Pretty much do anything to raise awareness for water.org. I'm poor.
You'll do it. Listen, that's already got brain damage after falling 15 feet. I got no problem.
Hold on 1 second. Cops calling. Cell phone.
The cops are calling.
What's going on?
Oh, you stupid. How's it feel after you fell 15 feet, you fat monkey?
You said what?
How's it feel?
He said, how do you feel?
Does it go good?
All right. Cop said he's down to do it. You heard him just say. Tomorrow. Would you do it tomorrow?
Let's do it. I'll do it tomorrow. Listen, I don't need some big event.
Gloves too.
I know you don't. You just want to do a quick gym. You guys get in the ring. 30 seconds.
I don't need some big event. We'll meet in the gym. I'll beat the shit out of him, and that'll be the end of it.
Can you?
Okay, so you just want to
The Joker makeup and outfit really does something to a man. Saw a guy get called a Nazi. The guy killed the guy that called him. You know what I mean? I would never call anyone a Nazi.
You can't. People are carrying guns around these days.
I saw someone die for calling someone a
They'll
Nazi.
kill you if you call them a Nazi. You gotta be careful there.
I would never do that.
Auto gunning. It's the Nazis. They call it auto gun.
Yeah.
That's a new thing. It's like the punch-out game, but this one's called auto gunning.
Yeah, auto gunning.
If you call someone a Nazi, you might get knocked out.
Yeah, I would never do that. I would expect straight up for me to turn around and a car be coming right into me at 60 miles per hour.
Inside.
Dude, these guys are violent.
Yeah, I would never do that.
They give them. They give all the Nazis those things that like the gun pops out of the sleeve.
Taxi driver outfits.
On a crank.
What did you say? The fucking gun duel.
Everything's a gun.
What did you say? What are you gonna do with your fingers?
Everything's a gun.
What did you say? That's unbelievable. Yeah,
we have is our camera focus set, Christopher?
It's on auto.
It's on auto.
So people think we're making jokes, but welcome to the future.
Will you have Luke Carini come look and make sure it looks okay?
Hey, Luke Carini. You see, it makes you realize that a lot of people especially in the last few years, really lived fucking dangerously. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in retrospect, it seems like a very dangerous, mouthy lifestyle, and that's I'm just being.
It's
I don't know the
dangerous.
word
You gotta
for
be
it.
careful out there.
Yeah, I'd be very careful.
People have insane conversations. Yeah,
The insane people would talk to each other. I heard the guy goes, "I'm looking for Mercedes-Benz emblems from like 1969 to 1971."
Yeah.
Like this guy's gonna pull out a filing.
I'm looking for
cabinet.
Hitler's emblem.
Yeah. See, now that I have a ton of them. Like those are. I'm looking for like Nazi stuff, like daggers.
It's our sister store, Hitler stuff.
Yeah. That's down the street. 2 clicks north. Or the German. I actually had a guy tell me like Nazi daggers is the piece to collect. Like you go to auctions, you see Nazi shit. You see like good stuff, like the helmets,
really good stuff,
really great, beautiful pieces of history. I mean, top tier, Christie's level. I don't like Christie's. Isn't picking this shit up.
Chris, can you turn my headphones down a tiny little bit?
So like the Nazi, the yellow.
That's the shit right there.
That's the one everybody wants.
That's awesome.
That's the knife that killed the guy at the end of Saving Private Ryan.
These knives are awesome. And I don't respect what they did, but these knives are kick-ass and awesome.
They are.
Look at that one.
But they're made for doing something.
That's badass. You know Jehovah's Witnesses were in the Holocaust?
Were they?
Yeah.
How'd they get them over there?
They're in Germany. That's I mean, when I was a kid, we went to the Holocaust Museum to look at the Jehovah's Witness. Yeah. You know, so there's like you go through and there's a little part like a plaque that says Gypsies, Jehovah's Witnesses, and gays. One little fucking. They were not the Beyonce of the Holocaust.
They lumped them in with the gays.
Yeah, and it was like a purple triangle instead of a pink one.
Damn.
Yeah. Anyway, that's how you know the Holocaust happened. There were other people there. That's all.
Purple triangles, red stars, and blue balloons. See, it was 100% real.
Yellow clothing.
I'm gonna make this into a cereal one day with sugar and give the fat ones diabetes.
Oh, that's interesting. So look at this. The symbology here. It's everyone who died in the Holocaust that wasn't Brazilian. They get a triangle that's part of the Jewish star,
but not the whole star.
But not the whole star. So
Palestine.
So you're part of the. That's so funny. Isn't that interesting?
I like this like cut sheet from fucking Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dad on the design.
Yeah. Well, you know, like when they put, I can't remember which people got acquitted in Nuremberg, a couple of Nazis, and the reason they got acquitted, their defense was like, well, we were just copying your eugenics program in America, which was the state of the art. So that was much worse about eugenics. They got that from us. Yeah. So they got the Pledge of Allegiance. Did you know this Pledge of Allegiance, like a socialist invented it?
Really?
And it used to be a Sig Heil.
No way.
Except you make your hand more up a little bit. You can see it on like a fucking Wikipedia.
Let's look up who invented Pledge of Allegiance. Let's check.
Yeah,
Wow.
and they changed.
I never felt good reading the Pledge of Allegiance.
I've never done it once.
It always felt weird to me.
Right. And I feel like these situations are the type of situation where if I were Mufasa, I would be looking at my notes to see what situations I've been with in Simon in games prior with Simon that could give me more information if I'm like on the fence. Do I call? Do I raise? Do I fold? So it'll be. I wish we had insight into that. You know, it's obviously private, but I'm so curious what the notes are on each other player.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, ace-3 suited, this gets basically a dream flop and against a hand that's not trapping, so the ace-3 suited has backdoor hearts, it's got the gut shot for the 4, and now actually just hits an improvement to the 3, so Simon Beckman kind of speeding with a very reasonable hand to do so versus chip leader open cutoff. He's expecting to take it down sometimes, he realizes he is going to be in a spot where he gets called and he does have some playability, and now all of a sudden he hits the 3, so this is curious if he doesn't even feel the need to necessarily bet. He knows he's beating hands such as ace jack, ace 10, suited that might call like such, ace queen off. Ace queen off might just stick it in on that action pre, but as we see the 5 on the river, so now the full house with the 3, and he has, I think it makes sense to kind of block her bet here, go for some value, like the hands sort of face up that you're good, I think at this point, and maybe you could get called, and also you don't want to necessarily call you for bet. So I think he's going to bet like 10 to 15, 20% pot, like 180 or something. Be a decent bet, but let's see what he does. I don't.
I feel like if I'm Simon, I would worry about like a small over pair, like 6, 7s, 8s. So I actually am not surprised that he checked. He has showdown value, and I think he can evaluate based on a bet whether he should call or fold. Again, like he's got chips still behind. So if he, gets put all in and decides to fold, we can see the hand is obvious.
Hey folks, you may recall our recent reports regarding Tim Hortons. We exposed the company for lying through its teeth at a recent presser. You see, Tim Hortons implied they were going to go back to hiring Canadian citizens. That would be great news if only it were true. That's because Tim's is still making use of the temporary foreign worker program. And check out the federal government's job board. Tim's currently has about 90 positions up for grabs under this program. Sure, Tim Hortons loves selling its wares to Canadians. As for hiring Canadians, nah, not so much these days. Alas, Tim's was not amused by our coverage. And so it was that the donut chain decided to play hardball, which is to say the company was so infuriated with our videos that Rebel News was sent a letter from Tim's legal department on June the 1st. We were informed that Rebel News staffers are essentially persona non grata at all Canadian Tim Hortons, and yours truly was especially singled out. The Tim's legal eagle noted, "I am now banned for life from going to any Tim Hortons store in Canada." It's Tim Hortons' right to banish anyone from its fine restaurants. And of course, we do respect the rights of private property owners, so I shall comply. But I wanted to be crystal clear about the ban, so I would not inadvertently violate it. Thus, I sent the following email to Tim Hortons' Media Relations Department. Here goes. Quote, "Good afternoon. Hope you're doing well. David Menzies with Rebel News here in Toronto. As you know, I'm banned from all Canadian Tim Hortons, apparently for asking impolite questions.
Be that as it may, I do respect private property, and if RBI no longer wants my patronage, it is your right to demand this ban. However, out of an abundance of caution, I want to make certain that I follow the terms and conditions of the ban correctly. Please answer the following questions. 1. If I'm a passenger in a vehicle that is using a Tim's drive-thru, is that permissible, or would that result in a trespassing charge? 2. My local Esso has an embedded Tim Hortons franchise. If I go into the shop to pay for gas, will I be charged with trespassing given the Tim's shares the same interior? 3. There are numerous Tim Hortons stores located at mall food courts in Canada. If I visit a food court with a Tim's, will I be arrested for trespassing? 4. Am I also banned from other RBI-owned and operated restaurant chains such as Firehouse Subs, Popeyes, and Burger King? 5. There are some Tim Hortons that are twinned with another restaurant, typically Wendy's. Am I allowed to use the other restaurant, or will I be charged with trespassing? 6. If I am undergoing a medical emergency and the only shop open is a Tim Hortons, will I be charged with trespassing if I enter that shop? And 7, since you are divorcing me, what am I to do with the Tim Hortons merchandise in my possession, i.e. gift cards, that I can no longer use? Will you reimburse me for this merchandise? End quote. Now, folks, here's where things get downright surreal. I did indeed hear back from Tim Hortons. Oh, not from the Media Relations Department, but rather their legal counsel. Here was the terse one-line response to my 7 questions. Quote, the trespass notice speaks for itself. Please share this email with your counsel if they wish to contact me directly. Regards, John Domanco, Vice President, Legal Canada. End quote. Sorry, John. The trespass notice does not speak for itself. Rather, it is open to interpretation, which is why I asked those 7 specific questions. Secondly, what an unlawyerly response, eh? I mean, lawyers are typically all about putting down the nitty-gritty, tangible details in writing. Stating that the trespass notice speaks for itself is the opposite of tangible. It's completely abstract. Or then again, maybe I'm being set up here, folks. Maybe Tim Hortons is purposefully not giving me straight answers so that I can indeed be arrested should I venture into a food court or an Esso station where a Tim Hortons is located. I wouldn't put it past these shameless bullies. Bottom line, the lack of disclosure.
nice to meet you. Very nice, very evil. Hello.
What's he doing here?
I wonder what am I doing here? Who the hell are you? I'm saying hello. This is polite to say shake hands on TV. Hi, I am here to take over ESPN. It's now ESPN Housing, hosted by Dan Housing. We're on first take. Hello, Stephen A. Smith. How are you?
I've heard about him.
Yeah, I'm very famous.
You know, you're a bad luck charm.
No! Hey, I'm a good luck charm.
Why are you up here?
Why am I up here? Well, I heard that you're a big New York Knicks fan.
Yes. Yeah.
And, you know, I could curse your enemies. However, you've been very, very, very rude to Danhausen. So, unfortunately, you are cursed. Stephen A. Smith.
Me?
Yeah, you.
What'd you say? If you don't get the hell out of here.
Where did he go?
He needs to get the hell off the set. That's what he needed to do.
So this dude comes in and curses people? That's what he...
Hey, listen, I'm not worried about that. That stuff don't faze me. I am worried about the effect that might have on the Knicks, though, because he brought up the Knicks before he cursed me, which means he's indicated the Knicks may lose. That better not happen.
Hey, look, I'm from Beaumont, on the border of Louisiana. I don't play the curse and voodoo stuff.
Yeah,
That's right.
And that dude just popped out of nowhere with the
And I ain't Caribbean man, you know. You don't like that.
So he's gone, and hopefully he doesn't come back, and hopefully he
Don't come back.
said he wants NBA teams. All right, coming up here.
Hey, you better be nice to Danhausen. Just ask Stephen A. Smith. How about them Knicks? All right, I guess I've been paid, so. The New York Knicks, I guess you could be uncursed temporarily until I decide otherwise. Temporary truce of some sort. So they are uncursed for now, unless Stephen A. Smith makes me mad again.
Tonight's game 1 at MSG. That's next.
Hey, Danhausen found some Knicks fans, it looks like. That's pretty good. You guys going to the game tonight? Great! Because, you know, Danhausen uncursed them, and now they've been on quite the streak, a winning streak, if you will. So, you know, you don't go to the game. Danhausen has a catchphrase he likes to say. You are cursed.
A temporary truce, and look who's here. WWE superstar Danhausen is here with us. We're going to be kind to you.
I'm a big fan of yours. I'm a big fan of yours. I want
no curses over here. Now, did you know that since Danhausen over here has lifted the curse,
yes,
the New York Knicks have gone 6-0?
Can you believe it?
I can believe it.
Shep's like,
I
I believe it. I believe it.
Organizations. Don't curse me.
Is that teeth in a jar?
It is teeth in a jar, yes. Teeth of my enemies. You like some?
I know.
I really... I
don't like that.
Good luck charm or something?
I don't want to...
The human teeth of my enemies, it's okay. Yeah, check them out.
What you carrying for good luck, or?
Yeah, yes, so.
Does anyone have veneers, or is everyone's real teeth?
They got veneers.
Okay.
Yeah, they got new veneers.
We're sitting here in the Eastern Conference Finals. I would venture to say in part because of the curse that you lifted here. Are there any other curses, or maybe even good luck charms, that are going to be doled out for the rest of the conference finals?
I will take credit for the Knicks winning streak. That sounds wonderful. I do have a special mission I've been sent on, and that is for the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight. To let them know that they are cursed.
Oh man.
Why?
Sorry.
Yeah, we're New York City, the world's greatest city of all the world. So we have to curse their enemies.
Oh my goodness, and we're breaking it here on the show?
Yeah.
You know we have 2 guys who played for the Cleveland Cavaliers here.
Well,
thankfully we're not there right now. Not anymore.
Is there any way to lift the curse if you're a Cavs fan? Oh. The time will tell.
That's a fine in NBA, by the way. You can't do that. Play.
Human money.
Okay, well, before we dole out any more curses here, so you're saying that for now, the New York Knicks, Stephen A. Smith, I'm sure, is...
some smelling salts?
Yes.
Forgot to last time.
I gotta wake up.
We'll go with Norman because he's cocky. Ready?
Now what is this, powder?
No, use like a crystal. You
Yeah.
open it up, but don't throw it at me or anything.
I won't throw.
Well, the smell hits you like
That's that guy.
a fucking freight train. Watch this.
No way.
Yep.
No way.
Yep.
Wait, you
Like
don't
a
take it
freight
individually?
train. Like a freight train.
What?
Son.
No way.
Give
What
it
are
the
these
shade.
shoes for?
Give it the shade. Give it the shade.
Oh.
Power lifter.
You
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
take
yeah.
anything else.
No,
Oh,
just take a sniff. Just take a sniff. Go ahead. Ready? Here we go. No. Bro, you blew your neck out.
There's the back of my head.
Yeah.
You pulled the
You blew
muscle.
your fucking neck out.
My nose bleeding?
Have you heard of this before? Oh, yeah. I did it with Theo.
Holy dick.
Me and Theo did it the first time. Bigger nose. Bigger nose. I bet Ari's like a bloodhound. I bet he smells us different.
Oh, tear it up.
I'm like, who the fuck? How can you do that?
Where's the tap?
I don't know.
Down there.
Bring that over here.
Oh.
I'm snot.
Oh my god.
I didn't hate
It
it.
stinks so
I've
bad.
only done this a couple of times before, but I remember what it's like. Let's see if I've like minimized it in my mind.
I went too close to the bottle, I think.
You gotta take a big hit.
You get in there. You
I
gotta
took
get in
a big
there.
old hit.
You look like you watched my special on Netflix.
I was ready for it this time.
Yeah,
But I still
I
I
wouldn't mind
did.
taking another hit, dude. I like
It
that.
wakes you up. I feel cleared out.
Oh shit.
I had COVID before that.
Oh
It
god.
killed it.
It's so surprising,
Bro.
Yeah.
right?
It's
I didn't think it was like
burn.
that.
It's
so
piercing.
surprising.
Oh, my ears popped.
Whew. And you have to keep it in this plastic bag. Shout out to how do you say his name, Jamie?
The devil. But another time I thought I used to take the number one bus from Jersey City to North Bergen to the high school. And we were on the bus one morning, kids, and there was a guy reading a paper, and he had a connector of drool from his lip to the Daily News, and there was a puddle. He was on heroin. They would go to Jersey City in those days and get methadone. So they would take the bus up north with us. So I'm sitting there, he's passed the fuck out. And there's gotta be just 6 inches of puddle. This guy's been passed out for 20 minutes. I point my ass at him, and I lift up my hips a little bit. And I kept my asshole just pointing at him. That even if it wasn't pointing at him, it would ricochet off the chair and go straight into his mouth. He's sitting there, and I let a fart go out. I could live to be 80. He lifted his eyes like this first, right? And he wiped his mouth. And he's like, man, who the fuck farted? He goes, it smelled like someone up somebody's ass and died. And me and my little buddies were like, what, the 7th grade?
Yeah.
We're fucking giggling our asses off. He's like, I should beat the fuck out of whoever farted on this motherfucker.
Oh my god.
Jesus, man. Fantastic. Jesus Christ. Oh, man.
This is why I hate people. This is why I hate when I read
You
posts.
gotta give me a second.
This is why I hate.
Final thing, should we let kids transition?
Absolutely.
To Christianity.
This one's for the allies and the people who give a shit. Everyone else can gargle up as much as I care. But this is Rexy. Rexy. The they, them dinosaur.
This guy is what? In his late 30s, 40s, and this is what he's doing. Yeah, you need help.
Okay, call me crazy for saying this, but I don't think people should have to make money in order to live. I don't think people should have to work in order to be afforded the basic necessities of life and basic human rights like shelter, food, water, and I would add clothing to that list as well. I don't think people should have to work for those things. They should just be given to you, purely based on the fact that you're a human being that lives on the planet and you have basic needs and rights. And how would you pay for that? Well, there are ultra rich people that have way more than you could ever possibly spend in their lifetimes and other people's lifetimes. They can afford to pay a little bit more to make sure that people don't have to worry about basic things like shelter, food, water, clothing, and food.
Really, we want everything to be free and to be taken from the people who actually work hard to just be given to you. We understand you believe people should not have to work to get them. We understand that. That's the easy thing to do. Imagine being able to sit down, do absolutely nothing while you watch everybody else do the work, and then you're given the things that were done by their labor. Yeah, everybody would want that. It's an easy life to live.
Announcement. Anytime I do a video face to camera and I plan to show any emotion, particularly when I have my makeup on, my hair in plaits, my glasses on, or I'm wearing a t-shirt, I'm going to put a watermark over my face so that Daily Mail, News.com, the Korean Mail, Murdoch Media in general cannot use a screenshot of me doing this and say that I was screaming or on a rampage or on a rant or that I'm delusional or that I'm manic or whatever they do, because so often, actually not so often, almost every time there is an article written about me by these media outlets that encourage harassment toward me and also who monetize the hatred of me.
Well, there is AI, so you doing this was really futile because so it really didn't work.
Okay, can you tell me which after the section that was supposed to?
It's in section 35, in it, and you will
Section 35 of what?
Yes, it doesn't matter what. No, okay, it's end off now, okay? Just because you're filming me, it really doesn't intimidate me, it doesn't scare me.
Before we get back to the video, make sure you guys like the video as much as possible, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and also maybe hit the notification bell so that you're notified when a video comes out. Also go and subscribe to my new Facebook channel. It'll be linked down in the description below, so go and subscribe there. Let's get back into the craziness.
We've got a problem. It's a lot about the national parks and getting people out there and making national parks for everybody. And one of the problems is dogs. And actually, this isn't just about the fact that a lot of Muslims find dogs very difficult. It is about people who do not know how to control their dogs.
Why do Muslims find dogs difficult?
Because a lot of they don't have dogs as pets. They have dogs as
That shouldn't stop other people taking their dogs to the country, because there are some people that don't like dogs.
There are a lot of, as we know,
Why are they this stupid? It's really chickens for KFC. This is what's going on. There is no way you're trying to defend a group of people who don't want dogs, and you're trying to blame on the people who have dogs. This is just sad. Yes, the UK police being confused as to what it is they're supposed to do with their job. There is no surprise here. Sounds like
We got some stuff to talk about. What is the most expensive bottle of wine you've ever drank?
Wow, that's a very good question.
Pinpoint people's hands. Very specific one. Never give up. Yeah, that's pretty sick. Daniel Legrand.
Will be challenged. I think this is going to place people in danger when people just want to be able to use the toilet in peace. And the real problem in the world is men who attack women of any kind. So this will be withdrawal. I'm calling for our MP to sign the everyday motion that Nadia Whittam has done to withdraw the code of practice, and let's see if he actually signs it. So you can write to your MP, see if they signed it. Over 100 already have, and our MP will join in as well. So make sure you sign that, and let's keep pushing to make sure that men, women, trans men are all safe.
Of course, this loser was on a protest in town, and of course he's a part of the Green Party. Of course, you're the loser who will say that trans rights are human rights. You guys just make up things as you go along, and of course you'd be advocating for men to be in the same spaces as women, while fighting for women's rights, while also not knowing what in the blue hell a woman is. Does it make sense? No.
Definitely nothing weird, creepy, or dystopian at all happening at the Chicago airport.
Nothing weird, creepy, or dystopian happening with a group of men who look like incels at the Chicago airport.
You realize that the feminist mindset is all about talking about sex and degeneracy. They can't separate themselves from having to speak about sex, yet they'll be the same people who will say that you shouldn't view them for sex. How you can see a group of men and your first instinct is to say that they're incels, which means that they're involuntarily celibate, which means that they can't get sex even if they wanted to, is insane. The very first thing you think of when you want to insult men is sex, yet you don't want to be viewed as just for sex.
Do Black Lives Matter?
Of course.
Does my life matter in the womb?
Talking like before 6 weeks? No, because it's not alive. After that, maybe.
So you don't think it's a baby. So are you pro-choice?
I am pro-choice.
What is the choice?
What is the choice?
Yeah.
Whatever suits the human carrying the baby.
Like the choice to do what?
The choice to bring a life into this world or not.
You're pro people killing babies?
I'm pro-abortion. Yeah.
Which is killing babies.
No, it's not.
It's not killing babies? Are you familiar with Planned Parenthood?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the founder of Planned Parenthood?
No, I'm not.
So the founder of Planned Parenthood was a lady by the name of Margaret Sanger. And she said these words. She said, I don't want the word to go out about us wanting to exterminate the Negro population. This is an organization that still exists today. Its founding principles were to exterminate the Negro population, to exterminate black people that look like me. Are you familiar with eugenics?
No.
I'm glad I wasn't aborted.
For that.
It's funny, though.
Typical. When you can't defend your position, walk away.
That video is a pro-LGBTQ stance. I am a bisexual, non-binary Muslim who has been on testosterone for 2 years. You should probably make sure you understand what you're watching before attacking people for their intelligence.
You are incorrect. You are wrong. And it's interesting to me that you're trying to tell me about my own religion as a queer Muslim. Nothing in the Quran forbids queerness. If you go through a bunch of my videos yesterday and my most popular videos I've ever posted, a lot of them talk about queerness, break down the story of love, break down the arguments against queerness. And there are so many people in my comments, including very, very good perspectives on Arabic words and why they lead to different meanings than people think when we are reading English. I'm still learning Arabic, so I have a lot to learn, but there are other queer Muslims offering perspectives. There's absolutely no proof that queerness is forbidden in Islam. The idea that a loving and just and forgiving and merciful God who created gender and sexual diversity in so many species in the world, literally thousands and thousands of species, would punish us for that very same thing is ridiculous. The idea that queerness, which is not inherently wrong in any way, shape, or form, should be punished or be avoided, or that queer people should never get to experience love, closeness, relationship, and family is homophobic, and it is absolutely disgusting because the idea that queerness is not allowed pushes Islamophobic ideals. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Yeah, this is one of the most confusing videos I've ever seen. I don't know how in the blue hell you can be someone who follows Islam and follows Muhammad and also believe that you can be bisexual. Do you know what they do in the countries which are majority Muslim and you believe what you believe in? You can check the internet and you'll see.
I move that the board hereby accepts both the evidentiary and ultimate findings of fact of the hearing officer, the recommendation of the hearing officer that Ms. Jennifer Honka be dismissed on the grounds of incompetence and neglect of duty, and that the board enter its written order as required by TACTA that Ms. Honka be dismissed with immediate effect.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the floor is now open for debate. Seeing none, Ms. Atwood, would you please call roll?
Director De La Rosa?
Aye.
Director Gaitan?
Aye.
Director Hunter? Aye. Director Klein Mulk?
Aye.
Director Sia?
Aye.
Dr. Torres?
Aye.
Mr. Youngquist?
Yes.
Thank you. With that, the motion passes. Thank you, David.
And for all of those who are confused as to what's going on here and as to why this teacher got fired, this teacher basically got fired because of the fact that it was apparently the case that she allowed children to kiss each other and graded them on it. I kid you not, this is the reason why she got fired, and rightfully so. Of course, the teacher who decides to grade students on their kissing is also a member of the ABCD community. There is no surprise here. And this is another reason as to why I keep telling people to try as much as possible to homeschool, because you don't know what these teachers are teaching your kids, and you don't know what they're doing to your kids, because these are one of the things that they're possibly doing all in the name of inclusivity. And of course, their inclusivity for some reason has to involve students engaging in these actions. We don't know what this has to do with anything. But yeah, when you're part of the ABCD community, the community of love, acceptance, and inclusivity, these are the actions that they're telling your kids to engage in. There is no surprise that she wears a face diaper.
I hate when people say, like, oh, you have to work. That's just like how the world is. Oh, you gotta get over it. I will not be working for the rest of my life. And if I can't figure out a way to accomplish that, then I won't be on the earth anymore. That's the only way that I can make peace with that, because I'm not fucking working for the rest of my life. I don't even want to be here. I don't even want to do this shit. So why the fuck am I gonna go work too? I don't even like being on the fucking earth. I'm not gonna work my way to be on the fucking earth. Like, you have me fucked up. Okay, have a great day, everybody.
Well, yeah, that is kind of how life works. You have to work in order to get things. Once again, I understand you guys like to be given things for free, and you like other people to do your work for you while you sit back and do absolutely nothing, while being the ones who complain the most. Regardless of how you want to flip it,
Israel is going to have to respond to terrorism across its border. As we'll see, if the United States is going to suddenly become an advocate for the idea that Israel can't defend itself, then this is a giant L for the United States and for our allies. So there might be a peace deal. Everybody's saying there is. All signs point to this falling apart quickly because Israel is not going to stop bombing Lebanon. But we'll see. Here's what J.D. Vance says, it's a great day for the American people. And by that, he means just this one single day. Because, so enjoy it. Woohoo. And then we're going to continue to hollow out the middle class and destroy your infrastructure and sell it off to private corporations that screw you. Anyway, here's what he said.
First of all, I think it's a great day for the American people because what this deal does fundamentally is two things. It immediately reopens the Straits of Hormuz. We're already seeing the past 20.
That was open before we just unbelievably started bombing Iran for no reason.
4 hours, more traffic flow. You see oil prices coming down. But you also have the long-term commitment that Iran will never develop or procure a nuclear weapon. Those are two.
Which they had given you for 10 years.
Very big wins for the American people. I think the important thing to understand.
The big wins are we're going back to everything that was before the war. That's the big wins.
Is that the agreement is fundamentally built around a two-step verification process. We say to the Iranians, you are welcome to have access to an unsanctioned economy. You're welcome to be reinvited into the world economy, but only if you honor the commitments that you make in this agreement. So that's the leverage point. And
the leverage point, you mean the thing that they've always done? They've always abided by the agreement? You mean that thing?
And simultaneously, the enforcement mechanism we have over their nuclear program.
Okay, again, they always had that, always did. Here's Mark. Here's Ben Shapiro. So now here's the crazy maniacs. They don't want a deal. They want endless war, and they want the United States to back Israel's endless wars. Here's Ben Shapiro. He kvetches up a storm over Trump's Iran deal. Let's listen.
Israel is going to have to respond to terrorism across its border, as we'll see. If the United States is going to suddenly become an advocate for the idea that Israel can't defend itself, then this is a giant L for the United States and for our allies. Israel has the right to defend itself against threats, but the attack it was responding to was very small and meaningless. Nobody was hurt, injured, or killed, and should not disrupt this important process. I really don't think the president would see it that way if, say, Mexico had fired a bunch of drones into American soil and blown them up, and no one got killed. I don't think it works that way. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work that way. That you're basically free. We shouldn't spoil this. We shouldn't spoil this very important day just because you fired a rocket at my house and you happen to hit my front lawn and not kill anybody. He said we are very close to a deal that will bring peace to the region, including to Lebanon. And all sides should stand down. All sides should stand down. One of these sides is acting defensively. One of them is a terrorist group responsible for the death of hundreds, if not thousands, of Americans. He said there should be no more attacks by Israel anywhere in Lebanon. But there should also be no more attacks by any other party, including Hezbollah, against Israel. This could be the beginning of a long and beautiful peace. Let's not blow it. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I'm sorry, these are not kids fighting here. You have a terrorist group that has expressed its desire to wipe Israel from the map, and you have an American ally flying sorties alongside American pilots, sharing technology and military largesse both ways. And the idea is that that state is supposed to what? Just go silent when it is attacked? And then Trump went to Axios. And again, this is just the kind of signaling that is not useful. It is not good. It does not help negotiations. It looks like weakness. And the Iranians can sense weakness. They can smell it. The president went to Barack Ravid at Axios, who used to be like the Obama cutout. And then he became J.D. Vance's team's cutout over at Axios. And now the president is using Barack Ravid as his cutout. And the president went to Axios. And he said that he was shocked when his advisors called him to brief about that Israeli strike in Beirut. And he fumed at Netanyahu. Quote, "It is so bad I couldn't believe it. An hour before we're supposed to sign the deal." Trump acknowledged that Hezbollah attacked Israel first, but stressed it didn't cause any damage and nobody had been killed. Why did Bibi have to do an effing attack? I was so pissed off. I let him know. He has no effing judgment. I let him know that. And then he said the same thing to the Wall Street Journal. Bibi shouldn't have done that. I didn't like it at all. They fired a couple of small missiles and missed their mark by a lot. They have to fire back, and he'll fire back, and the whole thing never stops in the Middle East. So we are now back to what? Cycle of violence nonsense? And suddenly there's no difference between Israel defending itself and Hezbollah firing missiles and rockets at Israelis in Israeli territory? Okay, this is the problem. If you keep sending the signal to a terror-backing regime that chants death to America, that you want to deal with them so badly that you're going to tell our allies in the region to stand down, you are giving them an enormous amount of forward momentum. And that is a huge mistake.
So, Ben, don't get your prehistoric eyebrows twisted in a knot, is what I say. So that's the kind of stuff that Trump's facing. These neocon maniacs, they don't want peace. They want to keep bombing Lebanon. They're for the Greater Israel Project. They don't even want a peace deal with Iran at all. And they want to keep taking over the West Bank and all of Gaza. They want to ethnically cleanse Gaza. They want to ethnically cleanse Lebanon of the Shia Muslims. That's what this is. And he knows that he knows. So this is part of the we gotta pressure Trump from the right. We gotta make it painful for him to do peace, and then we're just gonna get a folding chair and relax from a high point somewhere and watch Israeli jets bomb Beirut in Lebanon. That's what they're gonna do. Here's Mark Levin. Mark Levin seeks to undermine Trump's deal with Iran by insisting it should be a treaty. So let's listen, because when you declare war, it doesn't have to be a treaty. But when you want to end a war, it's got to be a treaty by 2/3 of the Senate. Let's listen.
Congress is going to review it because that's not discussed either. Yes, Congress will have to look at this. And most importantly, they're going to look at whether this deal can be upheld, I suspect. Now, this should be treated as a treaty under the Constitution for we constitutional conservatives. But Obama and Congress.
Again, so ending the war has to be under the terms of a treaty, meaning 2/3 of the Senate agreed. But starting the war, Trump can just do it. He doesn't have to ask anybody. So starting the war, don't read the Constitution. But to end the war, definitely read the Constitution. Okay.
Democrats and all Republicans
He
but
just
one
came out and said if it were up to him, Martin Cabral would be banned from the World Series of Poker.
All right, so we're gonna have a quiet discussion on that one. But there's a gentleman in this tournament, okay? There's a gentleman in this tournament that is actively, because he's in this tournament, caused about 5 or 6 people, I would say, that we would have liked to have in this tournament. Is that a fair guess? 5 or 6 people. Yeah, he says multiple folks. Problematic, disruptors, over the line. I was banned 5 years ago.
My fucking asthma! Where's your inhaler? I don't know where the fucking inhaler is. I left it in the car. Well, whose fault is that? I don't fucking know. Okay, hey.
To get around. Because that's a high bar. And it's set intentionally as a high bar.
Where's your inhaler? I don't know where the fucking
Yeah,
inhaler
they
is. I
didn't
left it in
realize
the
that the whole
car.
government
Well,
was
whose
going to
fault
be
is that? I don't fucking know. Okay, hey.
Donald Trump's big violent birthday party, the UFC fight at the White House. I know that was my reaction when I heard about it, but when I watched it, so much elegance, so much sophistication, so much class. Last night, Trump turned the White House into a Waffle House. More than 4,000 people trampled the White House grass to celebrate the Orange One turning 80, including his son Eric, who posted this exclusive pre-fight behind the scenes.
All right, guys, UFC starts in a couple hours. Here's what it looks like from the top of the White House.
Now, sadly, that is where his father made him sit for the entirety of the night. He's probably still up there in a little cage with one of those water feeders that gerbils drink out of.
This deal, despite the hostility of the Democrats and objections by some Republicans who don't believe the deal should be going through at all, it's likely it'll sail through because that's the way the system was perverted.
Yeah, so he likes to follow the Constitution when it serves him, and when it doesn't, start a war. So this is the people who are freaking out that there might be peace. He doesn't care if there's $10 gallon gas because he doesn't worry about that. He's got the money. He doesn't care at all that there's no fertilizer for the food, so food prices are going to skyrocket because he's got the money for it. You kidding me? Mary Madelson will just give him $1 billion. There you go. Keep saying what you're saying. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about the United States. All he cares about Israel and his AIPAC and Jewish donors. It's amazing. It is amazing when you look at it. It's like, well, the Constitution. But we didn't follow the Constitution when we started a war. Shut up.
Shut up.
Shut up.
But that also means that it will not be binding on any future president or Congress because it's not a treaty.
So it's not a treaty. What the F? Mark Levin viciously attacks everyday Americans for demanding. Well, listen, here he's going to attack you for demanding an end to this war. Let's listen.
There are these same voices who demanded an immediate cessation of military action because the price of gasoline went up. Who demanded that we find an off-ramp right away. Who insisted that we cut and run.
See, you guys just want to end a war that's pointless and doesn't benefit you whatsoever just because it's bankrupting you when you go to fill up your gas tank? You mean just because of that? Because people have to decide whether do I pay my rent? Do I get gas in my car? Can I afford to go to work? Can I pay for my kids' medicine? Can I pay for my kids' college tuition? Can I pay my electric bill? You mean that kind of people? You mean, the 70% of workers who live paycheck to paycheck? Half the country can't afford a $500 emergency? You mean those people? Yeah. Just because you're going broke and bankrupt for a war that is not going to serve you whatsoever. These guys hate Americans. They don't give a shit about Americans. All they care about is their Jewish donors, Miriam Adelson, and Israel. Why not go live in Israel, Mark? Oh, because you can't make as much money saying this stuff there, but you can make money here. Not that anybody listens to him, but the people give him money. Let's play it again.
There are these same voices who demand.
in the making. We're passing it on. Annoying Canadian gives me a little wave goodbye, and as I'm walking away, he says, "Hey, sir, you forgot your water." Where do they get these people?
Coffee, Southern Dave's bread, 4 Vital Farms eggs, Crusoe's dirt, Mike's hot honey. Let's crack this yolk. Oh, that's perfect. It's gonna be a good day.
The cologne of the day is Nautica Voyage. The World Series of Poker $600 pot limit Omaha deep stack event. We're playing for a bracelet. 3 bullets in the chamber. 2 hours left of late reg. Plan B is the 1700 circuit main event. Late reg till 9:45. So we're going to be here a while no matter what. There is no quitting early. There is no running and going home. We're here to play poker. Something we've been doing for 20 years. Do I have an edge? Who knows? Can I get luckier than everybody today? Yes, I can. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe for your chance to win 1% of all of my World Series of Poker winnings. That could be tens or hundreds of dollars for free. And as an added bonus, compliments of ACR, they're allowing me to give away a Venom ticket for every final table I make. $2,650 value. Could be yours. All you have to do is like, comment, and subscribe. It's just that easy. Doesn't take much effort. All you have to do is log into YouTube and click some buttons. Good luck us. Open blinds at 1,000, 1,500. We have 21.5 in our stack from a 30K starting. Just lost a few small pots, no big deal. It's time to win some pots. Early position opens to 4,000 off a 70K stack. We're in middle position with the ace, queen, 8, 9 suited to the hearts. Not great, but above average. Let's make a move. Make it 12,000 to go. Repping aces. My opponent does not care that I'm repping aces. He shoves all in and shows the king 7, 5, 5 double suited. Probably a flip. Nice. And we flip well and make a flush on the river. But we were ahead on the flop and we double up. Easy game. 47,000. We fold for a few orbits. When you fold a lot, you lose chips because the blinds and the antes take your chips. We have 30,500 when a recreational female opens with a limp under the gun off 150K stack. I'm next to act with King Jack 10-7. Wish I was more connected, but I wish for a lot of things in this world. We make it 8,000 to go, looking to isolate the limper. Asian male viewer of the vlog, 21 to 30.
So Trump announces on Friday, we got a deal coming. Saturday, Israel goes to start bombing Lebanon, Beirut. So the peace deal is supposed to be finalized formally on Friday in Switzerland. And this is what's going. There are 2 things that's going to screw it up. Here's the first thing, because Benjamin Netanyahu does not want it. He doesn't. As soon as Benjamin Netanyahu, if there's a peace deal in the Middle East, Benjamin Netanyahu goes to prison immediately. All right. So, and everybody knows this, including Trump. And so that's why Trump has been trying to pressure the president of Israel to give Netanyahu a pardon. You wonder why he's been doing that? Because if he gets a pardon, then maybe Netanyahu will stop screwing up every peace deal. But it doesn't. But he's not giving him a pardon because they want to put him in prison. So here's Netanyahu. We attacked the I don't know how you would pronounce this. Daya and Beirut targets of the terror organization Hezbollah. So they're pretending they're going after Hezbollah. Israel will not tolerate fire fire into its territory. So that's what they're doing. So they're blowing the hell out of people's neighborhoods. Trump says Israel's strike on Beirut should not have happened. So Trump announces on Friday, we got a deal coming. Saturday, Israel goes to start bombing Lebanon, Beirut. President Trump said on Sunday that an Israeli attack on the southern suburb of Lebanon's capital, Beirut, should not have happened. A strike that came hours before Pakistan announced an agreement to end the war between U.S. and Iran. So Netanyahu knows they're going to have a peace deal, so Netanyahu tries to wreck it, and he bombs Beirut. Israel's strike on Dayyeh came 1 week after Iran bombed northern Israel in response to Israel's previous attack on the suburb. And Iranian officials said there will be another response to Sunday's strike, but have backed off following the agreement with the U.S. Israel's officials said that the latest attack on Dayyeh was a response to Hezbollah's drones targeting northern Israel, which Trump downplayed. Here's what Trump said. This morning's attack on Beirut should not have happened, particularly on a special day when we are so close to a peace deal with Iran. Yeah, but there's nothing you're going to do about it. There's nothing Trump has all the cards with Israel. He won't play them. Why? Because somehow he's controlled by them. Was it because he knew they were the ones who were going to kill him in Butler, Pennsylvania? Was it that? Was it because that they've made him, they're like, hey, you can do all the corruption you want and make billions more dollars? Your Baron could be worth a couple $100 million if you want. Everybody in your family, we're going to fund, don't worry about it. We're going to make you all rich. Just shut up and do what we say, or we'll kill you like we did Charlie Kirk. I think that was the deal. So they got him. So either it's the Epstein files that he's in that they got him, or it's this, what I just described. It doesn't matter what it is. The thing is they have him. And so Trump can't do anything to stop Benjamin Netanyahu. Israel has the right to defend itself against threats, but the attack it was responding to was very small and meaningless. Nobody was hurt, injured, or killed, and should not disrupt the important process. We are very close to a deal that will bring peace to the region, including to Lebanon, and all sides should stand down. There should be no more attacks by Israel anywhere in Lebanon, but there should also be no more attacks by any other party, including Hezbollah, against Israel. This could be the beginning of a long and beautiful peace. Let's not blow it. Thank you for your... But the only way this is going to happen is if Donald Trump exerts power over Benjamin Netanyahu by saying, hey, we're not going to give you any more missiles. We're not going to give you any more defense money. We're not going to have your back anywhere. That's the only thing that will work. He's not going to do it because somehow he's owned and controlled by Israel. Trump has claimed several times now that some sort of ceasefire was reached with Lebanon, but the IDF has continued its occupation and destruction campaign in southern Lebanon, which has included heavy airstrikes. Mohammed Bagher Galib, the speaker of Iran's Galibaf, as the speaker of the Iran's parliament, said on Sunday that the latest Israeli strike on Dayyeh shows that U.S. lacks either the will or the ability to reign in Israel. That's 100%. Here it is. The Zionist incursion into Dayyeh has once again shown that America either lacks the will to fulfill its commitments or the ability to do so. By giving the green light to the regime, you cannot gain concessions. The game of bad cop, good cop is outdated. If you lack the will and ability to fulfill your commitments, speaking of continuing the path is not possible. So they're saying, hey, if you keep doing it to Lebanon, the peace deal's off. Trump later told Fox News that he would ask Iran not to respond to the Israeli attack on Beirut and claimed that he asked Netanyahu, what the F are you doing? But we all know what he's doing, and so does Donald Trump. He's trying to screw up the peace process, and Lebanon is part of the greater Israel project. And as long as Israel stays at war with somebody, he can't go to prison. But according to U.S. and Israel officials speaking to Axios, Israel notified U.S. CENTCOM before the strike on Dayyeh, and there's no sign he's willing to impose any real consequences on Israel for the strike, such as cutting off military aid or support for the war. So that's it. And Netanyahu knows that he's got Trump's balls in a vice. Lebanese officials said that at least 3 people were killed by the strike in Dayyeh, while Israeli officials claim a senior Hezbollah commander was killed, which so far hasn't been confirmed. I'm pretty sure that has been confirmed now. Netanyahu posted a video of the strike showing showing a building being hit as cars were driving by. So this is from Dropside. Trump makes a public show of scolding Netanyahu again. So this is a pattern. Trump says he's already said this. What the F are they doing? Remember that time on the White House lawn he said that? Trump said the strike should not have happened, particularly on a special day when we are so close to a peace deal with Iran, and told reporters he confronted Prime Minister Netanyahu on a call. Why did Bibi have to do an effing attack? I was so pissed off, Trump told Axios. He has no effing judgment. I let him know that. He told Fox News. He asked Netanyahu, what the F are you doing? And ordered no further strikes and said he would ask Iran not to retaliate. Again, he's not saying I'm going to withdraw our military support from Israel. He's not doing. He's just swearing. He's just yelling at, which he's done over and over and over again. So I remember, I'm reminded of that saying, or that line from Reservoir Dogs, Michael Madsen. You're going to bark all day or you're going to bite? He's just going to bark. It's a familiar pattern. Trump has repeatedly aired loud frustration with Netanyahu to friendly outlets after declining to stop him, only to reaffirm the relationship soon after. When Israel last bombed Beirut, Trump said he was a little bit perturbed, but added, I like Bibi a lot, with Netanyahu later casting their spirits as tactical disagreements between great friends. Here's my last slide on this. Israel will not adhere to the Iran deal between U.S. and Iran.
You met Tom's kid?
No, but he told me hilarious shit about his kid calling him Tom.
Oh, yesterday, Joe, I come in, I get off the plane, get on the couch. Tom takes a shit. I play with his kids for a little bit. His oldest comes in. He goes, "Hey, Bert, I got you a cup of water." And I go, "Oh, thanks, buddy. I was on a plane all day." And Tom goes, Hold on. Ellis, where'd you get that from?" And he goes, "The sink." And he goes, "Ellis, you can't reach the sink. Did you get that from the toilet?" And he goes, "No." And I go, "Did you just get a cup of water from the toilet?" And he goes, "No." I go, "Take a sip of this water." And he goes, "No." I go, "Sip my water before I get it." And he goes, "No." I go, "Where'd you get this water?" He goes, Tom knows he got it. And this kid is straight fucking face. And he goes, "Take a sip. Bert, take a sip." And I go, "No, I'm not taking a sip of your fucking water." I go, "You take a sip." He goes, "I'm not taking a sip. You take a sip." And then Tom goes in and he goes, "Don't touch the water. It's from the fucking toilet." There was a water trail from the toilet to the fucking couch. And he goes, "Ellis, did you get that from the fucking toilet?" And he goes, "I did." And he just walked out of the room. I looked at Tom. I was like, "Please take me to my room. I want to lock my fucking doors."
The kid just wanted the kitchen to drink toilet water.
He goes, "From the fucking toilet."
It's fine.
Dude.
What's a kid gonna be like when he's 15?
It's the first weed I've smoked in fucking 5 weeks.
What? That'll put you on the moon too.
That's real.
Do it.
And
You're gonna see the
and
spots
you
where
promised you'd keep up with me on Bud Light. Promise. You said it. You saw him issue it. I issued it. I told him I'd give him $5,000 if he did.
Witness.
$5,000, dude. You can do it.
We got a bet going.
I don't have any. My reward will be him trying.
Is this number 3 or 4? Protect our parks.
4.
4. Gentlemen, come on.
Hey.
We're fucking rolling here. We're rolling. Woo! Wait a minute. What year are we talking about?
He was
What year was
post World War II.
What?
World War II.
Ari's dead.
He was post World War II.
If Ari dies, can I have his shoes?
Yeah, he's hurting. Yeah, this is what happens, dog.
Shane keeps drinking.
This is what happens,
It's done. Ari.
Oh, shit.
If you gotta throw up, please leave the room.
Now, puke in the cooler. Puke in the cooler, boy.
Q hot down. Holy shit, he's done.
Hey, we gotta keep an eye on him.
Don't puke in here, Ari.
Alright. Some guys can't handle the Bud Light.
Ari, I would say that I'm disappointed in you, but I'm not. This is exactly what I
That
expected.
was an honorable fucking death. Oh, man, he's throwing up.
Oh, is he puking? Oh, damn. That's a lot of latkes. We call him Dr. Dreidel. A lot of...
Brings me back to the old Fear Factor days, kid.
Not bacon.
I've been here before. I've seen more people puke than 99% of the population.
Oh, hey.
Yeah. Hip hop hooray.
Damn, that made me want to puke.
That's how we end this. Don't be mean about to be. Is he throwing up again?
Yeah.
That's a big one. We're going hard. I believe it's arishafir.com. His special, he just finished filming.
Yes.
I heard it went better than the amount of puke that just came out of his fucking mouth.
I can smell it.
Yeah, I smell it too. I did warn him, though. Did I not warn him?
Don't do it.
I told him to throw up. Let me know. Okay. Yeah, I just heard another.
Oh my. Yeah.
July 1st, I'll be at the MGM Grand Garden with Hans Kim, Brian Simpson, and Tony Hinchcliffe.
Good luck, Ari.
Ari's dead.
Hey, how'd that part go that you protected, you dumbass?
Jake the fucking Snake.
What do you know, Joe? You never heard that before, have you?
I've heard it a couple times.
Did
You use different kinds of snakes too, though, right?
Yeah, I use pythons and cobras.
When you use a cobra, they defang them?
They de-venomize them, they didn't defang them.
Oh.
And the viewers don't know that at all, especially when you're a little boy watching it. I mean, the Saturday morning that you sicked it on Macho Man Randy Savage affected an entire generation.
That was the best nut I've ever got.
Oh, no.
Let me tell you the real story on this.
Yeah, I fucking love that. Yeah.
Here's the story. I'm in the locker room behaving myself. Not minding a soul. Macho walks in. He's like, all right, brother. We're going to do it tonight, I guess. Oh, that's the story fucking going around. We're going to get down and do it. Yeah, dude, sounds great. He's like, we got to take care of a little business first, though. What? About the snake. Yeah. Has he been fixed or not? Fixed? You mean poisonous? Yeah, that might be the fucking problem. I'm like, Randy, of course he's been fixed. He goes, maybe he has and maybe he hasn't. Stranger things have happened in the WWE. Somebody wants the Macho Man's Intercontinental Heavyweight Championship title. Fucking rest is history. Macho's dead. Snake's the champ. I'm like, dude, are you fucking... Jake, I'm just telling you this. He has to bite you. Now. Wow. I'm like, what? He goes, if that, we gotta go at it right now, man. And he's up my fucking face with his fist. I'm like, fuck, man, what the fuck is wrong with you? Don't play no fucking games, Jake. Get the fucking snake out. So I got the snake out, man. I'm like, you fucking psycho, motherfucker. I'm like, any special place you wanted to bite me, like my dick? He's like, anywhere's good. How about the leg? I'm like, fine. So I pull my pant leg up, and he fucking bit me. Yeah, 3-4 seconds, let's go. Macho's like, yeah, don't fucking move. Don't take no elixir. Don't take no antidote. Don't take no pills. Don't take no fucking penetrance for you and that bullshit. Just fucking sit there. I want to see the poison go through your body. And finally, after about 10 minutes, he's like, well, I guess you're going to be okay. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't fucking make you happy. He's like, okay, but tonight, brother, give me a fever. Once the snake lets go of me, bring him back. I may want you to hook him back up again. But I want this idea to fucking make us both some fucking big money. Yeah, can you dig it? Dig it. All right, we're out of here. Wow. I said, all right, motherfucker, you wait.
I punched a woman one time.
Oh my God, what happened?
It was Halloween and I was like 13, and we were running around our neighborhood, and there was a girl, and I thought it was a guy. She had on a mask and sprayed me in the eyes with we used to take shaving cream, and we would put an aerosol top on a shaving cream can, and it would spray the shaving cream like 20 feet. It was awesome. So she sprayed in my eyes, so I can't see that well, and I chased what I thought was him, knocked him down. I'm sitting on top of him, and I punched him in the face. And then everybody's screaming, and they pull me up like, dude, it's a girl! And I was like, fuck!
So I just fucking run away, and it turns out it was a girl from the next town over, from where I grew up. And then that winter, we were at the Tarrytown Lakes. And during the day, you'd play hockey, and then at night, we'd all show up. And that was like our social life in the winter. We'd skate. So I go there, and I'm like 13. And, oh, yeah, that's so-and-so. She's got a crush on you. I was like, oh, where's she from? She's from the next town over. Yeah, you punched her in the face on Halloween. And I was like, dude, how... That says a lot about her family life, you know?
Well, maybe she felt bad that she sprayed you in the face, and then she thought while you were punching her, you're kind of cute.
He's got pretty eyes and a good right hook. So I'm talking to her, and then all of a sudden, my friend skated as hard as he could while I was talking to her, and he lined me up. Oh, no. And I got knocked down, and I couldn't get up. I was winded, like I was down. And I found out the next week, she had a crush on the guy that
knocked me out. Oh, God. Of course she did. She likes abuse.
Yeah.
She's all for the chaos. She probably would have been a wild one.
Yeah.
My wife had rats for pets when she was a kid.
Was she goth?
No, she was just a Jersey kid, just loved animals, and she would just ride her bike around, and this rat would just be like on her shoulders.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Weird rat lady.
Weird.
Yeah, it's weird.
But I get it if you had it its whole life and you raise it right. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, it's not dirty. It's not like going through the sewers and eating poo and climbing on your head.
Right. But it would if you just let it go.
Maybe.
100%. How long would it take for a domesticated rat to adapt to living in like a New York City sewer?
40 seconds.
What do you think they would do?
They just get there.
Crazy fucking Disney.
Hey, look at you from the suburbs. What, you been living in a house?
Oh, you got different colors. Look at you.
Hey, Joe, get a load of this one.
He's not even gray. Hey, how come you ain't gray? Look at you. You're white, you're brown. You're like a fucking dog over there.
You think you're better than us, don't you?
I guess you don't know how to get into the restaurant, do you?